Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 179, NZNT, Chapter. As Chiyo fell under the Genjutsu, a spacetime vortex appeared beside her, swiftly pulling her in. Ebizo, witnessing this, immediately grabbed her, attempting to rescue her from the strange vortex. Unexpectedly, he too was sucked in, unable to save Chiyo. Seeing Chiyo and Ebizo vanish, the Sunagakure ninjas immediately assumed a defensive posture. Despite this, most still wore expressions of terror, sweating profusely, clearly lacking confidence in their ability to fight back. "Where did you take Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo?" Kumoku, a sensor-type ninja standing behind Ebizo, shouted at Yusuker. However, just as Chiyo had, she fell victim to Kurama Yukumo's genjutsu and was subsequently pulled into the spacetime vortex by the crow using Kamui. The Sunagakure ninjas were even more terrified. Sometimes death wasn't the worst, the unknown was far more frightening. They didn't know what would happen to those sucked into the vortex. Chiyo, Ebizo, and Kumoku found themselves in the Kamui dimension, staring at each other in disbelief. They hadn't anticipated Yusuker's immense power and his mastery of this unsettling spacetime ninjutsu. Yusuker intended to imprison them in Konoha after the meeting. In the meeting hall, Yusuker offered a chilling smile. "Rest assured, those three have merely been invited to Konoha for a temporary visit, they will not be harmed." However. Yusuker paused, his voice slightly rising, "3 strikes and you're out. Any further opposition will not result in such a lenient outcome." His gaze fell upon the oldest and highest-ranking Sunagakure Council member, excluding Chiyo and Ebizo. Yusuker calmly inquired, "Do you understand this plan?" The council member, under Yusuker's intense gaze, repeatedly nodded, "Yes, yes, clan head Uchiha. We leave everything to your judgment." The other Sunagakure Council members quickly echoed their agreement, their courage completely shattered by the events that had just transpired. For many of them, the preservation of their own lives and positions held far greater importance than the question of who ultimately held sway over Sunagakure. Yusuker nodded in satisfaction, then loudly declared, "This is the 5th Kazekage, Pakura, chosen by the Land of Winds daimyo and Konoha. She will now explain the restructuring plan for Sunagakure." Pakura, a smirk playing on her lips, removed her veiled hat, her gaze fixated upon the Sunagakure Council members who had conspired against her in the past. The crucial condition she had stipulated when agreeing to serve under Yusuker was his assistance in her quest for revenge against those who had wronged her. Yusuker had now fully delivered on his promise, leaving the execution of her revenge entirely in her capable hands. Upon assuming the position of 5th Kazekage, Pakura, adhering to Yusuker's instructions, refrained from immediate retribution, instead diligently implementing the established plan to bring Sunagakure under Konoha's complete control. Once the situation had stabilized, she systematically dealt with those Sunagakure Council members who had orchestrated her betrayal to Kirigakure, ultimately replacing the entire leadership structure with individuals she had personally cultivated or advisors appointed by Konoha. During this period, Pakura faced considerable resistance from numerous Sunagakure ninjas, enduring several assassination attempts and uprisings. However, with Yusuker's Konoha ninja contingent stationed permanently within Sunagakure, these acts of defiance were swiftly and decisively suppressed. One of the ninjas who attempted to assassinate Pakura was Maki, her former most trusted and favored student. Within a relatively comfortable prison cell, Pakura, clad in the white robes of the Kazekage, paid a visit to her former student, Maki. Maki no longer displayed the same dependence and affection she had once shown towards Pakura. Instead, her expression was one of profound anger at Pakura's decision to align herself with Konoha and subjugate Sunagakure. In response to Maki's pointed accusations, Pakura recounted the events that had led to her betrayal, detailing the elaborate scheme concocted by the Sunagakure Council members to frame her and offer her as a bargaining chip in a clandestine deal with Kirigakure. Upon hearing Pakura's account, Maki was initially overcome by a mixture of astonishment and righteous indignation, yet her heart remained unmoved, unable to forgive Pakura's current actions. Gazing upon her former teacher, whom she had once held in the highest esteem, Maki retorted with a cold sneer, "Even granting that you were subjected to treachery at the hands of the council members, I would have no grounds for objection to your pursuit of vengeance. However, I fail to comprehend why you have chosen to plunge the entirety of Sunagakure into such profound turmoil. Were the other ninjas and villagers of Sunagakure also deserving of such a fate?" At Maki's words, a look of profound sadness washed over Pakura's face. She was acutely aware that her actions would inevitably result in the condemnation of the entire village, and even her most trusted student would be unable to forgive her. However, unknown to all, Pakura's actions were driven by an unwavering commitment to the protection of Sunagakure. When Yusuker had initially approached her to discuss the plan for bringing Sunagakure under Konoha's control, she had vehemently opposed the notion, even engaging in a physical altercation with Yusuker. However, upon witnessing the true extent of Yusuker's power and his unwavering resolve to unify the ninja world, she had been compelled to make a difficult compromise. Should you decline the position of Kazekage, I will appoint someone else in your stead. However, I cannot guarantee that my chosen successor will possess the same unwavering devotion to Sunagakure as yourself. The decision, therefore, rests entirely with you. Yusuker's words had left Pakura completely speechless. After several tumultuous and sleepless nights, Pakura ultimately resolved to accept Yusuker's plan, assuming the mantle of the fifth Kazekage, fully aware that her name would forever be etched in the annals of Sunagakure's history as a figure of profound shame and disgrace. Only by assuming the position of Kazekage can I ensure the maximum level of protection for my village. Even if Uchiha Yusuker were to initiate a war to unify the ninja world, Sunagakure would remain largely unaffected, and its inhabitants would be spared the ravages of conflict. Pakura had reasoned, driven by this unwavering conviction. It was this very conviction that had led Pakura to accompany Yusuker to Sunagakure. In truth, the desire for personal retribution against those who had wronged her had diminished in significance, overshadowed by her profound and unwavering love for Sunagakure. Observing Maki, whose countenance still betrayed a simmering resentment, Pakura let out a heavy sigh before departing. She harbored no intention of revealing the true motivations behind her actions to Maki. For Pakura, bearing the weight of this burden alone was the most appropriate course of action. As for Maki, Pakura intended to find a discreet opportunity to facilitate her release, urging her to refrain from ever returning to Sunagakure. However, unbeknownst to Pakura, Kurama Yukumo would visit Maki's prison cell in the aftermath of Pakura's departure, revealing the entirety of Pakura's motivations to Maki. Your teacher, in fact, has expended every ounce of her strength to protect those who harbor animosity towards her. Do you not wish to lend her your support? Yukumo inquired, her back turned to Maki as she prepared to depart. At this revelation, Maki found herself experiencing the same profound shock and bewilderment that had once gripped Pakura upon first hearing Yusuker's proposal. Early the following morning, Maki informed the prison guards of her desire to request an audience with the fifth Kazekage. The resentment she had previously harbored towards her teacher had been entirely supplanted by a profound sense of respect and a resolute determination to assist her. Chapter 180, NZNT, Chapter. News of Pakura's ascension as the fifth Kazekage, and Sunagakure's subjugation by Konoha, spread rapidly throughout the ninja world, causing considerable alarm, particularly among the other major villages, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure. Konoha's plan for Sunagakure revealed its ambition. If Konoha used the same tactics on other villages, it would soon control the ninja world, and the nations dependent on the villages would become vassals of the Land of Fire. In the Tsuchigage's office in Iwagakure, Anoki studied the intel scroll with a furrowed brow. His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, stood behind him. In front of his desk were Akatsuchi, Rashi, and Gabimaru, Iwagakure's elite ninjas, trusted by Anoki. You've heard about Sunagakure's subjugation. This scroll has more accurate intel. Konoha's control might be stronger than we thought. Anoki said gravely, placing the scroll on his desk. Everyone was silent except Kuratsuchi, who smiled. Grandpa, you're not planning to fight Konoha, are you? Uchiha Yusuker isn't someone ordinary ninjas can fight. Your old bones can't handle him. Akatsuchi nodded in agreement. Father, you weren't at the Chunin exams. His fight with Nagato was incredible. Maybe Hashirama and Madara fought like that. Anoki floated up, pacing and thinking. He remembered visiting Madara Uchiha with the second Tsuchikage when he was young. They'd been powerless. Madara rejected all their requests. They were rebuked and had to endure it silently. This memory haunted Anoki. After a long silence, Anoki sighed, are the Uchiha truly invincible? Hashirama and Madara could restrain them. How do we deal with Yusuker? Gabimaru, an Iwagakure assassin, said, there are two options. First, ally with Konoha. But we become their vassals. However, as long as Konoha hasn't unified the ninja world, we still have a chance. Second, we unite with other villages against Konoha. But as one of the 5 great nations, we'll bear the brunt of the attack. Rashi, a 30-something-year-old jonin with sharp purple markings under his eyes, was highly respected in Iwagakure for his strength and intelligence. He was one of Anoki's most trusted aides. Anoki pondered, then slammed his desk. Rashi, contact the Reikage and Mizukage. We need to discuss this. I'm sure they're worried too. He patted his head. I heard intel found Daidara. Kuratsuchi, find him. Tell him we forgive the past, we need him. Kuratsuchi's face lit up. She thumped her chest. Grandpa, leave Daidara to me. She wasn't happy about Daidara's return, she was happy to leave the village. She'd been cooped up since the Chunin exams. A few days later, Rashi arranged a meeting between Anoki, Darui, Reikage, and Meitarumi, Mizukage, to discuss Konoha. Because the Land of Lightning was centrally located, the meeting was held there. For security and secrecy, it wasn't held in Kimogakure but in an unknown town. Reikage, Mizukage, you know why we're here. Konoha, using its strength, has conquered Sunagakure. If we don't act, we'll suffer the same fate, Anoki said gravely. In a hidden room, Anoki, Meitarumi, and Darui sat around a circular table, their aides behind them. Rashi was behind Anoki, Ao, with a Byakugan, behind Meitarumi, and Dodai behind Darui. Meitarumi smiled at Darui. Reikage, Kumogakure has interacted with Konoha. You recently redeemed the 8 Tails and 2 Tails Jinchuriki. What are your thoughts? Kumogakure hadn't publicized that Killer Bee and Yujito were no longer Jinchuriki. Konoha didn't either. The ninja world still believed Kumogakure had redeemed the 8 Tails and 2 Tails. Darui frowned, recalling an unpleasant experience. Sighing, he said, 6 years ago, I fought Yusuker Uchiha. I was defeated quickly. The 4th Reikage and Killer Bee weren't his match either. And it's not just him. The Uchiha clan and Konoha's research institute have made Konoha too strong for any village to match. Looking at Anoki and Meitarumi, Darui said bluntly, if you want to unite against Konoha, I won't join. Following Darui's statement, Anoki's already grim expression darkened further, while the smile on Meitarumi's face faltered, her expression turning somber. Though Darui's words were few, his meaning was clear: a military confrontation with Konoha would be suicidal. Darui's pessimistic assessment plunged the meeting into silence. After a moment, Anoki, as the meeting's convener, broke the silence. While the Reikage's words are harsh, they reflect reality. Konoha, like the Konoha under Hashirama and Madara, now dominates the ninja world. But we didn't gather to despair, we're here to find a solution. Anoki's words steered the conversation back to finding a solution. But after some discussion, they couldn't find a good one. Then, Ao, standing behind Meitarumi, leaned in and whispered to her. Meitarumi's eyes lit up, she seemed to have heard a good plan. Anoki and Darui stopped talking and looked at her. Mizukage, do you have a plan? Anoki asked curiously. Meitarumi nodded, and Ao relayed the plan. Anoki and Darui exchanged glances. The plan seemed feasible. Anoki said gravely, Ao's plan isn't guaranteed, but it might force Konoha to compromise with minimal conflict. We must unite. I'll contact the neutral party, the Iron Country's commander, Mifune, to convene a Kage summit. On a remote cliff overlooking the sea, an ancient castle stood. Orochimaru and his subordinates were hidden inside. This is the Rinnegan's power. Extraordinary. But if it weren't for the reanimation jutsu on my body revealing that Hashirama cells stabilized the Rinnegan, I wouldn't have transplanted it so easily. Orochimaru had been researching Rinnegan transplants. Initially, he faced many problems, the biggest being that the Rinnegan's power exceeded his body's control. But his reanimation jutsu, created using Hashirama cell fusion liquid, allowed him to stabilize the Rinnegan, enabling the transplant. Today, Orochimaru had successfully transplanted the Rinnegan, opening new avenues of power. Seated on a stone throne, Orochimaru surveyed his subordinates. An invisible pressure made them tremble. Lord Orochimaru, our spies in Omegakure haven't found Nagato. After we destroyed Akatsuki's base, the members haven't appeared. Kimimaro reported. Since Orochimaru had been researching the Rinnegan, Guren had gone to find Yukimaru, leaving Kimimaro in charge. Orochimaru frowned. He'd escaped after taking a Rinnegan, but he knew a masked figure had also taken Nagato's Rinnegan. Then it was reported that Nagato had escaped Konoha. Where's the other Rinnegan? As Orochimaru pondered, he sensed someone approaching. Whoever found this place was dangerous. I hope they're not too weak, I'd be disappointed. Orochimaru wanted to test the Rinnegan, this was perfect. He went outside with Kimimaro and the Sound 4 to find his guards killed. Seeing the enemy, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his relaxed expression turning serious. He was shocked but remained calm. It was Madara, Uchiha and Zetsu. Orochimaru was shocked to see a Rinnegan in Madara's eye socket. Orochimaru, you're hard to find. A seaside villa in such a remote place, Zetsu said smoothly. Zetsu, long time no see. Where's the leader? And who's this? Orochimaru smirked, ignoring Zetsu. His eyes were fixed on Madara. Madara wore Sengoku-era armor. His aura alone showed he was powerful. Only someone with immense power could have such an air of disdain. Looking at Orochimaru, Madara said flatly, so it was a woman who tricked Nagato. Hand over my eye, and I'll let you die whole. Orochimaru was using a woman's body, though he'd disguised it. Madara saw through it. Orochimaru laughed coldly, you took that eye from Nagato too, didn't you? Give me your Rinnegan, and I'll let you die whole. Madara laughed, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he walked toward Orochimaru. Since you don't want to die whole, I'll grant your wish. And that eye wasn't Nagato's, I gave it to him. Seeing Madara's empty socket, Orochimaru understood. If Madara was the Rinnegan's true owner, who was he? Who are you? Orochimaru asked cautiously. Madara Uchiha. Chapter 181, NZNT, Chapter. Upon hearing the name, Madara Uchiha, an expression of disbelief washed over Orochimaru's face. Considering Madara Uchiha's age, even if he hadn't perished at the hands of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, at the Valley of the End, he should have died of natural causes by now. However, as a leading biologist in the ninja world, and having encountered individuals such as Kakuzu and Sasori, who defied the natural lifespan of humans, Orochimaru quickly regained his composure. In this world, nothing was truly impossible. So it is the legendary strongest of the Uchiha clan. However, it is doubtful that this is still your era. Possessing the Rinnegan myself, I am confident that you will not be able to defeat me. Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle, bringing his hands together before his chest. A multitude of white venomous snakes emerged from within his clothing, slithering forth to attack Madara Uchiha, who was slowly advancing towards him. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's offensive maneuver, Madara Uchiha's movements accelerated dramatically. In an instant, he had closed the distance, appearing at Orochimaru's side. Impossible, such speed. A jolt of surprise ran through Orochimaru. Madara's Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, far exceeded his expectations, leaving him completely unprepared for such a rapid advance. As Orochimaru met Madara's gaze, filled with an air of utter disdain, the next moment he found himself violently hurled through the air. After tumbling across a distance of several tens of meters, he finally came to a rest embedded within the stone brickwork of the fortress wall, leaving behind a sizable, human-shaped crater. While it is true that ninjas who have honed their taijutsu skills to a certain level are capable of utilizing the Shunshin no Jutsu, the speed at which this technique can be executed varies significantly between individual ninjas. Without a shadow of a doubt, Madara Uchiha's mastery of the Shunshin no Jutsu was unequivocally among the most exceptional in the entire ninja world. During his previous encounter with Itachi within the Uchiha clan's Naka shrine, Madara Uchiha had deliberately exercised restraint in his taijutsu combat, primarily driven by a desire to thoroughly assess Itachi's capabilities. However, in his confrontation with Orochimaru, Madara displayed no such reservations, unleashing his full potential. Your body appears to have undergone significant modifications, granting you a considerable degree of resistance to purely physical impact. Let us observe just how long you can withstand my assault. Madara stated calmly, observing Orochimaru, who appeared to have sustained only minor injuries from the impact. Before the echo of Madara's words had faded, he vanished from his position, reappearing instantaneously before Orochimaru, swiftly extracting him from his embedded position within the fortress wall. Orochimaru immediately launched a counterattack, seamlessly blending taijutsu with his signature snake-based ninjutsu techniques, engaging Madara Uchiha in close-quarters combat. However, to Orochimaru's dismay, he proved to be utterly outmatched in the realm of taijutsu. Despite the outward appearance of a closely contested exchange, the reality was that Orochimaru was being subjected to a relentless and one-sided pummeling. With a resounding bang, Orochimaru was once again violently hurled through the air by Madara Uchiha's devastating assault. Due to the sheer force of Madara's strike, the disguise Orochimaru had meticulously crafted around his body was completely shattered, revealing his true form. Orochimaru's complexion had become alarmingly pale, almost translucent, and his hair had turned entirely white, creating a most uncanny and unsettling appearance. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's altered state, Madara Uchiha furrowed his brow. This appears to be the manifestation of some unique Kekkei disease. However, the modifications you have implemented upon your body are indeed remarkably impressive, enabling you to endure my attacks for such an extended duration. The relentless enhancement of Orochimaru's ice-release Kekkei had resulted in the manifestation of symptoms consistent with the Kekkei disease, causing noticeable alterations in his skin and hair pigmentation, while simultaneously leading to a progressive decline in his overall health. Wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru unveiled his signature, chilling smile. Indeed, Uchiha Madara, your mastery of taijutsu is beyond reproach, and I readily concede my inferiority in this domain. However, the true strength of a ninja lies not in their physical prowess, but in their mastery of ninjutsu. Although Orochimaru's current visage was that of a strikingly beautiful young woman, his inherent aura remained immutable. His smile, even in this altered form, continued to instill a palpable sense of unease and apprehension in those who beheld it. Ice style, frozen capturing field. With swift and precise hand seals, Orochimaru brought his right hand down onto the ground, instantly causing the earth surrounding him to rapidly freeze solid. From within the newly formed ice, a multitude of razor-sharp ice spikes erupted. Within the span of a single breath, the expanse of frozen earth and the formidable array of ice spikes had extended to a point directly before Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha responded with a cold sneer, bringing his hands together in a swift and seamless motion to execute a katan, fire release, ninjutsu technique. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A colossal torrent of flames erupted from Madara Uchiha's mouth, engulfing a broad swathe of the surrounding area in a sea of intense fire. Although Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame is classified as a mere B-rank ninjutsu technique, in Madara Uchiha's hands, it unleashed a power that far surpassed that of an S-rank technique. What? A look of profound astonishment briefly flickered across Orochimaru's eyes. Such a formidable display of fire-style ninjutsu was comparable only to that which he had previously witnessed from Yusuker. While the temperature of the flames might have been somewhat inferior to Yusuker's, the sheer overwhelming power and destructive force were virtually indistinguishable. At that very moment, a serpentine form, a white snake, emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve, swiftly coiling around Orochimaru's shoulder before rising erect. This white snake, remarkably, possessed a Rinnegan of its own, clearly indicating a mysterious and profound connection between the snake and Orochimaru. Opening its maw, which was adorned with a formidable array of razor-sharp fangs, the white snake unleashed a torrential blast of intensely frigid mist, miraculously managing to counter and nullify the devastating onslaught of Madara Uchiha's fire-style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. A flicker of surprise registered in Madara Uchiha's eyes. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would possess the means to withstand his formidable ninjutsu technique. A subtle smirk played upon Madara Uchiha's lips as his anticipation for the ensuing battle intensified. For a warrior as devoted to combat as himself, the prospect of engaging a truly formidable opponent held immeasurable value. "Shall we dance?" Madara Uchiha boomed out with a hearty laugh. Immediately following his declaration, Madara Uchiha abruptly ceased his execution of the fire-style technique, and a layer of azure-hued skeletal structure materialized instantaneously around his body. Swiftly, this skeletal framework underwent a remarkable transformation, extending outward to form muscles and armor, culminating in the manifestation of a colossal, blue-hued warrior, Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. However, unlike the Susanoo manifested by other users of this formidable technique, Madara Uchiha's Susanoo possessed a striking and unprecedented configuration: 3 heads and 6 arms. Orochimaru, while your taijutsu skills leave much to be desired, your ninjutsu capabilities are undeniably noteworthy. However, the intensity of our upcoming engagement will undoubtedly prove to be far more challenging. Madara Uchiha declared, adopting the tone of an elder assessing the abilities of a junior. Despite Madara Uchiha's youthful appearance, he was indeed Orochimaru's senior in terms of age and experience. Orochimaru, experiencing the unprecedented sensation of having his taijutsu skills deemed inadequate, responded with a sinister chuckle, immediately initiating the execution of the Yamada no Oroki technique. The white snake, which had just unleashed a torrent of intensely frigid mist, underwent a transformation, assuming the form of a colossal, snow-white Yamada no Oroki. The immense Yamada no Oroki, whose physical stature rivaled that of the Susanoo, positioned itself before the Susanoo, its imposing presence and aura proving to be in no way inferior. Uchiha Madara, you are not guaranteed victory. And you, who were once ostracized from Konoha, surely yearn for vengeance. We could cooperate, Orochimaru stated with a sly smile. Madara Uchiha responded with a cold sneer, cooperate. Based on the capabilities you have thus far demonstrated, you are hardly worthy of such an alliance. However, were you to relinquish the Rinnegan, I might consider granting you the privilege of serving under my command. Upon hearing Madara Uchiha's words, Orochimaru recognized that a peaceful resolution was no longer attainable, and he immediately initiated an all-out assault, directing the Yamada no Oroki, radiating an aura of intense cold, towards the opposing Susanoo. Your mastery of ice is indeed formidable. I have never encountered a ninja capable of developing the ice-style Kekki to such a remarkable extent. However, before the might of the once-revered god of shinobi, your Kekki will prove to be utterly inconsequential. Madara Uchiha declared, forming hand seals with both hands, while simultaneously directing his Susanoo to execute the same hand seals with its 3 pairs of hands. Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Kuten. Chapter 182, NZNT, Chapter. After Madara Uchiha and his Susanoo completed their hand seals, countless thorny roots erupted from the ground, tightly binding the Yamada no Oroki. Madara's Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Kuten surpassed even the scale of that used by White Setsu, Obito, clearly demonstrating his near-perfect mastery of Hashirama Senju's wood style. If one were to remove the armor from his chest, they would see a face fused to his chest, nearly identical to Hashirama Senju's, the result of his complete Hashirama cell integration. Despite the Yamada no Oroki's powerful ice-release chakra, the wood-style roots absorbed its chakra, rendering it largely ineffective. Only the roots in direct contact with the snake were frozen. However, due to the wood style's exceptional regenerative capabilities, even these few frozen roots rapidly repaired themselves, quickly resulting in the complete immobilization of the Yamada no Oroki. So, you truly obtained the first Hokage's power after the Valley of the End battle. And your wood style seems to be on par with the first Hokage's. Although the Yamada no Oroki was immobilized, Orochimaru showed no sign of panic, calmly addressing Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha responded with disdain, my wood style is on par with Hashirama's. You've never witnessed that man's wood style. Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle, it seems I underestimated the first Hokage. But I possess the Rinnegan now, your technique won't control me. Harnessing the power of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru roared, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the Yamada no Orochi, shattering the roots and thorns binding it. However, the true strength of the wood-style ninjutsu lies in its resilience and relentless offensive capabilities. Although Orochimaru had successfully repelled the initial wave of roots using Shinra Tensei, an even greater number of roots swiftly closed in, instantly resubduing the Yamada no Orochi. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He had only recently completed the Rinnegan transplant and was not yet fully accustomed to its capabilities. While Shinra Tensei was undeniably powerful, it proved to be ill-suited for countering the exceptionally tenacious and persistent nature of the wood-style ninjutsu. Sensing the rapid depletion of his chakra as it was relentlessly absorbed by the roots encircling the Yamada no Orochi, Orochimaru immediately activated the two-symbol seal, causing black markings to spread across both his body and that of the Yamada no Orochi. However, due to the fact that the extraction of chakra from the four-tailed beasts residing within the human Jinchuriki had not yet been completed, Orochimaru's body currently contained only half of Shikaku's chakra, proving insufficient to sustain his defenses against the overwhelming power of the wood style for an extended period. Found it. This is the jutsu. At that very moment, Orochimaru, through the heightened sensory perception afforded by the Rinnegan, finally identified a ninjutsu technique capable of countering the wood style's chakra absorption capabilities. Bringing his hands together before his chest, the 8 snake heads, each possessing a Rinnegan, simultaneously unleashed the blocking technique absorption seal. The chakra absorption capabilities of the blocking technique absorption seal were evidently superior to those of the wood style, resulting in an immediate reversal of the situation. The substantial quantity of chakra that had been absorbed by the roots was swiftly drawn back into the Yamada no Orochi. With the replenishment of chakra, the intensely frigid aura emanating from the Yamada no Orochi was restored to its normal intensity, instantly freezing and killing the surrounding roots. Having successfully neutralized the threat posed by Madara Uchiha's wood-style technique, Orochimaru erupted into a hearty laugh. Uchiha Madara, I stated earlier that you are not necessarily my superior. Bringing his hands together once more, Orochimaru decided to seize the initiative, unleashing what he considered to be the most formidable ninjutsu technique currently within his arsenal, empowered by the Rinnegan. Chibaku Tensei. The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi simultaneously gazed towards the heavens, and a spherical mass of rock materialized, instantaneously generating an immensely powerful gravitational force that drew in the surrounding fragments of rock and dust, causing its volume to rapidly increase. Tilting his head upwards to observe the colossal meteor rapidly forming in the heavens, Madara Uchiha responded with a subtle smirk. At this moment, Madara Uchiha remained impassively composed, his arms folded across his chest as he stood within the protective confines of his Susanoo, his gaze fixed upon Orochimaru with an expression of utter disdain, seemingly unconcerned by the impending threat of the Chibaku Tensei. Noticing the unconcerned expression on Madara Uchiha's face, a surge of anger flashed through Orochimaru's eyes as he continued to channel his chakra to sustain the Chibaku Tensei. Given that Madara Uchiha remained ensconced within his colossal, fully formed Susanoo, the current scale of the Chibaku Tensei was insufficient to draw him into the meteor for the purpose of sealing him. However, at that very instant, Orochimaru's countenance underwent a sudden and dramatic change. The black markings rapidly receded from his body, and the gravitational pull exerted by the meteor forming in the heavens abruptly ceased. Observing the steady stream of perspiration trickling down Orochimaru's brow, Madara Uchiha let out a cold chuckle. Foolish mortal, do you truly believe that the Rinnegan is a tool that can be wielded by one such as yourself, a mere vessel of flesh and blood? Although you have successfully transplanted the Sharingan utilizing Hashirama Senju cells, your body lacks the requisite chakra reserves to sustain the operational demands of the Rinnegan. Your reckless attempt to utilize the Chibaku Tensei technique has proven to be your undoing. Raising his gaze towards the heavens, where the colossal meteor had now fully formed, Madara Uchiha calmly declared. Let us allow you to experience firsthand the devastating power of the Chibaku Tensei, ensuring that you meet your end with a modicum of understanding. The moment Madara Uchiha's words had faded, the meteor in the heavens resumed its gravitational pull, but this time, the force was not directed towards Madara Uchiha, but rather towards Orochimaru. Under the irresistible gravitational force exerted by the meteor, Orochimaru, along with the immense Yamada no Orochi beneath him, was inexorably drawn towards the meteor's center. Orochimaru's expression was grim, even attempting to deploy snake clones as a means of escape was utterly futile, as his snake clones would be equally incapable of evading the meteor's overwhelming gravitational pull. The meteor continued to expand in size, and Orochimaru and the Yamada no Orochi were completely sealed within its confines. Suddenly, a layer of frost began to form on the meteor's surface, and the entire meteor gradually became encased in ice, a clear indication that Orochimaru was still valiantly resisting using his ice-style abilities. A mere death throw. Madara Uchiha snorted coldly, bringing his hands together before his chest, initiating the detonation of the Chibaku Tensei. A deafening roar reverberated through the air as the colossal meteor exploded from the inside out, unleashing an immense shockwave that sent countless fragments of rock hurtling towards the earth, almost triggering a minor earthquake. The Yamada no Orochi, situated at the very heart of the meteor, had vanished completely, and Orochimaru, severely injured and rendered unconscious, plummeted to the ground, creating a sizable crater upon impact. Having dispelled his Susanoo, Madara Uchiha approached Orochimaru, and Zetsu, having observed the conclusion of the battle, also drew near. Gazing upon Orochimaru, who still showed faint signs of life, Zetsu expressed his astonishment. I never imagined that he would still possess a vestige of life after being subjected to the Chibaku Tensei. Truly remarkable vitality. Madara Uchiha spoke slowly and deliberately. His true form appears not to be that of a genuine human. Nevertheless, regardless of his true nature, any individual lacking the bloodline of either Indra or Asura who dares to wield the power of the Rinnegan shall inevitably meet such a fate. As he spoke, Madara Uchiha bent down, carefully extracting the remaining Rinnegan from Orochimaru's face and seamlessly integrating it into his own empty eye socket. Witnessing Madara Uchiha's successful retrieval of the Rinnegan, Zetsu inquired, "So, shall we proceed with the elimination of Orochimaru?" Chapter 183, NZNT, Chapter. Zetsu asked Madara if he should kill Orochimaru. Madara frowned, thinking for a moment. Keep him alive, his ice style is useful. From what you described about Yusuker's fight with Pain, my junior's fire style is superb. Orochimaru's ice style might be able to counter it. Madara decided not to kill Orochimaru but to control him with genjutsu. He cast the genjutsu. The unconscious Orochimaru opened his eyes, his gaze vacant, his eyes Rinnegan-like, clearly under Madara's control. With Orochimaru subdued, Madara and Zetsu entered Orochimaru's base. Besides some test subjects, Orochimaru's key subordinates had fled. Kimimaro and the Sound Four had also escaped. This wasn't cowardice, Orochimaru had ordered it. They were his resurrection vessels. If they died, Orochimaru couldn't revive. The four captured Jinchuriki, sealed in a barrier by Orochimaru, were left untouched. Zetsu asked, "Master, what's next?" Madara looked towards Konoha. Will ally with villages fearing Konoha's power, launch a full-scale war to reclaim the remaining tailed beasts, and fully resurrect the Ten Tails. In Konoha, at the Konoha Research Institute, Dr. Agasa and his team, studying white Zetsu, had finally overcome the challenges of using white Zetsu tissue to construct human bodies and organs, entering the clinical trial phase. Minato, upon hearing this news, excitedly arrived at the institute to inquire about the plans for the practical application of this technology. Once perfected, this technology could aid numerous ninjas injured in battle, those missing limbs or with congenital disabilities, helping them to repair damaged tissue. For Minato personally, it offered the possibility of creating a new body for Kushina, enabling her to return to a normal life, rather than existing as a soul bound to a cursed seal, living an existence that was neither truly living nor truly dead. Dr. Agasa, how much longer until this technology is truly usable? Minato asked. With Kabuto currently at Ryūjin Cave learning senjutsu, Dr. Agasa was solely responsible for the research during this period. Thanks to the highly skilled and experienced research team at the Konoha Research Institute, Kabuto's absence had no discernible impact on the progress of the research. Dr. Agasa, still appearing perpetually exhausted as if he were constantly working through the night, responded to Minato's query with an enthusiastic expression. Under normal circumstances, these clinical trials would necessitate a period of 1 to 2 years. However, we have been exceptionally fortunate to receive the unwavering support of Comrade Haydn, who, at my persuasion, has willingly dedicated himself to assisting our endeavors around the clock, working tirelessly alongside us in these clinical trials. This has resulted in a dramatic acceleration of our progress. Grabbing Haydn, whose limbs were restrained and mouth sealed, preventing him from struggling on the operating table nearby. Dr. Agasa continued, based on our current rate of progress, assuming no unforeseen complications arise, we anticipate that the clinical trial phase will be formally concluded within approximately 1 month, at which point we will be able to initiate small-scale testing of this technology at Konoha Hospital. Upon hearing this report, Yuzuker nodded in satisfaction, placing a hand on Dr. Agasa's shoulder in commendation. I have not been mistaken in my judgment of you. It is due to your presence at the Konoha Research Institute that we have witnessed such remarkable advancements in recent years, and numerous technological breakthroughs owe their existence to your tireless efforts. Although Yuzuker was currently stationed in Sunagakure to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, his possession of the Kamui Sharingan, granting him the ability to instantaneously traverse space, rendered the constraints of distance virtually inconsequential. As a result, he typically dedicates a significant portion of each day to overseeing operations within Konoha. Furthermore, in an effort to reinforce Konoha's control over Sunagakure, a fixed-point teleportation system has been strategically deployed within Sunagakure, enabling the swift and efficient dispatch of additional ninjas to Sunagakure, as needed, or facilitating their return to Konoha. Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Minato returned to the Hokage building to resume his official duties. Before his departure, however, he requested that Yuzuker join him shortly thereafter, indicating the presence of urgent and consequential matters requiring immediate discussion. Following Minato's departure, Yuzuker swiftly pulled Dr. Agasa aside, who had been occupied with what appeared to be rather inappropriate physical contact with Haydn. casting a fleeting glance at Haiden, whose expression conveyed a profound sense of resignation and despair. Yusuker furrowed his brow slightly, addressing Dr. Agasa in a firm and serious tone. Did you not understand the stipulated work hours for Haiden? I am aware of your dedication to accelerating the research's progress, but Konoha is a place that values the humane treatment of individuals. Do you comprehend my meaning? Dr. Agasa nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, my subordinate understands. However, without the unique advantages afforded by Haiden's immortal nature, allowing him to dedicate himself to the clinical trials day and night, the timeframe for the initiation of pilot testing of this technology will likely be delayed by a further 2 to 3 months. Recalling Minato's consistently impatient demeanor whenever they met, Yusuke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let it be this once. Upon the successful completion of this technology, Haiden will be permitted to return to his normal work schedule. Dr. Agasa once again nodded in agreement, before abruptly posing another question to Yusuke. However, the refinement of the emergency seal, a project that you have expressed considerable interest in and a swift completion of which you deem paramount, also relies heavily on Haiden's support. The projected timeline that I previously provided you was predicated on his complete and unwavering dedication to the endeavor. Should Haiden be permitted to revert to a normal work schedule, there is a strong likelihood that the project's timeline will experience a considerable delay. Upon hearing Dr. Agasa's words, the muscles in Yusuke's face involuntarily twitched. Subsequently, Yusuke responded in a composed and unemotional tone, then let us impose upon Haiden's tireless dedication for a short while longer. Upon the successful completion of the refined, emergency seal, he shall be granted a well-deserved respite. In due course, I shall personally bestow upon him a prestigious Model Worker Award. Having concluded his instructions to Dr. Agasa, Yusuke instantaneously traversed the intervening distance through the utilization of his spatial jump ability, arriving at Minato's office. Upon witnessing Yusuke's arrival via his signature spatial jump technique, even Minato, despite his mastery of the Ryūjin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, could not help but reveal a hint of envy. Although the Ryūjin no Jutsu is equally capable of facilitating long-distance instantaneous movement, it necessitates the prior establishment of Flying Thunder God markings, rendering it significantly less convenient than the unparalleled spatial jump capabilities offered by Kamui. Observing Minato holding a scroll in his hands, Yusuke inquired with a smile, "What urgent matter requires my presence? Have you perchance discovered the whereabouts of Madara Uchiha or the remnants of Akatsuki?" Chapter 184, NZNT, Chapter. Since Madara Uchiha's appearance, Yusuke knew Akatsuki was essentially finished. The only remaining threats were Madara and Orochimaru. After discussing with Minato, Konoha immediately deployed widespread intelligence networks across the ninja world to gather information on these two individuals. Unfortunately, both Madara and Orochimaru were exceptionally adept at concealing their whereabouts, and to this day, no reliable intelligence has reached Yusuke. However, once intelligence regarding the hideout of either Madara Uchiha or Orochimaru is obtained by Yusuke, he, now possessing the Kamui ability, will be perfectly capable of launching a proactive offensive without any reservations. Upon hearing Yusuke's statement, Minato responded with a smile and a shake of his head, handing the scroll to Yusuke. After examining the scroll, Yusuke also broke into a smile. This aligns precisely with our prior expectations. Once news of our successful subjugation of Sunagakure spreads, the other major ninja villages will undoubtedly take action, devising countermeasures. Indeed, but this upcoming Kage summit. I wonder what schemes those villages are concocting, Minato remarked. Yusuke responded with a chuckle. Regardless of the nature of their schemes, they will prove inconsequential in the face of overwhelming power. However, the fact that they have extended an invitation for me to participate in the Kage summit is quite unexpected. Minato responded with a smile. That is only natural. While they harbor a reluctance to include you in the proceedings, they are nonetheless compelled to extend an invitation. If they fail to neutralize your considerable influence, then even the most meticulously crafted plans and strategies will ultimately prove fruitless. In reality, the decision of whether or not to invite Yusuke to participate in the Kage summit was a matter of considerable debate among Anoki, Meitorumi, and Darui. As Minato had aptly observed, on a psychological level, they harbored a strong aversion to inviting Yusuke, given his overwhelming power and assertive nature. However, if they wished to achieve their objectives, they were obligated to secure Yusuke's participation. It was abundantly clear that the current leadership of Konoha consisted not only of Minato, in his capacity as Hokage, but also of Yusuke, acting as the chief advisor to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, thereby representing the interests of the nation as a whole. Yusuke, upon brief reflection, readily grasped the underlying dynamics of this situation. Placing the scroll upon Minato's desk, Yusuke remarked with a smile, "Do you happen to have any pre-established Flying Thunder God markings in the Land of Iron? If not, I shall be more than happy to escort you there on the day of the Kage summit." Minato nodded in agreement. "That would be most appreciated. However, I would also request that you kindly arrange for several bodyguards to accompany us, otherwise, the presence of merely the two of us might appear somewhat lacking in formality." Understood, understood. With the activation of the Kamui spacetime jump ability, Yuzuker, while simultaneously waving his hand dismissively, gradually faded from Minato's sight. As Yusuker's rapport with Minato deepened, he discovered that Minato possessed a remarkably verbose and loquacious nature. Upon the Hokage rock, specifically on the visage of Minato, 3 young children were lounging languidly, basking in the warmth of the sun. With a blade of dog grass casually dangling from his mouth and both arms serving as a pillow beneath his head, Sasuke feigned nonchalance as he addressed Naruto and Yoda, who were positioned alongside him. "Hey, where did you two get your summoning animals?" It transpired that Sasuke, having been profoundly impressed by the colossal summoning animals summoned by Naruto and Yoda during the previous joint Chunin exams, had subsequently approached his elder brother, Itachi, with a request to obtain a summoning animal of his own. However, much to Sasuke's disappointment, Itachi was unable to provide him with any summoning animals beyond the ninja cat species. Consequently, fueled by a strong sense of self-esteem, Sasuke refrained from initially seeking clarification from Naruto and Yoda regarding the origins of their summoning animals. Instead, he embarked on a solitary quest, venturing into the dense mountain ranges situated in the vicinity of Konoha village. Unfortunately, the acquisition of such colossal summoning animals was not a straightforward endeavor, as these creatures were not readily available and easily obtained. Furthermore, even if Sasuke were to encounter one of these formidable creatures, he lacked the necessary skills and strength to subdue such a powerful being. Ultimately, having exhausted all other avenues of inquiry, Sasuke found himself compelled to seek assistance from his 2 companions. Upon hearing Sasuke's query, Naruto and Yoda informed Sasuke that their respective summoning animals had been bestowed upon them by Minato and Kabuto, respectively. As I suspected, procuring summoning animals of such remarkable power is not a task that can be readily accomplished through our own efforts. You two are truly fortunate to have individuals capable of providing such formidable creatures. Alas, I remain devoid of such assistance, Sasuke sighed, recounting the details of his recent endeavors to obtain a summoning animal to his companions. Yoda responded with a smile, "You could try asking Kakashi-sensei." Upon hearing Yoda's suggestion, Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he immediately sprang to his feet, setting off towards the Hokage building, with Naruto and Yoda trailing closely behind. Given that Kakashi was currently overseeing the entirety of the Umbu, he was unable to lead them on missions, therefore, whenever they sought to locate Kakashi, they would typically resort to staking out the Hokage building. Shortly after their arrival at the Hokage building, Kakashi emerged from Minato's office. Upon exiting the office, Kakashi immediately noticed the 3 young ninjas who were discreetly positioned nearby. "Naruto, why are you still wearing those sunglasses that Killer Bee gave you?" Upon catching sight of Naruto, who was still wearing the sunglasses, Kakashi's face, concealed beneath his mask, twitched involuntarily, as the sight of Naruto adorned with such an accessory struck him as jarring and incongruous. Naruto responded with a light snort, "Regardless of your attempts to persuade me otherwise, I shall steadfastly refuse to remove these sunglasses." Kakashi shook his head and turned his attention to the remaining 2 young ninjas, inquiring, "So, what brings you to seek me out?" Sasuke stepped forward, posing his question directly to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, I aspire to learn the summoning jutsu." Upon hearing Sasuke's declaration, Kakashi responded with a self-satisfied chuckle, "Then you have indeed approached the most appropriate individual. Let me inform you that the entirety of Konoha is well aware that my summoning animal is the most ideally suited for use by ninjas, with the elite members of the Umbu expressing particular envy towards my unique companion." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke's eyes widened with excitement, while Naruto and Yoda also displayed expressions of eager anticipation, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of finally witnessing the identity of Kakashi's summoning animal. "I shall escort you to the training grounds. This location is not conducive to the execution of the summoning jutsu," Kakashi announced, leading the 3 children to their former training grounds. Upon reaching the training grounds, Kakashi motioned for the 3 children to maintain a position of observation, before swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. With a forceful downward thrust of his right hand onto the ground, a summoning symbol materialized beneath Kakashi's feet. A plume of white smoke billowed upwards, and Sasuke, Naruto, and Yoda, gripped by intense anticipation, fixated their gaze upon the swirling vapor, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the formidable summoning animal that was about to emerge. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the expression of anticipation that had previously adorned Sasuke's face was replaced by one of utter indifference, his eyes losing their earlier luster. Naruto, overcome with unrestrained laughter, collapsed onto the ground, clutching his stomach. Yoda alone displayed a keen interest, crouching down before Kakashi's summoning animal, his gaze intently focused upon the creature. From the dissipating smoke emerged a diminutive adorned with a Konoha forehead protector and a vibrant blue vest. This is Pakken. His tracking abilities surpass even those of the ninja dogs meticulously trained by the Inuzuka clan. Furthermore, he possesses the remarkable ability to communicate with ninjas using human language. His skills in tracking, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance are unparalleled within Konoha, making him one of our most prized summoning animals. Kakashi solemnly introduced Pakken to the 3 children. Following Kakashi's introduction, Pakken raised his paw in a gesture of greeting to those present, uttering a single word, yo. Chapter 185, NZNT, Chapter. Kakashi quickly noticed Sasuke and Naruto's expressions and immediately understood their thoughts. You two don't think summoning animals are only for fighting, do you? That's completely wrong. Fighting is just one use. Many strong ninjas don't rely on summoning animals in battle, they're mostly for support. Kakashi explained seriously. Sasuke understood, but he was still disappointed. It's normal for boys that age to want cool summoning animals, especially since his two friends already had powerful ones, increasing Sasuke's desire for a strong summoning animal. While Yoda was playing with Pakken, Naruto sniffed the air, his expression turning serious. I smell Sakura. Naruto still liked Sakura very much and often teased her. With his keen sense of smell, he had a strong impression of Sakura's scent. After sniffing around, Naruto discovered that the scent was coming from Pakken, which surprised him greatly. He immediately began to observe Pakken closely. However, after observing for a long time, Naruto couldn't find any clues. He never imagined that Pakken and Sakura used the same shampoo. It must be my imagination. Naruto shook his head, dismissing the thought. Hey, what are you guys doing? Isn't that Pakken? Long time no see. Just then, Yukumo, who was passing by, saw the group and curiously approached them. Seeing Yukumo, Sasuke explained his search for a summoning animal. Yukumo stroked her chin, musing, a summoning animal, huh? Come to think of it, I don't have one either. Patting Sasuke on the head, Yukumo smiled, don't worry. When Kabuto comes back, I'll ask him to let you sign his summoning scroll. Sasuke's face lit up, then he looked worried, will my summoning animal be as cool as Naruto's toad or Yoda's slug? That's a slug, not a booger. Yoda protested. Yukumo smiled, it's one of those too. Kabuto has summoning scrolls from Mount Maiboku, toads, and Chikatsu Forest, slugs. Sasuke immediately said, I'll take the toad. A slug is weird. Naruto triumphantly winked at Yoda, who didn't see it because of his sunglasses. Naruto, why are you still wearing those sunglasses? They don't suit you. Yukumo said, exasperated but amused. Naruto snorted, I'll never take them off. Yukumo raised an eyebrow, a strange smile on her face. Oh, the other day at the dumpling shop, I overheard Sakura and some girls talking, and they were commenting on your sunglasses. Naruto eagerly asked, really? Sakura talked about me. What did she think? Did she think I looked cool? Yukumo shook her head, smiling, they said you look uglier with them. Hearing Yukumo, Naruto immediately took off his sunglasses and put them in his pocket. Kakashi, who had just failed to persuade Naruto, rolled his eyes. After the kids left, Kakashi curiously asked Yukumo, did Sakura really talk about Naruto? Yukumo laughed, of course not. They were talking about Sasuke. Later that afternoon, Yukumo went to Yusuker's office. Yusuker was still in Sunagakure, but his crow clone, Genya, was there. Genya knew Yukumo was looking for him. A spacetime vortex appeared, Genya vanished. Seconds later, it reappeared, Genya now perched on Yusuker's shoulder. Brother, I still don't have a summoning animal. Yukumo said, pouting. Yusuker raised an eyebrow, you don't seem to need one. Yukumo pouted, not needing one and not having one are different. Yusuker sighed, took out a summoning scroll, and showed it to Yukumo, I have a powerful summoning beast. Sign the contract. This was the scroll he used to summon the Shinigami. It was a master-servant contract, not an equal one, so he wasn't worried about the Shinigami controlling Yukumo. Yukumo happily signed and pressed her thumbprint onto the scroll. After signing, Yukumo asked, brother, what is your summoning beast? Yusuker smiled, it's not exactly a summoning beast, it's more of a summoning demon. Summon it and find out. Yusuker demonstrated the hand seals, and Yukumo followed. Summoning jutsu. After completing the seals, Yusuker cancelled his, and Yukumo summoned. Smoke billowed, and the tall Shinigami appeared before Yukumo. Its translucent body and terrifying face showed it was unusual. Yusuker was slightly smug. Only he could summon the Shinigami in the entire ninja world, this is the legendary Shinigami. It's very powerful. If an enemy is caught, its soul will be devoured. Use this jutsu carefully. Yukumo frowned, it's not cute at all. Yusuker facepalmed, the Shinigami, who understood human language, looked embarrassed. Thanks, brother. Yukumo thanked Yusuker and happily left, leaving Yusuker and the Shinigami staring at each other. Chapter 186, NZNT, Chapter. To the immediate north of the Land of Fire lies the Land of Iron. This nation, situated in the north, experiences a consistently frigid climate, with snowfall persisting throughout the year. What is even more remarkable is the virtual absence of ninjas within the Land of Iron. It is entirely governed by samurai, and the nation's supreme leader is designated as the commander. The current commander of the Land of Iron is Mifune, a warrior renowned for his exceptional skill in swordsmanship. In a world where ninjas are prevalent, a nation such as the Land of Iron is a truly exceptional rarity. Furthermore, owing to the Land of Iron's considerable military strength and its long-standing reputation for neutrality and impartiality, this nation frequently serves as a mediator in resolving disputes and maintaining equilibrium among the 5 major ninja nations, facilitating peaceful negotiations between these nations and their respective ninja villages. This particular Kage summit, initiated by Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure, is being convened in the capital city of the Land of Iron. The individual presiding over this summit and serving as its impartial arbiter is none other than Mifune, the commander of the Land of Iron. As the commencement of the Kage summit drew nearer, ninjas from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure had begun to arrive in the Land of Iron. However, ninjas from Konohagakure and Sunagakure remained conspicuously absent. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Kage summit, yet not a single ninja from Konohagakure or Sunagakure has been sighted. Could it be that they have no intention of attending this assembly? Within Mifune's residence, Tsuchikage Anoki, Mizukage Meitarumi, and Reikage Darui were all present. Upon learning of the absence of representatives from Konohagakure and Sunagakure, Anoki expressed his apprehension. Mifune responded by shaking his head, "I find that highly improbable. Both the Hokage and the Kazekage have formally replied to my correspondence, confirming their intention to attend the Kage summit punctually. Given their esteemed positions, I am confident that they would not renege on their commitment." At that precise moment, the voice of one of Mifune's subordinates could be heard from beyond the entrance. "Commander Mifune, the representatives from Konohagakure and Sunagakure have arrived. I have already made arrangements for them to rest at the inn." Upon hearing this report from his subordinate, Mifune and the 3 Kage present exchanged meaningful glances before directing a question to the subordinate. By what means did the representatives from Konohagakure and Sunagakure arrive? It appears that there was no prior indication of their approach to our nation. The subordinate, somewhat hesitantly, responded, "I have been informed by the guards stationed at the city gates that a vortex-like phenomenon, resembling a swirling eddy, materialized just outside the city walls, and subsequently, the representatives from Konohagakure and Sunagakure emerged directly from this vortex. As for the precise mechanics of this occurrence, I confess that I am not entirely certain." Meitarumi, sitting nearby, furrowed her brow upon hearing this account. This would appear to be some form of space-time ninjutsu, and from the description provided, it does not seem to be the Flying Thunder God technique. It is truly astonishing that Konohagakure possesses such an unconventional ability. Anoki nodded in agreement. Such an ability would prove to be exceptionally formidable in the context of warfare. Konohagakure's utilization of this technique to attend the Kage summit is undoubtedly intended as a demonstration of their power, designed to exert pressure upon us. In actuality, Yuzuker had not given the matter as much consideration as Anoki had surmised. His decision to employ the Kamui space-time jump ability to reach the Land of Iron was purely a matter of expediency, aimed at saving everyone's time. Given Konohagakure's current level of strength, there was no longer any need to resort to such subtle tactics as a means of demonstrating their dominance to other factions. Upon learning that the representatives from Konohagakure and Sunagakure had indeed arrived, those present were relieved. After establishing a unified approach to their statements for the forthcoming Kage summit, they departed from Mifune's residence, each returning to their respective village inns. The following day arrived. Within the assembly hall designated by the Land of Iron, the Kage from the 5 major ninja villages convened. In addition to the Kage, Mifune, the host, and Yusuker, Konoha's chief advisor, were also in attendance. Each individual was accompanied by 1 or 2 bodyguards or assistants. Behind Tsuchikage Anoki stood Rashi and Kuratsuchi, behind Mizukage Meitarumi stood Ao and Chojuro, behind Reikage Darui stood Dodai and Shur, behind Kazekage Pakura stood her disciple, Maki, behind Hokage Minato stood Genma Shiranui, and behind Yusuker stood his nominally appointed bodyguard, Yoroi Akato. Once everyone had settled into their designated seats, Mifune, in his capacity as the impartial arbiter of the proceedings, commenced the meeting. This Kage summit has been convened at the request of the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Reikage. Its purpose is to discuss the unusual cooperative relationship between Konohagakure and Sunagakure, a matter that has evidently given rise to considerable apprehension among the 3 Kage. Following Mifune's opening remarks, Anoki, in his role as the principal organizer of the summit, directed a serious gaze towards Minato and Yusuker. Esteemed representatives of Konohagakure, the current order within the ninja world is predicated upon the principles established by the first Hokage, adhering to a system of one nation, one ninja village. It is precisely the existence of the 5 major ninja villages within the 5 great nations that has ensured a delicate balance and mutual restraint, thereby safeguarding the peace of the ninja world. However, Konohagakure, the very architect of this established order, has now taken it upon itself to violate these fundamental principles, seizing control of Sunagakure's military and political power, thereby disrupting the hard-won equilibrium of the ninja world. Yusuker responded with a smile, there exists no perfect system in this world, all systems are subject to evolution and adaptation. The first Hokage himself overthrew the old order to establish a new one. Konoha and Tsunagakure have historically maintained an alliance, however, the fourth Kazekage launched a surprise attack on Konoha, demonstrating that the previous system failed to prevent war and ensure lasting peace. Now, observe the current state of affairs. Konoha and Tsunagakure are now as close as family, devoid of any animosity or conflict, a testament to significant progress. At this juncture, Yuzuker turned his gaze towards Pakura, addressing her with a smile, Kazekage, would you not concur with this assessment? Upon being thusly addressed by Yuzuker, Pakura's facial muscles twitched subtly, and she responded in a monotone voice, I suppose so. Mizukage Terumi countered, your statement, however, constitutes a specious argument. Should all of the major ninja villages adopt such a course of action, engaging in mutual aggression and exerting control over one another, the ninja world would inevitably descend into utter chaos. Hokage Minato responded with a smile, then, esteemed colleagues, what is your proposed course of action? Anoki spoke slowly and deliberately, our demands are straightforward, we simply seek to preserve the independence of the 5 major ninja villages. If Konoha agrees to restore Tsunagakure's independence, withdraw all ninjas stationed within Tsunagakure, release elders Chiyo and Ebizo, and permit Tsunagakure to independently select its next Kazekage. Then, we, the 3 Kage, representing the 3 major ninja villages, are prepared to offer Konoha double compensation for any losses incurred as a result of Tsunagakure's actions. From Anoki's statement, it was evident that the Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Mizukage, while united in their cause, nevertheless maintained a considerable degree of apprehension towards Konoha. In presenting their demands, they had made substantial concessions, thereby demonstrating their sincere commitment to a peaceful resolution. However, for Yusuker and Minato, whose ultimate objective was the unification of the ninja world, relinquishing control over Tsunagakure, which had already been integrated into Konoha's administrative structure, was simply not an option. Directing his gaze towards Anoki, who was clearly the dominant figure among the 3 Kage, Minato responded with a smile, Konoha did not forcibly seize control of Tsunagakure, our actions were predicated upon an agreement reached with the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and the current Kazekage, Pakura, was appointed to her position by the daimyo himself. Should you harbor any objections to this arrangement, it would be necessary to engage in discussions with the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Chapter 187, NZNT, Chapter. Minato's words caused Yusuker to chuckle inwardly. This seemingly honest and amiable man was quite the strategist, skillfully shifting the responsibility to the Kazekage. Anoki, Terumi, and Darui exchanged glances, recognizing that both Konoha's leaders were indeed formidable opponents. If this line of reasoning were to be followed, the Kage summit could be concluded, as any further discussion would be fruitless without the presence of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. After clearing his throat, Anoki, deciding against further circumlocution, turned his gaze towards Minato and Yusuker, stating directly, regardless of the identity of the individual who conceived this proposal, it is utterly unacceptable to the other ninja villages, we 3 major villages merely serve as representatives of this sentiment. Should the Hokage and the chief advisor of Konoha fail to accede to our demands, we propose that the matter be resolved through a contest of strength. Should Konoha and Tsunagakure emerge victorious in this contest, we, the assembled ninja villages, shall refrain from further interference in your affairs, however, should the 3 of us prevail, we request that Konoha relinquish its control over Tsunagakure. Following Anoki's statement, Terumi added, the adoption of a contest of strength serves as a means of averting a large-scale conflict. Should you, esteemed representatives, prove unwilling to accept this proposal, we, the 3 major ninja villages, along with any other villages harboring similar grievances, will be compelled to resort to more extreme measures. Upon hearing the pronouncements of Anoki and Terumi, Minato remained outwardly composed, while Yusuker's countenance grew serious, causing the temperature within the assembly hall to seemingly plummet. Prior to their arrival, the 2 had strategized, with Yusuker assuming the role of the stern antagonist and Minato playing the part of the conciliatory protagonist. Extreme measures. I am eager to witness the nature of these so-called extreme measures. Yusuker coldly snorted, unleashing a surge of potent spiritual pressure that permeated the assembly hall, intensifying the atmosphere. With the exception of those representing Konoha and Tsunagakure, all those present found their breathing noticeably labored, and beads of cold sweat involuntarily formed upon their foreheads. The most profound impact of this display of power was felt by Anoki, who happened to be seated directly opposite Yusuker. Having endured the oppressive rule of Madara Uchiha in the past, Anoki felt as though he had been transported back in time, reliving the fear he had once experienced under the Uchiha's dominion. As the assembly hall remained silent, Minato, with a smile, patted Yusuker on the arm. Yusuker, perhaps we should first hear their proposal regarding the rules of this contest. Konoha, too, yearns for peace. We should strive to avoid war if at all possible, although I am aware that you have been somewhat impatient for a confrontation. Upon hearing Minato's words, Yusuker appeared to be persuaded, and he promptly retracted his spiritual pressure, causing those present to feel an immediate sense of relief. After scanning the assembled individuals, Yuzuker let out a cold laugh. The Uchiha clan has never yielded to threats. Let any individual dare to utter further insolent remarks, and they shall face the consequences of their actions. Having felt the tangible weight of Yuzuker's spiritual pressure, not a single individual among those present dared to voice any objections. Mizukage Meitarumi, whose pride had been wounded by Yuzuker's rebuke, was firmly restrained by Ao and Chojuro, who stood behind her. A person's reputation precedes them, and although few among those present had witnessed Yuzuker's prowess firsthand, none entertained the notion that the power attributed to him in various accounts was merely exaggerated. If Yuzuker were to indeed disrupt the proceedings and engage in physical combat with those present, it is highly probable that no one would be capable of restraining him, and there was a distinct possibility that one or two Kage might perish in the ensuing conflict. Anoki, being the most senior among those present, maintained his composure, and after composing himself, he began to speak slowly and deliberately. Regarding the proposed contest, after careful deliberation with the Mizukage and the Reikage, we have reached a consensus that each side shall field 11 ninjas for the competition, with the victor being determined by the first side to secure 6 victories. The stake in this contest of strength shall be the restoration of Tsunagekyu's independence. Upon hearing this proposal, Yuzuker let out a sardonic chuckle. Is it not somewhat inequitable for 3 major ninja villages to challenge 2? Furthermore, 11 matches are excessive. Why not settle the matter here and now, with a single contest between myself and your representatives? Anoki responded with a slightly embarrassed chuckle. This is a matter of considerable significance, and to resolve it with a single battle would be overly simplistic. After careful consideration, we have decided to conduct 11 matches, a format that more equitably reflects the comprehensive strength of each participating village. Moreover, your assertion that 3 villages are challenging 2 is irrelevant. The issue is one of differing positions and alignments. Anoki, Meitarumi, and Darui had indeed given considerable thought to the number of matches in the contest. They were well aware of Konohagakure's superior numbers of high-level combatants, especially Yuzuker, who was virtually invincible in a one-on-one confrontation. Therefore, they had decided to maximize the number of matches in the contest in order to enhance their probability of victory. In their estimation, it was highly improbable that the combined strength of 3 ninja villages would be inferior to that of Konohagakure alone. As for Tsunagekyur, it was essentially a defunct entity, possessing no formidable combatants of note, with the exception of Pakura, who was, in fact, a spy for Konohagakure. Following Anoki's explanation, Yuzuker and Minato exchanged a brief glance. Yuzuker promptly employed the Genjutsu, drawing Minato into a shared illusory realm, where they engaged in a concise discussion. After their deliberation, they concluded that Konohagakure possessed the necessary strength and resources to secure victory in this contest. Given that Madara, Uchiha and Orochimaru remained concealed in the shadows, they deemed that the time was not yet ripe to launch a full-scale war aimed at unifying the ninja world. Consequently, they resolved to accept Anoki's proposal. Since the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Reikage have expressed their desire to proceed with this contest, Konohagakure and Tsunagekyur shall accept your challenge, Minato stated calmly. Upon observing Konohagakure's acceptance of the proposed contest, Anoki, Meitarumi, and Darui exchanged glances, and a look of elation could be discerned in their eyes. In that case, let the contest commence in 10 days' time, Anoki announced. Turning his attention towards Mifune, who was seated nearby, Anoki continued, the arrangements for the contest venue shall be entrusted to your capable hands, esteemed Commander Mifune. Following the signing of a formal agreement by the 6 principal figures seated around the conference table, along with Mifune, who served as the impartial arbiter, the Kage summit was officially concluded. The representatives from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure resolved to remain temporarily in the Land of Iron, awaiting the commencement of the contest 10 days hence, while simultaneously dispatching notifications to their respective villages, summoning their most skilled warriors to the Land of Iron to prepare for the impending conflict. Meanwhile, Yuzuker employed the Kamui space-time jump technique to transport the representatives from Konohagakure and Tsunagekyur back to their respective villages, thus eliminating the need for them to remain unnecessarily in the Land of Iron. Upon their return to Konohagakure, Minato addressed Yuzuker with a smile. Your portrayal of the stern antagonist was truly exceptional, even I found myself momentarily intimidated by your demeanor. Yuzuker responded with a wave of his hand. The credit for that performance belongs entirely to you. It was your insistence that I assume the role of the antagonist. You must understand that I am, in my everyday life, a remarkably affable and easygoing individual. Minato responded with a wry smile. The assumption of such a role, however, necessitates a certain level of authority and confidence. My own abilities are insufficient to instill fear in those Kage. Within the entire ninja world, you are the only individual capable of effectively assuming the role of the stern antagonist before them. Chapter 188, NZNT, Chapter. But if Iwagakure, Tsushigakure, and Kirigakure team up for this contest, they'll still have quite a few strong ninjas. Especially with Killer Bee and Yujito back in Kimogakure, that'll be a bit tricky, Minato said, smiling. Despite mentioning some difficulties, Minato's expression remained relaxed, clearly indicating his considerable confidence in the outcome of the contest. Yuzuker nodded. while we anticipated that the other major ninja villages would inevitably take action following our successful acquisition of Sunagakure, we did not foresee their proposal for a contest of strength. However, this development is advantageous. Once we secure victory, it should buy us some time. Once we have neutralized the threats posed by Madara, Uchiha and Orochimaru, the time will be ripe to unify the ninja world. Minato retrieved a blank scroll from his desk and commenced writing the names of the individuals he planned to include in the team for this contest: Yusuker Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, Pakura, Kabuto Yakushi, Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha, and Izumi Uchiha. After inscribing 7 names, Minato raised his gaze towards Yusuker, stating, "We currently have 4 remaining slots to fill. It will likely be necessary to select individuals from among the remaining elite jonin." Yusuker responded with a smile, "I have 3 additional skilled individuals at my disposal, my disciple, Kurama Yukumo, and 2 who have recently joined our ranks, Konan and Hoichi." Following their defection to Yusuker's side, Konan and Hoichi had been accommodated within Konoha, and their names had been formally added to the Umbu roster. Consequently, both Minato and Kakashi were fully aware of their existence. Upon hearing Yusuker's statement, Minato's eyes lit up. "Excellent, these individuals are indeed highly skilled. Do you have any recommendations for the final slot? If not, I propose that we enlist the services of Elder Yazan." The Elder Yazan to whom Minato referred was none other than the veteran elite jonin, Hakuyo Yazan, a figure who commanded considerable respect among Konoha's elite jonin. Yusuker responded with a smile, "That is perfectly acceptable. However, in my estimation, it is highly probable that we shall not require the services of every member of our team to secure victory. According to the established rules governing the contest, the victor would be determined once one party had secured 6 victories." Minato shook his head. "You should at least afford our opponents a modicum of opportunity." The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Concurrent with Yusuker and Minato's selection of participants for the contest, the representatives from Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure were also engaged in deliberations regarding their own team composition. Although Konoha had acceded to their proposal, the expressions on the faces of Anoki, Darui, and Mei-Terumi were far from relaxed, clearly indicating that they lacked complete confidence in their ability to secure victory in this contest. Anoki and his associates were acutely aware of Konoha's superior numbers of highly skilled ninjas. However, in an effort to avoid a full-scale conflict with the formidable Konoha, they had determined that a contest of strength represented the most prudent course of action, presenting the lowest level of risk. After a brief period of reflection, Anoki was the first to present Iwagakure's roster of participants. "Iwagakure shall be represented by myself, Anoki, Kuratsuchi, and Daidara." Upon hearing this announcement, Mei-Terumi furrowed her brow. "Why have you not included the 2 Jinchuriki from Iwagakure in your team? Furthermore, is it not the case that Daidara is a high-ranking S-class criminal wanted by Iwagakure?" Reikage Darui, too, expressed his bewilderment, gazing at Anoki with a perplexed expression. The roster of participants presented by Anoki had significantly deviated from his expectations. Anoki responded with an embarrassed chuckle, "To my shame, the 2 Jinchuriki residing within our village have recently vanished without a trace, while Daidara, that mischievous young man, has undergone a transformation and returned to Iwagakure. His strength is arguably second only to my own within Iwagakure, making him a formidable asset." Following the capture of Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki by Akatsuki, Anoki, in an effort to prevent this incident from tarnishing Iwagakure's reputation, had refrained from making a public announcement, while simultaneously undertaking a covert investigation to ascertain the whereabouts of the 2 Jinchuriki. As for Daidara, he was located by Kuratsuchi, who subsequently persuaded him to return to Iwagakure. Given that he had not joined Akatsuki, he had nowhere else to turn, and upon receiving a pledge from Tsuchikage Anoki granting him a zone of autonomy within which to pursue his explosive art, Daidara readily agreed to return to Iwagakure. This situation clearly illustrates the immense pressure exerted upon Anoki by Konoha's formidable power and the disappearance of Iwagakure's 2 Jinchuriki. Otherwise, he would not have considered recalling the highly volatile Daidara back to the village. Upon hearing Anoki's explanation, Mei-Terumi and Darui exchanged a look of mutual understanding, silently acknowledging that they had initially harbored the expectation that Iwagakure would contribute a greater number of skilled ninjas to the contest. After all, Kumogakure had suffered significant losses in its recent conflict with Konoha, while Kirigakure, although it had not sustained extensive damage in its confrontation with Konoha, had subsequently experienced the disappearance of the 4th Mizukage and Kisame Hoshigaki, resulting in a diminished number of highly skilled ninjas within the village. With a sigh, Mei-Terumi presented Kirigakure's lineup. "Kirigakure shall be represented by myself, Ao, and Chojuro." From the roster of participants presented by Mei-Terumi, it was readily apparent that Kirigakure's current state was indeed dire. The number of skilled jonin within the village was likely the lowest among the 5 major ninja villages, and even Chojuro, who had recently represented Kirigakure in the joint Chunin exams, had been included in the lineup. Mei-Terumi felt a pang of bitterness. Since her ascension to the position of Mizukage, she had implemented numerous well-received reforms within the village, diligently cultivating new talent while simultaneously endeavoring to appease the bloodline clans who had long been subjected to oppression. Unfortunately, her tenure as Mizukage had spanned only a few years, and even the most effective policies were insufficient to revitalize the waning fortunes of Kirigakure within such a brief time frame. Darui, the Reikage, expressed his dissatisfaction. Tsuchikage, Mizukage, this contest comprises 11 matches, yet you have each provided only 3 participants. Are we to assume that Kimogakure is expected to supply the remaining 5 participants? Anoki responded slowly and deliberately, Reikage, I would appreciate it if you would first present Kimogakure's selection of participants. Subsequently, we can engage in further deliberations regarding the allocation of any remaining slots. Darui's expression softened somewhat, and after a moment of contemplation, he stated, Kimogakure shall field 4 participants, myself, Killer Bee, Yujito, and Dodai. The selection of the final participant shall be left to the discretion of Kimogakure and Kirigakure. Having presented Kimogakure's roster of participants, Darui proceeded to disclose the fact that Killer Bee and Yujito had been deprived of their tailed beasts by Konoha, a revelation that caused both Anoki and Meitorumi to express their astonishment. This disclosure also prompted the assembled individuals to speculate whether the Jinchuriki who had vanished in recent years had been secretly apprehended by Konoha. Considering Konoha's current strength, the clandestine capture of Jinchuriki would not present an insurmountable challenge, especially given Konoha's mastery of multiple space-time ninjutsu techniques, which would render their operations exceptionally discreet and efficient. However, despite these suspicions, the immediate priority remained the securing of victory in the upcoming contest. After engaging in further deliberations, Anoki and Meitorumi reached a consensus, selecting Rashi from Iwagakure as the final participant. Owing to the mutual distrust and reticence among Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure, certain information had not been shared in advance, resulting in a team composition that significantly deviated from their initial expectations, further diminishing their already tenuous confidence in securing victory. Nevertheless, having committed themselves to this course of action, they were now compelled to proceed with the contest. Chapter 189, NZNT, Chapter. News of the upcoming contest between Konoha and the combined forces of Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure, following the Kage summit, quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Madara Uchiha, hidden in the shadows, also learned of this. Madara had abandoned his Omegakure base and remained hidden in his original secret hideout. After his brief battle with Yuzuker, he realized he couldn't defeat him. Remaining in Omegakure risked an attack from Yuzuker. Master, Konoha is about to have a contest with 3 other villages in the Land of Iron. This is a perfect opportunity to ambush Konoha and seize the 9 tails, Zetsu suggested to Madara. Madara shook his head. Yusuker Uchiha possesses Obito's Kemui. The current Hokage also has Hirai Shin. If Konoha is attacked, the Umbu can instantly return using special communication methods. Zetsu was puzzled, should we just let such a good opportunity pass us by without taking any action? Madara said coldly, the 3 villages' contest against Konoha will inevitably end in their crushing defeat. It will also allow them to truly witness Konoha's strength. Once they experience true fear, it will be much easier for me to seek their cooperation. On a forest path leading to Konoha, 2 figures walked slowly, one walking normally, the other levitating. Strictly speaking, one was walking, the other was flying. These 2 were Kabuto, returning from his senjutsu training, and Ichikishimahime, the snake sage, with whom he had signed an equal summoning contract. Because Ichikishimahime also wanted to see the scenery outside Ryūjin Cave, Kabuto simply brought her along when he left. Kabuto, how much longer until we reach Konoha? Can't you just call that annoying guy to teleport us back? Holding a small fan of unknown origin, Ichikishimahime incessantly complained to Kabuto. It was midday, when the sun was at its most intense, making the already hot weather even more unbearable, especially for Ichikishimahime, a snake who preferred the shade. Kabuto remained expressionless, his tone cold. I can't possibly trouble sensei with such a trivial matter. Besides, if you find the heat unbearable, you are welcome to return to Ryūjin Cave. The annoying guy she referred to was Yuzuker, who had previously demonstrated his strength at Ryūjin Cave. Kabuto, somewhat intimidated by Ichikishimahime's incessant chatter, feigned indifference to encourage her to speak less. If I'd known this beforehand, I wouldn't have chosen her. Kabuto silently regretted his decision. After walking for another 2 hours, Kabuto and Ichikishimahime finally reached Konoha's territory. After registering with the guards at the village entrance, Kabuto led Ichikishimahime into Konoha. Observing the bustling streets, Ichikishimahime displayed a look of curiosity. Although she was still levitating as she walked, attracting the attention of many villagers, this was not an uncommon sight in the ninja world. For instance, Tsuchikage Anoki could also levitate using the earth release, lightweight rock technique. At that moment, Izumi, who happened to be strolling through the streets, noticed Kabuto accompanied by this peculiar young girl and approached them with a curious expression. Kabuto, you're back from your senjutsu training. Who is this little girl? As Izumi questioned Kabuto, she gazed at the adorable Ichikishimahime, impulsively reaching out to stroke the top of her head. However, at that very instant, Ichikishimahime's eyes transformed into vertical slits, scales manifested on her face, she opened her mouth to reveal a forked tongue and sharp fangs, and assumed a ferocious expression, demonstrating her displeasure at Izumi's attempt to touch her head. She, Ichikishimahime, a prominent figure within the sacred Ryūjin cave, second only in stature to the white snake sage, could not be treated so casually. Although Ichikishimahime had adopted what she considered to be her most intimidating posture, she was unaware that her appearance was so endearing that even the slight manifestation of reptilian features did not appear frightening. Izumi was momentarily taken aback by Ichikishimahime's display, but she quickly formulated a countermeasure. For Izumi, who frequently interacted with the children of the village, dealing with such a young individual presented no significant challenge. Retrieving a string of steaming three-colored dango from a paper bag she was carrying, Izumi offered them with a smile. "These are Konoha's specialty three-colored dango. Why don't you try some?" Upon seeing this, Ichikishimahime initially hesitated, but the alluring aroma emanating from the three-colored dango proved too tempting to resist. With a swift movement, she snatched the dango from Izumi's hand and began to devour them with gusto. At this point, Izumi let out a triumphant chuckle and reached out once more to stroke Ichikishimahime's head. Just as Ichikishimahime was about to express her displeasure and resist, Izumi promptly raised the paper bag, which was still brimming with dango, giving Ichikishimahime a subtle indication that more delectable treats were readily available. Finally, succumbing to the irresistible allure of the delicious food, Ichikishimahime ceased her resistance to Izumi's affectionate gesture. Kabuto, standing nearby, shook his head in resignation, never having anticipated that upon encountering Ichikishimahime, Izumi would completely disregard his presence. "Izumi, do you know who this little girl is? She's not as simple as she appears." Kabuto addressed Izumi, who was still playfully interacting with Ichikishimahime. Although Ichikishimahime possessed the appearance of an adorable young girl, as a high-ranking member of Ryūjin Cave, she was far from harmless. Observing Izumi's apparent fondness for Ichikishimahime, Kabuto felt it incumbent upon himself to offer a word of caution, in order to prevent any unforeseen complications. Izumi, however, responded with a dismissive wave of her hand. "Of course, I know. She's the snake sage from Ryūjin Cave. I just didn't expect her to be so cute." Upon Yusuker's return to Konoha from Ryūjin Cave, he had shared his experiences with Izumi during their conversations, enabling her to readily deduce Ichikishimahime's identity. At this point, Izumi revealed a troubled expression. "It is truly unfortunate that I lack the aptitude for senjutsu training, otherwise, I would have eagerly sought training at Ryūjin Cave and subsequently entered into a summoning contract with the adorable snake sage. I truly envy you." At this moment, Izumi recalled that her own summoning beast was the grim and fearsome Shinigami, causing her to feel a surge of disappointment. "Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention the important matter. Since you have returned, I shall escort you to my brother's office." Suddenly remembering the impending contest against the three major ninja villages, Izumi placed her hands on the shoulders of both Kabuto and Ichikishimahime. Activating the Heart Flash ability inherent within her Mangekyo Sharingan, Izumi instantaneously transported both Kabuto and Ichikishimahime to Yusuker's office. Chapter 190, NZNT, Chapter. When Izumi arrived at Yusuker's office with Kabuto and Ichikishimahime, Yusuker had just finished his daily spiritual training in his mental space. Seeing Ichikishimahime still nibbling on dango beside Kabuto, Yusuker smiled and said to Kabuto, "Looks like your senjutsu training at Ryūjin Cave is complete. I didn't expect you'd end up signing a contract with her. I never knew you were into cute friend." At Yusuker's joke, Kabuto nervously started to explain himself, while Izumi looked at him with suspicion and scrutiny. Only Ichikishimahime, not understanding the term cute friend, continued to enjoy her food. Seeing his usually calm and composed disciple so flustered, Yusuker stopped joking and said seriously, "You can now seamlessly integrate the senjutsu techniques of Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest. Now that you've also mastered the senjutsu of Ryūjin Cave, do you believe you can achieve our initial goal of combining all three?" Seeing that Yusuker was now discussing serious matters, Kabuto's expression returned to normal. "While there are some difficulties, I am still quite confident. It will simply require some time." Yusuker nodded. "I haven't trained in senjutsu myself, so I can't give you much advice. But if you successfully combine the three senjutsu, then in the entire ninja world, aside from myself, the only ones who could truly defeat you would be ninjas who possess the power of the six paths." Upon hearing Yusuker's words, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Kabuto's eyes. As a ninja, the pursuit of greater strength is only natural. Yusuker then informed Kabuto about the upcoming contest against the three allied villages. Kabuto, upon learning this, did not express any significant concern. He was acutely aware of Konoha's current strength. Even if the three villages were to combine their forces, Konoha would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After leaving Yusuker's office, Kabuto suddenly noticed Ichikishimahime looking at him with a deeply contemptuous gaze. Kabuto asked curiously, "What's the meaning of that expression?" Ichikishimahime suddenly assumed a defensive posture, her expression wary as she declared, "Izumi already explained to me the meaning of cute friend. I never would have guessed, given your serious demeanor, that you would be such a person. At this point, Kabuto was utterly despondent, realizing that he had been completely misunderstood. Furthermore, Ichikishimahime continued, delivering a further blow. It seems as though every ninja in Konoha possesses some form of teleportation jutsu, yet you are still traversing the streets on foot. You must undoubtedly be the weakest ninja in Konoha. I am truly most unfortunate to have entered into a contract with you. Kabuto immediately responded with an explanation. Space-time ninjutsu is exceptionally rare, it is merely coincidental that your teacher, Yusuker, and Izumi both happen to be masters of this particular type of ninjutsu. Just as Ichikishimahime was wavering between belief and disbelief, a young boy with yellow hair appeared across the street, suddenly seizing the arm of a young boy with black hair. Sasuke, the yellow-haired boy announced, I have left a Ryūjin mark in the small forest behind the mountain. Let us proceed to that location for our training session. As soon as the yellow-haired boy finished speaking, a flash of golden light illuminated the area, and both boys vanished from their original positions, having clearly employed some form of teleportation jutsu to reach the aforementioned forest behind the mountain. At that very moment, Minato happened to be passing by. Upon encountering Kabuto, he greeted him and requested that he proceed to the Hokage building at his earliest convenience, explaining that he wished to discuss matters related to the Research Institute's operations. Following his brief exchange with Kabuto, Minato, with a flash of golden light, instantly returned to the Hokage building by means of the Ryūjin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Ichikishimahime rolled her eyes. The evidence is irrefutable, ninjas with teleportation abilities are ubiquitous throughout the streets. What further justifications do you have to offer? Kabuto. The day of the contest, as agreed upon at the Kage summit, soon arrived, and Mifune, the commander of the Land of Iron, had already made preparations for a vast arena. Given that this contest differed significantly from previous encounters, it was understood that the participants representing the 5 major ninja villages would invariably be their most elite warriors, and the range and destructive potential of the jutsu employed would far surpass those typically witnessed in ordinary ninja confrontations. Consequently, the arena had been specially constructed for this event. Simultaneously, ninjas specialized in barrier ninjutsu had been deployed to fortify the defenses surrounding the arena. Participation in this contest was strictly limited to the 5 major ninja villages and the relevant coordinating personnel from the Land of Iron. No other factions or civilians would be permitted to serve as spectators. Above the arena were 3 viewing platforms. The central platform served as the location for Mifune and his assistant, who acted as the judges for the contest. To Mifune's left were the representatives from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure. The 3 Kage were seated in a formal manner, their expressions reflecting a palpable sense of gravity. On the platform to Mifune's right were the representatives from Konohagakure and Sunagakure, Yusuker, Hokage Minato, and Kazekage Pakura exhibited a noticeably more relaxed demeanor. Yusuker and Minato engaged in light-hearted banter, creating an atmosphere more akin to a festive gathering than a contest of strength. Although Pakura was not particularly loquacious, she occasionally participated in their conversations. Esteemed members of the assembly, Mifune announced, the contest shall now commence. I request that both parties submit their respective lineups to me. Observing that all participants were present and that the appointed time for the commencement of the contest had arrived, Mifune formally declared the beginning of the contest, instructing both parties to submit their rosters of participants along with their designated order of appearance. This arrangement was implemented to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the contest. By submitting the lineups and order of appearance directly to the judge, the possibility of one party gaining access to advance information regarding their opponent's strategies was eliminated, thereby precluding the opportunity for preemptive tactical planning. At this juncture, the representatives of the 3-village alliance could only offer silent prayers for favorable fortune, hoping for a fortuitous outcome in which their superior ninjas would be matched against their opponents' weaker ninjas, their mid-level ninjas against their opponents' inferior ninjas, and their inferior ninjas against their opponents' superior ninjas. Following the submission of their respective rosters, complete with the designated order of appearance, by Tsuchikage Anoki and Hokage Minato, Mifune promptly announced the commencement of the first match. The first contest shall be between Yusuker Uchiha of Konohagakure and Ao of Kirigakure. Upon hearing Mifune's announcement, Anoki, Mei Terumi, and Darui exchanged furtive glances, and a look of elation could be detected in their eyes. They had reasoned that, given Konohagakure's reputation for strength, they would undoubtedly seek to secure a victory in the opening match, and that the first participant selected by Konohagakure would inevitably be one of their most formidable ninjas. Consequently, they had strategically positioned Ao, whose combat prowess was relatively modest in comparison to the other members of their team, as their first contestant, thereby anticipating that they would concede this initial match while simultaneously depleting Konohagakure's pool of powerful combatants. However, to their utter astonishment, Konohagakure's initial selection was none other than Yusuker, their most formidable warrior, thereby rendering their carefully devised plan perfectly effective. What the 3 Kage failed to anticipate, however, was that Konohagakure had not engaged in any form of strategic planning whatsoever, they had simply deployed their most powerful combatants at the outset. Their strategy was straightforward, secure 6 victories, and the remainder of the contest would become entirely superfluous. Chapter 191, NZNT, Chapter. The first match, Yusuker vs AO, was a foregone conclusion. Before Yusuker even got up, Karigakure conceded. After adding a point to Konoha and Sunegakure's score on the central scoreboard, Mifune announced the next match. The second match, Minato Namikaze of Konoha vs Anoki, the Tsuchikage. Everyone's expressions turned serious, especially the three villages ninjas. They knew how crucial this match was. Anoki was one of their strongest ninjas. If he lost, their chances of winning were extremely slim. Anoki knew Minato wasn't an easy opponent. Minato's Hiraishin was practically unbeatable in a one-on-one fight. Anoki could only look for a few, limited chances to win. So, I'm fighting another ninja with Hiraishin. I think the last time was 50 years ago. Anoki sighed as he entered the center of the arena. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had fought Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, the creator of Hiraishin. Of course, Tobirama's real opponent in that battle wasn't him, but his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, Mu. Hearing Anoki's comment, Minato smiled. It's an honor to witness the legendary dust release, Akeki Itoda, firsthand, senior. Anoki found Minato's polite demeanor quite agreeable. Nodding, Anoki said slowly, this battle concerns the stability of the ninja world. I intend to win. While I wouldn't prefer to use dust release against you, if necessary, I will. Minato's expression turned serious. I too fight for the stability of the ninja world. I will not hold back in the slightest. Please be careful, senior. After their exchange, both intently focused on each other. For ninjas of their caliber, victory could hinge on a single, fleeting moment of confrontation. In the blink of an eye, Minato disappeared from Anoki's sight, replaced only by an incoming kunai. Anoki recognized the uniquely shaped kunai as the specialized tool used in Minato's Hiraishin no Jutsu. Minato had already used Shunshin to appear at Anoki's side, launching a kunai attack. The Hiraishin kunai thrown earlier was a tactical maneuver to create more options during the engagement. Faced with Minato's lightning-fast attack, the elderly Anoki, not adept at taijutsu, opted not to engage in close-quarters combat. Instead, he utilized his ability to fly, immediately ascending into the upper reaches of the arena, leaving Minato's attack to fall short of its target. Anoki's earth release, lightweight rock technique allowed him to manipulate gravity, reducing his own weight and reversing it to achieve levitation, or even flight. However, precise control over gravity demands a high level of mastery in earth release, lightweight rock technique. While a considerable number of ninjas within Iwagakure possess the ability to levitate, Anoki remains the only individual currently capable of achieving free and agile flight. Witnessing Anoki's masterful display of aerial prowess, many ninjas in the audience expressed their admiration, and even Yusuker found himself deeply intrigued by his ability to manipulate gravity with such precision. Anoki truly is a ninjutsu prodigy. The devastating dust release, combined with his mastery of gravity manipulation, if he could further refine these techniques, his strength would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights, Yusuker mused to himself. As Yusuker correctly surmised, Anoki's talent for ninjutsu was exceptionally remarkable, arguably surpassing all of his contemporaries among the Kage. However, he had dedicated an inordinate amount of his time and energy to the development and advancement of Iwagakure, transforming it into one of the most formidable ninja villages in the world in terms of overall strength. This considerable commitment to the betterment of his village, however, inadvertently hampered his own personal ninjutsu training, preventing him from reaching his full potential. Having ascended into the sky, Anoki immediately commenced devising his strategy. Understanding that directly engaging Minato, given his exceptional speed and mastery of the Hiraishin no Jutsu, would prove to be an insurmountable task, Anoki recognized the necessity of exploiting any advantageous conditions to create opportunities for his attacks. Therefore, rather than launching an immediate assault upon Minato, Anoki first summoned a colossal stone golem to assist him in battle. Earth Release, Earth-style golem technique. Upon completing the necessary hand seals, an enormous stone golem emerged from the ground beneath Anoki's feet. Upon witnessing this development, Minato promptly retreated to a safe distance, evading the golem's immediate vicinity. The golem summoned by means of the Earth-style golem technique not only possessed an immense size but also exhibited the capacity to obey Anoki's commands, launching attacks against designated targets. More importantly, the golem's body was exceptionally resilient. In the original storyline, when combined with Gaara's Shikaku shield, it could effortlessly withstand the impact of the 8 branches from Madara's Susanoo. Concealing his relatively diminutive frame behind the massive golem, Anoki commanded the golem to relentlessly assault Minato. Although the golem was incapable of striking Minato directly, it served to create openings and opportunities for Anoki to exploit. The arena reverberated with the resounding impacts of the golem's attacks against the ground, generating an effect akin to a series of miniature earthquakes. Minato, relying on his exceptional agility, deftly evaded the golem's attacks, simultaneously maneuvering around the golem to locate Anoki's position. Under normal circumstances, the most effective method of countering a large-scale summoning such as this would involve deploying a similarly powerful summoning to engage in a reciprocal confrontation. However, given Anoki's possession of the devastating dust release technique, Minato was completely unwilling to risk summoning Gamabunta, leaving him to contend with the golem alone. Hidden within the golem's underarm, Anoki observed his opponent's frantic efforts to evade the golem's relentless attacks, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had now seized control of the battle. Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. With swift hand seals, Anoki unleashed a ninjutsu capable of dramatically altering the terrain of the battlefield. His intention was to employ this technique to create an environment from which Minato would be utterly incapable of escaping. The ground within the arena abruptly began to undulate and shift. In some areas, the ground rose sharply, while in others it sank dramatically, transforming the once level playing field into a series of small valleys, with raised perimeters surrounding a central depression. And at the very bottom of this newly formed depression lay Minato. Minato, having correctly anticipated Anoki's intentions, found himself in an extremely precarious position. Instantly, he hurled a volley of more than a dozen Hiraishin kunai towards the outer edges of the depression, hoping to utilize these specialized kunai to effect his escape. However, Anoki, who had meticulously planned this tactical maneuver, was not about to allow Minato to achieve his objective. He immediately unleashed his ultimate attack. Earth Release, Multiple Earth-Style Wall. Chapter 192, NZNT, Chapter. Anoki finished his jutsu, and countless sharp stone spikes, like thin bamboo shoots, erupted from the valley walls. But Anoki's Earth Release, Multiple Earth-Style Wall jutsu was far more intricate. These stone spikes continuously produced more spikes from their midsections, branching like the limbs of a tree. In an instant, the valley was densely packed with spikes, striking down all the Hiraishin kunai Minato had thrown. Not a single kunai escaped the valley Anoki had painstakingly created. Had Minato remained within the valley, his body would undoubtedly have been riddled with holes. Earlier, while evading the giant golem's attacks, Minato had deliberately left several Hiraishin kunai scattered across the arena. However, Anoki swiftly employed earth release techniques to bury these kunai beneath the ground, his objective being to render Minato's Hiraishin no jutsu unusable. From Anoki's perspective, Minato's only recourse was to utilize the Hiraishin no jutsu to instantaneously teleport himself out of the arena to another location where he had previously established a Hiraishin mark. Otherwise, he would inevitably be pierced by the countless sharp stone spikes. And if Minato were to leave the arena, he would automatically forfeit the match. Undeniably, Anoki demonstrated exceptional skill and cunning as a ninja. Even Minato, renowned for his superior battle intelligence, was completely outmaneuvered. A profound silence descended upon the viewing platform surrounding the arena, as everyone anxiously awaited the outcome, eager to ascertain whether Anoki's technique had proven effective in neutralizing Minato, and whether Minato had perished within the confines of the valley or had managed to escape its boundaries. Ao, utilizing his Byakugan, observed the situation unfolding within the arena. He immediately detected the disappearance of Minato's chakra signature, replaced by a creature resembling a frog. That fellow, he's actually using this method to evade my attack. Truly unexpected, Ao remarked. From his position on the viewing platform, Yuzuker employed his spiritual power to perceive the situation within the valley. Upon discerning Minato's current state, he could not help but let out a chuckle of amusement. While the spectators remained in suspense, awaiting the resolution of the match, a minuscule gray toad, remarkable for its exceptional speed, suddenly emerged from the valley. Upon witnessing this development, Anoki instantly surmised the situation and prepared to launch an attack against the diminutive toad. However, he noticed that the toad had already completed a hand seal. Abruptly, Anoki perceived a darkening of the ambient light, and an expansive shadow materialized beneath his feet, as if a colossal object were poised to descend from the heavens. Summoning Jutsu. It transpired that Minato had utilized the small gray toad to summon the gargantuan Gamakichi from a considerable height, intending to leverage the toad's impact upon landing to crush his opponent and generate an immensely powerful shockwave. While this technique is typically employed against large groups of enemies, it proved to be a remarkably effective means of restricting the movement of his opponent in this particular context. Given the expansive area covered by Gamakichi's descent, Anoki lacked sufficient time to evade the attack laterally. He was compelled to rapidly descend while simultaneously manipulating the giant stone golem to raise its arms high in an attempt to intercept the colossal Gamakichi. Having sought refuge beneath the giant stone golem, Anoki swiftly commenced forming hand seals, preparing to unleash the dust release technique to eliminate the gargantuan toad descending from the heavens. However, Minato, having concealed himself within the smaller toad using the toad concealment technique, emerged from his hiding place, simultaneously launching a kunai at Anoki before instantaneously teleporting to Anoki's side by means of the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Anoki, startled by this unexpected development, immediately cancelled the hand seals he was forming for the dust release, particle-style technique and instantly executed a close-range attack, employing the earth release, earth-style rock fist technique to concentrate a massive chunk of rock upon his arm for defensive purposes. With a resounding thud, the enormous Gamakichi vanished, never actually making contact with the ground. At that very moment, Minato, his hand firmly pressed against Anoki's rock fist, displayed a triumphant smile. Upon witnessing the smile on Minato's face, Anoki immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He attempted to withdraw and retreat, but it was already too late. With a flash of golden light, Minato stood alone in the center of the arena, while his opponent, Anoki, had vanished without a trace, having been unceremoniously transported beyond the confines of the arena by Minato's masterful application of the Ryūjin no Jutsu. At this precise moment, upon the viewing platform occupied by the Konoha representatives, a diminutive, bald-headed elder, his face adorned with a flourishing white beard, unexpectedly materialized in the seat originally designated for Minato, none other than Tsuchikage Anoki himself. "Tsuchikage-sama," Yusuker remarked with a smile, turning his gaze towards Anoki, whose expression still registered a state of bewilderment. "It appears that we have, by a stroke of good fortune, secured victory in this round." Upon hearing Yusuker's voice, Anoki regained his composure and, shaking his head with a wry smile, conceded, "Truly, the younger generation is to be admired." It transpired that Minato had discreetly placed a Ryūjin mark upon his chair prior to the commencement of the match. In a contest confined to a restricted arena, irrespective of the identity of his opponent, Minato had harbored no intention of employing lethal force. His strategy had simply involved teleporting his opponent beyond the boundaries of the arena. Although Minato had not succeeded in defeating or subduing Anoki, he had nonetheless secured victory in the most straightforward manner imaginable. Upon witnessing the defeat of Anoki at the hands of Konoha's representative, the expressions of the representatives from the three allied villages darkened considerably. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, one of which involved the defeat of Anoki, the Tsuchikage, the morale of the allied forces had been significantly undermined. Following Anoki's defeat, he first utilized earth release techniques to restore the arena, which had been significantly damaged during the course of the battle, to a relatively level and smooth surface. Subsequently, Mifune, acting in his capacity as the impartial judge, announced the participants in the next contest. The third match will be between Itachi Uchiha of Konoha and Daidara of Iwagakure. As Mifune's voice faded, 2 young ninjas stepped into the arena. Well, we meet again, though I never anticipated that we would find ourselves facing each other as opponents on this occasion." Daidara extended a greeting to Itachi, who stood before him. The two had previously encountered each other in Wave Country, where Itachi had collaborated with Daidara to intercept Orochimaru. "Did you manage to rescue Haku?" Itachi inquired. Itachi expressed his surprise at the fact that Daidara, a missing nin from Iwagakure, had been reinstated into the ranks of Iwagakure. Upon observing Daidara standing behind Anoki, Itachi found himself somewhat taken aback. Daidara responded with a self-satisfied chuckle, "Indeed, I did. After Orochimaru and his underlings departed on a mission, I seized the opportunity to infiltrate their hideout, successfully rescuing Haku, and, quite incidentally, absconding with a rather sickly child." Upon hearing that Daidara had discovered Orochimaru's hideout, a glimmer of interest appeared in Itachi's eyes, and he promptly questioned Daidara, "Would you be so kind as to provide me with the location of Orochimaru's hideout? It so happens that I, too, have a pressing need to pay him a visit." Daidara shook his head, "I'm afraid you're in for a disappointment. I've reduced the entire place to rubble." Upon hearing this news, a look of disappointment crossed Itachi's face. Given this development, it was highly probable that Orochimaru had already relocated his hideout, rendering any attempt to locate him futile. At this point in the narrative, the inhabitants of Konoha remained entirely unaware of the fact that Orochimaru was currently under the control of Madara Uchiha. Chapter 193, NZNT, Chapter. After their brief exchange, Daidara prepared to attack. His specialty, using explosive clay as his weapon, was long-range attacks from the air on his clay bird. In a confined space like this, his advantage was even greater. Mounting his clay bird, Daidara confidently said to Itachi, "I know you're strong, but you can't beat me here. My attacks are uncontrollable. I advise you to surrender now." Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated. He said calmly, "That won't be necessary. The fight will be over very soon." The moment Itachi finished speaking, Daidara thudded onto his clay bird and began snoring. It was instantaneous, but Itachi didn't use ordinary genjutsu. It was his strongest genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Itachi used Tsukuyomi to inflict mental torture on his hated enemies, but that wasn't its only use. He could also create other genjutsu within Tsukuyomi to affect emotions. Against Daidara, he used a highly hypnotic version. Damn it. Daidara ignored our pre-battle intel. Uchiha Itachi has incredibly powerful dojutsu that can instantly subdue enemies. You absolutely cannot make eye contact with him during a fight. Dodai exclaimed gravely from the stands. Anoki, hearing this, rubbed his temples in frustration. 3 matches, 3 losses. Their situation was extremely dire. They had misjudged Daidara, however. While seemingly immature, Daidara was a meticulous ninja. He had read and memorized the intel on Itachi. He underestimated Itachi, though, believing his own genjutsu resistance and the dojutsu blocking goggles he wore would protect him. Daidara's defeat proved that the ninja world is one where the eyes can be a decisive factor. After Itachi tossed Daidara out of the arena, Mifune announced the result, looking quite astonished. As the neutral referee, Mifune knew Konoha wasn't easy to defeat, but he'd expected a more even match against the combined might of the three villages. He hadn't anticipated such a one-sided affair. Konoha held a decisive advantage. It seemed incredibly difficult for the alliance to win even a single round. Without further contemplation, Mifune proceeded to announce the combatants for the next match. The fourth match, Kabuto Yukushi of Konoha vs Darui of Kimobakure. Darui, upon hearing his name called, removed the Raikage's hat. Materumi turned to Darui and said, "Raikage, Kabuto Yukushi is the vice director of Konoha's research institute. He's a research-type ninja. Rumor has it he's the only one of Uchiha Yusuker's disciples who isn't skilled in combat. You absolutely must win this one." Darui nodded, and with a flash of lightning, he appeared via Ryūjin in the center of the arena. After Darui took his place, Anoki frowned, speaking in a questioning tone. Judging by Konoha's deployment strategy, it seems they've placed their strongest fighters at the front, aiming for a swift victory. If this Yukushi Kabuto is truly as unskilled in combat as the rumors suggest, then Konoha's decision to position him at this point in the lineup seems rather illogical, he added. Upon hearing this, the tension among the onlookers from the three villages' alliance on the viewing platform rose once more, their hearts filled with a fervent hope that Yukushi Kabuto would indeed prove to be as weak as the rumors suggested. Kabuto, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor, strolling into the arena with his summoning, Ichikishimahime, in tow, resembling a brother casually taking his younger sister out for a stroll. "Kabuto-sama," Mifune cautioned, "this is a one-on-one match, outside assistance is strictly prohibited." Although Ichikishimahime appeared to be merely a young girl, no one present dared to underestimate her, for she was currently levitating in midair. Those ninjas with particularly keen eyesight could discern that she wasn't employing the same method as Anoki, manipulating her own gravity through earth release techniques to achieve levitation. Rather, she was utilizing some form of unique and currently unidentified energy. "Mifune-sama," Kabuto replied with a smile, "while she may appear to be a young girl, she is, in fact, my summon." With these words, Kabuto proceeded to perform the necessary hand seals and execute a summoning jutsu, instantaneously teleporting Ichikishimahime from his left side to his right. Ichikishimahime, momentarily taken aback by Kabuto's almost playful execution of the summoning jutsu, displayed a surge of anger, instantly revealing her reptilian features and unleashing a series of furious hisses directed at Kabuto, prompting him to offer profuse apologies. Upon witnessing the snake-like features manifested upon Ichikishimahime's face, the assembled ninjas expressed their astonishment, with many engaging in hushed whispers, speculating about the precise nature of Ichikishimahime's classification as a summoning. It would appear to be a monster capable of assuming human form, exhibiting distinct reptilian characteristics. Could it possibly originate from Ryūjin Cave, one of the three legendary sacred lands? Anoki inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Materumi, upon hearing Anoki's observation, likewise adopted a grave expression, remarking, "It has been said that the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure were all recognized by the three sacred lands. Could it be that this Yukushi Kabuto is a ninja of comparable skill to the Sannin?" Anoki shook his head, responding, "I confess that I am uncertain. Let us simply observe the unfolding of the match between Raikage-sama and his opponent before drawing any conclusions." Upon hearing Anoki's assessment, the ninjas representing the alliance of the three villages on the viewing platform ceased their discussion and redirected their attention to the arena, holding their breath in anticipation of the commencement of the battle. At this juncture, Ichikishimahime, having finally calmed down after her earlier outburst directed at Kabuto, turned her gaze towards Darui, who stood opposite her and Kabuto. This seemingly innocuous action had an unforeseen consequence. Upon setting her eyes upon Darui, Ichikishimahime was taken aback. "Oh my," she exclaimed, "that person is so incredibly strong." Upon laying eyes on Darui, with his dark complexion and stark white hair, Ichikishimahime initially recoiled in fright, taking a couple of steps backward before adopting an expression of curious fascination. She propped her chin up in her hand and proceeded to look Darui from head to toe with intense interest. The previously somewhat boisterous atmosphere within the arena fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a cacophony of laughter. Every Kimogakure ninja present with dark skin, including Darui himself, experienced a sudden darkening of their already dark complexions, to the point where their facial features were almost entirely obscured. Observing that Darui's facial muscles were subtly twitching, Kabuto promptly offered an embarrassed apology to his opponent. Darui, however, was not one to harbor petty grievances, particularly given that the source of the offense was a seemingly adorable young girl. Making a concerted effort to regain his composure, Darui focused his attention on the task at hand, preparing himself for the impending battle. Chapter 194, NZNT, Chapter. The battle between Darui and Kabuto began. Darui immediately activated his peak fighting state. Lightning released chakra mode. Unlike the fourth Raikage's blue lightning, Darui's was black. In terms of chakra nature, his black lightning wasn't as effective at boosting strength, speed, and defense as the fourth Raikage's blue lightning. However, this black lightning possessed significantly greater destructive power, inflicting far more severe damage upon impact with an opponent. Although Kabuto's combat prowess wasn't highly regarded by the outside world, Darui, a naturally cautious individual, never underestimated his opponent. As a disciple of that man, Kabuto couldn't be so easily dismissed. Kabuto, likewise, held nothing back, instantly activating the dual sage mode of Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest, two distinct facial markings appearing on his face. He had yet to fully integrate the senjutsu of Ryūjin Cave, hence his reliance on the senjutsu of Mount Maiboku and Shikatsu Forest for this battle. A flash of black lightning, and Darui, drawing his sword from its sheath, lunged at Kabuto. Despite Darui's exceptional speed, Kabuto, possessing the heightened sensory perception afforded by the power of natural energy, was able to react swiftly. While skillfully evading Darui's attacks, Kabuto simultaneously employed the frog kata to counterattack. Although the strikes of the frog kata appeared outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary taijutsu techniques, Darui could acutely perceive that Kabuto's fists were absolutely not to be trifled with. Even under the protection of lightning release chakra mode, a direct impact would inflict considerable damage. With a resounding clang, Darui's blade was struck by Kabuto's fist, as he had anticipated. A powerful shockwave rippled through the weapon, sending Darui flying backward a considerable distance. The black lightning coursing through his sword failed to inflict any damage upon his opponent's fist. There's an invisible force behind his punches, Darui mused, and it seems to be the same source of energy that allows that strange little girl to levitate in midair. I'm fortunate to be wielding the cleaver sword. Had I been using a conventional weapon, it would undoubtedly have been shattered by that single blow. As Darui was lost in thought, a sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him. The little girl who had been standing beside Kabuto moments before had vanished without a trace, her presence completely imperceptible throughout the entire arena. During the exchange of blows between Darui and Kabuto, Ichikishimahime had employed a senjutsu technique to conceal her form. This enigmatic concealment technique, seamlessly blending with the natural environment, was only detectable by Yusuker and Yukumo Kurama through their spiritual energy perception. Even Itachi and Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan were unable to detect Ichikishimahime's presence. Despite refraining from launching any attacks, Ichikishimahime's presence, concealed as she was, exerted considerable psychological pressure upon Darui, forcing him to divert his attention to the defense against her potential ambush. Upon witnessing Darui being sent flying after attempting to parry his attack with his sword, Kabuto did not hesitate to launch another assault. He immediately formed the necessary hand seals and unleashed his most frequently employed wind release senjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ryūjin. A slender, almost imperceptible column of wind erupted from Kabuto's mouth. Darui, upon perceiving this attack, immediately executed an evasive maneuver, simultaneously unleashing his signature lightning release ninjutsu. Lightning Release, Black Panther. Raising his left hand, a jet-black bolt of lightning, shaped like a panther, swiftly surged towards Kabuto. Kabuto, in response, subtly shifted his head, redirecting the wind pillar still emanating from his mouth towards Darui's position. The Black Panther-shaped lightning bolt was instantly shattered by the exceedingly slender wind pillar, which, without pausing, continued its trajectory towards Darui, who was positioned directly behind the dissipated lightning. Impossible. Although Darui was aware of Wind Release's capacity to counter lightning release, his Black Panther technique possessed the power to withstand the force of wind release. He had not anticipated that his formidable technique would be so utterly ineffective, disintegrating in a mere instant. Darui immediately executed another evasive maneuver to the right, but this time, Kabuto's wind pillar grazed his left arm. The defensive capabilities afforded by the lightning release chakra mode failed to provide even the slightest protection. The muscles in Darui's left arm that were struck by the wind pillar were instantly reduced to pulverized fragments by the high-velocity, rotating chakra contained within the wind pillar. Disregarding the profusely bleeding wound on his left arm, Darui resolved to engage Kabuto in close-quarters combat. The destructive power of Kabuto's ninjutsu was simply too overwhelming, rendering any attempt at ranged combat utterly futile. Observing Darui's approach, Kabuto promptly created 4 shadow clones, simultaneously unleashing the Ryūjin technique with each clone, effectively encircling Darui in a formidable network of wind pillars. Confronted with Kabuto's devastating senjutsu, Darui was compelled to navigate the labyrinthine network of wind pillars, seeking any available openings. As Darui continued his relentless efforts to evade the wind pillars, Kabuto skillfully manipulated their positions, gradually forcing Darui towards the confines of the arena. Darui, having become acutely aware of this tactical maneuver, suddenly perceived a momentary gap in the formation of wind pillars, presenting a viable opportunity for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he seized this chance and charged forward. However, unbeknownst to Darui, this apparent opening was a deliberate feint orchestrated by Kabuto. The instant Darui burst through the encirclement of 5 wind pillars, a small girl's voice echoed in his ears. "You've fallen for it." The speaker was Ichikishimahime, who had suddenly materialized before him. Her legs had transformed into serpentine tails, which swiftly wrapped around Darui's body. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth wide, revealing two pairs of razor-sharp fangs. No. Darui's face registered a look of profound alarm, and in that very instant, Ichikishimaheim lunged forward, aiming her bite at Darui's dark neck. Should Ichikishimaheim's fangs make contact with Darui's flesh, her venom would instantly petrify him, a condition that could only be reversed by the specialized techniques of Ryūjin cave. Wait a moment, a dark neck. Could it be that I, myself, would be the one to suffer the effects of the poison should she bite me? At that very moment, Ichikishimaheim hesitated, unable to bring herself to bite Darui. Darui, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, perceived the anomaly in Ichikishimaheim's behavior. While uncertain of the underlying cause, this fleeting moment proved sufficient for him to effect his escape. Exploiting the enhanced power afforded by his lightning release chakra mode, Darui broke free from the constricting coils of Ichikishimaheim's serpentine tails and instantaneously activated Ryūjin, creating a significant distance between himself and his opponent. Kabuto, observing this turn of events from the sidelines, shook his head in resignation. Possessing a relatively intimate understanding of Ichikishimaheim's nature, he had a fair idea of the reason behind her failure to execute the planned attack. Very well, then, Kabuto mused to himself, I had initially intended to conserve some of my chakra, but it seems that I shall have to resort to my ultimate technique to bring this battle to a swift and decisive conclusion. In truth, from Kabuto's perspective, Darui was not a formidable opponent. Even without recourse to senjutsu, Kabuto's exceptional physical constitution and remarkable vitality would have enabled him to wear Darui down and ultimately defeat him through sheer attrition in a prolonged close-quarters combat. However, Kabuto had little desire to engage in a protracted tactical maneuver, and other tactics he had considered would have involved an excessive amount of lethal force. Consequently, Kabuto had opted for the strategy of employing Ichikishimaheim to restrain his opponent. Chapter 195, NZNT, Chapter. Kabuto dispelled all his clones and had Ichikishimaheim stand beside him. Darui didn't seize the opportunity to attack but instead subtly adjusted his ragged breathing, regaining his optimal fighting condition. With a calm gaze fixed on Darui, Kabuto slowly spoke, Raikage, I will control the speed of my next jutsu, giving you time to withdraw from the arena if you find yourself unable to defend against it. Darui, far from displaying any anger at being underestimated, instead wore a deeply serious expression, clearly unconvinced that his opponent was merely bluffing. From the preceding exchange, Darui had sensed that Kabuto had been holding back, not engaging him with his full strength. Assuming a battle-ready stance, Darui responded in an equally calm tone, then let me witness your true strength. Their conversation was audible throughout the arena, making it clear to everyone that Kabuto currently held the upper hand. Kabuto's words hinted at a potentially decisive, one-hit kill jutsu, piquing the curiosity of the onlookers. Kabuto released the power of the Tu-Yang seal within his body. Black markings rapidly spread across his skin, imbuing his normally refined appearance with an unsettling, eerie aura. Sage Art, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. With swift hand seals, Kabuto unleashed the Vacuum Sphere, an offensive and defensive wind release jutsu, creating a wind shield approximately 3 meters in radius around his body. The wind at the edge of the shield, similar to the Raiznon wind pillars used earlier, would instantly pulverize anything it touched using high-speed, rotating wind chakra. Darui, too, recognized the destructive power of this wind shield. However, just as he was contemplating how Kabuto intended to utilize such a shield to defeat him, Kabuto brought his hands together and bellowed the single word, open. At that moment, the spherical wind shield, originally 3 meters in radius, began to expand gradually, steadily extending its reach outwards. Any ground and sand the expanding shield encountered were instantly pulverized by the wind chakra, leaving a vacuum around Kabuto and Ichikishimaheim. Kabuto could have expanded the shield instantaneously, obliterating his opponent in an instant. However, his objective was merely to force Darui out of the arena's boundaries, not to kill him, so he opted for a gradual expansion of the shield, allowing Darui a window of opportunity to escape. Upon witnessing the transformation of Kabuto's jutsu, Darui correctly surmised his opponent's intentions and immediately unleashed a barrage of his most potent ninjutsu techniques against the approaching shield. Lightning Release, Lightning Beast Tracking Fong. Lightning Release, Black Panther. Storm Release, Laser Circus. Despite unleashing 3 of his most powerful techniques in rapid succession, Darui was unable to impede or even delay the expansion of Kabuto's wind shield. Each of his jutsu techniques disintegrated upon impact with the wind shield, leaving Darui with a profound sense of helplessness. Continuously retreating while simultaneously launching further ninjutsu attacks, Darui, unable to reverse the tide of the battle, was ultimately forced beyond the confines of the arena. Konoha secured another victory. Observing Kabuto as he dispelled the wind shield, Darui sighed, I am no match for you. You could control the speed of that jutsu, couldn't you? Had you unleashed it during close-quarters combat, I would have been reduced to nothing more than dust. Kabuto smiled and nodded, offering no denial. Indeed, had he truly intended to kill Darui, it would have been considerably easier than securing a victory. However, unlike Itachi, he did not possess such powerful dojutsu capable of swiftly subduing even formidable ninjas in an instant. Following this battle, the score in the contest between Konoha and the alliance of the three great ninja villages stood at 4-0. Anoki, Materumi, and Darui had virtually abandoned all hope of victory, their sole remaining aspiration being to secure 1 or 2 wins before their complete defeat, thereby avoiding utter humiliation. Raikage's defeat in this match was not undeserved, Anoki remarked from the viewing platform, letting out a sigh. That wind release, which is referred to as senjutsu, possesses a destructive power that is nearly on par with my own dust release. To wield a technique of such immense power with such remarkable dexterity, even I myself might not be able to emerge victorious in a confrontation against him. Materumi, seated beside Anoki, furrowed her brow in deep thought. She was scheduled to be the 7th contestant in the lineup. However, a premonition had begun to take root within her mind, suggesting that she might never actually have the opportunity to participate in the contest. Following this contest, Materumi stated with a despondent tone, "I fear that the three great ninja villages will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world." Their initial intention had been to utilize this contest as a means of curbing Konoha's growth and expansion. However, their plan had backfired spectacularly, resulting in a catastrophic setback for their own ambitions. This outcome proved to be a devastating blow to Mei, who had dedicated herself to the revitalization of Kirigakure. The 5th match will be between Izumi Uchiha of Konohagakure and Dodai of Kumogakure. With these words from Mifune, the impartial judge, the next pair of contestants made their way into the arena. Izumi and Dodai were old adversaries, having previously clashed on the battlefield of Kumogakure several years prior. On that occasion, Izumi had emerged victorious, while Dodai had been forced to retreat. Observing Izumi, whose appearance had matured considerably since their last encounter, Dodai, the cunning strategist of Kumogakure, had already formulated his tactical approach. Izumi's greatest strength lay in her elusive shunshin technique. If he could effectively restrict her range of movement and adequately protect himself, Dodai believed that he possessed a substantial chance of securing victory. "Izumi-sama," Dodai declared with a serious expression, "on this occasion, I assure you that I will not resort to the ignominious act of fleeing as I did in our previous encounter." "Sir," Izumi responded, a hint of confusion evident in her tone, "have we met before?" Although Dodai's distinctive hat evoked a vague sense of familiarity within Izumi's mind, suggesting that she might have encountered him at some point in the past, she was unable to recall the specifics of their prior meeting, as she had not encountered him again since their confrontation on the battlefield of Kumogakure. This phenomenon is often attributed to the fact that individuals tend to retain a more vivid memory of their defeats than of their victories, and victors seldom recall each of their vanquished opponents. Upon hearing Izumi's query, Dodai's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, as he had not anticipated that she had completely forgotten him. The moment Mifune signaled the commencement of the match, Izumi immediately launched a preemptive attack. Activating the Heart Flash ability of her Mangekyo Sharingan, Izumi instantaneously appeared behind Dodai, wielding her katana and aiming a swift strike at his back. Dodai appeared to be completely caught off guard and was struck by her blade. However, despite being struck by Izumi's katana, Dodai did not shed a single drop of blood. Instead, he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, subsequently dissolving into a heap of earth, revealing that he had employed an earth release clone technique. It turned out that Dodai had utilized an earth release clone technique even before Mifune had signaled the commencement of the match, while his true form had remained concealed beneath the earth. He was fully aware of Izumi's extraordinary shunshin technique and understood that without taking such precautionary measures, he might not even have had the opportunity to deploy his earth release clone before being incapacitated. Chapter 196, NZNT, Chapter. After using an earth release clone to evade Izumi's opening attack, Dodai emerged halfway from the ground, unleashing his prepared lava release jutsu. Lava release, rubber wall. He opened his mouth, spewing a massive amount of thick, yellow liquid. This liquid was his lava release Kekkei Genkai. When solidified, it became a rubber-like substance, highly elastic and resilient. Enemies caught in it found escape nearly impossible. Dodai used it offensively and defensively, to restrain enemies and protect himself and allies. After spewing the liquid, Dodai first created a thick rubber membrane around himself, protecting him from Izumi's attacks. Then, he covered the entire arena with the yellow liquid, creating a hiding place and restricting Izumi's movement. Wherever Izumi teleported, she'd be entangled. Unless she continuously teleported, she'd have no place to stand. Itachi, in the stands, frowned. He saw Dodai's strategy was perfectly designed to counter Izumi. In this confined space, Izumi, lacking powerful, large-scale destructive jutsu, would struggle to break through Dodai's rubber wall. While Izumi could use Susanoo for protection, ensuring her invincibility, Dodai could also hide within the membrane, making it impossible for Izumi to attack him. This would at least guarantee a draw for Dodai. As Itachi predicted, to avoid entanglement, Izumi summoned Susanoo. Dodai wasn't surprised by the giant pink warrior. Having witnessed Itachi's Susanoo and knowing about Yusukers, he'd anticipated Izumi's ability. Using a large amount of chakra, Dodai tried to encase Izumi Susanoo in the yellow liquid. He finally managed to create a membrane cage around the giant warrior, but before he could rejoice, Izumi used Heart Flash, teleporting Susanoo out of the cage. Having consecutively deployed both the arena-wide membrane barrier and a membrane cage large enough to contain the massive Susanoo, Dodai was now critically low on chakra. Knowing he couldn't defeat Izumi, Dodai hid within the rubbery barrier. Even if he couldn't win, a draw was acceptable. Both sides' ninjas in the stands were tense. The three villages saw Dodai was physically weaker than Izumi and prayed Izumi lacked a jutsu to destroy the barrier. Konoha hoped Izumi would pull Dodai out and defeat him. Yusuker sensed Itachi's worry and smiled, "Don't worry. Izumi has a trump card to easily defeat Dodai. She just might not have expected needing outside help." Itachi's eyes lit up, his worry replaced by curiosity and anticipation. He wanted to know Izumi's secret trump card. Izumi searched the arena with Susanoo, unable to find Dodai hidden in the yellow rubber. She looked frustrated. She hadn't expected her opponent to employ such a defensive strategy. "Looks like I have to use this. It's ugly, but it's the best way to win." Sighing, Izumi quickly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. With Izumi's completion of the hand seals, a gigantic, grotesque, and eerily menacing spiritual entity materialized in the center of the arena, the Shinigami, the summoning beast entrusted to Izumi by Yusuker. However, due to the Shinigami's ethereal nature, very few ninjas in the arena could actually perceive its presence. Almost all the ninjas merely sensed a faint, chilling, and unsettling aura in the surrounding area, but they didn't pay it much mind. They found it peculiar that after Izumi had completed the summoning jutsu, there were no visible changes in the arena. Could it be that her hand seals had failed? At that very moment, Ao, who was utilizing his Byakugan to observe the situation unfolding in the arena, exhibited a look of profound astonishment and terror, beads of cold sweat involuntarily forming upon his brow. What is that?" Ao stammered, his voice trembling. Mei Terumi, her brow slightly furrowed, turned to Ao and inquired, "What exactly have you observed? I can sense a powerful and unsettling chakra presence in the arena, yet I am unable to visually discern its source. It is inconceivable that Uchiha Izumi's summoning jutsu has failed. She must have summoned some form of summoning beast that is imperceptible to our senses." Upon hearing Mei's words, the other onlookers on the viewing platform directed their attention towards Ao, eager to ascertain the nature of the phenomenon that had elicited such a look of terror upon the face of Ao, who possessed the Byakugan. I don't know what it is," Ao responded, his voice still trembling, "but upon witnessing its presence, I experienced an overwhelming sensation as if my very soul had ceased to belong to me." Following this, Ao proceeded to provide a detailed description of the Shinigami's form to the surrounding ninjas, prompting a chorus of gasps and exclamations of astonishment. Gazing down at the expanse of yellow rubber that had enveloped the entire arena, Izumi issued instructions to the Shinigami that had materialized before her. "Locate the individual who is currently concealed beneath the ground and apprehend him. However, I must stress that under no circumstances are you permitted to inflict fatal injuries upon him." With Izumi's command issued, the Shinigami immediately charged towards Dodai, who remained hidden beneath the protective membrane barrier. Dodai's spiritual energy proved no match for the Shinigami's perceptive abilities. Even with the protective membrane barrier serving as a form of concealment, the Shinigami instantly pinpointed Dodai's location. Although the protective membrane barrier was exceptionally robust, it proved incapable of impeding the ethereal form of the Shinigami. At that very moment, Dodai found himself overcome by a profound sense of foreboding, as if some terrifying entity was rapidly approaching him. Employing various escape techniques within the rubbery substance of the protective membrane barrier, Dodai attempted to evade the unknown entity that was relentlessly closing in upon him. However, with the Shinigami operating from a position of concealment, it was only a matter of time before it closed the distance. Extending a sharp claw from its abdomen, the Shinigami pierced Dodai's body, effortlessly seizing his soul. Despite Dodai's desperate struggle, his dwindling chakra reserves rendered him utterly incapable of countering the Shinigami's power. In short order, his soul was completely extracted from his body, leaving his physical form devoid of life and unresponsive to his commands. Chapter 197, NZNT, Chapter. No good, it looks like Dodai's been killed. And that monster seems to have pulled his soul out. Ao exclaimed from the three villages viewing platform, his face a mask of shock. Hearing this, Darui's expression changed drastically, and he sprang to his feet. Dodai was not only exceptionally strong but also possessed remarkable strategic acumen, making him an indispensable figure in Kimobakure. His loss could not be tolerated. Izumi, guided by the Shinigami, located Dodai's body. Controlling Susanoo, she broke through the rubbery substance of the protective membrane barrier, unearthing Dodai from his hiding place. However, Dodai was now pale, lifeless, and devoid of any vital signs. A pall of grim seriousness settled over the Kimobakure ninjas in the viewing platform, and Darui, without hesitation, activated Black Lightning, teleporting himself to Dodai's side. Don't worry, he's only lost his soul, Izumi said with a reassuring smile directed at Darui. Only lost his soul? Are you kidding me? Darui angrily interrupted Izumi, shouting for medical ninjas, hoping they could still save Dodai. Reikage-sama, please allow me to finish. His soul is in my possession. Upon returning his soul to his body, he will be completely restored, Izumi continued. Darui paused, momentarily taken aback. The notion that a soul could be extracted and subsequently reinserted into the body was entirely outside his previous understanding. At Mei Terumi's behest, Ao also made his way to the center of the arena to assist Darui. Ao relayed to Darui a detailed account of the Shinigami he had witnessed, including the ethereal entity clutched within the Shinigami's grasp, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Dodai himself. Upon hearing this, Darui regained his composure, nodded in acknowledgement, and stepped aside to make way for Izumi. With Darui having cleared a path, Izumi issued a command to the Shinigami. Return the soul to its rightful owner. Although the Shinigami displayed a palpable reluctance to relinquish its prize, it ultimately proved incapable of defying Izumi's command. A look of regret etched upon its countenance, the Shinigami swiftly thrust the soul back into Dodai's body. As Dodai's soul was reintegrated into his body, his pallid complexion gradually regained its natural color. His eyes slowly fluttered open, but a look of profound terror lingered within their depths. In that fleeting instant when his soul had been touched by the Shinigami, Dodai had witnessed the true source of the unsettling sensation that had gripped him with such intense fear. The Shinigami's grotesque and horrifying visage had indelibly imprinted itself upon his mind, leaving behind an enduring scar of profound terror. Dodai-sama, Izumi addressed Dodai, who had now fully recovered consciousness, speaking in a measured tone. It was only upon witnessing your masterful application of ninjutsu techniques that I recognized you as an adversary from a previous battle on the field of war. You are a ninja of exceptional strategic prowess, and were it not for the fact that my elder brother had entrusted me with this particular summoning beast, I doubt that I would have been able to secure a victory over you in this arena. Upon hearing Izumi's words, a collective wave of apprehension washed over the assembled onlookers. They had not anticipated that this horrifying summoning beast belonged to Yuzuker. What other powers does he possess? This question echoed in the minds of all present. At this juncture, Minato, positioned within the Konoha viewing platform, directed a look of utter astonishment towards Yuzuker. Yuzuker, Minato inquired, his voice laced with disbelief, by what means did you manage to summon the Shinigami? Although Minato was unable to perceive the Shinigami's presence directly, upon hearing the account of the events unfolding in the arena, he had correctly surmised the identity of the summoning beast deployed by Izumi. The other members of the Konoha contingent, having overheard Minato's query, also turned their gaze towards Yuzuker, their expressions reflecting a palpable curiosity. Despite their inability to witness the Shinigami's presence, the mere utterance of its formidable name was sufficient to convey a sense of its immense power. It was a fortuitous encounter, a mere happenstance, Yuzuker responded with a nonchalant smile. Following the establishment of a summoning contract with the Shinigami, Yuzuker had returned the Shinigami mask, which he had retrieved from the Uzumaki clan shrine, to its original location. He recognized the impossibility of providing a credible explanation for his possession of knowledge concerning the secrets of the Uzumaki clan's Shinigami mask, and therefore opted to resort to evasive tactics. Upon hearing Yuzuker's explanation, Minato refrained from further questioning. Every ninja harbors their own closely guarded secrets, and this was a perfectly natural phenomenon. However, a wry smile played upon Minato's lips as he reflected upon the stark contrast between his own circumstances and Yuzuker's. The Shinigami, a summoning beast that had previously demanded the ultimate sacrifice of his life to summon through the application of the Shiki-Fujin technique, was now under Yuzuker's command. The disparity between individuals was truly remarkable. The battle between Izumi and Dodai had undoubtedly generated considerable excitement, revealing to the assembled ninjas the existence of spiritual entities within the ninja world. However, at this point in the contest, the score stood at 5-0 in favor of Konoha, placing them on the verge of securing a decisive victory. A look of profound dejection settled upon the faces of the ninjas representing the alliance of the three great ninja villages. They had not anticipated such a resounding defeat at the hands of their opponents. Should they suffer yet another defeat in the subsequent match, they would be utterly vanquished, their reputations forever tarnished, and their villages relegated to the status of laughingstocks throughout the ninja world. The next match is scheduled to feature Soijetsu from your village, Anoki remarked with a heavy sigh, and I fear that the outcome will be equally unfavorable. With respect to the ninjas dispatched by Kirigakure, only Mei Terumi possessed the requisite strength to pose a credible threat. Both Ao and Soijetsu were essentially serving as filler contestants in the lineup. Ao had successfully neutralized the formidable Yuzuker, but now, at this critical juncture in the contest, Soijetsu's presence seemed utterly inadequate. Mei Terumi countered Anoki's pessimistic assessment, declaring, Soijetsu possesses considerable strength, and I have faith in his abilities. Despite her words of encouragement, Mei's expression remained grave. Even if she herself were to participate in the contest, she could not guarantee victory with absolute certainty, and the prospects for Soijetsu, a relatively inexperienced ninja, were even more bleak. Suigetsu, upon hearing Mei Terumi's words of encouragement, felt a surge of renewed determination, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Kuratsuchi, positioned behind Anoki, could not help but scoff, expressing her skepticism. Suigetsu had been defeated by her during the joint Chunin exams. In the face of such formidable opponents from Konoha, she questioned his chances of success. The sixth match will be between Yukumo Kurama of Konohagakure and Suigetsu of Kirigakure. Upon hearing Mifune's announcement of the next combatants, Kuratsuchi let out a lament, "It's all over." Yukumo was the strongest in the joint Chunin exams. Suigetsu stands absolutely no chance. We're going to be completely humiliated by Konoha. Lowering her gaze to meet her grandfather Anoki's eyes, Kuratsuchi ventured a tentative question, would it be permissible for me to forego wearing our village's forehead protector when undertaking missions in the future? Anoki responded with a stern glare, causing Kuratsuchi to hastily raise her hands in a gesture of apology, laughing nervously, "It was merely a jest, grandfather." "A jest, I assure you." Upon learning that his opponent was Yukumo Kurama, Suigetsu's countenance fell. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of her genjutsu techniques, which had proven virtually unstoppable during the joint Chunin exams. Although he had not engaged in direct combat with Yukumo, numerous ninjas of comparable skill had been effortlessly defeated by her without the slightest resistance. Without the slightest deviation from expectations, Suigetsu, upon entering the arena, was instantly incapacitated by Yukumo Kurama's genjutsu, affording him no opportunity to showcase his abilities. Thus concluded the contest between Konoha and the alliance of the three great ninja villages, with a final score of 6-0 in favor of Konoha. Prior to the commencement of this contest, no one, with the sole exception of Yusuker, could have possibly foreseen such an outcome. With Konoha's decisive victory by a score of 6-0, there was no longer any need to continue the contest. At this point, the high-ranking officials from the five great ninja villages assembled in the central viewing platform where Mifune was positioned. "The victor has been determined," Minato stated, addressing Anoki, Mei Terumi, and Darui with a smile. "In accordance with the terms of our agreement, I trust that you will no longer interfere with the collaborative relationship between Konohagakure and Sunagakure." While the three Kage harbored a lingering reluctance to concede defeat, the fact remained that the contest they had initiated had resulted in a catastrophic defeat, leaving them with little recourse but to accept the outcome. After bidding farewell to the Kage of the three great ninja villages and Mifune, the commander of the Iron Country, Yusuker promptly transported all the members of the Konoha contingent into the Kamui space. He then subtly activated Kamui, transforming it into a spatial vortex, and vanished from the sight of the representatives from the three great ninja villages and the Iron Country. Alas! Anoki exclaimed with a profound sigh, "From this day forward, the established order of the five great ninja villages shall cease to exist." With these words, Anoki, accompanied by the members of the Wagakure, departed from the arena. Mei Terumi and Darui exchanged a look of mutual understanding, both shaking their heads in resignation before leading their respective contingents away. From a vantage point in a distant high-rise building, Madara Uchiha and Zetsu observed the entire contest. While Madara Uchiha had anticipated Konoha's victory, he had not foreseen the utterly lopsided outcome of 6-0. "The ninjas deployed by Konoha are all exceptionally skilled," Madara Uchiha remarked, his tone even and devoid of emotion. Yusuker Uchiha need not be mentioned, as his prowess is already well known, but the remaining members of his team are also formidable ninjas. The in-release chakra exhibited by that young girl is particularly remarkable, its quality second only to my own and that of Uchiha Yusuker. Despite the impassivity of his expression, Madara Uchiha's heart was far from tranquil. Although each of the ninjas who had participated in the contest, excluding Yusuker Uchiha, would be no match for him individually, Madara Uchiha harbored a profound sense of apprehension at the prospect of confronting them in a united front. Even he could not be certain of his ability to prevail against them. However, Madara Uchiha continued with a cold sneer, "The other three villages are becoming increasingly incompetent. With the exception of that young Anoki, who is passable, there is not a single ninja of note among them. That so-called Reikage is laughably weak." Madara Uchiha let out a sardonic laugh. "At present, of the five great nations, only Konoha possesses any real power. I have no further interest in personally subjugating the others. You should approach those Kage and attempt to establish contact. If they are willing to cooperate, then exploit their services. Ultimately, they will all become mere puppets under the infinite Tsukuyomi." Reflecting upon the formidable strength of Yusuker Uchiha and Konoha, Madara Uchiha resolved to employ a method that he had not initially intended to utilize in order to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. This approach represented a last resort, a measure that would significantly diminish his potential to attain the level of a Six Paths level ninja. Observing the slight furrow in Madara Uchiha's brow, Zetsu inquired, "Master, is there some matter that troubles you?" Madara Uchiha shook his head, responding, "In my forthcoming plans, the Edo Tensei technique is of paramount importance. However, it is regrettable that this jutsu suffers from significant drawbacks. The more powerful the ninja, the greater the suppression of their abilities upon resurrection." Upon hearing Madara Uchiha's words, Zetsu let out a chuckle. It is fortunate, then, that you did not eliminate Orochimaru, for he is an expert in the Edo Tensei technique. Following the conclusion of the contest between Konoha and the alliance of the three great ninja villages, the results swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. The score of 6-0 elicited widespread disbelief and astonishment. While many expressed their admiration for Konoha's overwhelming strength, a significant number of ninjas also voiced their opinion that the other great ninja villages had fallen into a state of decline. The ninja world had ceased to express any opposition to Konoha's control over Sunagakure. Instead, several ninja villages of considerable strength were now vying for the coveted position of the fifth great ninja village. This contest had undeniably exposed the shortcomings and deficiencies in the military might of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kimogakure. Kirigakure, in particular, had demonstrated its weakness, as two of its ninjas were defeated without Mai Terumi even having the opportunity to participate, highlighting the relative mediocrity of their strength when compared to the elite ninjas of other villages. Upon her return to Kirigakure, Mai Terumi immediately initiated measures to bolster the village's defensive capabilities, taking proactive steps to prevent any ambitious smaller villages from launching attacks against Kirigakure. 2 months later, Sunagakure had come completely under Konoha's control, and Yuzuker had ceased devoting his time and energy to stabilizing the situation within Sunagakure. At this point in the narrative, Yuzuker found himself immersed within his spiritual world, seeking guidance from Ryūjin Jakka regarding the cultivation of his spiritual energy. Ryūjin Jakka, Yuzuker stated in a grave tone, having just completed his daily training regimen, despite my persistent efforts in cultivation, I find that my spiritual energy appears to have reached a plateau, and I am unable to achieve any further increase. Yuzuker had long since observed that the rate of growth of his spiritual energy had been gradually diminishing as his training progressed. In recent days, his spiritual energy had completely ceased to increase, seemingly having reached an insurmountable barrier. Ryūjin Jakka, too, adopted a serious expression, recognizing that if Yuzuker, its master, were to cease growing in power, then its own abilities would likewise stagnate. I suspect that the inherent rules governing this world are preventing you from continuing to grow in power, Ryūjin Jakka stated slowly, for if your strength were to continue to increase without limit, this world might well be thrown into utter chaos and potentially destroyed by you. Yuzuker harbored similar suspicions regarding Ryūjin Jakka's assessment. Then is there any way to resolve this issue? Yuzuker inquired. Yuzuker possessed an unyielding desire to continually strive for improvement and surpass his limitations. If his power were to cease growing, it would mean that he could only seek horizontal growth, such as researching swordsmanship or ninjutsu techniques that Ryūjin Jakka could utilize. However, such growth would only manifest in an enhancement of his combat capabilities, not in a fundamental augmentation of his essence. What Yuzuker truly sought was the ability to continue progressing vertically, undergoing a fundamental transformation that would elevate his overall strength to a qualitatively superior level. Ryūjin Jakka shook its head, responding, within this world, I possess no means of achieving this. However, as a Zanpakuto originating from Soul Society, I would posit that the existence of a living being represents merely a fleeting stage in a much longer process. Only upon becoming a spirit does one attain the prospect of an infinite future. Are you suggesting that I should relinquish my mortal existence? Yuzuker questioned, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. I made no such suggestion, Ryūjin Jakka retorted, those were your own words. Chapter 198, NZNT, Chapter. Kabuto, you're incredibly strong now. Izumi wiped the sweat from her brow, addressing Kabuto in the vast Uchiha training grounds. Itachi nodded in agreement, your strength surpasses ours, you're the strongest of the three of us. About 15 minutes earlier, Kabuto had shared the good news with Itachi and Izumi. He'd successfully fused the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave, Mount Myaboku, and Shikatsu Forest. Excited, Izumi immediately suggested a sparring match to see the power of the combined legendary senjutsu. They sparred using taijutsu and small-scale ninjutsu, and Izumi was completely outmatched. Senjutsu's natural energy provides incredibly keen perception. Even with his eyes closed, Kabuto, having fused the three senjutsu, was acutely aware of his surroundings. He could sense Izumi's every movement, significantly diminishing the threat of her heart flash technique. Kabuto, already possessing exceptional physical attributes and vitality, experienced a further enhancement to his physical capabilities after the fusion of the three senjutsu. With his formidable taijutsu coupled with the potent senjutsu, Izumi was practically overwhelmed throughout the sparring match. After Izumi's defeat, Itachi also sparred with Kabuto. Facing Itachi, Kabuto kept his eyes closed to avoid Itachi's dojutsu and genjutsu. While senjutsu enhanced his genjutsu resistance, it didn't grant immunity. Falling victim to Itachi's genjutsu would have severe consequences. Since Itachi couldn't use his strongest dojutsu to control Kabuto, and ordinary genjutsu proved largely ineffective, after a brief exchange, Itachi also fell to Kabuto. This was just sparring, of course. In a life-or-death battle, their chances would be even. Kabuto's senjutsu was powerful enough to break through Itachi's Susanoo and kill him. However, Itachi Susanoo wielded the sword of Tatsuka, a divine weapon capable of sealing Kabuto within the drunken dream realm using the Shiki Fujin sealing technique. While other ninjas might struggle to achieve a one-hit kill against Kabuto, Itachi possessed the capability to do so. Let's challenge my brother. Let's teach him a lesson. With the three of us, even my brother shouldn't be a match for us, right? Probably. Izumi's eyes lit up, suggesting this to Kabuto and Itachi. Kabuto was taken aback. He'd never considered challenging his teacher. But Izumi's suggestion stirred a sense of excitement within him. He yearned to showcase the fruits of his years of rigorous training to his teacher, Yuzuker, allowing him to witness his growth and progress. However, Kabuto detected a hint of resentment underlying Izumi's words, prompting him to turn his gaze towards Itachi with a questioning look. Itachi was thoroughly familiar with Izumi's situation, and his account of events would be far more reliable and accurate. Izumi and Itachi were now in a subtly romantic phase, a fact that was readily apparent to everyone in Konoha, signifying their inevitable progression into a romantic relationship, although the official announcement was yet to be made. Itachi, displaying a rare expression of helplessness, proceeded to recount an incident that had transpired 2 days prior. 2 days earlier, Itachi had formally proposed a romantic relationship to Izumi. While Izumi reciprocated his feelings, she expressed a desire to discuss the matter with her family before making a decision. She subsequently brought Itachi to her home. Izumi's mother, Hazuki Uchiha, readily consented, expressing her profound satisfaction with Itachi, whom she found to be an exceptionally handsome young man. Yusuker, however, in his capacity as Izumi's elder brother, posed a question to Itachi that left the usually resourceful and quick-witted Itachi completely speechless. If Izumi and Sasuke were to fall into a river, which one would you rescue first? Due to Itachi's inability to provide a satisfactory response to this question, Yusuker promptly rejected Itachi's proposal to pursue a romantic relationship with Izumi, leaving all three individuals present in a state of stunned silence. In truth, the question itself possessed no inherent practical significance. Yusuker himself understood that it was inappropriate to attempt to weigh the value of a family member's life against that of a loved one. Yusuker's purpose in posing this question was merely to impress upon Itachi the paramount importance that Izumi should hold in his heart as his future partner. Yusuker was confident that even if he were to reject Itachi's proposal at this juncture, Itachi and Izumi would not cease their romantic involvement. However, the presence of this obstacle would serve to reinforce the value of their relationship in Itachi's eyes, compelling him to cherish their bond even more deeply. However, upon hearing Yusuker's question, Izumi, overcome with anger, promptly dragged Itachi away, while Hazuki Uchiha, Izumi's mother, expressed her bewilderment at Yusuker's unusual line of questioning. After Yusuker provided a detailed explanation, Hazuki Uchiha nodded in agreement, deeming Yusuker's approach to be quite effective. Itachi remained unaware of Yusuker's underlying intentions and the subsequent conversation between Hazuki Uchiha and Yusuker. He merely recounted the sequence of events to Kabuto. So, you two were showering me with your romantic displays, only to be thwarted by the teacher. Kabuto chuckled inwardly upon hearing Itachi's account. After Itachi's explanation, Izumi's anger resurfaced. That annoying brother. We'll show him what we're capable of now. We're not children anymore. Itachi shook his head. Izumi, that sounds like something a child would say. Izumi glared at Itachi. Whose side are you on? Enough talk. Let's go find my brother right now. At this hour, he's surely at the Binshun tea house, sipping tea. As Izumi had predicted, Yusuker was indeed at the Binshun tea house, engaged in a leisurely conversation with the tea house's owner, Shinko Inari. Shinko Inari was the former senior of Itachi who had chosen to abandon the path of a ninja, having previously worked as a waitress at the tea house. However, her father had recently entrusted her with the complete ownership of the tea house, enabling her to transition from her previous role as a waitress to that of the establishment's owner. As the two were engaged in light-hearted banter, Izumi, accompanied by Itachi and Kabuto, stormed into the tea house. Since Yusuker had rejected Itachi's proposal 2 days prior, Izumi had remained silent and withdrawn at home. Upon witnessing Izumi's unexpected arrival, Yusuker initially assumed that she had come to reconcile with him. Taking a delicate sip of tea, Yusuker addressed Izumi with a gentle smile. Izumi, do you now understand where you erred? Izumi's eyebrows shot up in anger. My mistake was that I'm not strong enough to defeat you. Yusuker nodded in satisfaction. Yes, acknowledging your mistake is. Wait, what did you just say? Having initially believed that Izumi had come to offer an apology, Yusuker's perception shifted upon hearing her unexpected declaration. Izumi, her chin slightly raised, stated with unwavering determination, Brother, I challenge you to a match. And of course, the three of us will be participating. Chapter 199, NZNT, Chapter. Using Kamui's spatial warping abilities, Yusuker transported Izumi, Kabuto, and Itachi to a desolate, uninhabited wasteland. Yusuker found Izumi's challenge, with Kabuto and Itachi, intriguing. He knew their strength well, few ninjas in the world could contend with them. He was curious to see their combined power. Looking at Izumi, arms crossed, puffed cheeks resembling a chipmunk, Yusuker smiled, "You want to challenge your brother, but 3 against 1 seems a bit unfair, don't you think?" Izumi lightly snorted, "When sparring with you, brother, having extra help isn't exactly unheard of." Smiling and shaking his head, Yusuker's expression turned serious, "Very well. Today, I will assess your growth over these years, from a teacher's perspective." As soon as he finished speaking, Yusuker's immense spiritual pressure erupted from within him, causing everyone's clothing to billow and flap in the wind. Seeing this, Izumi, Itachi, and Kabuto immediately assumed their fighting stances, understanding that the battle had truly commenced. Sage Art, 3 Sage Senjutsu. Kabuto brought his hands together in front of his chest, his face undergoing a remarkable transformation, the result of the fusion of the 3 Sage Senjutsu. His eyes now possessed the pupils of a snake, symbolizing the senjutsu of Ryūjin Cave. A vibrant green eyeshadow adorned his eyes, representing the senjutsu of Mount Myaboku, and purple markings, identical in color to those on the back of Katsuyu, signified the senjutsu of Shikatsu Forest. Witnessing Kabuto's physical transformation, Yusuker's eyes widened in surprise, realizing for the first time that his disciple had successfully achieved the fusion of the 3 senjutsu. Utilizing his spiritual pressure to gauge Kabuto's current state, Yusuker nodded with evident satisfaction. "So, this is your new senjutsu form. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful. Aside from the first Hokage in his prime, I doubt anyone could surpass you in terms of life force." Kabuto already possessed a physique with regenerative abilities far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Combining this with the tailed beast's yang release chakra, his self-developed restorative ninjutsu techniques, yin release, restoration and physical energy healing, and now the fusion of the 3 senjutsu's natural energy, it would be virtually impossible for ordinary ninjas to eliminate him. This prompted Yusuker to recall one of the most significant deceptions in the history of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju's purported suicide attempt with the kunai, ostensibly to demonstrate his sincerity in seeking a collaborative partnership with Madara Uchiha. At the time, the naive Madara Uchiha had been completely swayed by Hashirama Senju's display. With Kabuto having activated his senjutsu form, Izumi gently placed her hands on both Kabuto and Itachi, activating Heart Flash to instantly teleport behind Yusuker. However, under the influence of Yusuker's heightened spiritual pressure, no one's movements could escape his perception. Evading the trio's surprise attack, Yusuker directly engaged them in hand-to-hand combat, utilizing his taijutsu skills. All 3 disciples demonstrated exceptional proficiency in taijutsu, but Kabuto, in his current state, exhibited a marked superiority in terms of speed and strength, presenting a significant challenge even to Yusuker. Were it not for the assistance provided by his heightened spiritual pressure, even Yusuker would have felt overwhelmed. "Brother, you should probably draw your Zanpakuto," Izumi remarked, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Otherwise, if we manage to defeat you, don't blame your little sister for bullying you." Yusuker responded with a hearty laugh. For a teacher, the greatest success is seeing one's student surpass their mentor. "However, if you wish to force me to unsheath my Zanpakuto, you will have to exert yourselves considerably more." At this point, Yusuker was already experiencing immense pressure. Izumi was acting as a support, utilizing her Heart Flash technique to continuously shift Kabuto and Itachi's positions, allowing them to exploit his blind spots. However, in order to further stimulate his disciples' fighting spirit, Yusuker decided to delay the use of his Zanpakuto and instead summoned a Genyomaru clone to assist him in battle. Upon witnessing the appearance of Genyomaru perched upon Yusuker's shoulder, Izumi, Itachi, and Kabuto felt a surge of apprehension. This Genyomaru possessed the formidable ability of double Kamui, making it an exceptionally formidable opponent. While Yusuker would refrain from employing Kamui's long-range attack capabilities to inflict physical harm upon his disciples, should he manage to seize and subsequently drag one of his disciples into the Kamui space, their 3-pronged attack formation would inevitably collapse. As anticipated, with the arrival of Genyomaru, Yusuker immediately regained the upper hand in the battle. During their taijutsu exchanges, the 3 disciples were compelled to execute brief, fleeting attacks, fearing the prospect of becoming entangled with Yusuker. After a period of intense and closely matched combat, Yusuker expressed his profound satisfaction with the performance of his 3 disciples. However, at this stage, Yusuker resolved to elevate the intensity of the battle. His spiritual pressure surged dramatically, causing the air surrounding him to become suddenly still and heavy. Itachi, observing his teacher's actions, noticed a subtle smile playing upon Yusuker's lips. Not good. A wave of apprehension washed over Itachi, as he instantly realized that his teacher was about to target him. Izumi possessed the Heart Flash technique, granting her exceptional mobility and the ability to teleport. Kabuto, having activated his senjutsu form, proved to be an equally formidable opponent in close-quarters combat. In contrast, Itachi, despite his mastery of genjutsu, had been unable to effectively utilize his skills, making him the weakest link among the 3. Harnessing the explosive force of his spiritual pressure, Yusuker propelled both Izumi and Kabuto backward with a forceful blast, transforming the initial 3-on-1 confrontation into a 1-on-1 duel between himself and Itachi. Unleashing his peak speed and power, Yusuke swiftly seized hold of Itachi's arms with a single, decisive movement. Just as he was about to activate the Kamui space, dark reddish-brown skeletal structures materialized around Itachi's body, indicating his intention to activate Susanoo to repel Yusuke. However, relying on his overwhelming spiritual pressure, Yusuke remained unfazed by the formidable impact generated by the chakra surge accompanying the formation of Itachi's Susanoo and proceeded to activate the Kamui space, intending to forcibly drag Itachi and his Susanoo into the spatial dimension. Itachi, fully comprehending Yusuke's intentions, immediately locked his gaze upon Yusuke, simultaneously activating Amaterasu in his eyes, aiming to compel Yusuke to retreat. Yet, Yusuke remained utterly unperturbed by the flames of Amaterasu. He activated his own Amaterasu in his eyes, resulting in a fierce clash of flames in the air. Uchiha style, Sakura slash. Sage art, stone snake bite. At this critical juncture, Izumi and Kabuto launched a counterattack in an attempt to rescue Itachi, unleashing a pink blade of light and a gray serpent, respectively, in a swift assault from both flanks. Yusuke, in turn, activated the defensive capabilities of his Susanoo to protect himself. However, instead of summoning a fully formed Susanoo, he merely manifested black skeletal structures behind and to his sides, effectively deflecting Izumi and Kabuto's attacks and thwarting their rescue attempt. As the spatial vortex was on the verge of closing, and Itachi's body was poised to be drawn into its depths, a circular shield suddenly materialized before Itachi, miraculously deflecting the force of the spatial vortex. The Yata mirror. Yusuke's expression registered a slight look of surprise, and he promptly withdrew from the encirclement of his three disciples. He had not anticipated that the Yata mirror possessed the capacity to defend against spatial-type attacks, and, to his further astonishment, the black skeletal structures of his Susanoo had been petrified by Kabuto's attack. Were he to sustain another attack, his defenses would undoubtedly be breached. Chapter 200, NZNT, Chapter. After Yusuke retreated, Itachi fully unleashed his Susanoo. Perhaps defeating his teacher required relying on the divine weapon wielded by his Susanoo. If the sword of Totsuka could pierce his teacher, it might seal him in the drunken dream realm. Of course, Itachi could release the sealed target, he wasn't aiming for a permanent sealing. With Itachi's Susanoo appearing, Yusuke immediately unleashed his own, a colossal black warrior materializing before his three disciples. However, Yusuke's Susanoo was a staggering 5 times larger than Itachi's. How is it that big? Izumi exclaimed in disbelief. Although she had witnessed Yusuke's Susanoo from a distance during his confrontation with the Geto Mazo, seeing it up close, especially in comparison to Itachi's Susanoo, made the disparity in size even more striking. This is the difference in dojutsu power, Itachi stated, a hint of awe in his eyes. Itachi formed hand seals, summoning 2 crows that landed on Kabuto and Izumi's shoulders. This was a team genjutsu Itachi had developed. The 3 could now mentally communicate through the crow clones, allowing them to coordinate their strategy against Yusuke. Standing within his Susanoo, Yusuke looked down at his 3 disciples, secretly hoping they could find a way to overcome his Susanoo's defenses. A slight smirk played on Yusuke's lips as he addressed them. I presume you've strategized your countermeasures. Then I shall initiate my offensive maneuvers. Aware that his disciples were engaged in formulating their tactical approach, Yusuke granted them some time to deliberate. After approximately 1 minute, Yusuke launched his offensive, a massive katana materializing in his Susanoo's hand. This katana was not a zanpakuto, but rather a weapon intrinsic to the Susanoo itself. With a single, devastating slash directed at Itachi's Susanoo, Itachi was forced to evade the attack, unable to withstand the blow. The sheer power of Yusuke's Susanoo far surpassed his own. Any attempt to directly counter the attack would have resulted in certain death. Sage art, Yamada no Oroki Swamp. Kabuto had now released the power of the Tuyang seal. To effectively counter Yusuke's gargantuan Susanoo, he was compelled to expend a substantial amount of chakra to unleash this potent senjutsu technique. A colossal swamp materialized beneath Yusuke's Susanoo, teeming with numerous colossal serpents formed from earth and natural energy. These massive serpents encircled and entangled Yusuke's Susanoo, aiming to restrict its movement. The sudden appearance of the swamp caused Yusuke's Susanoo to lose its footing, promptly sinking into the mire. As Yusuke struggled to maneuver his Susanoo out of the swamp, he discovered that the serpents within proved to be exceptionally formidable adversaries. Even when severed, they possessed the ability to continuously regenerate, preventing his Susanoo from breaking free. Truly a remarkable senjutsu technique, Yusuke exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Such an expansive swamp, and the earth serpents within are formed based on the principle of inorganic regeneration. Upon hearing Yusuke's praise, Kabuto, his brow slick with perspiration, broke into a broad smile. This senjutsu technique was Kabuto's magnum opus, although its execution demanded a considerable expenditure of chakra. To successfully restrain a Susanoo of comparable size and power to the Geto Mazo, Kabuto had utilized nearly 1/3 of his total chakra reserves. Observing that Yusuke's colossal Susanoo had been rendered immobile, Itachi immediately seized the opportunity to direct his own Susanoo towards Yusuke. With half of its body submerged within the swamp, only the upper half of Yusuker's Susanoo remained exposed, its height exceeding that of Itachi's Susanoo by approximately double. If Itachi's Susanoo were to execute a powerful leap, the sword of Totsuka in its grasp would be within reach of Yusuker, who was positioned within the head of his Susanoo. At this critical juncture, Izumi deployed Heart Flash in rapid succession, first teleporting to Kabuto's side and seizing him firmly in her grasp, then swiftly relocating Kabuto to a position directly above Itachi's Susanoo. Sage Art, Wind Release, Ryūjin, Lightning Release, Chidori. A toad, clad in a purple robe, materialized upon Kabuto's shoulder, seemingly emerging from nowhere. The toad and Kabuto simultaneously formed the necessary hand seals, each expelling a stream of chakra, gray and purple, respectively, which converged to form a slender wind pillar approximately 1 centimeter in radius, encircled by purple lightning. This projectile shot forth with incredible speed, directly targeting the head of Yusuker's Susanoo. This enhanced senjutsu technique represented a refined version of Kabuto's Ryūjin, incorporating senjutsu chakra imbued with lightning release. This modification not only augmented its destructive power but also significantly increased its velocity. With virtually no opportunity for evasion, the wind pillar pierced the head of Yusuker's Susanoo, its formidable defenses proving utterly ineffective. However, within the confines of his Susanoo's head, Yusuker had already rendered his body intangible, successfully evading the attack. This maneuver clearly demonstrated Kabuto's calculated restraint, as he had meticulously controlled the wind pillar's range, ensuring that it avoided Yusuker's vital areas. Even if the attack had connected, it would not have resulted in a fatal injury. This was the precise moment that Itachi and Izumi had been anticipating. Heart Flash was suddenly activated, and Izumi, along with her Susanoo, instantaneously materialized before Yusuker. Itachi, controlling his Susanoo, raised the sword of Totsuka and aimed it at the head of Yusuker's Susanoo. A crimson beam of light emanating from the tip of the sword of Totsuka pierced through the opening created by Kabuto in Yusuker's Susanoo's head, making direct contact with Yusuker's body. We did it. Itachi and Izumi exchanged a look of mutual elation and triumph. Although Yusuker's body was currently in an intangible state, Itachi's sword of Totsuka, coupled with Izumi's precise targeting using her Mokujutsu technique, had successfully pierced Yusuker's true form within the Kamui space. Sealing Jutsu, Shiki Fujin. With the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan fully unleashed, Itachi initiated the sealing process using the sword of Totsuka, aiming to trap Yusuker within the drunken dream realm contained within the sword. To Itachi's astonishment, despite his exertion of maximum effort, Yusuker showed absolutely no signs of being affected by the sealing technique. His body remained firmly planted within his Susanoo, a smile gracing his lips as he observed his disciples. "You have all passed the test," Yusuker declared, his voice booming with laughter. Simultaneously, the weapon previously wielded by Yusuker's Susanoo vanished, replaced by a katana with a purple hilt, its blade engulfed in raging flames. With the appearance of this new weapon, the entire colossal black Susanoo erupted in a conflagration of flames, rapidly drying up the Yamada no Orochi swamp created by Kabuto in a matter of mere seconds. The swamp transformed into parched, cracked earth, and the previously resilient earth serpents were rendered lifeless. With the constraints imposed by the swamp and its relentless serpents now removed, Yusuker effortlessly maneuvered his Susanoo out of the mire. "Let us conclude this sparring session," Yusuker stated, his face adorned with a look of benevolent satisfaction, addressing his disciples. "Your skills have reached a level sufficient for you to embark on your independent journeys, and I, as your teacher, hereby bestow my full approval upon your accomplishments." Izumi, Itachi, and Kabuto displayed no signs of dejection or disappointment at their apparent failure, their expressions instead conveying a sense of quiet understanding and acceptance of the outcome. Although they possessed considerable confidence in their abilities, they had never truly believed that they could decisively defeat Yusuker. "Teacher," Itachi inquired, his voice laced with curiosity, "why did the sword of Totsuka's sealing technique prove ineffective against you?" Yusuker responded with a smile, "Your tactical approach was exceptionally well conceived and executed, and your ability to breach the defenses of my Susanoo and force me to utilize my intangible form is truly commendable. However, relying on a genjutsu-based sealing technique as your final recourse against me was a fundamentally flawed strategy, devoid of any realistic chance of success. My spiritual energy is of such magnitude that it renders me impervious to all forms of genjutsu-based attacks within this world." Upon hearing Yusuker's explanation, the three disciples were overcome with astonishment. While they were already aware of the immense power of Yusuker's spiritual energy, which rendered him practically immune to the influence of genjutsu, they had not anticipated that even the sword of Totsuka, a legendary weapon capable of sealing any living being, would prove to be utterly ineffective against him. Yusuker turned his gaze towards Itachi, continuing, "Your sword of Totsuka is widely regarded as an invincible weapon within the ninja world, yet there are still two individuals who possess the capacity to resist its power. One is myself," Yusuker declared, "and the other is Madara Uchiha, the wielder of the Rinnegan." Chapter 201, NZNT, Chapter. At the moment Yusuker mentioned Madara Uchiha, Madara was at his base, undertaking the most crucial step of his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. "Almost ready." Once I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, I'll launch a full-scale war on the ninja world. Luckily, I spared Orochimaru. His improved Edo Tensei is remarkable. Summoning the Geto Mazo, Madara Uchiha addressed Zetsu. Following the contest between the three great ninja villages and Konoha, Madara's plan to ally with the three villages to attack Konoha had significantly weakened. In his view, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure possessed insufficient strength to be of any real use. After instructing Zetsu to make tentative contact with the Kage of these three villages and discovering that none of them possessed the resolve to become enemies of Konoha, Madara Uchiha abandoned his plans to enlist their aid. In Madara Uchiha's estimation, the true key to the successful completion of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan lay in his ability to defeat the current Konoha, or more specifically, Yusuker Uchiha. For his army, he could mass-produce white Zetsu. His core fighting force would be created using the Edo Tensei technique he'd obtained from Orochimaru. Madara Uchiha began forming hand seals, initiating Orochimaru's latest and improved Edo Tensei technique. This refined Edo Tensei technique allowed the resurrected individuals to retain nearly 90% of their original strength. Even a peak-level powerhouse like Hashirama Senju could exert almost 80% of his full power. Upon completion of the jutsu, the numerous sacrificial offerings before Madara Uchiha instantly transformed into the reincarnated forms of past Jinchuriki, as well as the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, who had once been consumed by the nine-tailed fox and thus retained a portion of its chakra. Following their resurrection via the Edo Tensei technique, all of these individuals had their minds immediately subjugated by Madara Uchiha's control, with the exception of Mito Uzumaki, the former Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox from 2 generations prior to the current era. You are Madara Uchiha. The Edo Tensei technique. What in the world is going on here? Mito Uzumaki, upon opening her eyes, immediately locked her gaze upon Madara Uchiha. After briefly surveying her surroundings, she swiftly concluded that she was currently situated within the ninja world and that she, along with numerous other ninjas, had been resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique. Mito Uzumaki's appearance was not that of a frail, elderly woman on the brink of death, but rather that of a vibrant young woman in the prime of her life. Mito, Madara Uchiha chuckled, addressing his former acquaintance, it has been a considerable time. I must confess that I find it rather unexpected that our reunion should transpire in such a manner. Mito Uzumaki, however, maintained a grave expression. Before her stood Madara Uchiha, seemingly unchanged from his appearance in his 20s, his eyes bearing the unmistakable aura of the legendary Rinnegan. The presence of such a formidable and dangerous individual, possessing such immense power, coupled with the resurrection of a multitude of ninjas via the Edo Tensei technique, unequivocally indicated that Madara Uchiha harbored a purpose of extraordinary significance. What is your objective in resurrecting me? Mito Uzumaki inquired. Directing her gaze towards the numerous individuals who had been resurrected by the Edo Tensei technique, Mito Uzumaki quickly discerned a common thread among them. She could sense that all of these individuals were former Jinchuriki, their bodies still retaining the power of the tailed beasts. Naturally, it is for the sake of my grand design, Madara Uchiha declared. However, we can discuss the specifics of this at a later time. Madara Uchiha once again initiated the Edo Tensei technique, but on this occasion, he resurrected only a single individual, Hashirama Senju, his destined rival. Given Hashirama Senju's immense power, Madara Uchiha deemed it necessary to perform the Edo Tensei technique separately in order to maximize the degree to which his resurrected form could inherit its original strength. Following his resurrection, Hashirama Senju's expression was one of utter bewilderment. However, much like Mito Uzumaki, he quickly pieced together the circumstances of his situation, realizing that he had been resurrected within the ninja world via the Edo Tensei technique. He also noted that Madara Uchiha, for reasons unknown, appeared to have retained his youthful vigor and was clearly undertaking actions detrimental to the ninja world. From this moment forward, until I have truly achieved the unification of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha announced, his voice resonating with heightened intensity, I shall ensure that you witness every event with your own eyes, Hashirama Senju. With the appearance of Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha's demeanor appeared to undergo a noticeable shift, his emotional state seemingly elevated. His voice was louder than usual. Exchanging a meaningful glance with his wife, Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju addressed Madara Uchiha in a firm and measured tone, while I remain uncertain of your intentions, we are both deceased individuals who have passed into the annals of history. Your attempt to forcibly reverse the natural cycle of life and death in pursuit of your ambitions is destined to fail. Every era produces a leader who guides that era. Our time has passed. Madara Uchiha responded to Hashirama Senju's words with a sardonic laugh, I place no faith in the concept of eras. I believe only in the power I wield. Your efforts to maintain a balance of power among the 5 great nations have proven to be a complete failure. Following our deaths, the ninja world has been embroiled in incessant warfare. Within a mere few decades, 2 world wars have erupted, engulfing the entire ninja world. And now, it is my intention to rectify the errors that you have committed. At this point, Madara Uchiha proceeded to provide Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki with a detailed explanation of his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Upon hearing Madara Uchiha's exposition, both Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki expressed their astonishment at the immense power of the 6 paths of pain, as described by Madara Uchiha, and their utter disbelief at the sheer audacity and madness of his proposed plan. Hashirama, Madara Uchiha declared, his voice booming with laughter, "No one in this world can prevent me from achieving my objective. You are intimately familiar with the extent of our power. You shall witness with your own eyes the ninja world brought under my complete control, where eternal peace will be realized within the confines of a genjutsu." It is undeniable that a profound and enduring animosity existed between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. As destined rivals, they had once been the closest of friends, yet they also represented the most diametrically opposed ideologies. Upon encountering Hashirama Senju, even the supremely aloof Madara Uchiha exhibited a noticeable transformation in his demeanor, his facial expressions becoming far more varied and expressive, as if he had become an entirely different person. After a moment of silence, a surprising expression spread across Hashirama Senju's face, a broad, joyful smile. This unexpected display of mirth left not only Madara Uchiha, but also Mito Uzumaki, utterly perplexed. "You imbecile, have you lost your mind?" Mito Uzumaki exclaimed, her voice laced with exasperation, directing a sharp glare at Hashirama Senju. "Even in the face of such dire circumstances, you still find cause for merriment." Hashirama Senju, in response, merely chuckled and scratched the back of his head. "My apologies, I simply found myself recalling a rather amusing incident." Madara Uchiha's expression darkened considerably. His intention in resurrecting Hashirama Senju was not to witness his amusement, but rather to confront him with the stark reality of his failures and to compel him to witness Madara Uchiha's triumph in a state of utter despair. With a cold snort, Madara Uchiha stated in a low, menacing tone, "What could possibly be so amusing? Those individuals bound to the stakes over there are the 4 remaining Jinchuriki, are they not?" Hashirama Senju inquired, his eyes gleaming with a shrewd intelligence, directing his gaze towards the ninjas whose powers had been sealed and bound to 4 wooden stakes. These 4 Jinchuriki were Yagura, the Jinchuriki of the 3-tailed beast, Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the 4-tailed beast, Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5-tailed beast, and Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the 6-tailed beast, representing the entirety of the tailed beast power remaining under Madara Uchiha's control. Madara Uchiha responded with a sardonic laugh, "Indeed, that is correct. But what could possibly be so amusing about that?" Hashirama Senju, maintaining unwavering eye contact with Madara Uchiha, declared with absolute certainty, "As I have previously stated, every era gives rise to a leader who guides that era. I suspect that the strongest individual in the ninja world at this very moment is not you." Chapter 202, NZNT, Chapter. Hearing Hashirama Senju's words, Madara Uchiha's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly grim. Hashirama, however, pointed at him and erupted in laughter, "Ha ha ha ha. That's the exact same expression you had when you first lost to me." Despite being the former god of shinobi, Hashirama's absent-mindedness often surprised those who met him for the first time. Many who knew him, however, considered this to be part of his charm. Mito Uzumaki, standing beside him, shook her head wearily. She was accustomed to her husband's unpredictable behavior. Yet, her intelligence allowed her to grasp the meaning behind Hashirama's words, and the previously intense worry in her eyes was replaced by renewed hope and confidence. "Madara, if you had no rivals in the ninja world, gathering the tailed beasts would have been a trivial task. However, you currently possess only 4 Jinchuriki, and it seems that you are forced to extract the residual tailed beast chakra from past Jinchuriki through Edo Tensei to obtain the others. Isn't the answer quite clear?" Although these words were ostensibly directed towards Madara Uchiha, Mito Uzumaki's gaze was fixed upon Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju nodded, his eyes filled with tender affection as he addressed Mito Uzumaki. "That is precisely what I intended to convey. He must have encountered an opponent whose strength surpasses his own, rendering him incapable of gathering the remaining tailed beasts and forcing him to resort to this method of reviving the 10 tails." The two exchanged a knowing smile, a palpable sense of relief washing over them. As Madara Uchiha observed Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki's affectionate exchange and listened to their playful banter directed at him, a profound sense of irritation washed over him. This was certainly not the outcome he had envisioned upon resurrecting Hashirama Senju. "Enough." Madara Uchiha barked, abruptly terminating the unwelcome reminiscing. "Both of you are to remain silent and observe. Yusuker Uchiha is indeed a formidable opponent, but once I become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, even he will be unable to thwart my plans." Madara Uchiha let out a cold snort, bringing an abrupt end to the conversation that had proven so irksome to him. With the power of his Rinnegan fully unleashed, the Geto Mazo let out a thunderous roar, its arms, which had been bound to its chest, shattering their restraints. The chains binding its legs, which had been crossed and seated upon the ground, were also severed with equal ease. Madara Uchiha brought his hands together in front of his chest, a torrent of chakra erupting from his body. Simultaneously, the Gedo Mazo opened its maw, extending dozens of chains from within, reaching towards the bodies of all the Jinchuriki present, intending to extract their tailed beast chakra. Furthermore, Orochimaru, who had fallen victim to Madara Uchiha's Genjutsu, was also among the Gedo Mazo's targets. Having been subdued by Madara Uchiha, the half of Shikaka sealed within Orochimaru by the Tuyang seal was discovered. Due to the fact that the Jinchuriki resurrected via Edo Tensei, as well as entities such as Kinkaku and Ginkaku, possessed only a minimal amount of tailed beast chakra, their chakra was swiftly extracted by the Gedo Mazo without the slightest resistance. However, the tailed beasts residing within the 4 living Jinchuriki were still in their complete form, and the half of Shikaka contained within Orochimaru also possessed a significant amount of chakra. These tailed beasts immediately launched a desperate defense. They were fully aware that once they were reabsorbed into the Gedo Mazo, they would lose their individual identities and ultimately be transformed into the 10 tails. Nevertheless, the Gedo Mazo inherently possessed a power that counteracted the tailed beasts, and with Madara Uchiha, wielding the power of the 3 Tomo Rinnegan, providing assistance, the 5 tailed beasts, Shikaku, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, and Saiken, were swiftly extracted and unceremoniously devoured by the Gedo Mazo. Having absorbed the tailed beast chakra from all the Jinchuriki present, the Gedo Mazo had successfully amassed the power of all 9 tailed beasts, from Shikaka to Kurama. The 9 eyes on its forehead, previously tightly sealed shut, now snapped open, presenting a terrifying and unsettling spectacle. However, due to the fact that only 4 of the tailed beasts were in their complete form, only 4 of the eyes opened fully. Of the remaining 5 eyes, only the one representing Shikaku was half opened, while the others were merely slightly ajar, almost appearing to be squinting. Following the absorption of the tailed beast's power, the Gedo Mazo, serving as the physical vessel for the 10 tails, suddenly convulsed violently, raising its head and emitting a deafening roar. A powerful surge of chakra emanated from its body, and its physical form began to undergo a radical transformation. Ultimately, the Gedo Mazo, which had previously resembled a humanoid figure, metamorphosed into a bizarre creature with 10 tails, prostrate upon the ground. This creature possessed a round head adorned with a single, enormous eye, the pupil of which bore the unmistakable pattern of the Rinnegan. Its body lacked significant musculature, its limbs appearing thin and elongated, while its back was burdened by a structure resembling a seashell, yet bristling with numerous large, sharp spines. This creature was none other than the resurrected 10 tails. However, due to the insufficiency of tailed beast chakra, the 10 tails had not yet attained its peak power, existing only in its most rudimentary form, which accounted for its emaciated appearance. In this nascent state, the 10 tails was capable of utilizing only the tailed beast ball technique. Were it to absorb the complete chakra of all 9 tailed beasts, from Shikaka to Kurama, the 10 tails' physique would become significantly more robust, and it would gain access to a devastating technique known as Tengai Shinsei, capable of unleashing large-scale natural disasters. Madara Uchiha's face broke into a triumphant smile as he gazed upon the resurrected 10 tails. In a matter of moments, he would become the most powerful ninja in the entire ninja world. Although his transformation was not yet complete, he was confident that he would be able to replenish the tailed beast power once he had achieved the conquest of the ninja world. With a swift movement, Madara Uchiha tore off his armor, bringing his hands together in front of his chest, unleashing the full might of his Rinnegan's power. He let out a thunderous roar, "I, Madara Uchiha, shall become the second sage of the 6 paths. 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal." At this critical juncture, Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki's expressions registered a look of profound astonishment upon witnessing the emergence of a visage upon Madara Uchiha's left chest, a facial feature that bore a striking resemblance to Hashirama Senju himself, having been formed through the fusion of gradually assimilated cells. However, their primary concern remained the immense power that Madara Uchiha would wield upon becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. The incomplete 10 tails had already demonstrated an unparalleled level of chakra, and if this formidable power were to fall into the hands of Madara Uchiha, a ninja renowned for his exceptional combat prowess, the task of confronting him would become exponentially more challenging. Under the influence of the Rinnegan's power, the 10 tails' entire body began to gradually liquefy, flowing towards Madara Uchiha's back like a viscous liquid. A circular void, resembling a black hole, materialized on Madara Uchiha's back, slowly drawing the 10 tails into its depths. This process proved to be far from effortless for Madara Uchiha. The absorption of such a colossal quantity of chakra placed an immense strain upon his body. Madara Uchiha felt as if his body were on the verge of being torn asunder by the sheer force of the chakra, and the excruciating pain caused him to let out a series of guttural roars, his 2 Rinnegan eyes becoming bloodshot. However, for Madara Uchiha, the pain was inconsequential. The overwhelming power he was acquiring filled him with an intoxicating sense of exhilaration, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fervent zeal. Chapter 203, NZNT, Chapter. The absorption of the 10 tails into Madara Uchiha's body took about 10 minutes. Once he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. While his facial features remained unchanged, his skin turned strikingly pale, his once raven black hair now snow white, and a white robe adorned with 9 tomo appeared around him. These changes stemmed from the 6 paths power, a fusion of yin-yang release and all 7 chakra natures. Lowering his head to observe his hands, Madara Uchiha felt an unimaginable surge of power coursing through his being. He then threw his head back and erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Hovering before Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, Madara Uchiha wore a smug expression. I trust that you both can sense the magnitude of this power. Do you still believe that anyone in the ninja world can stand against me? Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki's expressions were grave. While they knew a powerful opponent to Madara Uchiha must exist, they held little hope that this individual could overcome Madara Uchiha now that he had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. However, the Ten Tails in this state is evidently insufficient to transform into the God Tree. If it were otherwise, matters would have been considerably simpler. Attempting to manipulate the power surging within his body, Madara Uchiha discovered that his current chakra reserves were inadequate to facilitate the God Tree's descent, rendering the activation of the complete infinite Tsukuyomi impossible. Upon the activation of the complete infinite Tsukuyomi, all living beings would be enveloped by cocoons generated by the God Tree. This would serve to both sustain the lives of these beings and provide the God Tree with a continuous supply of chakra drawn from their bodies to sustain the infinite Tsukuyomi. If Madara Uchiha possessed the capacity to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi at this juncture, there would be no need for him to seize the remaining tailed beasts. The simultaneous activation of the infinite Tsukuyomi and the God Tree's descent would suffice to bring all the inhabitants of the ninja world under his absolute control. However, unbeknownst to Madara Uchiha, even if he were to succeed in activating the infinite Tsukuyomi, he would be unable to subjugate Yusuker Uchiha, whose spiritual energy had already reached the absolute limits of this world. As Madara Uchiha pondered these matters, Zetsu, positioned behind him, was similarly engaged in contemplating the opportune moment to initiate the resurrection of his mother, Kage Otsutsuki. The current Ten Tails Jinchuriki is far from perfect, and a confrontation between Madara Uchiha and Yusuker Uchiha is inevitable. Therefore, I can afford to bide my time and await a more favorable opportunity to make my move. A subtle smirk played upon Zetsu's lips, his mind already envisioning the glorious scenario that would unfold upon Kage Otsutsuki's return. Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju attempted to employ his persuasive rhetoric to dissuade Madara Uchiha from pursuing his ambitious plan, but Madara Uchiha remained completely impervious to his pleas. Temporarily suspending the Edo Tensei technique, Hashirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, and several other ninjas deemed to possess some degree of utility were returned to their respective coffins. What is the current status of the White Zetsu army? Madara Uchiha inquired of Zetsu. Zetsu responded with a sinister chuckle, their numbers are more than sufficient. We are prepared to launch an offensive against the entire ninja world at any moment. A cold gleam flickered in Madara Uchiha's eyes as he stated in a dispassionate tone, then what are we waiting for? Let the war commence. Yusuker Uchiha, situated far away in Konoha, remained entirely unaware that Madara Uchiha had employed the Edo Tensei technique to amass the power of all 9-tailed beasts from the bodies of past Jinchuriki and had become the first 10 tails Jinchuriki since the Sage of Six Paths. At this moment, Yusuker Uchiha was engaged in observing a groundbreaking new medical achievement alongside Kabuto Yakushi and Dr. Akasaka within the confines of Konoha Hospital. Following several months of rigorous clinical trials, Konoha had officially implemented the technology of utilizing white Zetsu cells to construct human body organs. Small-scale pilot programs were currently underway. Upon the joint announcement by Konoha Hospital and the Research Institute regarding the search for volunteers, the registration office was immediately besieged by a throng of applicants. Numerous ninjas who had suffered disabilities in past wars, as well as villagers with congenital physical defects, eagerly sought to participate. Among the individuals who came to register, there were some unexpected attendees. My word, is that Naruto, a staff member at the volunteer registration office exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Naruto Uzumaki standing in line before him. This program is specifically designed for individuals with disabilities. What brings you here? The staff member was quite perplexed, as Naruto Uzumaki appeared to be perfectly healthy. He wondered if the boy might be concealing some previously unknown ailment. The staff member cast a suspicious look upon Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki, however, produced a photograph of a movie star and addressed the staff member, I've heard that the hospital's new technology is capable of enhancing one's physical appearance to a considerable degree. I would like to undergo a procedure to alter my appearance to match that of the individual depicted in this photograph. Would that be feasible? The staff member was utterly taken aback by Naruto Uzumaki's unconventional line of reasoning, never having encountered such a request. He had not anticipated that the boy's intention was to undergo cosmetic surgery. Shortly thereafter, Naruto Uzumaki was escorted away by a Konoha ninja responsible for maintaining order in the vicinity. However, it turned out that Naruto Uzumaki was far from alone in his unconventional aspirations. A significant number of individuals harbored similar intentions. After completing his duties at the hospital, Yusuker Uchiha proceeded to the Konoha Research Institute, where Minato Namikaze was already awaiting him, his expression betraying a palpable sense of anxiety. Minato Namake's purpose in seeking Yusuker Uchiha's presence was, of course, to facilitate the resurrection of Kushina Uzumaki by means of a newly created physical vessel. Observing Minato Namake's restless pacing, Yusuker Uchiha responded with a reassuring smile, "There is no need for you to be so anxious. I have already made the necessary preparations for Kushina's resurrection." Minato Namikaze responded with a wry smile, "After all these years, the prospect of once again witnessing Kushina standing before me is almost too much to bear. How could I possibly remain calm?" Yusuker Uchiha, exhibiting a gesture of understanding, nodded and then guided Minato Namikaze to a specialized laboratory. In the center of the laboratory stood an operating table upon which lay a body entirely concealed beneath a white sheet. This body was, of course, a newly constructed physical vessel meticulously crafted from white Zetsu cells, designed to mimic the physical attributes of a human female. However, at this stage, the body was merely in its preliminary phase of completion. The remaining tasks would need to be undertaken by Minato Namikaze himself. Pointing towards the body lying upon the operating table, Yusuker Uchiha addressed Minato Namikaze with a reassuring smile, "This is the physical vessel that has been prepared for Kushina Uzumaki. All of its physiological functions are fully operational. Once you have completed the process of shaping and refining it to your satisfaction, I will then employ my sealing jutsu to transfer Kushina Uzumaki's soul into this new body." Kushina Uzumaki's situation differed considerably from that of the other volunteer participants who required only organ replacements. In Kushina Uzumaki's case, her soul must be transferred into a completely new body, necessitating the assistance of Yusuker Uchiha's exceptional sealing jutsu. Yusuker Uchiha had devoted a considerable amount of time to the research and development of this specific sealing technique. Minato Namikaze, fully aware of the considerable effort and dedication that Yusuker Uchiha had invested in this endeavor on behalf of himself and his wife, expressed his sincere gratitude before posing a question. "Then, what precisely is entailed by the process of shaping that you mentioned? How am I to proceed?" Chapter 204, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuker smiled slightly, pointing to a sealing array beside the operating table. "Infuse chakra into the sealing array, then visualize Kushina's appearance in your mind. The array will shape this body according to your mental image. I'll leave Genyomaru outside the lab. Once you're finished shaping the body, you can summon him to call me." Yusuker started to leave the lab, but Minato stopped him, smiling. "I know Kushina's appearance better than anyone. You can wait outside for a few minutes, it's not necessary to be so troublesome." Yusuker turned back, patted Minato on the shoulder, and said, "Trust me, it will take much longer than you think." With that, Yusuker winked at Minato, leaving him slightly confused, and departed. A short while later, as Minato began shaping Kushina's body, he finally understood Yusuker's words and that wink. "No, wait. My eyes aren't that small, and my nose bridge should be higher. And my chin is wrong. My chin is much pointier than this. Did you even look at my face properly? And that part could be a little bigger. Don't you men have any sense of aesthetics?" Finally, Minato, drenched in sweat, completed Kushina's shaping. 4 hours had passed since he began, and it was already late evening. Yusuker chuckled inwardly, observing Minato's expression of weary resignation. This guy was married, yet he still didn't seem to understand women very well. A woman would never pass up an opportunity to enhance her beauty. Everyone cherishes beauty. Yusuker had even heard that quite a few physically healthy volunteers had gone to Konoha Hospital seeking cosmetic procedures, including men. Yusuker then performed the summoning jutsu, summoning the Shinigami. He instructed the Shinigami to extract Kushina's soul from Minato and, using a pre-prepared sealing array, sealed Kushina's soul into the new body. This seal was temporary, intended to prevent Kushina's soul from dissipating due to incompatibility with the new body. Once Kushina's soul and the new body had sufficiently integrated, the seal would become redundant. Once all the procedures were completed, Kushina, now attired in a white hospital gown, slowly opened her eyes. A profound sense of rebirth washed over her, and her most immediate desire was to embrace Minato and Naruto. Casting a grateful glance towards Yusuker, Kushina was about to express her thanks when a spatial vortex slowly materialized. Emerging from the vortex was Naruto, clad in pajamas and a sleep cap, with Yusuker's Genyomaru perched atop his head. Naruto was rubbing his eyes in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. "I'll leave the rest to the three of you," Yusuker said with a smile, departing from the laboratory. Naruto, having regained his composure, caught sight of Kushina standing before him, momentarily falling into a state of stunned silence. Naruto's initial reaction was one of overwhelming joy. "You are Mom." However, before Kushina could respond, Naruto's expression underwent a dramatic shift. "No, wait a minute. Could you possibly be a woman whom Dad found who bears a striking resemblance to Mom? Upon closer inspection, your eyes appear to be slightly larger than Mom's in the photograph, and your chin is noticeably pointier, and..." At this point, a piercing scream from a young boy echoed through the Konoha Research Institute. Kushina's return to Konoha created quite a stir. No one had anticipated that the fourth Hokage's wife, presumed deceased for 12 years, was still alive. Regarding Kushina's return, Minato and Yusuker decided to use the pretext of a secret mission to maintain discretion. Of course, this was less of a genuine attempt at concealment and more of an implicit instruction to others: don't ask, and if you do, the answer is a secret mission. The Konoha ninjas were not simpletons. They understood that there were very few missions that would necessitate the clandestine involvement of Konoha's first lady for a period spanning more than a decade. However, the joy of Kushina's resurrection was short-lived for Minato. A massive influx of white Zetsu suddenly appeared across the ninja world, congregating near the borders of the 5 great nations, their numbers vastly exceeding the combined forces of all 5 villages. Madara Uchiha had formally initiated his long-awaited plan, deploying his forces in 5 separate directions to simultaneously launch an assault upon the 5 great ninja villages, although the bulk of his main force was concentrated upon the Land of Fire. The white Zetsu armies dispatched to attack the other ninja villages served merely as a diversionary tactic, intended to impede their progress and prevent them from interfering with his primary objective. Upon reviewing the intelligence gathered by the Konoha reconnaissance ninjas, Minato Namikaze promptly convened a high-level meeting to discuss the appropriate countermeasures. Following the deliberations of the meeting, it was decided that Itachi Uchiha would assume the role of commander-in-chief for this impending conflict, with Kakashi Hatake and Shikaku Nara serving as his deputies. Itachi Uchiha had demonstrated exceptional leadership and tactical acumen during the previous conflict with Kimobakure, successfully leading his vanguard forces to victory despite being significantly outnumbered and even managing to capture Yujitoni, the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed beast. Furthermore, his consistent service as the deputy director of Konoha's military police force had earned him considerable respect and authority among Konoha's upper echelons. Consequently, despite his relatively young age, his appointment to the position of commander-in-chief for this war encountered no opposition within Konoha. With the capable support of Kakashi Hatake and Shikaku Nara, it was anticipated that the mission would proceed without significant complications. Regarding the overall combat strategy, Konoha's approach would be characterized by its flexibility. Although the Land of Fire possessed the largest territorial expanse among the 5 great nations, resulting in the longest borderlines, Konoha's possession of a network of fixed teleportation arrays allowed for the highly efficient and flexible deployment of its ninja forces. Even in the event of a protracted conflict, Konoha's military strength was deemed to be more than sufficient to meet the challenge. On the very day that the meeting concluded, Itachi Uchiha led the Konoha ninja army towards the northern border, which coincided with the location where the white Zetsu had been initially sighted. In an effort to eliminate all white Zetsu along the border, Konoha's forces were divided into 3 distinct units. Itachi Uchiha, acting as the overall commander, would oversee the central army stationed along the northern border. Kakashi Hatake would command the northeastern sector, while Shikaku Nara would be responsible for the northwestern sector. Simultaneously with Konoha's deployment of troops to eliminate the white Zetsu, a similar incursion of white Zetsu was detected at the border of the Land of Wind. Sunagakure immediately dispatched its ninja forces to confront the threat, receiving timely support from Konoha. Beyond Konoha and Sunagakure, the remaining 3 great ninja villages also independently deployed their forces to counter the white Zetsu incursions that had emerged along their respective borders. Through intelligence shared by Konoha, these villages came to understand that the appearance of these white Zetsu entities was inextricably linked to the previous attack launched against Konoha by the Akatsuki organization. However, with the exception of Konoha, the other great ninja villages exhibited a degree of complacency, underestimating the threat posed by these peculiar white humanoid creatures. Following Madara Uchiha's deployment of the white Zetsu army to initiate an offensive against the 5 great nations, reports of substantial white Zetsu casualties began to reach him. Despite this, Madara Uchiha displayed no indication of concern. In his perspective, the current phase of the conflict represented merely a prelude to the main event, with the true commencement of the war yet to unfold. The night of the full moon is fast approaching, Madara Uchiha declared. However, the darkness that descends upon the ninja world on this occasion shall be an eternal night. Chapter 205, NZNT, Chapter. Minato, Yusuker, you're saying this war is Madara Uchiha's doing? Jiraiya asked, his face grim. Jiraiya and Tsunade were in Minato's office, a rare visit back to Konoha. The sudden, simultaneous white Zetsu attacks across the 5 great nations had them deeply worried. Yusuker and Minato didn't hold back, revealing all their intel to these veteran Konoha figures. Yusuker replied, correct. And for Madara Uchiha, white Zetsu are an inexhaustible resource. We need to find and eliminate him. Tsunade frowned, knowing Madara Uchiha, he wouldn't hide like this. Yusuker nodded. I suspect he's preparing something. The white Zetsu's sudden large-scale appearance after months of silence suggests he's ready to make his move. Just then, Genma Shiranui, Minato's bodyguard, burst in, terrified. Everyone, it's terrible. The sky, you really need to see this for yourselves. Seeing Genma Shiranui, usually calm, so panicked, they immediately went to the Hokage building's rooftop. This is impossible. Tsunade exclaimed. Yusuker and the others were equally shocked by the sight of the sky. It was night, but the usually starlit sky was completely dark, not a single star visible. Most terrifyingly, the enormous full moon emitted not a soft white light, but a dark red glow. The moon's surface displayed concentric ripple patterns, each bearing 3 tomo, Madara Uchiha's 3 tomo Rinnegan. Due to the Ten-Tail's incomplete power, Madara Uchiha could only manifest a 3 tomo blood-red Rinnegan in his forehead, insufficient for a complete infinite Tsukuyomi. This giant Rinnegan projected onto the moon wasn't for infinite Tsukuyomi but to announce the war. Madara Uchiha's image appeared before everyone in the ninja world. He looked much like he did after becoming the Ten-Tail's Jinchuriki, but without his forehead protector, and his left hand held a pure black staff topped with a crescent moon. I am Madara Uchiha, now comparable to the Sage of Six Paths. This world will be plunged into eternal night. All beings will live in my Rinnegan's Genjutsu, never to awaken. Madara Uchiha's gaze suddenly shifted. Everyone assumed he was looking into the distance, but only Yusuker and those close to him saw that his gaze was fixed upon Yusuker. Yusuker Uchiha, the ninja world's fate ultimately rests in the hands of our Uchiha clan. If you submit now, you will remain the second strongest in the ninja world, and the Uchiha clan will become its true rulers. If you choose to oppose me, I will use the Sage of Six Paths power to annihilate you and the Uchiha clan. After Madara Uchiha finished speaking, the illusion slowly faded from everyone's sight, plunging the entire ninja world into a state of profound terror. If a single individual were to make such pronouncements face to face, one might dismiss them as the ravings of a madman. However, when such pronouncements are delivered through a moon-wide genjutsu to the entire ninja world, there could be no room for doubt regarding the veracity of the claims made. Gazing up at the colossal, blood-red Sharingan dominating the night sky, Anoki, situated within the confines of Iwagakure, murmured to himself, "Is this the end of the ninja world? Is there anyone who possesses the power to thwart such a formidable adversary?" Kuratsuchi, standing behind him, lacked her usual cheerful demeanor, though she did not succumb to the same level of pessimism as Anoki. Perhaps, at this critical juncture, there is only one individual who might possess the capacity to prevent this catastrophe. Anoki's eyes brightened. Indeed, perhaps only his power can save us. Let us hope that he does not succumb to Madara Uchiha's influence, for if he were to submit, the ninja world would truly be bereft of hope. Kuratsuchi posed a question to Anoki, "Grandfather, if you were in such a position, would you choose to submit to Madara Uchiha's demands?" Anoki responded with a cold snort, "Absolutely not. This is unlike any ordinary war. If Madara Uchiha were to succeed in his endeavor, all inhabitants of the ninja world would be condemned to an existence within the confines of a fabricated illusion, rendering their lives no different from death itself." Kuratsuchi responded with a knowing smile, "Given that even you, grandfather, would refuse to yield to Madara Uchiha's demands, what are the chances that he would choose to submit?" The individual whom Anoki and Kuratsuchi referred to as he was, of course, Yusuker Uchiha. Beyond Anoki and Kuratsuchi, the ninjas of all other factions within the ninja world harbored the same sentiment, placing their final hopes upon Yusuker Uchiha, the individual who bore the title of the strongest ninja in the world. Yusuker Uchiha, meanwhile, was lost in thought. Madara Uchiha's possession of 2 Rinnegan implied that he had already subdued Orochimaru. However, the fact that Madara Uchiha had managed to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails despite lacking half of the tailed beast's power was a puzzle that Yusuker Uchiha found himself unable to immediately resolve. Upon the rooftop of the Hokage building in Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Genma Shiranui directed their gazes towards Yusuker Uchiha, who was immersed in deep contemplation, their expressions etched with profound concern. Should Yusuker Uchiha, in a moment of weakness or misguided judgment, choose to capitulate to Madara Uchiha's demands, the entire ninja world would be irrevocably lost. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and the palpable tension in the air, Minato Namikaze turned his gaze towards Yusuker Uchiha, addressing him with a reassuring smile. "It appears that, on this occasion, you alone possess the capacity to save the ninja world. However, rest assured that we shall not stand idly by and permit you to confront this formidable foe alone. I shall immediately summon the most powerful ninjas currently residing within Konoha to join you in confronting Madara Uchiha." Having collaborated closely with Yusuker Uchiha over the course of several years, Minato Namikaze held an unwavering belief in his abilities and unwavering trust in his judgment. Upon hearing Minato Namikaze's words, Jiraiya and the others realized that their initial reactions had been tinged with a degree of unwarranted distrust towards Yusuker Uchiha, and expressions of shame and embarrassment washed over their faces. Jiraiya, ever the jovial and optimistic individual, erupted into a hearty laugh, offering a sincere apology to Yusuker Uchiha. "My apologies, Yusuker. How could I possibly harbor such doubts about the world's foremost ninja? It was my own short-sightedness that led me to such an erroneous conclusion. Upon our triumphant return following the defeat of Madara Uchiha, I pledged to drink 3 cups of sake as penance for my transgression." Yusuker Uchiha responded by shaking his head, "The task of confronting Madara Uchiha is one that I am fully capable of undertaking independently. The nature of my fire-based abilities is such that they pose a significant risk to those in close proximity, and for this reason, I have never fully unleashed their true potential. Should other individuals be present during the conflict, I would be unable to fight with complete freedom. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's explanation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembled individuals. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yusuke Uchiha had never truly engaged in combat at the peak of his abilities. Tsunade sighed deeply. In your presence, I find that the title of Sannin truly holds no significance whatsoever. Jiraiya responded with a booming laugh. At a time such as this, it is of paramount importance that Yusuke Uchiha's strength be at its zenith. As for matters of power and reputation, I have never given them much thought. I am, after all, merely a humble novelist. Now that Madara Uchiha has projected his Rinnegan onto the surface of the moon, I can utilize his dojutsu as a guide to locate him. However, you must remain vigilant. I suspect that Madara Uchiha will not merely deploy White Zetsu against the 5 great ninja villages, but may also resort to the Edo Tensei technique, Yusuke Uchiha cautioned, before a Genyumaru crow descended upon his shoulder. With the emergence of a spatial vortex, Yusuke Uchiha instantly utilized his spatial warping abilities to teleport to the location indicated by Madara Uchiha's dojutsu. Chapter 206, NZNT, Chapter. Just as Yusuke Uchiha predicted, as he set off to confront Madara Uchiha in a decisive battle, Madara Uchiha had already unleashed the power of Edo Tensei upon the battlefields where the White Zetsu were clashing with the forces of the 5 great ninja villages. The resurrected elite ninjas were primarily drawn from the ranks of the 5 great ninja villages, and Madara Uchiha had deliberately dispatched the resurrected strongmen of each village to attack their own respective villages. Those dispatched to the land of Earth were Mu, the second Earth Tsuchikage and former teacher of Anoki, along with several other powerful former ninjas from Iwadakure, including Gari, renowned for his mastery of the exploding style. On the land of Waterfront, the forces were led by Gungetsu Hozuki, the second Mizukage, accompanied by the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kumogakure faced a more dire situation, with both the 3rd and 4th Raikage appearing simultaneously, nearly crushing the morale of Kumogakure's ninjas on the spot. Given that Sunagakure was already under Konoha's control, and Zetsu had not managed to acquire the corpses of any high-ranking Sunagakure ninjas, no additional Edo Tensei ninjas were deployed to that front. Instead, the remaining forces were concentrated on Konoha. This formidable force included the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Fugaku Uchiha, the former head of the Uchiha clan, and Shisui Uchiha, the rogue Uchiha ninja. Beyond these former Konoha powerhouses, the formidable Nagato, leader of the Akatsuki organization, was also included in this elite force. The lineup that Madara Uchiha had assembled to target Konohagakure was nothing short of extravagant. Upon witnessing the arrival of these legendary ninjas before the Konoha Central Army under Itachi's command, Itachi immediately recognized that his forces would be utterly incapable of prevailing against such a formidable adversary. Without hesitation, he transmitted the urgent intelligence to Minato Namikaze, who was stationed in Konoha, via specialized communication ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze, upon receiving the critical intelligence from Itachi, had little time to deliberate. He immediately commenced the rapid deployment of his flying Ryūjin technique, swiftly gathering Konoha's elite ninjas, who were scattered across various fronts, and concentrating them at Itachi's location. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also brought to the scene. Standing before the formidable White Zetsu army, the resurrected Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and Nagato, along with the other resurrected ninjas, were expressions of grave concern. Their apprehension, however, was not directed towards their own forces, but rather towards the approaching Konoha army. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, let out a heavy sigh. It is truly unfathomable that we, who once served as Hokage, should now find ourselves compelled to participate in the destruction of our own village. Tobirama Senju responded with a cold snort. The Uchiha clan has always been the greatest menace to the ninja world. Fugaku Uchiha, standing beside them, offered a sarcastic retort. Perhaps you should first consider the reasons behind our current predicament, where we find ourselves engaged in a fratricidal conflict against Konoha. The Edo Tensei technique is indeed a remarkable jutsu. Tobirama Senju was about to launch into a counterargument, but Hashirama Senju intervened, preventing further escalation. Hashirama Senju addressed the assembled group. Let us cease this pointless bickering. Further discussion will prove fruitless at this juncture. The only course of action available to us is to place our faith in the younger generation of our village and trust in their ability to overcome the obstacles that lie before them. At this moment, a contingent of Konoha's elite ninjas, led by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arrived on the scene. Among those present, in addition to Minato Namikaze himself, were Itachi Uchiha, Kabuto Yakushi, Izumi, Kakashi Hatake, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Konan. The two forces stood facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Even if they possessed a multitude of words to express their thoughts and feelings, they were at a loss for where to begin. Hashirama Senju, positioned at the very center of the White Zetsu army, cast his gaze upon the assembled Konoha ninjas. A hearty burst of laughter erupted from his lips. "Hiruzen," he exclaimed, "the Konoha you have nurtured has truly proven to be exceptional. I am confident that they will emerge victorious over us and successfully safeguard Konoha." Upon hearing Hashirama Senju's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment. According to the original plan devised by himself and Danzo Shimura to annihilate the Uchiha clan, the 3 disciples of Yusuker Uchiha should have been deceased, and Konan was an individual entirely unknown to him. However, Hashirama Senju's brow furrowed as he posed a question: "Among your ranks, who is the most powerful individual?" It seems that Madara Uchiha harbors a considerable degree of apprehension towards him. However, Madara Uchiha is a far different adversary now than he once was. I have a few matters that I wish to discuss with him. Before Minato Namikaze could formulate a response, Nagato, standing at the periphery of the Konoha forces, interjected calmly, "The individual you refer to is known as Yusuker Uchiha. He is not present among our ranks at this time. He has likely proceeded to confront Madara Uchiha directly." Upon hearing Nagato's words, Fugaku Uchiha's eyes lit up with sudden excitement. As I suspected. I knew that he would inevitably rise to lead the Uchiha clan towards a new era of glory. At this critical juncture, it is only the Uchiha clan who possess the capacity to save the ninja world. Following Fugaku Uchiha's declaration, a range of diverse expressions washed over the faces of those standing beside him. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh, as if lamenting the weight of past regrets. Shursue Uchiha's expression was one of yearning, reflecting his past aspiration to serve as a pillar of strength for Konoha, an ambition tragically thwarted by his youthful naivete, leading to his exploitation and ultimately his suicide in remorse. Tobirama Senju, meanwhile, furrowed his brow, expressing his astonishment that the fate of the ninja world now rested upon the very clan he had sought to eradicate. In truth, Tobirama Senju's desire to eliminate the Uchiha clan stemmed not from the long-standing feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans, but rather from his profound understanding of the potential for the Uchiha clan's volatile emotions to unleash an equally volatile and potentially catastrophic level of power, a force that would prove highly unstable and pose a significant threat to the stability of the ninja world. Shaking his head, Tobirama Senju declared in a resolute tone, "Although I harbor no affection for the Uchiha clan, I can only hope and pray that the Yusuker Uchiha you speak of will succeed in defeating Madara Uchiha." Hashirama Senju responded by placing a reassuring hand upon Tobirama Senju's shoulder before turning his attention towards Minato Namikaze, who was attired in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. He declared in a booming voice, "Young 4th Hokage, allow us, the deceased, to witness the prowess of the Konoha forces under your command. I have unwavering faith that you have far surpassed our generation." Minato Namikaze responded with a solemn expression, "Rest assured, 1st Hokage-sama, we shall defend Konoha and safeguard the peace of the ninja world." As the ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages found themselves confronting the Edo Tensei forces dispatched by Madara Uchiha, each drawn from their respective villages, Yusuker Uchiha arrived at Madara Uchiha's location. The area was a desolate plain, devoid of vegetation, and covered in rocks and gravel. Madara Uchiha was seated upon a massive rock, while Orochimaru, his eyes bearing the unmistakable pattern of the Rinnegan, stood behind him in a state of apparent stupor. Upon perceiving Yusuker Uchiha's approach, Madara Uchiha slowly rose to his feet, his imposing figure silhouetted against the backdrop of a colossal blood-red moon, its surface adorned with the intricate patterns of the Rinnegan. Locking his piercing gaze upon Yusuker Uchiha's eyes, Madara Uchiha posed a direct question, "Yusuker Uchiha, what is your decision?" Yusuker Uchiha responded with a subtle smile, "And what is your assessment of the situation?" Madara Uchiha erupted into a resounding burst of laughter. "As I suspected. We are indeed kindred spirits, and it is precisely this shared characteristic that renders this conflict all the more captivating. In truth, you are the only individual since Hashirama Senju whom I have truly deemed worthy of my respect. Let us witness, upon this grand stage of the ninja world, which of us shall ultimately prevail." Chapter 207, NZNT, Chapter. With Yusuker Uchiha's arrival, Madara Uchiha prepared for their final confrontation. With a thought, he activated his control over the Edo Tensei, and the resurrected ninjas, who had been momentarily engaged in reminiscing with their former comrades at the front lines, launched a coordinated offensive. On the Land of Fire battlefield, witnessing the sudden charge of the 1st Hokage and his formidable allies towards their position, Minato Namikaze, along with his assembled forces, moved to intercept the incoming assault. "Konan," Minato Namikaze instructed, addressing Konan, who stood poised at the periphery of the battlefield, "your role in this engagement will be limited to providing support from the sidelines. It is imperative that you swiftly seal away any of our adversaries the instant we manage to overwhelm them." Given Konan's exceptional proficiency in the paper release technique, enabling her to instantaneously deploy a large number of sealing tags, her abilities were considered to offer a significant countermeasure against the Edo Tensei technique. Consequently, Konoha's tactical strategy assigned Konan the specific responsibility of sealing away the resurrected ninjas. Konan nodded in acknowledgement, instantly activating her paper release wings to propel herself into the air, hovering above the battlefield and maintaining a position slightly behind the assembled Konoha ninjas, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Observing that Konan had a clear understanding of her tactical role, Minato Namikaze promptly hurled one of his flying thunder kunai towards Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, and transformed into a streak of golden light, engaging Tobirama Senju in direct combat. Minato Namikaze's opponent was none other than the second Hokage himself, a master of the flying thunder technique. Oh! It would appear that I am not the sole individual capable of wielding the flying thunder technique with such remarkable proficiency. It seems that you, the fourth Hokage, possess considerable skill, Tobirama Senju remarked, his eyes gleaming with surprise as Minato Namikaze materialized before him using the flying thunder technique. Upon the invention of the flying thunder technique, Tobirama Senju had harbored no expectation that another individual would ever attain such a profound understanding and mastery of this intricate ninjutsu. However, Minato Namikaze's apparent proficiency with the flying thunder technique surpassed even his own, piquing his curiosity. Minato Namikaze responded with a modest smile, compared to the esteemed inventor of this technique, my own abilities are utterly insignificant. Tobirama Senju responded with a chuckle, whether or not your assessment is accurate, I shall personally verify its validity. With these words, the two embarked upon a rapid exchange of blows, their movements a blur of speed and precision. The battle between these two masters of the flying thunder technique was a spectacle of dazzling speed. To the casual observer, the engagement appeared as nothing more than a continuous display of flashing golden light, rendering it impossible to discern their actual movements. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha and Izumi found themselves confronting Fugaku Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, resulting in a tense standoff between four members of the Uchiha clan. Despite the inherent animosity between opposing forces, the expressions on the faces of the combatants were far from those of bitter enemies. Instead, the atmosphere resembled that of a family gathering, with a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect permeating the scene. Father, Shisui, Itachi Uchiha addressed his father and former comrade, we are your opponents in this engagement. Fugaku Uchiha responded with a nod of approval and a hint of pride, Itachi, you have indeed grown into a remarkable young man. Entrusting the future of our clan to Yusuker Uchiha was perhaps the most prudent and successful decision I made during my tenure as clan head. Fugaku Uchiha then turned his attention towards Izumi, offering a warm smile. Izumi, you have blossomed into a truly beautiful young woman. Itachi, I implore you to treat her with the utmost respect and consideration. Upon hearing Fugaku Uchiha's words, Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson, but she nevertheless offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Observing the amicable atmosphere among the three Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha let out a sigh, perhaps I am the one who should never have existed. Even in death, I continue to cause trouble for others. Itachi Uchiha shook his head, offering words of comfort, no, Shisui, you were merely unfortunate enough to encounter the wrong individuals. Had it not been for the guidance of our teacher, I too might have strayed down a similar path of error. Now, you are present here to bear witness to the remarkable growth and evolution of the Uchiha clan. Izumi and I shall overcome you, ensuring that you may finally find the peace you so richly deserve. As soon as Itachi Uchiha finished speaking, both he and Fugaku Uchiha simultaneously activated their Susanoo. Perhaps due to the inherent connection of bloodline, both Itachi Uchiha's and Fugaku Uchiha's Susanoo manifested in a striking crimson hue, their forms remarkably similar in design. Their Susanoo stood locked in a fierce clash of katanas, with Itachi Uchiha clearly holding the advantage. Shisui Uchiha, meanwhile, unsheathed the short sword from his back and engaged Izumi in a rapid exchange of blows. The formidable body flicker jutsu of Shisui Uchiha once again manifested its power, but Izumi, wielding the heart flash technique, proved to be no less adept, even surpassing Shisui Uchiha in her speed and agility. The engagement between the two was a whirlwind of motion, far exceeding the speed of the clash between Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju. Unlike the continuous display of flashing golden light that accompanied Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju's battle, this rapid exchange of blows was devoid of any forewarning, rendering it even more perilous. To think that the little girl from back then has attained such remarkable skill, Shisui Uchiha remarked with a chuckle. Given that Shisui Uchiha had perished at the tender age of 13, his current appearance was more reminiscent of Izumi's younger brother than an opponent. Witnessing Izumi's superior mastery of the body flicker jutsu, Shisui Uchiha experienced a mixture of elation and melancholy. Had I not made the wrong choices in my past, Shisui Uchiha mused to himself, I would undoubtedly have become a far stronger ninja, capable of contributing significantly to the strength of Konoha. Izumi's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Shisui and she declared, my brother also recognized you as a supremely talented individual and earnestly hoped that you would reconsider your path. However, dwelling upon such matters at this juncture would only serve to amplify our sorrow. I shall employ my full strength to defeat you, ensuring that you may depart from this world without any lingering regrets. Shisui Uchiha's eyes flashed with a sudden gleam as he responded, very well, then. Let us commence. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan shall no longer boast of the body flicker Shisui. Instead, they shall have body flicker Izumi, who far surpasses me in skill. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi found his path blocked by Kakashi Itachi. It seems that you are my opponent, Kakashi. I must confess that I never anticipated that we would one day find ourselves engaged in combat against one another, Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked. Observing Kakashi Hitachi's more composed and mature demeanor, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in approval. Kakashi Itachi skillfully deflected Hiruzen Sarutobi's attack with his chakra-infused blade. Third Hokage-sama, Kakashi Itachi stated, his tone respectful, you can rest assured that Konoha is in capable hands. Under the leadership of the fourth Hokage and the chief advisor, no ninja village poses a threat to Konoha, and we require no subservience to any other power. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed upon hearing Kakashi Hitachi's words. Konoha did not experience significant progress under my leadership. Although I harbored disagreements with Yusuker Uchiha, the sight of Konoha's burgeoning strength fills me with a sense of profound satisfaction and leaves me with no regrets. With these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi straightened his stooped back, his demeanor radiating the same imposing presence that had once earned him the title of Hero of the Ninja World. Kakashi, he declared, during my youth, I had the opportunity to engage in a sparring match against your father. Our contest concluded without a clear victor. Should you fail to defeat this old man today, you will undoubtedly bring dishonor upon the esteemed reputation of your father, the renowned White Fang of Konoha. With unwavering resolve and a burning determination to emerge victorious, Kakashi Itachi, now considered the new White Fang of Konoha, responded in a solemn tone, then, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. On the periphery of the battlefield, Nagato found himself confronting Jiraiya and Tsunade. Nagato, Jiraiya began, his voice tinged with a profound sense of sorrow, I had always believed that you, possessing the Rinnegan, would fulfill the prophecy and bring peace to the ninja world. However, I never anticipated the trials and tribulations that you and your comrades would endure following my departure. Having encountered Konan in Konoha, Jiraiya had gained a comprehensive understanding of the events that had transpired. Jiraiya reflected upon the experiences of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and a profound sense of remorse washed over him. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of responsibility, believing that had he been able to bring them back to Konoha, their fates might have been vastly different. Nagato's eyes were filled with a wistful expression. This Rinnegan was bestowed upon me by Madara Uchiha. Regardless of my location, I am destined to ultimately become a pawn in his schemes. Perhaps this is simply my predetermined fate, Nagato lamented. Turning his gaze towards Konan, Nagato offered a rare and heartwarming smile, I yearn to fight alongside you once more, but alas, such an opportunity shall never again present itself. Tears streamed down Konan's face upon hearing Nagato's voice. When Madara Uchiha has met his demise, she declared, her voice choked with emotion, I shall seek you out, along with Yahiko. The three of us shall never again be separated. Nagato shook his head sadly, his gaze fixed upon Konan's eyes. You must live a full and joyful life, Konan. For Yahiko and myself, bear witness to the day when peace finally descends upon the ninja world. Shifting his attention towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, Nagato stated calmly, although you, Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama, are renowned as the legendary Sannin, my possession of the Rinnegan renders me a formidable opponent. I urge you both to exercise utmost caution. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged grave looks, having reviewed the intelligence regarding the Rinnegan's capabilities that Yusuker Uchiha had provided. Among their adversaries, Nagato and Hashirama Senju were undeniably the most formidable opponents. Tsunade, Jiraiya addressed Tsunade, you must buy me some time. I need to enter Sage mode to effectively counter him. Tsunade responded with a slight smile, how long has it been since we last fought side by side against a common enemy? Jiraiya paused momentarily, then a smile spread across his face, the last time we collaborated in such a manner was during our confrontation with the so-called demigod of the ninja world, was it not? A glint of determination flashed in Tsunade's eyes. On that occasion, we were ultimately defeated. I have no intention of experiencing such a setback once again in collaboration with you. Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh, bringing his hands together and summoning Gamabunta and Gamaken, who perched upon his shoulders. Tsunade promptly discarded her outer garment and charged towards Nagato, who was under the control of the Edo Tensei technique, buying Jiraiya the crucial time required to enter Sage mode. At the heart of the battlefield, only the legendary Hashirama Senju and Kabuto Yakushi, Yusuker Uchiha's disciple, remained. Gazing upon Kabuto Yakushi, Hashirama Senju's eyes flickered with curiosity. They have entrusted you with the task of confronting me, it seems. Your abilities must be truly exceptional. Kabuto Yakushi responded with a calm and composed demeanor, my objective is merely to stall the first Hokage. I have unwavering faith in the abilities of my comrades to overcome their respective adversaries, after which they will provide support, allowing us to combine our strengths to defeat you. At that very moment, a colossal wooden golem, of immense proportions, erupted from the earth, materializing at Hashirama Senju's feet. Observing Kabuto Yakushi from the lofty vantage point of the golem's head, Hashirama Senju chuckled, then I eagerly anticipate witnessing your performance. What is your name? Hashirama Senju's wooden golem was a powerfully built warrior, his hair bristling with fury, and a massive wooden dragon was coiled around his body. Although it lacked the versatility of the wooden golem summoned by White Zetsu, capable of employing various chakra nature transformations, Hashirama Senju's golem possessed a significant advantage in terms of both size and sheer strength. Kabuto Yakushi brought his hands together, entering the sage mode achieved through the fusion of 3 distinct senjutsu techniques. A sharp gleam flashed in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes as he calmly announced, "I am Kabuto Yakushi, a disciple of the world's strongest ninja, Yusuker Uchiha." Upon hearing Kabuto Yakushi's declaration, a slight smile played upon Hashirama Senju's lips. Truly remarkable senjutsu. I never imagined that your teacher would be the very individual who inspires such apprehension in Madara Uchiha. I yearn to meet this exceptional individual. With these words, Hashirama Senju, astride his colossal wooden golem, launched an attack upon Kabuto Yakushi, while Kabuto Yakushi, utilizing his earth release, hiding in earth technique, countered with an assault directed towards Hashirama Senju from above. As Konoha engaged in fierce combat against the formidable Edo Tensei forces, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure were likewise locked in intense battles against their own resurrected adversaries. However, the most critical engagement of all was undoubtedly the showdown between Yusuker Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. Chapter 208, NZNT, Chapter. Let's see who dances to the end on this stage of the ninja world. Hearing Madara Uchiha's challenge, Yusuker Uchiha's fighting spirit flared. His spiritual pressure erupted, a powerful wave of energy radiating outwards from his body. He instantly released his Zanpakuto, Ryūjin Jakka, into its Shirkai form. The burning blade's crimson gold flames trailed behind him, forming a massive fiery wheel. The surrounding temperature soared, and the fiery light illuminated the previously dark night sky. Witnessing Yusuker Uchiha's transformation, Madara Uchiha's eyes widened in surprise. "This is your power? Remarkable. Orochimaru's ice release was unprecedented, but your fire release surpasses even that." With a sharp gaze fixed on Madara Uchiha, Yusuker Uchiha calmly explained, "Since reaching this level, I've never fought at full strength. My flame's impact on the environment is too great. If I lose control, surrounding life will be destroyed." Madara Uchiha roared with laughter, "Then let me see the full extent of your power." As Madara Uchiha's words faded, Orochimaru, positioned behind him, swiftly formed hand seals. A powerful wave of intense cold erupted from Orochimaru's body, rapidly freezing the surrounding ground and causing a significant drop in temperature. However, the effect of this chilling wave diminished considerably as it neared Yusuker Uchiha. Within a radius of approximately 10 meters around Yusuker Uchiha, there was no sign of ice formation whatsoever, only the vapor produced by the intense heat radiating from Yusuker Uchiha's body was visible. It was evident that Orochimaru's ice release was no match for the overwhelming power of Yusuker Uchiha's flames, but it did manage to somewhat mitigate the impact of the flames on the surrounding environment, slightly reducing the overall potency of Ryūjin Jakka. "Your flames aren't as..." Madara Uchiha attempted to interject, but his words were abruptly cut short by a sudden surge of intense heat. Yusuker Uchiha's body unleashed another powerful burst of spiritual pressure, and the massive crimson gold fiery wheel behind him erupted explosively. The temperature in the vicinity increased dramatically, causing the sparse vegetation scattered across the desolate plain to ignite in flames. Due to the extreme temperatures, the air itself became distorted, its density fluctuating in a manner that created visual anomalies, with occasional sparks dancing through the air. Madara Uchiha's attempt to suppress Yusuker Uchiha's flames using Orochimaru's ice release ninjutsu had proven completely ineffective. The previously frozen ground rapidly melted, leaving behind nothing but the overwhelming sensation of intense heat. Madara Uchiha was left with no other sensation than the scorching heat. Yusuker Uchiha had unleashed his Shirkai with maximum spiritual pressure, a tactic he had rarely employed in past battles. The flames enshrouding Ryūjin Jakka burned with unprecedented intensity, their temperature far exceeding that of any previous Shirkai activation. Interesting, most interesting indeed. Madara Uchiha's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit, and he charged towards Yusuker Uchiha, wielding his six-path staff. Yusuker Uchiha met Madara Uchiha's assault head-on, his grip firm upon Ryūjin Jakka. The two offensive powerhouses engaged in a fierce clash of power and skill. As their weapons collided repeatedly, Yusuker Uchiha noted that Madara Uchiha, having become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, had experienced a significant enhancement in both his strength and speed compared to their previous encounter. Even Yusuker Uchiha felt a considerable degree of pressure. However, the fully unleashed flames of Ryūjin Jakka's Shirkai proved to be exceptionally potent, forcing Madara Uchiha to exercise considerable caution during his offensive maneuvers, ensuring that not a single flame made contact with his body. Madara Uchiha had a premonition that any contact with these flames would inevitably result in dire consequences. After several rounds of intense combat, Madara Uchiha, a master tactician, swiftly devised a countermeasure. His six-path staff demonstrated an astonishing capacity for transformation, altering its form continuously throughout the engagement with Yusuker Uchiha. Whenever a flame threatened to make contact with his body, the six-path staff would fluidly expand, transitioning into a form capable of providing comprehensive protection. The very essence of the six-path staff was identical to that of the truth-seeking balls, possessing the remarkable ability to morph and adapt its form according to the wielder's intent. Although Yusuke Uchiha possessed the capability to breach Madara Uchiha's defenses by skillfully employing the Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi techniques in conjunction with the skillful manipulation of his flames, he opted against resorting to such tactics. Yusuke Uchiha skillfully parried the incoming assault of the six-path staff, his katana held aloft, a fiery gleam radiating from his eyes. A subtle smirk played upon Yusuke Uchiha's lips as he addressed Madara Uchiha. In previous engagements, I have always subconsciously suppressed the full extent of my power, prioritizing the utilization of flexible tactical maneuvers to secure victory. However, following this battle, there shall be no one in the ninja world worthy of witnessing my full power. Today, I shall engage in combat using nothing but the sheer force of my might. With these words, the black bones of Ryūjin Jakka, now engulfed in raging flames, materialized before him, rapidly coalescing into a colossal black warrior of immense proportions. The sheer scale of this formidable entity was comparable to that of the Geto Mazo, its dark armor adorned with crimson flame patterns, and its entire body enveloped in a powerful aura of crimson gold flames, with a massive fiery wheel, resembling a blazing sun, forming behind it. Ryūjin Susanoo. Yusuke Uchiha, positioned atop the Ryūjin Susanoo, slowly lowered Ryūjin Jakka, whereupon a katana of identical design, yet hundreds of times larger and composed entirely of raging flames, materialized in the Ryūjin Susanoo's right hand. Madara Uchiha swiftly retreated to a considerable distance, his gaze fixed upon the awe-inspiring spectacle of the Ryūjin Susanoo, resembling a veritable fire god, his expression one of profound astonishment. Beyond the sheer power contained within its colossal form, the intense heat and scorching waves of energy emanating from the Ryūjin Susanoo alone served as a testament to the formidable nature of the flames that enveloped it. Ryūjin Susanoo. I never imagined that the Uchiha clan possessed a Susanoo capable of surpassing my own. Madara Uchiha exclaimed in a voice filled with astonishment. As Madara Uchiha uttered these words, he brought his hands together, unleashing a torrent of chakra that erupted from behind him, ultimately coalescing into a colossal entity of comparable size to the Ryūjin Susanoo, the Ten-Tails in its god tree form. However, the Ten-Tails, far from being at its peak state, assumed a prostrate posture, its aura of power completely overshadowed by the imposing presence of the Ryūjin Susanoo. Madara Uchiha positioned himself atop the Ten-Tails' head, his body connected to the Ten-Tails through a fleshy, tube-like appendage extending from his back. At this moment, Madara Uchiha had fully entered a state akin to that of a tailed beast transformation. Upon realizing that he was now forced to look upwards towards Yusuke Uchiha, a situation that was highly unconventional for Madara Uchiha, he immediately exerted his control over the Ten-Tails, causing its massive body to rise to an upright position. Madara Uchiha's eyes gleamed with intense excitement as he bellowed towards Yusuke Uchiha, "Yusuke Uchiha, you have compelled me to unleash the full extent of my power. I, Madara Uchiha, acknowledge you as the strongest." In Madara Uchiha's six paths form, the face of Hashirama Senju, concealed upon his chest, now displayed the distinct markings associated with Sage Mode. Bringing his hands together before his chest, Madara Uchiha widened his eyes and roared, "Jubi, Ten-Tails." A radiant, translucent blue light enveloped the Ten-Tails, gradually solidifying into a layer of luminous blue armor. Simultaneously, the massive, spiny protrusion resembling a seashell that extended from the Ten-Tails' back suddenly unfolded like a blossoming flower, revealing a colossal wooden dragon within. Upon its emergence, this majestic wooden dragon promptly entwined itself around the Ten-Tails' body, its form similarly encased in a layer of shimmering blue armor. The Jubi Avatar technique is a dojutsu ability that can only be employed by members of the Uchiha clan whose dojutsu has attained a certain level of power. This technique allows the user to imbue another being with a Susanoo-like armor, thereby significantly enhancing the target's capabilities. In the original narrative, both Madara Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha had utilized the Jubi Avatar technique to augment the power of Jubi, the nine-tailed fox, although the resulting forms differed slightly between the two. "Yusuke Uchiha," Madara Uchiha declared, his voice resonating with unwavering determination, "let us settle this matter once and for all." Chapter 209, NZNT, Chapter. With the Jubi-clad Ten-Tails' appearance, a powerful chakra surge, rivaling the Ryūjin Susanoo's spiritual pressure, erupted. The two colossal beings immediately clashed on the barren plain. The earth trembled, violent winds sweeping the area. Fortunately, the surrounding area was uninhabited, the mere aftershocks of their battle could be considered a natural disaster. The Ten-Tails, being the god tree's body, had awakened with would-release-like abilities to absorb chakra and other energies, rendering it largely impervious to the Ryūjin Susanoo's burning flames. However, the Ryūjin Susanoo's immense power, combined with its wielder's masterful swordsmanship, proved too much for the Ten-Tails to withstand. The Jubi armor covering its body was cleaved and shattered in numerous places. A crimson light flashed from the enraged Ten-Tail's single eye. Opening its maw, revealing a terrifying array of fangs, it unleashed a crimson-tailed beast ball, launching it at point-blank range towards the Ryūjin Susanoo. The tailed beast ball unleashed by the Ten-Tails was far more potent than those produced by ordinary tailed beasts. Should this attack connect, even the exceptionally durable Ryūjin Susanoo would sustain significant damage. Ryūjin Jakka, Taimatsu. The Ryūjin Susanoo, wielding Ryūjin Jakka, performed a horizontal slash, unleashing a crimson energy barrier that intercepted the oncoming tailed beast ball. In the blink of an eye, the crimson energy barrier deflected the tailed beast ball back towards its source, the Ten-Tails itself. Moreover, the redirected tailed beast ball had undergone a transformation, now enveloped in a layer of raging flames. Simultaneously with the execution of the Taimatsu counterattack, Yusuker Uchiha swiftly maneuvered the Ryūjin Susanoo to retreat to a safer distance. Despite Madara Uchiha's perception of the impending counterattack, the close proximity and speed of the counteroffensive left him with insufficient time to evade the attack. He was forced to hastily deploy his truth-seeking balls to create a protective barrier around himself, while the jubi-clad Ten-Tails was left to bear the brunt of the attack. Furthermore, Yusuker Uchiha had infused the redirected tailed beast ball with an additional element of fiery intensity. Upon impact with the Ten-Tails, the tailed beast ball, now enveloped in flames, unleashed its devastating power. Although the Ten-Tails possessed the ability to absorb chakra through its surface, the sheer magnitude of the attack proved too much to absorb instantaneously. The combined forces of the tailed beast ball and the raging flames erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A blindingly bright, hemispherical energy wave, of immense proportions, detonated with the Ten-Tails at its epicenter, accompanied by the Ten-Tails' agonizing shriek. The devastation wrought by the tailed beast ball's explosion did not cease immediately. The power of Ryūjin Jakka's flames subsequently erupted, transforming the initially white energy wave into a sea of crimson flames, relentlessly searing the already heavily wounded Ten-Tails. Given the expansive nature of the energy wave's detonation, the Ryūjin Susanoo was also marginally affected. However, Yusuker Uchiha had proactively maneuvered the Ryūjin Susanoo to retreat, resulting in only minor damage to its external armor, which was swiftly repaired through the replenishment of chakra via his dojutsu. Just as Yusuker Uchiha was poised to deliver a decisive blow to the weakened Ten-Tails, the Jubi Ten-Tails, emitting a furious roar, charged forth from the dissipating energy wave. The Jubi Ten-Tails presented a truly sorry spectacle, its Jubi armor reduced to mere remnants, and its physical form scarred with extensive charring from the intense flames. However, thanks to the protection afforded by the truth-seeking balls, Madara Uchiha, perched atop the Ten-Tails, appeared to have escaped unscathed. Nevertheless, his expression was far from composed, indicating that the previous attack had significantly depleted the Ten-Tails' power reserves. Upon witnessing the Ten-Tails' renewed assault, the Ryūjin Susanoo, undeterred, advanced towards the Ten-Tails, wielding Ryūjin Jakka, and delivered a powerful blow to its chest. The force of the fiery slash completely pulverized the remaining fragments of Jubi armor on the Ten-Tails' chest, leaving behind a deeply scarred and charred wound. The Ten-Tails let out a blood-curdling scream, yet it did not retreat, instead seizing the Ryūjin Susanoo's shoulders with its elongated arms. Simultaneously, Madara Uchiha rapidly formed hand seals, clearly preparing to unleash some formidable technique. Upon observing this development, Yusuker Uchiha swiftly maneuvered the Ryūjin Susanoo in an attempt to disengage from the Ten-Tails' grasp, simultaneously wielding Ryūjin Jakka to sever the Ten-Tails' two emaciated and elongated arms, sending them soaring into the air. At that very moment, the God Tree's wooden dragon, which had been continuously entwined around the Ten-Tails' body, suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring the Ryūjin Susanoo and firmly securing it in its current position. Madara Uchiha, having completed the formation of his hand seals, a look of triumphant anticipation flashing in his eyes, thrust his hands forward, unleashing a triangular beam of purple energy that hurtled towards Yusuker Uchiha with blinding speed. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang. The velocity of this purple laser beam was akin to that of light itself, leaving virtually no opportunity for evasion once its target had been acquired. Yusuker Uchiha was left with no recourse but to interpose Ryūjin Jakka, held aloft by the Ryūjin Susanoo, to shield himself from the impending attack. Upon impact with Ryūjin Jakka's blade, the purple laser beam was bisected, scattering outwards in two directions and striking the Ryūjin Susanoo's shoulders. The effect was akin to a sharp blade cleaving through wood. The Ryūjin Susanoo's formidable defensive capabilities appeared to be rendered utterly ineffective, and its shoulders were instantaneously severed by the impact of the purple laser beam. Impossible! Madara Uchiha exclaimed, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and disbelief. Although the attack appeared to have inflicted grievous damage upon the Ryūjin Susanoo, Madara Uchiha's true intention had been to eliminate Yusuker Uchiha outright. The Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang technique was considered one of Madara Uchiha's most formidable and devastating techniques, possessing the power to effortlessly shatter even the formidable truth-seeking balls. The fact that it had been successfully blocked by Yusuker Uchiha's weapon was entirely unexpected. In the original narrative, Madara Uchiha had employed the Storm Release Light Fang technique to effortlessly sever Naruto Uzumaki's truth-seeking ball rods. What manner of weapon is that? Madara Uchiha inquired in a grave tone. Yusuker Uchiha responded dispassionately, it is Ryūjin Jakka, the most powerful Zanpakuto of the fire element. Madara Uchiha's brow furrowed in confusion. Zanpakuto. Ryūjin Jakka. He lacked any understanding of the terminology employed by Yusuker Uchiha, and Yusuker Uchiha exhibited no inclination to offer an explanation. Following the severance of the Ryu and Susanoo's shoulders, they were swiftly restored to their original state through the replenishment of chakra facilitated by Yusuker Uchiha's dojutsu. The flames emanating from Ryūjin Jakka intensified dramatically, and Yusuker Uchiha unleashed an even greater surge of power. With a swift and precise slash of his flaming katana, the god tree's wooden dragon, which had been ensnaring the Ryu and Susanoo, was severed. A fiery gleam flashed in Yusuker Uchiha's eyes as he prepared to unleash Ryūjin Jakka's most potent technique in its Shurikai state. Ryūjin Jakka, Anetsu Jigaku. Dozens of towering pillars of fire erupted from the ground, rapidly encircling the Ten Tails. Upon witnessing this formidable display of power, Madara Uchiha's expression shifted, and he swiftly began forming hand seals. 6 paths, chakra rods. 4 obsidian pillars materialized around the Ten Tails, each pillar expanding outwards to create a corresponding black barrier, ultimately coalescing to form a hermetically sealed rectangular enclosure, effectively protecting both the Ten Tails and Madara Uchiha within its confines. This impenetrable rectangular enclosure was entirely constructed from truth-seeking balls, representing Madara Uchiha's most formidable defensive technique, which he had christened the 6 paths, chakra rods. The dozens of towering pillars of fire converged upon the 6 paths, chakra rods, their intense heat causing the surrounding barren landscape to melt into a sea of molten magma. As the multitude of fiery pillars coalesced into a single, unified torrent, the concentrated heat caused the initially crimson flames to gradually transition towards a whitish hue. Explode. With Yusuker Uchiha's command, the fiery pillars enshrouding the 6 paths, chakra rods detonated instantaneously, scattering countless fragments of burning embers. The resulting explosion unleashed an overwhelming wave of intense heat, causing a further surge in temperature and generating a powerful concussive force. Chapter 210, NZNT, Chapter. After the Ryūjin Jakka's Anetsu Jigaku pillars erupted, the surrounding area, hundreds of meters in radius, was transformed into a sea of magma, a landscape resembling a volcanic hellscape. The intense light and smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the damaged 6 paths, chakra rod. The prison was scarred with numerous irregular, rust-like red fissures, yet it had withstood Yusuker Uchiha's Anetsu Jigaku attack. A circular opening appeared at the top, revealing Madara Uchiha. Ha 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 ha. Madara Uchiha erupted in laughter, then looked at Yusuker Uchiha. Anetsu Jigaku, a remarkable technique. But that must be your strongest attack, right? Believing he had withstood Yusuker Uchiha's strongest attack, Madara Uchiha felt victory was his. As long as Yusuker Uchiha couldn't break his truth-seeking ball defense, he was invincible. Truth-seeking balls were highly effective against fire. Their melting point is incredibly high, no one knows the exact temperature, making it nearly impossible to melt them with heat alone. Yet, Yusuker Uchiha's expression remained calm. He controlled the Ryu and Susanoo, slowly raising Ryūjin Jakka. Bankai, Zanka no Tachi. The flames on Zanka no Tachi suddenly receded into the blade. Simultaneously, the flames enshrouding the Ryu and Susanoo and the crimson gold fiery wheel behind it flowed into the blade, like liquid being sucked up by a straw. Zanka no Tachi returned to its original form, but the blade was now charred black. Seeing Yusuker Uchiha's flames disappear, Madara Uchiha frowned, his expression serious. As a veteran of countless battles, he didn't believe his opponent had given up. The temperature hadn't decreased, it had increased, making even his 6 paths body uncomfortable. He sensed a devastating attack was imminent. Feeling the killing intent, Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Yusuker Uchiha. The Ryu and Susanoo moved, unleashing a simple horizontal slash. The 6 paths, chakra rod was bisected, along with the 10 tails within. Madara Uchiha, connected to the 10 tails, was severely injured, spitting out blood. It wasn't the slash, he concentrated all his power into the blade. Madara Uchiha instantly perceived the nature of the attack. Yusuker Uchiha nodded. Correct. This attack negates all power. You deserve this, being the strongest in the ninja world. But unfortunately, I'm transcending the ninja world. As Madara Uchiha was shocked, Zetsu, hidden nearby, was terrified. Transcending the ninja world. What kind of power is that? Should I revive Mother? Zetsu questioned himself. He could attack Madara Uchiha anytime to revive Kage Otsutsuki, but he feared a resurrected Kage Otsutsuki wouldn't be a match for Yusuker Uchiha. Kage Otsutsuki, in her original state, was considered immortal, at most sealable. But seeing the power that easily destroyed the truth-seeking balls and the 10 tails, Zetsu hesitated. Madara Uchiha, despite his shock, wasn't despairing. As long as he wasn't hit directly, he still had a chance. 6 paths 10 tails coffin seal. Bringing his hands together, Madara Uchiha absorbed the ten-tails, including its severed lower half, into his body. Yusuker Uchiha's attack was too powerful, maintaining the ten-tails size was tactically unwise. Seeing Madara Uchiha relinquish his ten-tails Jinchuriki state, Yusuker Uchiha summoned Zanka no Tachi back into his hand and leaped down from the Susanoo. Fujin. With a flash of his blade, Yusuker Uchiha instantly appeared behind Madara Uchiha. Silently, Madara Uchiha's right arm was severed at the shoulder, his six-path staff also cleaved in two. Limbo, border jail. Four completely invisible clones emerged from Madara Uchiha's body, their movements generating no energy fluctuations and rendering them imperceptible to the eye. The four clones immediately launched attacks from different directions towards Yusuker Uchiha. However, with four swift flashes of his blade, Yusuker Uchiha effortlessly dispatched all of Madara Uchiha's Limbo clones. Only the Rinnegan can see them. How did you find them? Madara Uchiha asked, his face etched with disbelief. A powerful wave of spiritual pressure emanated from Yusuker Uchiha, enveloping Madara Uchiha. Yusuker Uchiha calmly stated, "Nothing can hide within my spiritual pressure, including the shadows you just released." Madara Uchiha felt utterly outmaneuvered, desperate for a solution to overcome his seemingly insurmountable adversary. As Yusuker Uchiha approached, his katana held aloft, Madara Uchiha, to his own astonishment, began to retreat step by step. This was unprecedented in Madara Uchiha's extensive combat career. Even when facing Hashirama Senju, a superior opponent, Madara Uchiha had fought tooth and nail until his very last breath. No. I, Madara Uchiha, will not be defeated. By anyone. Madara Uchiha roared in a fit of furious desperation, his hands rapidly forming intricate hand seals, a cruel smile twisting his lips. If that's the case, then I shall abandon the infinite Tsukimi plan. You have left me with no other choice. As Madara Uchiha spoke, he continued to form hand seals, seemingly preparing to unleash some devastating technique. Upon perceiving Madara Uchiha's intentions, Yusuker Uchiha, without hesitation, instantly utilized the Shunshin no Jutsu to appear before Madara Uchiha, his Zanka no Tachi slashing across Madara Uchiha's hands as they were engaged in the formation of hand seals. To Yusuker Uchiha's utter astonishment, however, his Zanka no Tachi failed to make contact with its intended target, instead passing through Madara Uchiha's body as if it were merely an illusion. It's useless, Madara Uchiha declared with a resounding laugh, his right Rinnegan slowly closing. No one can kill me now. Yusuker Uchiha's brow furrowed in concern. You've used Izanagi, and it seems to be far from ordinary. Madara Uchiha's remaining open eye blazed with intense killing intent. Indeed, this is the perfected Izanagi. It negates all negative factors for a period of time. Even you can only watch helplessly as I complete this final technique. With the completion of his hand seals, Madara Uchiha let out a thunderous roar, and the blood-red Rinnegan on his forehead erupted with a surge of potent chakra that shot skyward, reflecting brilliantly off the blood-red moon in the sky, which bore the same Rinnegan pattern. Planetary Devastation. Chapter 211, NZNT, Chapter. While Yusuker Uchiha and Madara Uchiha battled, the ninjas on the five great nations' battlefields fought the White Zetsu and Madara Uchiha's Edo Tensei forces. On the land of Fire border, Konoha held a significant advantage. The Edo Tensei forces were being suppressed or stalled by Konoha's stronger ninjas, while the White Zetsu army was steadily retreating under Konoha's assault. The White Zetsu army, initially several times larger than Konoha's forces, was nearing annihilation, with minimal Konoha losses. Every ninja fought with unwavering determination. Two yellow flashes crossed as Minato Namikaze again successfully struck the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama Senju's Edo Tensei body was already wounded but rapidly self-repairing. Because the Edo Tensei body could only utilize approximately 90% of Tobirama Senju's true power, and Minato Namikaze had surpassed him in his mastery of the Flying Thunder technique, the battle heavily favored Minato Namikaze. Although Tobirama Senju possessed exceptional proficiency in water release techniques, the frenetic pace of the battle, dictated by Minato Namikaze's relentless assaults, afforded him little opportunity to effectively deploy his water release techniques. Impressive. Just a few more moves, and you'll have me, Tobirama Senju declared with a hearty laugh, his gaze fixed upon Minato Namikaze with a mixture of admiration and amusement. Minato Namikaze responded modestly, "That's only because the Edo Tensei technique is unable to fully unleash your true potential, second Hokage-sama." Despite their seemingly amicable exchange, the intensity of their battle showed no sign of abating. Within the span of merely 2 brief sentences, the two had already exchanged nearly 10 moves. At this juncture, Minato Namikaze once again utilized the second stage of the Flying Thunder technique to materialize behind Tobirama Senju, exploiting a momentary lapse in his defenses. A Raise-Non materialized instantaneously in Minato Namikaze's hand, striking Tobirama Senju squarely in the chest, creating a gaping wound. Despite the grievous injury sustained by Tobirama Senju, his Edo Tensei body commenced its rapid self-repair process. However, he was temporarily rendered incapacitated. Conan, who had been strategically positioned nearby, swiftly deployed a multitude of sealing tags from the paper release wings extending from her back, instantly encasing Tobirama Senju in a complex array of seals. A soft white light gradually emanated from the sealed Tobirama Senju, signifying the gentle return of his soul to its rightful place. In the brief moment before his soul completely dispersed, Tobirama Senju addressed Minato Namikaze with a smile, "Fourth Hokage, I entrust Konoha to your care. The Flying Thunder technique is my most proud creation, I hope you will carry its legacy forward." Minato Namikaze responded with a solemn nod, "Rest assured, second Hokage-sama, I shall not disappoint you." Following the successful sealing of Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze promptly proceeded to provide support to Kabuto Yakushi, who was being relentlessly pressured by Hashirama Senju, while Conan swiftly took to the skies, heading towards other critical battlefronts. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha Susanoo had just been shattered by Itachi Uchiha Susanoo, and Fugaku Uchiha was desperately attempting to evade Itachi Uchiha's relentless attacks. Itachi Uchiha, positioned atop his Susanoo, swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to immobilize Fugaku Uchiha. Sealing Jutsu, Heaven's Curse Crow Dance. Hundreds upon hundreds of obsidian crows erupted from Itachi Uchiha's body, surging towards Fugaku Uchiha's location with ferocious intensity. Given the sheer number of crows, Fugaku Uchiha found himself with virtually no opportunity to evade their onslaught. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Fugaku Uchiha immediately unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, aiming to incinerate the swarming crows. Unfortunately, the sheer number of crows proved insurmountable, and even the extensive reach of the Great Fire Annihilation technique proved insufficient to eliminate them all. Dozens of crows successfully made contact with Fugaku Uchiha's body. Upon contact with Fugaku Uchiha's body, each crow transformed into a complex seal, appearing upon Fugaku Uchiha's skin, instantly rendering that area incapable of conducting chakra. As an increasing number of crows made contact with Fugaku Uchiha, his body became increasingly adorned with these seals, swiftly rendering him entirely incapable of manipulating chakra. "You have grown considerably stronger, my son. I am no match for you," Fugaku Uchiha remarked, his voice filled with a mixture of pride and acceptance as he gazed upon his son, who had far surpassed him in skill and power. Itachi Uchiha responded with unwavering determination, "Father, rest assured, I shall provide for Mother, Sasuke, and the entire clan. You may leave this world without any concerns." A subtle smile played upon Fugaku Uchiha's lips. "Indeed, you are my son," he declared with pride. As his words faded, a soft white light gently enveloped Fugaku Uchiha's Edo Tensei body, which subsequently dissolved into ashes. Having successfully laid his father to rest, Itachi Uchiha swiftly turned his attention towards Izumi, who was engaged in combat with Shisui Uchiha. Izumi had already gained a significant advantage, and Shisui Uchiha's body was marred by numerous wounds. To Itachi Uchiha's surprise, despite being an Edo Tensei body, Shisui Uchiha's wounds showed no signs of healing whatsoever. "Itachi," Izumi exclaimed urgently, her voice filled with a mixture of concern and urgency, "I implore you to assist me in sealing away Shisui and I. Otherwise, my seeing / technique will inadvertently result in the annihilation of his very soul." Izumi was not necessarily outmatched by Shisui Uchiha in terms of combat prowess, but the nature of her attacks was such that they inflicted direct damage upon Shisui Uchiha's soul. Should she unleash her full power, Shisui Uchiha's soul would be irrevocably destroyed. Upon hearing Izumi's plea, Itachi Uchiha immediately grasped the reason behind Shisui Uchiha's grievous injuries. Itachi Uchiha once again unleashed the Heaven's Curse Crow Dance technique. Shisui Uchiha, effectively immobilized by Izumi, was unable to evade the onslaught of crows and was swiftly sealed. Gazing upon his younger siblings, who had surpassed him in both age and stature, Shisui Uchiha experienced a profound sense of peace and closure. "It is perhaps fortunate that I met my demise when I did," he mused to himself, "for had I lived on, the pain and anguish I would have endured would have been far greater." With this thought, Shisui Uchiha, who had experienced little genuine happiness since his service to the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, unexpectedly erupted into a hearty laugh. "As an older brother, I have been unable to offer you much, and I feel a deep sense of shame for this inadequacy. Before I depart from this world, I can only offer you my most heartfelt blessings." Following Shisui Uchiha's departure, Itachi Uchiha turned his gaze towards Izumi, his expression filled with seriousness. "Should our firstborn child be a son," he declared, "I propose that we name him Shisui." Izumi's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully glared at Itachi Uchiha, but she did not object to his proposal. The two promptly set off towards the location where Kabuto Yakushi and Hashirama Senju were engaged in combat. On a separate battlefield, Kakashi Hatake, his body enveloped in a radiant aura of lightning, wielded a chakra blade that emitted a dazzling white light, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Given that this engagement was not of Hiruzen Sarutobi's own volition, he had instructed his summon, Enma, to refrain from participating in the battle. Enma, having received these instructions, remained stationed at the periphery of the battlefield, observing the unfolding events and preparing to bid farewell to his longtime comrade. Deprived of the formidable diamond-shaped staff, which Enma could transform into, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself at a considerable disadvantage when facing Kakashi Itachi, whose speed and agility were enhanced by his chakra blade. Hiruzen Sarutobi possessed minimal opportunities to retaliate effectively. The scene bore a striking resemblance to that of Kakashi Itachi mercilessly overpowering a defenseless elderly individual. Under Kakashi Hitachi's relentless and unremitting assault, Hiruzen Sarutobi, deprived of the chance to employ his highly specialized combined ninjutsu, was ultimately struck, resulting in the unfortunate severance of one arm and one leg. Konan, who had been strategically positioned nearby to facilitate the sealing of the resurrected ninjas, promptly approached Hiruzen Sarutobi and employed sealing tags to effectively restrain him. Chapter 212, NZNT, Chapter. Kakashi, you're now qualified to be Hokage. After Minato, I believe you'll willingly take on this responsibility for Konoha, the sealed Hiruzen Sarutobi said gravely to Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head. Ah, but there are others more suitable. Someone like me, who enjoys adult novels, shouldn't be Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. More suitable. Kakashi smiled. Yes, Itachi's abilities and strategic thinking are admirable. Itachi Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's worry deepened, his frown intensifying. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression, Kakashi understood his concerns. His usually lifeless eyes slowly opened, and Kakashi's expression turned serious. Third Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan now is different from the one you knew. They're loved by the villagers and trusted by the ninjas. And I trust them. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, his frown easing. Yes, I should have realized this sooner. You did well, upholding what I couldn't. White light rose as Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul dispersed, leaving one final message for Kakashi. When you see Yusuker Uchiha, tell him, and the Uchiha clan, I'm sorry. Looking up at the sky, Kakashi murmured, Third Hokage-sama, I'll witness Konoha's rise. On another battlefield, the battle between Pain, Jiraiya, and Tsunade reached its climax. Jiraiya had fully activated Sage Mode, his face adorned with the characteristic markings of Mount Myaboku Senjutsu. His already prominent nose was even more pronounced, further accentuated by a multitude of tiny bumps, giving him a rather unsettling appearance. Jiraiya-sensei, that look is quite unflattering. I much preferred you in your frog suit, remarked Nagato, a hint of amusement in his tone as he observed Jiraiya in his sage mode. Nagato, having finally resolved his inner turmoil, spoke with newfound lightness. The moment Nagato's words trailed off, a seemingly insignificant stone ascended into the heavens. Simultaneously, Nagato swiftly formed a series of hand seals, culminating in a powerful shout, planetary devastation. Despite its diminutive size, the stone possessed an unparalleled gravitational force, drawing all those in its vicinity, with the exception of Nagato himself, inexorably upwards. While relentlessly pulling individuals towards the heavens, the stone simultaneously exerted its gravitational influence upon the surrounding sand and soil, causing its size to increase exponentially as it accumulated these materials. Observing this phenomenon, Nagato urgently addressed Tsunade, who had already been lifted into the air. Tsunade-sama, unleash your prodigious strength to directly strike the core of this technique. However, it is imperative that you utilize your utmost strength, for if you fail to completely obliterate the core, it will inevitably reconstitute itself. Upon hearing Nagato's instructions, Tsunade, without a moment's hesitation, displayed her remarkable agility, deftly navigating the upward trajectory of the accumulating debris to reach the vicinity of the now considerably enlarged miniature meteor. Heavenly Foot of Pain. With a thunderous roar, Tsunade channeled the entirety of her chakra, unleashing a devastating blow that completely pulverized the miniature meteor. With the core of the planetary devastation technique successfully destroyed, the technique itself was instantly dispelled. Throughout their previous exchanges with Nagato, both Jiraiya and Tsunade had managed to persevere solely by capitalizing on Nagato's own divulgence of his weaknesses. Nagato's Six Paths techniques were notoriously enigmatic and unpredictable, rendering a victory exceedingly challenging for any opponent unfamiliar with their intricacies. However, with Nagato's candid revelation of his vulnerabilities, Jiraiya and Tsunade found themselves in a significantly more advantageous position. Thank you, Nagato. Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice filled with gratitude. Now, it's my turn. Gamabunta, Gamaken, prepare to unleash the technique. Upon Jiraiya's command, the two-toed sages perched upon his shoulders, Gamabunta and Gamaken, emitted a series of ear-splitting croaks, the cacophony of their calls nearly unbearable. Simultaneously with the deafening chorus of the two-toed sages, Jiraiya completed the intricate hand seals required for his technique. Demonic Illusion, Toad Confrontation Chant. The instant Jiraiya completed the hand seals, Nagato found himself surrounded by 4 toad guards, each clad in full armor and wielding katanas, rendering him completely immobile. Konan has arrived, Jiraiya announced calmly, lowering his gaze towards Nagato, who was now under the influence of the genjutsu. It's time for your final farewells. By this point, Konan had successfully sealed both Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, and having witnessed Itachi Uchiha's swift and efficient sealing of Fugaku Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, she had promptly arrived to assist Jiraiya and Tsunade. Nagato turned his gaze towards Konan, a faint smile gracing his lips. I often find myself longing for the days when we lived together with Jiraiya-sensei in Omegakure. I shall never forget the sight of you in your frog suit, he reminisced fondly. Konan, her eyes brimming with tears, let out a soft chuckle. You both looked awfully silly back then, she remarked, unable to suppress a smile despite her sorrow. Nagato fixed his gaze upon the heavens, his mind flooded with vivid memories of his childhood days alongside Konan and Yahiko. Then, Jiraiya's form materialized behind the trio, his laughter echoing as he enveloped them in a warm embrace. Konan, Nagato declared, his voice filled with a sense of profound peace and acceptance, I have no regrets. Please, proceed with the sealing ritual. I implore you to live a full and joyful life. Yahiko and I shall be watching over you from the heavens. With these final words, Nagato gently closed his eyes. Overcome with grief, Konan performed the sealing ritual, releasing Nagato's soul to the Pure Land. At this point, with the exception of Hashirama Senju, the most formidable of the resurrected shinobi, all of the Edo Tensei forces that had launched their assault upon the Land of Fire had been vanquished by the combined might of Konoha's elite ninjas. The victorious ninjas converged upon the battlefield where Kabuto Yakushi and Hashirama Senju were locked in a fierce confrontation. Perched atop the colossal wooden golem, Hashirama Senju erupted into a hearty laugh. Kabuto, he declared, his voice booming with amusement, your three sage techniques are truly unprecedented, a testament to your exceptional abilities. To be frank, I owe a considerable debt of gratitude to that fellow, Madara Uchiha, for inadvertently contributing to your remarkable mastery of these techniques. At this juncture, a significant portion of the colossal wooden golem had been reduced to rubble, its surface now adorned with a multitude of rock-like formations. It was precisely the presence of these formations that prevented the golem's remarkably resilient regenerative capabilities from restoring its damaged form. Employing the earth release, hiding in earth technique, to create a vacuum-like wind shield, Kabuto Yakushi swiftly propelled himself towards the summit of the wooden golem, positioning himself directly opposite Hashirama Senju. Kabuto Yakushi's breathing was somewhat labored, a clear indication that his physical stamina and chakra reserves had been significantly depleted. I had initially believed that my mastery of the three senjutsu techniques, fused into a single, unified entity, would prove sufficient to overcome the first Hokage, Kabuto Yakushi remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head in self-deprecating amusement. However, it appears that I had overestimated my abilities. Casting a glance towards the recently arrived Konoha ninjas, Kabuto Yakushi offered a confident smile. However, from this point forward, this will no longer be a solitary endeavor. Witnessing the remarkably unscathed state of the assembled Konoha ninjas, Hashirama Senju erupted into a resounding laugh. With such valiant and capable individuals as yourselves safeguarding Konoha, I can now depart from this world with complete peace of mind. Now, then, I implore you to deploy your collective might to vanquish me, thus proving that even the so-called God of Shinobi is no match for the indomitable force of unity and unwavering resolve. Wood release, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. Chapter 213, NZNT, Chapter. As Hashirama Senju completed the jutsu, countless tree roots burst from the earth, each tipped with enormous flower buds, nearly the size of. As Hashirama Senju completed the jutsu, countless tree roots burst from the earth, each tipped with enormous flower buds, nearly the size of an adult human. Everyone, be careful, Hashirama Senju warned. This jutsu, like wood release, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees, can control you, absorb your chakra, and, once mature, these buds release paralyzing pollen. His words barely left his mouth when a massive wave of roots swept towards Kabuto Yakushi and the arriving Konoha ninjas. The giant buds burst open, releasing a cloud of pink pollen that drifted towards them. Kabuto Yakushi, still protected within his earth release, hiding in earth technique, was shielded from the encroaching roots. Seizing this opportunity, Kabuto Yakushi rapidly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Great Wind Break. A powerful gale erupted, dispersing the pollen. However, the flowers continued to release more pollen, it couldn't be completely eliminated unless all the buds were destroyed. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi shouted, I'll maintain this jutsu to protect everyone from the pollen. Quickly subdue the first Hokage. I can only hold this for 3 minutes. Upon hearing Kabuto Yakushi's urgent announcement, the Konoha ninjas immediately sprang into action, launching a concerted offensive against Hashirama Senju. Minato Namikaze hurled a flying thunder kunai towards Hashirama Senju, who stood perched atop the colossal wooden golem. With his hands resting on Kakashi Hitaki's and Jiraiya's shoulders, Minato Namikaze instantaneously teleported himself and his two comrades onto the golem's surface. Simultaneously, Izumi, accompanied by Itachi Uchiha and Tsunade, utilized the hard flash technique to join Minato Namikaze and his allies. The 6 Konoha ninjas now surrounded Hashirama Senju, forming a decisively advantageous 6-on-1 encirclement. Konan initially intended to utilize her paper release wings to swiftly reach another section of the battlefield to provide support, but Kabuto Yakushi's ongoing maintenance of the Great Windbreak technique resulted in the entire area being subjected to a powerful gale, rendering her paper release wings ineffective for flight. Gazing upon the 6 Konoha ninjas who had encircled him, Hashirama Senju erupted into a hearty laugh. To think that even in death, I would be afforded such an exhilarating and invigorating battle. Truly, it is a most exhilarating experience. However, I do sincerely apologize for causing you all so much trouble. Having spoken these words, Hashirama Senju, his countenance devoid of any hint of remorse or apology, brought his hands together before his chest, and the distinctive markings associated with Sage Mode materialized upon his face. Having barely transitioned into Sage Mode, Hashirama Senju subtly tilted his head to the side, and a torrent of black flames erupted from the tree roots behind him. In that fleeting instant, he had successfully evaded Itachi Uchiha's targeted Amaterasu technique, which had been aimed directly at his head. Truly terrifying flames, Hashirama Senju remarked with genuine admiration. Before his words had even fully dissipated, the Amaterasu flames were completely neutralized by the chakra-absorbing capabilities of the wood-release technique inherent in the tree roots, gradually fading from view. With a resounding boom, Tsunade materialized instantaneously beside Hashirama Senju, unleashing her prodigious strength to create a sizable crater beneath Hashirama Senju's feet. Little Tsunade, Hashirama Senju chuckled, your strength has become truly formidable since your childhood. Having effortlessly evaded Tsunade's devastating punch, Hashirama Senju swiftly seized her arm, hurling her forcefully outwards, creating yet another crater of comparable size in the network of tree roots. Simultaneously, the surrounding tree roots aggressively entangled Tsunade, who had been thrown into the crater. Had it not been for Jiraiya's timely intervention, which enabled Tsunade to extricate herself from the perilous situation, Tsunade would have undoubtedly been incapacitated. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake launched simultaneous attacks from either flank against Hashirama Senju. Kakashi Hatake's lightning-imbued chakra blade sliced towards Hashirama Senju's head, while Minato Namikaze's Raiznon targeted Hashirama Senju's abdomen. Hashirama Senju, having activated Sage Mode, possessed an exceptionally acute awareness of his surroundings, instantly perceiving the nature of these stealth attacks. Remarkable speed, indeed. Hashirama Senju exclaimed with a chuckle. With astonishing speed, Hashirama Senju deftly evaded Kakashi Hatake's slashing attack, simultaneously seizing Minato Namikaze's arm and redirecting his Raiznon towards Itachi Uchiha, who was charging towards him with his Susanoo activated. Unbeknownst to Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze had seized this opportune moment to discreetly affix a flying thunder mark onto Hashirama Senju's body. As Itachi Uchiha prepared to sheath his sword of Tatsuka, having observed Minato Namikaze being propelled towards him by Hashirama Senju, he was suddenly alerted to the fact that Minato Namikaze had tossed a flying thunder kunai in his direction, accompanied by a subtle signal. Itachi Uchiha immediately understood Minato Namikaze's intentions. He continued to thrust his sword of Tatsuka towards Minato Namikaze, while Minato Namikaze, in rapid succession, executed 2 stages of the Flying Thunder God technique. First, Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder mark that he had surreptitiously affixed to Hashirama Senju's body to seize Hashirama Senju. Simultaneously, he employed the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Hashirama Senju to the precise location where the Flying Thunder kunai had been directed towards Itachi Uchiha. In that fleeting instant, Hashirama Senju, who had just propelled Izumi and Kakashi Hatake away, found himself positioned directly before Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo, armed with the sword of Tatsuka. Without the slightest hesitation, Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo thrust the sword of Tatsuka into Hashirama Senju, who was caught completely off guard, while Minato Namikaze, seizing this opportune moment, once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape to a safe distance. We've succeeded. Izumi exclaimed joyfully, her voice brimming with elation. Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo, wielding the sword of Tatsuka, has successfully sealed away the first Hokage's soul. As Izumi had accurately predicted, Hashirama Senju's soul was extracted from his Edo Tensei body by the sword of Tatsuka, and his Edo Tensei body subsequently crumbled into ashes. With Hashirama Senju's soul having been successfully extracted from his Edo Tensei body, the nativity of a world of flowering trees, jutsu immediately dissipated. Although a considerable number of tree roots remained rooted firmly in the ground, the flower buds, deprived of the sustaining chakra, withered and crumbled, rendering them incapable of releasing their toxic pollen. Kabuto Yakushi, having deactivated both the Great Windbreak technique and his Sage Mode, approached the assembled Konoha ninjas, his expression one of profound admiration and respect. Truly deserving of the title of God of Shinobi, Kabuto Yakushi exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. The first Hokage possessed virtually no discernible weaknesses, and his mastery of each and every technique had reached the pinnacle of ninja prowess. Had you not arrived to provide support at this critical juncture, I fear that I would have been unable to sustain my efforts for much longer. The Edo Tensei technique had been successfully neutralized, and Itachi Uchiha released Hashirama Senju's soul from the confines of the Sword of Totsuka. Bereft of its physical vessel, Hashirama Senju's soul gradually transformed into a radiant white light, gently ascending towards the heavens. At that very moment, a sudden and violent tremor shook the earth, and the assembled ninjas perceived an extraordinarily powerful gravitational force that seemed to be drawing them all upwards, as if attempting to lift them into the sky. As this irresistible force progressively intensified, the assembled ninjas found it increasingly difficult to maintain control over their own bodies. "What is happening?" one of the ninjas exclaimed in alarm. "This force, it seems to be emanating from the sky," another ninja observed. Amidst the palpable sense of apprehension and uncertainty that had gripped the assembled ninjas, a spatial vortex materialized before their very eyes, and Yusuke Uchiha emerged from its swirling depths. Without a word, Yusuke Uchiha swiftly seized Izumi, who was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and transported her back to the location where he had been engaged in battle with Madara Uchiha. Gazing upon the vast expanse of molten magma that had engulfed a considerable portion of the surrounding terrain, Izumi could not help but express her astonishment at the sheer scale of the environmental devastation wrought by the battle between Yusuke Uchiha and Madara Uchiha. "Izumi," Yusuke Uchiha declared, his tone firm and resolute, "at this critical juncture, it is only your technique that holds the potential to thwart Madara Uchiha's plans." Chapter 214, NZNT, Chapter. Seeing Yusuke Uchiha reappear, accompanied by a young woman, Madara Uchiha burst into laughter. "You brought this girl. Do you think she can?" Seeing Yusuke Uchiha reappear, accompanied by a young woman, Madara Uchiha burst into laughter. "You brought this girl. Do you think she can solve what even you couldn't?" Noticing Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara Uchiha expressed slight surprise. "She's also an Uchiha." Feeling the intensifying gravitational pull emanating from the moon in the sky, Yusuke Uchiha had no time for idle chatter. He immediately pointed Zanka no Tachi at Madara Uchiha's forehead. "Izumi, grip Zanka no Tachi and activate your Yusuke Uchiha commanded in a low, serious tone. Izumi nodded in response. Although she lacked a complete understanding of the situation, she surmised that the sudden surge in gravitational force was undoubtedly linked to Madara Uchiha, who was currently maintaining some form of potent jutsu. Furthermore, it appeared that Madara Uchiha had employed some clandestine technique to render himself impervious to Yusuke Uchiha's attacks, necessitating the utilization of her technique. The moment Izumi's hand clasped the hilt of Zanka no Tachi, Yusuke Uchiha could sense an infusion of mysterious energy coursing through the blade. A subtle smirk played upon Yusuke Uchiha's lips as he addressed Madara Uchiha. "Your ambition ends here." With these words, Yusuke Uchiha thrust Zanka no Tachi, now held firmly by both himself and Izumi, directly into Madara Uchiha's blood-red Rinnegan, situated in the center of his forehead. However, on this occasion, Yusuke Uchiha's strike did not connect with the illusory manifestation created by Madara Uchiha's Izanagi technique to negate the negative consequences of an attack. Instead, it pierced the very essence of Madara Uchiha himself. Aya! With the Rinnegan, which mirrored the celestial moon in the sky, impaled, Madara Uchiha let out a blood-curdling scream. The planetary devastation, jutsu, which had been anchored to the moon as its focal point, immediately ceased, and even the blood-red Rinnegan pattern that had been imprinted upon the lunar surface vanished without a trace. A crimson beam of light erupted from Madara Uchiha's forehead, leaving behind only a gaping black void where his Rinnegan had once resided. His immense power began to gradually dissipate. Impossible. Impossible. I have mastered the Six Paths power. How could I possibly have failed? Madara Uchiha roared in defiance, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Observing Madara Uchiha's descent into despair, Yusuke Uchiha calmly remarked, "Your ambition has always been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Even in my absence, others would have risen to thwart your designs." Madara Uchiha erupted into a fit of frenzied laughter. "No. No one in the entire ninja world could possibly have stood against me, save for you." Unbeknownst to Madara Uchiha, had Yusuke Uchiha not been present to claim his life at this very moment, his demise would have been far more ignominious. He would have been subjected to a treacherous ambush by Zetsu, ultimately serving as the unwitting vessel for the resurrection of Kage Otsutsuki. Due to the immense power of the ten tails sealed within Madara Uchiha's body, his inability to effectively control this power resulted in the gradual disintegration of his physical form. His body began to crumble from his feet, transforming into a swirling vortex of dust that dispersed into the surrounding air. Witnessing this spectacle, Yusuke Uchiha promptly extended his hand and retrieved the sole remaining 3-tomo Rinnegan from Madara Uchiha's disintegrating form, taking precautionary measures to prevent any potential damage to the precious eye due to the uncontrolled release of Madara Uchiha's chakra. "Yusuke Uchiha," Madara Uchiha gasped, his voice barely a whisper, "tell me, by what manner of power have I been vanquished?" Madara Uchiha, on the precipice of death, exhibited little concern for the loss of his Rinnegan. His sole preoccupation was to comprehend how he, a being who had achieved mastery over the six paths power, could have been defeated by the men standing before him. Yusuker Uchiha cast his gaze towards the heavens, a profound sigh escaping his lips. You have been overcome by a force that transcends the boundaries of this world, he declared, his voice imbued with a sense of both sorrow and wonder. And I, in turn, shall continue my relentless pursuit of this power, pushing its limits to their utmost extent. Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's words, Madara Uchiha momentarily paused, his expression shifting to one of profound contemplation and resignation. Throughout his entire existence, Madara Uchiha had never truly tasted genuine success. In his youth, he had been thwarted by the formidable Hashirama Senju. Even now, having attained the pinnacle of power within the ninja world by mastering the six paths technique, he had been overcome by a force that lay beyond the comprehension of the ninja world. This, Madara Uchiha murmured, his voice barely audible, is my destiny. With the utterance of these final words, Madara Uchiha's body completely disintegrated, leaving behind nothing but the faintest trace of dust, thus bringing an end to the reign of this legendary figure who had once commanded such fear and respect throughout the ninja world. At that very instant, Yusuker Uchiha abruptly hurled Zanka no Tachi towards the periphery of the battlefield, where it became firmly embedded in the body of a shadowy figure. This shadowy figure was none other than Zetsu, who had been observing the unfolding events from the sidelines. No. You cannot kill me. Zetsu's voice reverberated with sheer terror as he gazed upon Yusuker Uchiha, who was now approaching him. Zetsu represented the final vestige of hope for his mother, Kage Otsutsuki, to return to the ninja world. Should he perish, Kage Otsutsuki's chances of ever seeing the light of day again would be irrevocably extinguished. Yusuker Uchiha shook his head, his expression unyielding. Unfortunately, your demise has already been sealed. Zetsu, being a manifestation of Kage Otsutsuki's will, was fundamentally composed of spiritual energy. Having been pierced by Zanka no Tachi, imbued with a surge of potent spiritual pressure, his chances of survival were non-existent. With these words, Yusuker Uchiha swiftly extracted Zanka no Tachi from Zetsu's body. Instantly, Zetsu underwent a transformation, reverting to his true form, a formless mass of dark, liquid-like spiritual energy. However, a wisp of white smoke began to emanate from this ethereal entity, and its form began to uncontrollably evaporate. Amidst Zetsu's desperate and agonizing screams, the dark spiritual mass completely dissipated into nothingness, marking the definitive end of Zetsu's existence within the ninja world. Brother, Izumi inquired, her voice laced with apprehension, you mentioned your intention to explore forces that transcend the boundaries of this world. Does this signify your imminent departure from my side? Izumi's concern was palpable as she observed the subtle yet unmistakable undercurrent of detachment in Yusuker Uchiha's tone, creating the impression that her brother might vanish from her life at any moment. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Yusuker Uchiha gently caressed Izumi's head, a gesture of affection that he had refrained from performing since Izumi had reached maturity. Alas, all good things must eventually come to an end, Yusuker Uchiha remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. However, before I embark upon this new journey, there are still numerous tasks that I must undertake. With Madara Uchiha's demise, the Edo Tensei forces, deprived of their controller, lost their impetus for aggression. The remaining Edo Tensei forces, which had been engaged in combat against the other great ninja villages, voluntarily surrendered and were subsequently sealed away. As for the White Zetsu, who had served as mere cannon fodder in Madara Uchiha's grand scheme, they were swiftly and efficiently eradicated by the combined might of the various ninja villages. Orochimaru, who had been ensnared by Madara Uchiha's genjutsu, was apprehended by Yusuker Uchiha. Following a thorough deliberation, Konoha's leadership decided to seal Orochimaru's formidable powers while retaining his services within the Konoha Research Institute, where his exceptional scientific expertise could be harnessed to further the village's development and contribute to the advancement of ninja technology. With the conclusion of this momentous conflict, the war instigated by Madara Uchiha, which had threatened the very existence of the ninja world, was finally brought to an end. The elimination of Zetsu, the shadowy mastermind operating from the hidden recesses of the ninja world, rendered the prospect of Kage Otsutsuki's resurgence virtually non-existent. The greatest source of instability lurking within the shadows of the ninja world had been neutralized. Shortly thereafter, Yusuker Uchiha and Minato Namikaze embarked upon the ambitious endeavor of unifying the ninja world under a single banner. The primary challenge in the unification of the ninja world did not stem from any perceived deficiency in Konoha's military might, but rather from the necessity of minimizing the scale of armed conflict and addressing the intricate complexities of pacifying and integrating the conquered territories and their inhabitants. Konoha had meticulously prepared for this undertaking, commencing with the implementation of the separation of powers and Supreme Council systems, both of which had been conceived by Yusuker Uchiha, drawing inspiration from his past life. While these systems had been initially proposed by Yusuker Uchiha, they had undergone significant refinement and enhancement through the collective efforts and insightful contributions of Konoha's highest-ranking officials. In essence, the separation of powers system entailed the establishment of three distinct and independent branches of government, the executive, judicial, and military branches, with the aim of dispersing authority and preventing its concentration within the hands of a single individual or entity. The executive branch would be headed by the daimyo, the judicial branch by a newly appointed justice minister, and the military branch by the Hokage. The Supreme Council would comprise the highest echelons of leadership, structured in a parliamentary format, with all critical decisions subject to a vote by the council members. The members of the Supreme Council would be composed of high-ranking officials from each of the three branches of government, naturally encompassing the daimyo, the justice minister, and the Hokage. The daimyo would serve as the honorary chairman of the Supreme Council, but in practice, their influence within the council would be equivalent to that of any other council member. While these two systems were not without their inherent shortcomings, the absence of any individual possessing sufficient power to challenge the authority of the newly established nation would ensure a state of equilibrium and stability, preventing the daimyo or Hokage from exercising absolute power. In accordance with this novel system of governance, the Land of Fire initiated its expansion by annexing the Land of Wind, which was already under its control. The Wind daimyo was demoted to the position of minister, and the Kazekage title was abolished. Upon the successful integration of the surrounding ninja villages, the Land of Fire, leveraging its overwhelming military superiority, proceeded to conquer the Land of Water, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Earth. This process spanned approximately 5 years, culminating in the near-total subjugation of the entire ninja world under the dominion of the Land of Fire. The territory that had once been governed by the Land of Fire now served as the central hub of the unified ninja world, and Konoha, having undergone significant expansion and modernization, was designated as the new capital city, renamed Konoha City. At the heart of Konoha City, a majestic statue of Yusuke Uchiha stood tall. The statue depicted Yusuke Uchiha clad in Konoha's standard ninja flak jacket, adorned with a flowing white coat, and wielding a long katana, faithfully representing his image. Beneath the statue, a stone monument bore an inscription detailing Yusuke Uchiha's numerous contributions to Konoha throughout his lifetime. These contributions included the restructuring of the Uchiha clan and the police force, the establishment of the Konoha Research Institute, the leadership of Konoha to victory against the Akatsuki organization and Tsunageki's assault, the vanquishing of Madara Uchiha, who possessed the formidable Six Paths power, thus saving the ninja world from impending destruction, and the pivotal role he played in unifying the ninja world under Konoha's banner. Yusuke Uchiha had initially expressed reservations regarding the construction of the statue, viewing it as a manifestation of potentially harmful personality cult. However, in response to the overwhelming support and fervent pleas of the Konoha populace, and in recognition of his impending departure from this world, Yusuke Uchiha ultimately consented to the erection of the statue, recognizing that it might serve as a lasting testament to his existence within this realm. Within the confines of Yusuke Uchiha's residence in Konoha City, Izumi, his mother, Hazuki Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Kabuto Yukumaru, and Minato Namikaze were gathered, their expressions clouded with a palpable sense of sadness as they gazed upon Yusuke Uchiha. Several of them exhibited visibly red and swollen eyes, a clear indication that they had recently been overcome with grief. Despite having been apprised of Yusuke Uchiha's discovery of a realm imbued with even greater power and his intention to embark upon a journey of exploration into this uncharted territory, they all fervently hoped that he would reconsider his decision and remain within the ninja world. Regrettably, despite their earnest pleas and entreaties, they were unable to alter Yusuke Uchiha's unwavering resolve. Within his home, Yusuke Uchiha was attired in a simple yet elegant samurai kimono, with Ryūjin Jakka secured at his hip. Remarkably, his left eye had undergone a transformation, now bearing the distinctive markings of the Rinnegan. This Rinnegan was none other than the sole remaining Rinnegan belonging to Madara Uchiha, which had been retrieved from his disintegrating body just moments before his demise. Initially, Yusuke Uchiha had absorbed this Rinnegan into his left eye with the intention of augmenting his dojutsu capabilities. However, an unforeseen event transpired. The Rinnegan unexpectedly fused with his left eye, granting him access to a range of Rinnegan techniques. Even more remarkably, this fusion of the Rinnegan with his left eye did not impede his ability to activate his Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan, allowing him to seamlessly utilize his pre-existing dojutsu techniques. Having fulfilled all of his responsibilities within the ninja world, Yusuke Uchiha was poised to depart from this realm. At this moment, he was engaged in a final, heartfelt farewell with his cherished companions. "I am merely pursuing the ultimate refinement of my martial arts," Yusuke Uchiha explained, his voice gentle yet firm, a warm smile gracing his lips. "There is no need for you to succumb to excessive sorrow. The precious memories that we have forged together over these past years shall forever remain enshrined within the depths of my heart." His gaze sweeping across the assembled individuals, Yusuke Uchiha slowly unsheathed Ryūjin Jakka, but this time, he held the blade in a reversed orientation, the hilt pointed towards his forehead. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's words, the assembled individuals were overcome with an even more profound sense of sorrow, and Hazuki Uchiha, Izumi, and Yukumaru could not restrain their tears, succumbing once again to the weight of their grief. In truth, Yusuke Uchiha was merely maintaining a facade of composure, his heart heavy with the burden of his impending departure and the profound sense of loss he felt towards his cherished companions. However, mindful of his unwavering pursuit of greater power, Yusuke Uchiha steeled his resolve and pressed the hilt of Ryūjin Jakka against his forehead, the pommel pointed inwards. Soul Burial. A radiant, ethereal white light enveloped Yusuke Uchiha, and his physical form ignited in a gentle, incandescent flame. His soul, having completed its earthly sojourn, gradually faded from existence within the ninja world. Yusuke Uchiha cast one final, lingering gaze upon his beloved family and friends, their faces forever etched into the recesses of his memory. Chapter 215, NZNT, Chapter. Volume 2. On Hueco Mundo's boundless expanse of white sand, a tall figure stood as still as a statue, lost in thought. This figure belonged. Volume 2. On Hueco Mundo's boundless expanse of white sand, a tall figure stood as still as a statue, lost in thought. This figure belonged to a handsome young man. Tall and powerfully built, he wore a white samurai outfit, a long katana at his hip, and a crow perched on his shoulder. This was Yusuke Uchiha, newly arrived in the world of Bleach. To think I've arrived in Hueco Mundo. This aligns perfectly with my plans, he murmured, gazing up at the inky black night sky. Before using the soul burial technique on himself, Yusuke Uchiha had already decided against going to Soul Society Siriitii. Instead, he planned to build his power base in Hueco Mundo. The Siriitii was a highly established political entity, with intricate and complex power dynamics. Beyond the supremely powerful Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, there existed the influential Central 46, and the Soul King Palace, the ultimate symbol of authority within Soul Society. These powerful entities had established numerous stringent regulations, effectively maintaining a firm grip on the Shinigami. Should he have ventured into the Siriitii as a Shinigami, his prospects would have been limited, with the highest attainable position being that of a captain. Furthermore, such a position would have presented a significant impediment to his pursuit of higher realms of power. After careful deliberation, Yusuke Uchiha arrived at the decision to cultivate his strength and establish his influence within Hueco Mundo. However, the ambition to dominate Hueco Mundo was contingent upon favorable timing. Had his arrival coincided with the period spanning from Aizen's unification of Hueco Mundo to Yawacha's subsequent conquest, Yusuke Uchiha would have been compelled to adopt a low profile, biding his time until these formidable adversaries were vanquished before seizing the opportune moment to emerge from obscurity. Upon familiarizing himself with the environment of Hueco Mundo, Yusuke Uchiha confirmed his initial assessment: the spiritual energy density of Hueco Mundo far surpassed that of the Naruto world. Within a mere half-hour of his arrival in Hueco Mundo, he perceived a substantial influx of spiritual energy into his body, resulting in a notable enhancement of his spiritual pressure, Ryatsu. Ryūjin Jakka, Yusuke Uchiha mused aloud, addressing his Zanpakuto, is the rate of spiritual energy accumulation truly this accelerated for both Shinigami and Hollows in this world? This phenomenon seems highly atypical. Despite the undeniable pleasure derived from the exhilarating sensation of his spiritual pressure surging as he voraciously absorbed spiritual particles, Yusuke Uchiha remained acutely aware that this was an extraordinary and potentially anomalous occurrence. In response to Yusuke Uchiha's query, the voice of Ryūjin Jakka resonated within his mind. Your current state is not one of typical spiritual energy absorption through rigorous training, rather, you are undergoing a process of spiritual energy compensation. This phase will not persist for an extended duration, it may conclude imminently. Spiritual energy compensation. Yusuke Uchiha's brow furrowed slightly in contemplation. Your spiritual pressure was constrained by the rules of the Naruto world during your development. Your spiritual world training wasn't wasted, it honed your soul, Ryūjin Jakka explained. My soul's capacity to accommodate reishi must far exceed its previous level, hence, the spiritual energy compensation phenomenon upon my arrival in Hueco Mundo. Yusuke Uchiha posited thoughtfully. Precisely, Ryūjin Jakka affirmed. And in my estimation, this presents a significant advantage for you, akin to a powerful eruption following a prolonged period of accumulation. Through the rigorous refinement of your soul over these past years, your inherent aptitude has been significantly enhanced. Yusuke Uchiha chuckled in response. It is fortunate that I did not abandon my training despite the apparent stagnation of my spiritual pressure. Upon hearing your explanation, I am inclined to believe that I should have devoted an even more extended period to honing my abilities within the Naruto world before venturing into the realm of Bleach. Despite his expressed sentiment, if given the choice, Yusuke Uchiha would still have opted to arrive in the Bleach world as swiftly as possible to commence his new training regimen, recognizing that different environments invariably offer unique opportunities for growth and advancement. As Ryūjin Jakka had accurately predicted, the phenomenon of spiritual energy compensation soon subsided. The rate at which Yusuke Uchiha's body absorbed ambient reishi gradually diminished, until it reached a point of near-complete cessation. Truly fascinating, Yusuke Uchiha mused to himself, the governing principles of different worlds are markedly distinct. Although my physical form is fundamentally composed of spiritual particles, reishi, I now possess internal organs, exhibiting a structure remarkably similar to that of a human being. While immersed in contemplation, Yusuke Uchiha commenced the process of familiarizing himself with his newly acquired abilities. Following a series of meticulous experiments, Yusuke Uchiha ascertained that his reliance on hand seals for the execution of ninjutsu techniques was no longer feasible. However, his dojutsu techniques, which did not rely on hand seals, remained fully functional. Yusuke Uchiha attributed the inability to utilize hand seal-based ninjutsu to the incompatibility between the rules governing the Bleach world and the principles underlying the ninja hand seal system. Conversely, the continued functionality of his dojutsu techniques was attributed to their reliance on the physical manifestation of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, which did not adhere to the same restrictive rules. Yusuke Uchiha had anticipated the limitations imposed upon his ninjutsu capabilities, and the preservation of his dojutsu techniques proved to be a source of considerable satisfaction. To his utter astonishment, a previously latent ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan manifested upon his arrival in Hueco Mundo. Passive Ryatsu Enhancement. This is indeed a highly desirable capability, Yusuke Uchiha exclaimed, his voice filled with delight. The Mangekyo Sharingan, often described as the mirror of the heart, typically manifests abilities that are intrinsically aligned with the user's desires and aspirations. In Yusuke Uchiha's estimation, spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, served as the bedrock of combat prowess within the Bleach world. As evidenced by Aizen's combat style, he rarely resorted to the utilization of his Zanpakuto's inherent powers, instead relying almost exclusively on his overwhelming spiritual pressure to effortlessly overpower his opponents. He could easily defeat opponents with flashy techniques using simple physical attacks. A prime example of this was Suifeng's second strike technique, which purportedly guaranteed the demise of any opponent who was struck twice in the same location by her Zanpakuto, Jakoho Reikaben. However, during the climactic confrontation between Suifeng and Aizen, despite the immense sacrifices made by the other captains to facilitate the successful execution of this technique against Aizen, their combined efforts were effortlessly neutralized by Aizen's sheer spiritual pressure. Therefore, Yusuke Uchiha wholeheartedly concurred with Aizen's assessment of the paramount importance of spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, in determining the outcome of combat. Ryūjin Jakka, Yusuke Uchiha inquired of his Zanpakuto, once he had thoroughly assessed his capabilities, how would my current level of spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, rank amongst the captains of the Dodai 13? Mid-range among captains, Ryūjin Jakka responded succinctly. Yusuke Uchiha nodded in acknowledgement. His current power exceeded his initial expectations, providing him with a solid foundation upon which to construct his training regimen. However, before embarking upon his training, Yusuke Uchiha recognized the need for further preparation. As he was lost in deep contemplation, a shrill and peculiar voice suddenly pierced the silence. "Boss, look. There's a Shinigami over here." The speaker was a hulking, humanoid creature, its face obscured by a skull mask resembling that of a bear, and its body adorned with numerous bone-like plates of armor, clearly a hollow. Accompanying this formidable hollow were 5 others of comparable stature, although their respective sizes and the designs of their skull masks varied considerably. Amongst this group, one hollow, of roughly human size, immediately captured Yusuke Uchiha's attention due to its exceptionally potent spiritual pressure. "That's a Jillian possessing near-human intelligence," Yusuke Uchiha mused to himself. A sudden surge of excitement coursed through Yusuke Uchiha. He had been contemplating the prospect of seeking out a hollow to gather intelligence, and now, quite unexpectedly, a group of hollows had presented themselves. Chapter 216, NZNT, Chapter. Hollows are categorized into several types, with the most powerful being the Minos Grandes. While the term Grandes implies size, it actual. Hollows are categorized into several types, with the most powerful being the Minos Grandes. While the term Grandes implies size, it actually refers to their spiritual pressure. Minos Grandes are further divided into 3 ranks, Jillian, Ajuchas, and Vasto Lord. These ranks are hierarchical, with strength and rarity increasing progressively. The most powerful, Vasto Lord, are exceedingly rare, with fewer than a handful known to exist in Hueco Mundo. Jillians, the lowest rank of Minos Grandes, are further subdivided into 2 distinct types. The most prevalent type of Jillian is characterized by its remarkably low intelligence, possessing a mental capacity that is inferior even to that of the average, common hollow. These Jillians are colossal in size, often reaching tens or even hundreds of meters in height. Their bodies are completely enveloped in dark, flowing robes, and their faces are concealed by white masks that evoke a sense of dread and apprehension in ordinary individuals. The second type of Jillian represents the elite among its kind. Through the relentless process of devouring other hollows, these exceptional Jillians have developed an intellectual capacity comparable to that of humans, and they have also mastered the art of compressing their spiritual pressure, enabling them to reduce their physical size to a more manageable and combat-effective form. Their outward appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of ordinary hollows, making it exceedingly challenging to distinguish them based solely on visual inspection. The most reliable method for identifying these elite Jillians is through the detection of their exceptionally potent spiritual pressure. Jillians, the lowest rank of Minos Grandes, are considered to possess mid to high-level combat capabilities within Soul Society. Among the Shinigami, only exceptionally skilled lieutenants or captains possess the necessary strength and expertise to effectively contend with such formidable adversaries. The appearance of a Minos Grande in the human world is considered a significant event for Soul Society, warranting immediate attention and a swift response. The Jillian confronting Yusuker Uchiha is clearly one of the elite variety, having evolved to possess intellectual capabilities on par with humans. Its face is obscured by a skull mask that conveys an expression of profound anguish. Shinigami, the Jillian jeered, its voice laced with derision, "What brings you to Hueco Mundo? But it matters little, you shall soon become sustenance for us." The Jillian let out a sardonic laugh, its cohorts echoing its amusement, their confidence seemingly unshakable. Yusuker Uchiha, however, responded with a calm and composed smile. "It just so happens that I am eager to inquire about certain matters." "You dare show such insolence in the face of death," the Jillian leader roared, addressing its underlings. "Overwhelm him." As the leader observed the unwavering composure etched upon the Shinigami's countenance, a subtle tremor of apprehension began to surface within his own heart. He had a nagging suspicion that he might have inadvertently provoked an adversary far beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, to dispel any lingering doubts regarding the Shinigami's true strength, the Jillian leader resolved to dispatch his underlings as a vanguard, thereby gauging Yusuker Uchiha's capabilities before committing to a direct confrontation. Should the Shinigami prove to be superior, the Jillian leader, confident in his status as a Minos Grande, believed that escape would remain a viable option, even if he were unable to secure a victory. Upon receiving their leader's command, the surrounding hollows immediately launched a ferocious assault upon Yusuker Uchiha, their movements characterized by a chaotic flurry of claws and fangs. However, before the hollows had even fully registered the unfolding events, Yusuker Uchiha had already materialized before their leader, the initial onslaught of the hollows having completely missed their target. In the ensuing instant, a horrifying sound, indicative of flesh being violently rent asunder, reverberated across the desolate landscape. The hollows, before they could even utter a single cry of distress, were instantaneously bisected vertically, their bodies cleaved in two. Within the span of a single breath, all of the attacking hollows had met their demise, yet the Jillian leader had failed to even perceive Yusuker Uchiha's movements. The Jillian leader involuntarily swallowed a lump of saliva, its body paralyzed by an overwhelming surge of terror. It was acutely aware that, given the extraordinary speed possessed by the men before it, any attempt at escape would be futile should he choose to eliminate it. "Who currently reigns supreme over Las Noches?" Yusuker Uchiha inquired, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. The Jillian leader responded hesitantly, "Baragan Luzenbarn, the Skull King." Upon learning that Las Noches remained under the dominion of Baragan Luzenbarn, Yusuker Uchiha's smile broadened perceptibly. "Fortune truly favors the bold," Yusuker Uchiha mused to himself. Aizen has yet to extend his influence into Hueco Mundo, presenting a most opportune moment for action. The time has come to embark upon a journey to Soul Society, he resolved. Having ascertained that Hueco Mundo was still under Baragan Luzenbarn's control, Yusuker Uchiha harbored no immediate intention of confronting him, recognizing that his chances of securing victory against such a formidable adversary remained uncertain at this juncture. Furthermore, in order to effectively subdue a Minos Grande of Baragan Luzenbarn's caliber, Yusuker Uchiha recognized the need to cultivate a level of power that would render any resistance utterly futile. Should he prevail over these fiercely independent Minos Grandes only after a protracted and arduous struggle, their subsequent subservience would be far from assured, and their allegiance would be far less unwavering than that demonstrated by the hollows under Aizen's command. Observing Yusuker Uchiha's unyielding silence, the Jillian leader tentatively posed a question. "Esteemed sir," it inquired, its voice trembling with apprehension, "might I now be permitted to depart?" Yusuker Uchiha swiftly turned his gaze towards the Jillian leader, instantly causing the hollow's heart to leap into its throat. "I find your mask to be quite aesthetically pleasing," Yusuker Uchiha remarked, his voice as calm and gentle as his gaze. "Would you be so kind as to remove it yourself, or shall I assist you in this endeavor?" Despite the seemingly benign nature of Yusuker Uchiha's words, the Jillian leader's heart plummeted to its lowest depths. The mask constituted an integral component of a hollow's physical form, and any damage inflicted upon it would inevitably result in substantial harm to the hollow itself. The forceful removal of the mask would inflict even more grievous harm, resulting in the irreversible loss of a significant amount of spiritual energy, Ryatsu, thereby impeding the hollow's capacity for further evolution. "Esteemed sir," the Jillian leader pleaded, its voice choked with terror, I implore you to show mercy." Simultaneously, its feet involuntarily began to retreat. "Since you are apparently incapable of performing this simple act," Yusuker Uchiha responded, a chilling glint appearing in his eyes, "I shall gladly assist you." With a chilling smile, Yusuker Uchiha approached the distraught Jillian, his eyes radiating an aura of intense menace. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, echoing across the desolate landscape of Hueco Mundo. Having acquired the Jillian's mask, Yusuker Uchiha resumed his exploration of Hueco Mundo, his primary objective being the identification of a Minos Grande who possessed the capability of facilitating his transit to Soul Society. The Jillian from whom he had recently obtained the mask had suffered a significant depletion of spiritual energy as a consequence of its forcible removal, resulting in a substantial decline in its power level. It had been demoted from a Minos Grande to a mere common hollow, thereby forfeiting its innate ability to open a Garganta. A Garganta can be understood as a spatial passageway, enabling Minos Grandes to traverse the vast distances separating Mundo, the human world, and Soul Society. The creation of this spatial passageway is not solely dependent upon the magnitude of one's spiritual pressure, but rather, it is an innate ability exclusive to hollows. In contrast, Shinigami, when seeking to travel between Soul Society, the human world, and Mundo, are reliant upon the technologically advanced Senkaman developed by the Siriidi's Research and Development Bureau. This method is considerably less convenient and efficient than the inherent capabilities possessed by Minos Grandes. As a Shinigami, Yusuker Uchiha lacked the inherent ability to create a Garganta-like spatial passageway to reach Soul Society. Although he possessed the ability to utilize the Kamui technique, the direct spatial displacement to Soul Society via Kamui was contingent upon his prior knowledge of Soul Society's precise location. Consequently, for his initial journey from Mundo to Soul Society, Yusuker Uchiha was compelled to seek the assistance of a Minos Grande. While traversing the desolate landscape of Mundo, Yusuker Uchiha detected the rapid approach of three exceptionally powerful spiritual pressures. Are they coming for me? No, it appears to be mere coincidence that they are traveling in the same direction, Yusuker Uchiha mused to himself. Yusuker Uchiha brought his progress to a halt, and in the ensuing moments, the three entities emanating these potent spiritual pressures materialized before him. Before him stood three hollows, engaged in a high-speed pursuit. Based on the intensity of their spiritual pressures, Yusuker Uchiha deduced that the two hollows in pursuit were Jillians, while the hollow fleeing from their relentless pursuit was an Ajuchas. Within the expansive realm of Mundo, only the Espada, the elite forces under Aizen's command, were known to attain the formidable rank of Vasto Lord. Below the formidable Vasto Lord, the Ajuchas stood as the most powerful rank of Minos Grandes. The probability of encountering an Ajuchas-level Minos Grande within the vast expanse of Mundo is comparable to the likelihood of encountering a celebrity in the mundane world. Chapter 217, NZNT, Chapter. Seeing three figures emerge from the dust cloud of their frantic chase, Yusuker Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to enk. Seeing three figures emerge from the dust cloud of their frantic chase, Yusuker Uchiha was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter hollows he recognized. These three Minos Grandes were all roughly human-sized. The one pursuing from the lower left was only slightly taller than an adult male, appearing to be around 2 meters tall with a somewhat plump physique. Its head was nearly half the size of its body, adorned with comical facial markings that lent it a surprisingly humorous appearance. Unlike the typical hollows whose bodies are entirely composed of bony armor, this particular hollow was clad in a full-body, yellow onesie of indeterminate material, giving it the appearance of a jovial clown rather than a terrifying hollow. Its companion presented a stark contrast in physique, possessing a slender build and attired in a loincloth, further reinforcing its unconventional appearance. The object of their pursuit was a comparatively smaller hollow, characterized by short, stubby limbs, a skeletal exoskeleton, and a mask bearing antelope horns. Despite its diminutive size, this hollow possessed an exceptionally potent spiritual pressure, revealing it to be an Ajuchas among the three Minos Grandes. Were other hollows in Mundo to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly assume that two Jillians had stumbled upon a newly born Ajuchas, intending to devour it to enhance their own power. However, Yusuker Uchiha, having consumed the entirety of the Bleach anime, was well aware that the three hollows before him were engaged in playful pursuit. The two Jillians pursuing the smaller hollow were Dordoni Alessandro del Socorso and Peshquatish, while the fleeing hollow was Neliel Tuo del Schwank, who would later ascend to the position of the third Espada before ultimately suffering the shattering of her mask. Dordoni and Pesh were Neliel's most loyal lieutenants, steadfastly remaining by her side during her most challenging periods. It was evident that their allegiance to Neliel had commenced even before she had attained maturity. Although their current appearances differed considerably from their depictions in Yusuker Uchiha's memories, he was able to identify them instantly based on their distinctive features. Observing Neliel's diminutive stature at this juncture, Yusuker Uchiha felt a surge of confidence in his future plans, realizing that he now possessed ample time to meticulously prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. Don't crash into the one in front. Dordoni and Pesh shouted in unison from behind. Got it. Neliel's taking a detour. Neliel responded, her voice echoing through the air. As Yusuker Uchiha observed the trio altering their course, he proactively positioned himself directly in their path. Upon perceiving Yusuker Uchiha's sudden obstruction, the three hollows immediately initiated a deceleration, but their momentum carried them forward, resulting in an unavoidable collision with Yusuker Uchiha. With a resounding thump followed by another, Dordoni and Pesh found themselves sprawled upon the ground, their faces impacting the sand with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Neliel was effortlessly lifted into Yusuker Uchiha's left hand. At this point in her development, Neliel had yet to assume a human-like countenance, her face obscured by a somewhat vacant, circular skull mask, adorned with curved antelope horns extending from either side. Her body was entirely enveloped in a skeletal exoskeleton, her diminutive size comparable to that of a human infant, further accentuated by a tattered gray cloth wrapped around her frame, a detail that mirrored her attire in her initial appearance in the original storyline. "Release Neliel-sama at once," Pesh demanded, his voice laced with a note of urgency. Despite the fact that Yusuke Uchiha exhibited no outward manifestation of spiritual pressure and wore a mask that closely resembled those worn by hollows, his attire, a samurai outfit, and the long katana strapped to his waist, along with the eerie glow emanating from the eye sockets of his mask, stood in stark contrast to the typical attire of the inhabitants of Mundo, immediately prompting a heightened state of vigilance and suspicion from both Dordoni and Pesh. With a slow, deliberate movement, Yusuke Uchiha gently lowered Neliel to the ground, addressing the two Jillians with a reassuring smile. "There is no need for alarm," he stated calmly. "I merely require your assistance in a matter of some importance." Upon witnessing Yusuke Uchiha's release of Neliel, a palpable sense of relief washed over both Dordoni and Pesh. Neliel, at this stage of her existence, could be considered a highly coveted prize, a walking treasure trove of immense power. Having been born in a jutsus, she was exceptionally vulnerable during her infancy. While her combat prowess had yet to fully develop, countless hollows were eager to devour her, seeking to harness her power to fuel their own evolution. Dordoni and Pesh, who were already close friends, had serendipitously discovered the newly born Neliel. Driven by their inherent benevolence, they had opted not to devour Neliel, instead choosing to pledge their unwavering allegiance to her, assuming the roles of her loyal retainers. This decision was not merely an act of blind devotion but rather a reflection of the harsh realities of survival within Mundo. The vast majority of Jillians, the lowest rank of Minos Grandes, tended to congregate around higher-ranking Ajutchas or Vasto Lord, forming cohesive groups for mutual protection. These groups served as a deterrent against attacks from rival hollow factions, and if the leader of the group exhibited a particularly aggressive disposition, they would often lead their cohorts in attacks upon other hollows, subsequently devouring them to enhance their own strength. "What kind of assistance do you require?" Dordoni inquired, his voice laced with curiosity. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a genial smile. "I require your assistance in opening a garganta, a spatial passageway, that will enable me to travel to Soul Society." Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's request, Dordoni and Pesh exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. "You are not a hollow." At the sound of Yusuke Uchiha's words, Neliel's eyes lit up with unadulterated excitement. "Then, pray tell, what manner of being are you? And will you consent to partake in play with Neliel?" Yusuke Uchiha knelt down, gently stroking Neliel's head, his voice laced with warmth and reassurance. "My name is Yusuke," he explained. "And I shall indeed play with you, Neliel, but I must first attend to a matter of some urgency." Neliel nodded her head in quiet disappointment, while Dordoni and Pesh exchanged a meaningful glance, ultimately reaching a mutual decision to assist Yusuke Uchiha in opening the garganta. Being inherently non-combative in nature, Dordoni and Pesh held the belief that expediting the departure of this enigmatic individual would be the most prudent course of action. Pesh channeled his spiritual energy, his hand gracefully gliding through the air, and a dark void slowly began to materialize before them. At this precise moment, a crow, seemingly emerging directly from Yusuke Uchiha's eyes, took flight and gracefully descended upon Neliel's arm, leaving behind a distinctive crow-shaped mark. Before Dordoni and Pesh could voice their queries, Yusuke Uchiha preemptively offered an explanation. "This mark serves as a means of summoning me to your location," he clarified. "Should you ever find yourselves in peril, Neliel can utilize her spiritual pressure to dispel this mark, and I shall instantly arrive to provide assistance." Observing the expressions of doubt and apprehension that had settled upon the faces of Dordoni and Pesh, Yusuke Uchiha offered a reassuring smile. "Naturally, the decision to retain or dispel this mark rests entirely within your hands. You are free to erase it at any time." Although Dordoni and Pesh harbored a desire to eliminate the crow mark, Neliel's unbridled joy was readily apparent. "Wonderful," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. "From this day forward, you shall be considered a friend of Neliel. Whenever I wish to engage and play with you, I shall utilize this mark to summon you." Within the unforgiving environment of Mundo, the overwhelming majority of hollows are devoid of the affectionate camaraderie exhibited by this trio. Most hollows are consumed by negative emotions, engaging in relentless acts of mutual slaughter and cannibalism. Consequently, throughout Neliel's existence, Dordoni and Pesh have served as her sole companions and protectors. If given the opportunity, Neliel harbored a fervent desire to expand her circle of friends, seeking companionship and solace in the desolate world she inhabits. Yusuke Uchiha gracefully stepped into the garganta, offering a farewell wave to Neliel. "This mark can only be utilized once," he explained, his voice laced with a hint of caution. "Therefore, I implore you to reserve its use for only the most dire of circumstances. I am confident that we shall encounter each other again in the not-too-distant future." With the swift closure of the garganta, Yusuke Uchiha's figure gradually vanished from sight, while Neliel, her voice filled with palpable reluctance, cried out, "Yusuke, you absolutely must come and play with Neliel again." Following Yusuke Uchiha's departure, Dordoni and Pesh attempted to persuade Neliel to dispel the crow mark, apprehensive about the potential for treachery. Their current power level was considered respectable within Mundo. As long as they refrained from provoking more formidable adversaries, they were unlikely to encounter any significant danger, thereby rendering the retention of this enigmatic mark unnecessary. Neliel, however, immediately shielded her arm, her gaze fixed upon Dordoni and Pesh with a wary expression. "Yusuke is Neliel's third friend," she declared firmly. Observing Neliel's resolute stance, Dordoni and Pesh recognized the futility of their efforts to persuade her. They could only offer a silent prayer that Yusuke Uchiha harbored no malevolent intentions. Yusuke Uchiha held a deep admiration for this trio of hollows. As he prepared to establish his presence within Mundo, he had already identified them as potential subordinates, and he harbored no ill will towards them. The crow mark served solely as a precautionary measure, designed to provide them with immediate assistance should they ever find themselves in a precarious situation. Chapter 218, NZNT, Chapter. Using the garganta opened by Pesh, Yusuke Uchiha didn't arrive directly in Soul Society but in the Dodai, the intermediary realm between. Using the garganta opened by Pesh, Yusuke Uchiha didn't arrive directly in Soul Society but in the Dodai, the intermediary realm between Soul Society, Mundo, and the human world. These three realms are interconnected, without spatial warping abilities like Kamui, traversing between them requires passing through the Dodai. The Dodai is comprised of countless lengthy pathways. By sensing spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, one can determine which world each pathway connects to. "So this is the Dodai," Yusuke Uchiha murmured. The spirit particles, reishi, concentration is far greater than in Mundo. Besides serving as a buffer zone connecting the different worlds within the Bleach universe, the Dodai was also the location Yusuke Uchiha planned to use for his next training phase. The reishi concentration here is 2,000 times that of Soul Society, making it a training paradise. In the original story, before Ichigo Kurosaki's final battle with Aizen, Ichigo's father, Isshin Kurosaki, brought him here to learn the final Getsuga Tensho and train his Ryatsu. After 3 months of training in the Dodai, Ichigo Kurosaki's Ryatsu surpassed even Aizen's after absorbing the Hogyoku, ultimately leading to Aizen's defeat. This clearly demonstrates the Dodai's effectiveness in rapidly enhancing a Shinigami's power. However, almost no Shinigami in Soul Society actually train in the Dodai. Firstly, the Dodai is inhabited by an exceptionally powerful leader of the Shiba clan, Kakashi. This leader, Kakashi, possesses immense power and reappears in the Dodai every 7 days after death. Kakashiba's presence renders the Dodai an extremely dangerous place to train for most Shinigami. Secondly, Soul Society regulations generally prohibit Shinigami from leaving Soul Society, let alone entering the Dodai. Any exceptions requiring passage through the Dodai to Mundo or the human world necessitate approval from the Central 46 and are subject to strict monitoring. Thirdly, a Shinigami's growth has an upper limit. If a Shinigami reaches their peak, they can't increase their Ryatsu regardless of training, which is why Aizen sought a breakthrough. When a Shinigami can train in the Dodai, they are essentially at the pinnacle of Shinigami power, their Ryatsu already at its growth limit. Yusuke Uchiha, not yet at his Ryatsu limit and free from Soul Society's restrictions, planned to train in the Dodai to rapidly increase his power. Yusuke Uchiha's training method would involve combat with Kakashi. This carries considerable risk, but Yusuke Uchiha believed his current captain-level Ryatsu and unique abilities would be sufficient to cope. Before starting his training, however, Yusuke Uchiha needed to make some preparations in Soul Society. Upon entering the Dodai, Yusuke Uchiha sensed the auras of several worlds. One, diametrically opposed to Mundo's aura, was identified as Soul Society. Having confirmed the correct direction, Yusuke Uchiha swiftly traversed the Dodai pathways towards his destination. At that moment, a long, dark gray creature, roughly the diameter of the Dodai pathway, with a golden core at its head, hurtled towards Yusuke Uchiha like a speeding train, Kakashi, having detected Yusuke Uchiha's spiritual pressure. Any spiritual pressure in the Dodai would immediately attract Kakashi, fulfilling his role as leader. Though the Dodai pathways are extensive, they are easily traversed by a Shinigami of exceptional speed. Uninclined to engage in combat with Kakashi at this juncture, Yusuke Uchiha resolutely pressed forward, directly entering the Dodai passage leading to Soul Society without hesitation. The scenery transformed instantaneously, and the expansive vista of Soul Society unfolded before him. Night had fallen upon Soul Society. To prevent his Ryatsu from being detected, Yusuke Uchiha activated his Kamui ability, entering a hollowified state. Given Yusuke Uchiha's current dojutsu prowess, maintaining this hollowified state for several hours posed no significant challenge, thereby enhancing his operational flexibility. Observing the surrounding dilapidated streets and the decrepit state of the buildings, Yusuke Uchiha surmised that he had arrived in the impoverished Rakongai. The souls inhabiting this desolate region bore a look of profound apathy and resignation, many remaining motionless, their backs pressed against the crumbling walls of their dwellings, their spirits clearly crushed by the seemingly endless and hopeless cycle of their existence. Upon witnessing these disheartening scenes, a cynical smile played upon Yusuke Uchiha's lips. While the Ryūjin serves as the official governing body of Soul Society, its primary function is to maintain the delicate balance of power within the world, concurrently safeguarding the Ryūjin's own armed forces. The Ryūjin's upper echelons display a profound indifference towards the well-being of the human population in the human world and the plight of the souls residing in the Rakongai. The Bleach universe necessitates a harmonious equilibrium of spiritual energy among the human world, Soul Society, and Mundo, and the Shinigami's principal duty is to uphold this delicate balance. The imperative to eliminate hollows that manifest in the human world stems not from a desire to vanquish malevolent spirits or to safeguard humanity, but rather from the need to prevent the hollows from consuming and depleting the souls of the human world. The Ryūjin's decision to retain Mundo, rather than initiating a full-scale eradication campaign, is likewise motivated by the imperative to maintain this crucial balance. The historical conflict between the Shinigami and the Quincy, in addition to serving the purpose of safeguarding the Ryūjin's political dominance, was also driven by the need to eliminate the Quincy, whose ultimate objective was the annihilation of all hollows, thereby preventing the catastrophic collapse of the world's delicate equilibrium. In instances where an imbalance of power arises within either the human world or Soul Society, the Ryūjin may even deploy Shinigami to actively eliminate human beings or souls dwelling in the Rakongai district, thereby ensuring the preservation of this delicate balance. The foregoing factors serve to explain why the Rakongai has remained largely unchanged over the course of millennia. The Ryūjin's upper echelons merely select a limited number of souls from the Rakongai, those possessing exceptional spiritual energy, to replenish the ranks of the Shinigami. The remaining souls, those who have not been chosen to serve as Shinigami, are essentially relegated to the status of mere instruments, their existence solely serving to maintain the delicate balance of the world. Naturally, the extent of knowledge regarding these intricate machinations is limited to a select few within Soul Society. Even among the captains, the majority remain oblivious to these closely guarded secrets. As Yusuke Uchiha's gaze swept across the multitude of faces, each etched with an expression of profound apathy and despair, he shook his head, preparing to depart. At that very moment, a malevolent gaze, sharp and intense, locked onto his, piercing through the veil of his hollowified disguise. The eyes that had fixated upon him were those of Kenpachi Zaraki, a warrior whose insatiable thirst for combat was legendary. The individual before him was none other than Kenpachi Zaraki, his attire consisting of ragged clothing and a battered sword, his long hair disheveled and unkempt. However, his appearance was notably different from that depicted in the original storyline, appearing considerably younger, his age seemingly that of a mere adolescent. Despite the significant discrepancy between Kenpachi Zaraki's current appearance and the image that had been etched into Yusuke Uchiha's memory, the unmistakable aura of a savage predator, coupled with the sight of his sword, whose blade was marred by jagged imperfections, readily enabled Yusuke Uchiha to recognize his identity. Perched upon Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder was a charming young girl with vibrant pink hair, her clothing remarkably clean and well-maintained, a testament to Kenpachi Zaraki's devotion to her well-being, as he had evidently allocated his meager resources to ensure her comfort. This young girl was none other than Yuichiro Kusajishi, Kenpachi Zaraki's inseparable companion, bound to him by an unbreakable bond. Chapter 219, NZNT, Chapter. Who are you? You appeared out of nowhere, and nobody seems to see you, Kenpachi Zaraki asked Yusuke Uchiha. Yusuke Uchiha was still wearing. Who are you? You appeared out of nowhere, and nobody seems to see you, Kenpachi Zaraki asked Yusuke Uchiha. Yusuke Uchiha was still wearing a hollow mask, but he'd used a genjutsu to hypnotize the surrounding souls, rendering himself invisible to them. A normal soul seeing his hollow mask would panic and cause a commotion. How did you find me? I didn't release any Ryatsu, Yusuke Uchiha asked, puzzled. Kenpachi Zaraki hadn't been there when Yusuke Uchiha first entered Rakongai. He must have somehow sensed his presence and then intercepted him. A fierce battle intent blazed in young Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes. Because I sense the presence of a powerful individual. From you, I perceive an aura that transcends any opponent I've ever encountered. Only one woman, some time ago, possessed a comparable aura. Kenpachi Zaraki possesses an innate ability to detect powerful individuals, a sense entirely independent of spiritual pressure, Ryatsu. Yusuke Uchiha, having reigned as the strongest fighter in the Naruto world for many years, naturally emanated such a potent aura. While numerous powerful individuals within the Bleach universe might be capable of defeating Yusuke Uchiha, their aura would still pale in comparison to his, for Yusuke Uchiha had already ascended to the apex of power within his own world. Upon hearing Kenpachi Zaraki's explanation, Yusuke Uchiha gained a general understanding of the reason for his detection. As for the woman mentioned by Kenpachi Zaraki whose aura was comparable to his own, Yusuke Uchiha recognized her identity immediately. Prior to Kenpachi Zaraki's integration into the Dodai 13, during his adolescence, he engaged in a fierce battle with the first Kenpachi, Retsu Unohana. While Retsu Unohana was ostensibly declared the victor of this confrontation, the true victor was, in fact, Kenpachi Zaraki. Driven by an insatiable desire to experience the exhilaration of combat, Kenpachi Zaraki, having ascertained that Retsu Unohana was not his equal, unconsciously suppressed his spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, reducing it to a level comparable to Retsu Unohana's. However, due to his relative lack of combat experience at that time, Kenpachi Zaraki ultimately succumbed to defeat at the hands of Retsu Unohana. Retsu Unohana, having vanquished Kenpachi Zaraki, subsequently realized that her victory had been far from decisive. She had not truly overcome the young Kenpachi. Upon returning to the Seirei, she relinquished her prestigious title as captain of the 11th Division, the strongest division, and relinquished the title of Kenpachi, concealing her true disposition and assuming the less demanding role of captain of the 4th Division. Kenpachi Zaraki's peculiar constitution manifests in his involuntary suppression of his spiritual pressure, Ryatsu. While this suppression does not result in a restoration of his power, it serves to conceal his true strength, deeply embedding it within his being. At the time of his initial appearance in the original storyline, Kenpachi Zaraki's power was inferior to that which he possessed during his youth. It was not until the climactic thousand-year blood war that Kenpachi Zaraki's latent power, dormant within his body, was finally awakened through a life-or-death struggle with Retsu Unohana, revealing his true, formidable strength. Yusuker Uchiha harbored a strong desire to enlist the exceptionally powerful Kenpachi Zaraki among his ranks, but he recognized that the present moment was not opportune for such an endeavor. Kenpachi Zaraki is akin to an untamable beast, incapable of being truly subjugated by any individual. However, his insatiable thirst for combat could be effectively leveraged to secure his services. His subsequent integration into the Dodai 13 was, in essence, a strategic maneuver to obtain a legitimate license to engage in combat, thereby allowing him to freely indulge his innate predilection for conflict. Observing the masked figure before him, who remained silent, Kenpachi Zaraki let out a hearty laugh. "How about we engage in a fierce battle right here and now?" he proposed. Sensing the potent spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, emanating from Kenpachi Zaraki, Yusuker Uchiha found himself unable to definitively assess whether he would prove to be a formidable opponent. However, even if Kenpachi Zaraki were to prove to be a challenging adversary at this juncture, Yusuker Uchiha recognized that there would be ample opportunities to recruit him once he had attained a level of power that would render him a worthy opponent. A subtle smirk played upon Yusuker Uchiha's lips, concealed beneath his mask, as he calmly responded. "At present, you are not yet worthy of engaging in combat with me," he declared. "However, I do perceive the latent potential that resides within you. When your strength has attained its full measure, I shall return to seek you out once more." While Yusuker Uchiha's words suggested that he would await Kenpachi Zaraki's attainment of sufficient power before engaging him in battle, he was well aware that Kenpachi Zaraki's strength would not increase. On the contrary, his power would likely diminish over time due to the absence of formidable adversaries to challenge him. Why defer until the future? Let us engage in a truly exhilarating and unrestrained battle right here and now. Kenpachi Zaraki exclaimed, his face contorted in a ferocious grin, as he swiftly lunged forward, his battered Zanpakuto flashing menacingly towards Yusuker Uchiha. Kenpachi Zaraki exhibited complete unconcern regarding Yusuker Uchiha's assertion that he was not yet worthy of engaging in combat with him. His sole motivation was the pursuit of the sheer exhilaration of battle, and even if his opponent were to prove to be overwhelmingly powerful, capable of inflicting his demise, he would embrace death without regret. Much to Kenpachi Zaraki's astonishment, his attack failed to connect with his opponent, passing harmlessly through Yusuker Uchiha's seemingly intangible form. Yachiru Kusajishi, perched upon Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder, displayed a look of intense curiosity, extending a finger to gently prod Yusuker Uchiha's chest. However, her touch passed harmlessly through him, reinforcing the impression that Yusuker Uchiha was merely an illusion. "Ah! Kenpachi, what in the world is going on here?" Yachiru Kusajishi exclaimed, her large eyes widening in astonishment as she addressed Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi Zaraki's brow furrowed in perplexity. He could sense the formidable aura emanating from the men before him, yet he was utterly incapable of making physical contact with him, a phenomenon that defied his understanding. Yusuker Uchiha, of course, had employed the Kamui technique to assume a hollowified state, a strategic maneuver that served as his most potent weapon during his foray into Soul Society. A crow emerged from Yusuker Uchiha's body, gracefully alighting upon Kenpachi Zaraki's arm, leaving behind a distinctive crow-shaped mark. "Should you harbor a desire to engage in combat with truly formidable adversaries," Yusuker Uchiha declared, his voice resonating with an air of authority, "then I propose that you pledge your allegiance to me and accompany me to Mundo. If you accept my offer, you may utilize your spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, to dispel this mark, and I shall then return to seek you out." Having delivered his proposition, Yusuker Uchiha promptly vanished from their presence via a Kamui spatial vortex, leaving Kenpachi Zaraki lost in deep contemplation. Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's invitation to accompany him to Mundo, Kenpachi Zaraki found himself grappling with a considerable degree of indecision. While the prospect of engaging in combat with powerful adversaries in Mundo held a significant appeal, and he harbored a fervent desire to test his mettle against the enigmatic Yusuke Uchiha, he remained hesitant to commit to such an undertaking. From the outset, Kenpachi Zaraki had adopted the appellation Kenpachi with the ambition of inheriting the mantle of the strongest Kenpachi. At this juncture, he was poised to embark upon his journey to the Seirei, where he intended to join the esteemed Dodai 13. I shall first direct my efforts towards challenging the Captain Commander and the current Kenpachi within the esteemed Dodai 13, Kenpachi Zaraki resolved. Having formulated his future plans, Kenpachi Zaraki ceased to dwell upon Yusuke Uchiha's invitation to Hueco Mundo, instead choosing to rest against a nearby wall. Yuichiro Kusajishi nestled securely in his embrace. Yusuke Uchiha remained confident in his ability to recruit Kenpachi Zaraki, for he was well aware that Kenpachi Zaraki's path within the Dodai 13 would not be without its challenges. Following Retsu Unohana's resignation, there had been 9 successive Kenpachi, each ascending to the coveted title by vanquishing their predecessor in a duel to the death. Kenpachi Zaraki's designation as the 11th Kenpachi signified that, with the exception of the 10th Kenpachi, who had accepted his challenge, all of his predecessors had declined to engage him in combat. Furthermore, upon Kenpachi Zaraki's integration into the Dodai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, who had initially served as Kenpachi Zaraki's mentor in the art of swordsmanship, was compelled to provide him with only perfunctory instruction due to directives received from the Central 46. The Central 46, having recognized Kenpachi Zaraki's exceptional potential, coupled with their awareness of his untamable and potentially volatile nature, had sought to curtail his growth and influence. Despite these grievances, which served to fuel Kenpachi Zaraki's discontent, he had no alternative but to remain within the confines of the Dodai 13 in the original storyline. However, Yusuke Uchiha's intervention had presented Kenpachi Zaraki with a choice, and Yusuke Uchiha was confident that an individual of Kenpachi Zaraki's untamed disposition would likely opt to seek out the intense battles he craved in Hueco Mundo should he experience marginalization or ostracism within the Seirei. Chapter 220, NZNT, Chapter. In an unobserved corner of the Seirei, a spatial vortex silently formed, from which emerged a figure clad in a white samurai outfit and a. In an unobserved corner of the Seirei, a spatial vortex silently formed, from which emerged a figure clad in a white samurai outfit and a hollow mask. White clothing is too conspicuous for infiltration. I need a black shahakusho, Yusuke Uchiha thought. He quickly found an opportunity to use his genjutsu to subdue a Shinigami with weak ryatsu, extracting the locations of the Shinigami Academy, the Research and Development Institute, the Central 46, and the Logistics Department. The Seirei in the Bleach universe is a large, circular city, roughly the size of a small country, within the larger Soul Society. It is described as a circular shiro with 4 main entrances, each guarded by a gatekeeper. The circumference is estimated to be around 4,800 kilometers, making the diameter about 1,527 kilometers. This would result in a surface area of approximately 1,833,735 square kilometers. Unfamiliar with the layout, Yusuke Uchiha needed information to locate his targets. First, he went to the logistics department, changed into a shahakusho, and moved all the supplies into his Kemui dimension. After raiding the logistics department, Yusuke Uchiha proceeded to the Shinigami Academy and the Research and Development Institute, acquiring all accessible data. Finally, Yusuke Uchiha infiltrated the Central 46 chamber, locating 200 Asachi, unawakened Zanpakuto. An Asachi is a Zanpakuto before it's bonded with a Shinigami and awakened. All Zanpakuto in Soul Society are forged by Otsunemeya, the god of blades, and given to students upon enrollment at the academy. 200 Asachi are enough for research and training my own Shinigami. Yusuke Uchiha intended to cultivate his own Shinigami force, but since Zanpakuto aren't renewable, he'd focus on quality over quantity. He didn't lack for expendable forces. Hueco Mundo offered an inexhaustible supply of hollows. After his raid on the Research and Development Institute, Kisukirahara, the current director, quickly detected the intrusion, placing the Seirei on high alert and initiating a search for the infiltrator. However, escape was trivial for Yusuke Uchiha, possessing the power of Kemui. Having acquired everything he needed, Yusuke Uchiha was about to use Kemui to return to Hueco Mundo when he overheard a conversation between 2 Shinigami guards outside the Central 46 chamber, prompting a change of plans. Hey, did you hear? That dangerous guy was caught today. The Central 46 sentenced him to indefinite confinement in Mukon. You mean Kuratsuchi Mayuri? He's unlucky. He didn't do anything wrong, but his abilities are too dangerous, Guardby said. Pest, keep it down. Don't you value your life? Questioning the higher-ups' decisions. He deserves it. His bizarre appearance is unsettling. Things have been uneasy lately. Look at this alert, something's happened in the Seirei. These guards were stationed outside the Central 46 chamber, unaware that Yusuke Uchiha had already pilfered the 200 Asachi from within. The ongoing alert for an infiltrator was of no concern to them. Kuratsuchi Mayuri. He's a scientific genius, though dangerous. If I can utilize him, he'll be invaluable, Yusuker Uchiha mused, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled the days when Kabuto Yakushi was by his side. Having such a capable assistant had saved him countless hours of effort. News of Kuratsuchi Mayuri's recent arrest filled Yusuker Uchiha with a sense of exhilaration. This wasn't malicious glee, but rather the recognition of a golden opportunity to recruit Kuratsuchi Mayuri into his ranks. Kuratsuchi Mayuri was currently unaware of his future association with Kasukirahara, who would eventually recommend him for a position within the Research and Development Institute. His unwarranted arrest had left him seething with resentment. The location of Kuratsuchi Mayuri's confinement was known as Mukon, a prison within the Suriitii designed to incarcerate individuals who, while not having committed any overt crimes, possessed abilities deemed to pose a potential threat to the stability of Seoul society. The inmates of Mukon were all individuals who had not committed any crimes, or at least had not been apprehended for any such offenses. Their incarceration stemmed solely from the possession of abilities that instilled apprehension and suspicion among the Suriitii's higher echelons. In contrast, individuals who had been formally convicted of crimes were incarcerated within the much more formidable confines of the Shinigami Academy prison. For those imprisoned within Mukon, the Suriitii's legal system could be characterized as arbitrary and capricious, a system based on unfounded accusations rather than concrete evidence. Yusuker Uchiha was virtually certain, 99% chance, that he could persuade Kuratsuchi Mayuri to accompany him to Hueco Mundo. While he couldn't guarantee that Kuratsuchi Mayuri would willingly pledge his allegiance, a recently escaped Kuratsuchi Mayuri would have limited alternative options. Using his genjutsu to subdue the guards outside the central 46 chamber, Yusuker Uchiha obtained the location of Mukon and promptly utilized his Kamui ability to infiltrate the prison. Damn the Suriitii. Why have they imprisoned me here? Within a dimly lit cell, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, his hands gripping the prison bars, unleashed a torrent of rage. Clad in the standard white prisoner's kimono, his face was still adorned with his characteristically grotesque and exaggerated makeup, but his head was uncovered, revealing his short, blue hair. Haha, newbie, don't bother yelling. Everyone here is innocent, one of the inmates chuckled. Yeah, you look like a bad guy. You'll be here for life. I've been here 400 years, or maybe 500. Damn it, let me out. I've been here for 500 years. Following Kuratsuchi Mayuri's outburst, the surrounding inmates erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter. The prolonged confinement had warped the minds of many of these prisoners, their once normal psyches twisted and distorted by their prolonged incarceration. Upon witnessing the arrival of a fellow inmate who had suffered a similar fate, they seemed inexplicably elated. Must I, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, spend the remainder of my days within these confines? Overwhelmed by the derisive laughter emanating from the surrounding inmates, a look of profound uncertainty and bewilderment washed over the young Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Do you wish to escape? At that precise moment, a man's voice resonated from behind Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Startled by the unexpected sound, Kuratsuchi Mayuri promptly turned around, only to find a figure, his face concealed by a hollow mask, leaning nonchalantly against the wall of his cell. Through the apertures in the mask, Kuratsuchi Mayuri could discern a pair of eyes that possessed an otherworldly quality, and the man's gaze was remarkably calm and composed. Yusuker Uchiha had positioned himself in such a manner that only the inmate in the cell directly opposite Kuratsuchi Mayuri could observe him, and he had already employed his genjutsu to render this inmate unconscious. Who are you? And by what means have you gained access to this location? Kuratsuchi Mayuri inquired, his voice laced with suspicion and apprehension. Yusuker Uchiha employed a technique of Ryūjin manipulation to transmit his voice directly into Kuratsuchi Mayuri's mind, ensuring that his words remained inaudible to the other inmates. Upon hearing Kuratsuchi Mayuri's query, the inmates in the cells adjacent to his mistakenly attributed his words to a manifestation of his deteriorating mental state, concluding that he had succumbed to madness and was merely engaging in self-directed discourse. This newbie's a weakling. He's cracked already, one of the inmates scoffed. Ha 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 ha. You don't understand a thing. He's faking insanity to get out. I've tried that before, it doesn't work, another inmate jeered. Chapter 221, NZNT, Chapter. Kuratsuchi Mayuri. To ensure Kuratsuchi Mayuri's words remained unheard by others, Yusuker Uchiha activated his genjutsu, focusing his gaze. Kuratsuchi Mayuri. To ensure Kuratsuchi Mayuri's words remained unheard by others, Yusuker Uchiha activated his genjutsu, focusing his gaze upon Kuratsuchi Mayuri's eyes and drawing him into a meticulously crafted illusion. Kuratsuchi Mayuri only registered a fleeting flash of light emanating from the eyes of the masked figure before him, and the confining walls of his prison cell instantly dissolved, replaced by a breathtaking vista of an expansive meadow. The sun shone brilliantly, casting a warm and inviting glow upon the vibrant landscape. The meadow was adorned with a profusion of multicolored petals, scattered generously across its verdant expanse. Kuratsuchi Mayuri and the enigmatic men who had materialized within his cell found themselves seated opposite one another upon comfortable chairs, positioned before a small table upon which 2 steaming cups of tea and an assortment of delectable snacks were artfully arranged. The scene was reminiscent of a leisurely outdoor picnic. Within the context of the Bleach universe, techniques that fall under the category of genjutsu are, in most instances, relegated to a supporting role. Irrespective of whether the target is a Shinigami or a Hollow, both of which are fundamentally composed of spiritual energy, or a Quincy, who possesses the ability to manipulate spiritual energy, the potency of their souls is exceptionally formidable, resulting in a significant attenuation of the effectiveness of genjutsu techniques. Yusuke Uchiha's ability to effortlessly ensnare Kuratsuchi Mayuri within his illusion can be attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's Ryatsu has yet to attain the level of a captain-class Shinigami, falling considerably short of Yusuke Uchiha's own formidable spiritual pressure. Secondly, as a prisoner, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's spiritual energy has been suppressed, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting Yusuke Uchiha's genjutsu. Through a series of meticulous experiments involving his dojutsu, Yusuke Uchiha had reached the conclusion that the potency of his Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu capabilities fell short of the exceptional illusionary prowess demonstrated by Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu in the original storyline. However, in accordance with the principle of Ryatsu supremacy, Yusuke Uchiha recognized that if he were to elevate his Ryatsu to a level that would decisively overwhelm his opponents, the effectiveness of his genjutsu techniques would be amplified to a terrifying degree. Upon witnessing the dramatic transformation of his surroundings, Kuratsuchi Mayuri immediately deduced the nature of the technique that had been employed against him. This is a potent genjutsu, activated through the eyes, Kuratsuchi Mayuri mused, his brow furrowed in concentration. It possesses the capability of drawing individuals whose gaze meets yours into the illusionary realm that you have created. All events that transpire within this illusionary space remain imperceptible to those outside. Wait, it appears that there is also a temporal distortion at play. The passage of time within this illusion seems to be significantly compressed in relation to the external world, Kuratsuchi Mayuri observed astutely. As one of the most brilliant scientific minds within the Bleach universe, Kuratsuchi Mayuri possessed an insatiable curiosity regarding any novel phenomenon. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a warm smile. Indeed, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, your assessment is entirely accurate, he confirmed. Kuratsuchi Mayuri lifted a cup of tea from the table and partook of the beverage, his curiosity piqued. You must have utilized some form of spatial ability to transport yourself to this location, he remarked. Your deliberate decision to seek me out suggests that you possess the means to facilitate my escape from this prison, but I surmise that such assistance would come with certain conditions. Ever since he had become the target of relentless pursuit by the Dodai 13, Kuratsuchi Mayuri had not experienced a single day of respite. Though he recognized that the tea and the delectable snacks before him were merely illusory manifestations, they nonetheless provided a measure of sensory gratification, a welcome respite from his harsh reality. Extracting you from this prison would be a trivial task for me, Yusuke Uchiha replied calmly. And my conditions are quite simple, you must obey my commands. I require your expertise in research and development, Yusuke Uchiha stated plainly. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's proposition, Kuratsuchi Mayuri let out a chilling chuckle. Even if I were to accede to your demands at this juncture, he countered, his voice laced with suspicion, what assurance do you offer that I would not simply renege on my pledge upon securing my freedom? Yusuke Uchiha responded with a subtle smile. No living mortal can breach a promise made to me, he declared confidently. Should you choose the path of treachery, I shall effortlessly locate you and subsequently eliminate you. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with a sudden surge of killing intent. He was not a man to be easily manipulated, and he harbored a profound aversion to threats. Fixing his gaze upon Kuratsuchi Mayuri, Yusuke Uchiha spoke with unwavering resolve. Make your choice, he commanded. Should you consent to my terms, I shall facilitate your escape from this prison, and our agreement shall be formally established. However, should you ever contemplate reneging on your pledge, you shall meet your demise at the edge of my blade without cause for complaint. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's brow furrowed in contemplation for a brief moment, his expression clouded with uncertainty. However, his countenance quickly returned to its customary composure. Letting out a pair of sardonic chuckles, Kuratsuchi Mayuri addressed Yusuke Uchiha. I accept your proposition, he declared, but I, too, have conditions of my own to impose. I await your stipulations, Yusuke Uchiha responded politely. You shall not interfere in any manner with my research endeavors, Kuratsuchi Mayuri stated firmly. Furthermore, I surmise that your interest in my services does not extend to my combat capabilities. Therefore, my contribution shall be limited to research and development, participation in combat shall remain entirely at my discretion, Kuratsuchi Mayuri declared. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a genial smile. Agreed. Provided that you diligently fulfill the research tasks I assign to you, and provided that your independent pursuits do not impede my own objectives, you shall be granted complete autonomy in your endeavors. With the terms of their agreement formally established, Kuratsuchi Mayuri immediately reached for the delectable snacks that had been placed upon the table, his appetite piqued. Kindly refrain from dispelling this illusion for the time being, he requested. Allow me to savor these refreshments and this exquisite tea. You cannot fathom the extent of the torment I have endured at the hands of those in the Serie Idi. And since you haven't yet partaken of the tea, I shall graciously accept the offering. Yusuker Uchiha nodded his assent. By the way, Kuratsuchi Mayuri began, his voice laced with a mischievous glint, would it be possible for you to conjure a few women within this illusionary realm? He abruptly ceased his request, however, upon observing the sudden flash of lethal intent that flickered across Yusuker Uchiha's eyes. I'll just make one myself once we're out, he mumbled under his breath. Once Kuratsuchi Mayuri had fully satisfied his appetite and quenched his thirst, Yusuker Uchiha dispelled the illusion. First, guided by Kuratsuchi Mayuri's acute perception of the location of his Zanpakuto, Yusuker Uchiha assisted him in retrieving his cherished blade. Subsequently, Yusuker Uchiha promptly utilized his Kemui ability to transport himself and Kuratsuchi Mayuri back to the expansive realm of Mundo. Your abilities are truly remarkable, Kuratsuchi Mayuri remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Based on my observations, it appears that your extraordinary powers are activated through the agency of your eyes. I wonder if you would be amenable to allowing me to subject your eyes to a thorough examination. Rest assured, upon the completion of my analysis, I shall restore them to their pristine condition. Yusuker Uchiha responded with a dismissive tone. I'm afraid I must decline your request. Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's resolute refusal, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's countenance registered a palpable expression of disappointment, and he let out a profound sigh, his gaze shifting to his surroundings. As his eyes scanned the seemingly endless expanse of white sand that stretched before him, Kuratsuchi Mayuri's brow furrowed in contemplation. This is Mundo, he questioned, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty. Well, Mundo is not entirely unappealing. Based on our recent exchange, it appears that you command a significant force of your own. Might I inquire as to the precise location of your principal base of operations? What you see before you is our base of operations, Yusuker Uchiha replied cryptically. Are you jesting with me? This. Kuratsuchi Mayuri exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Yusuker Uchiha cast a fleeting glance at Kuratsuchi Mayuri. On this occasion, you have failed to grasp the full import of my statement, he clarified. My intention is to assert that the entirety of Mundo shall serve as our principal base of operations. Kuratsuchi Mayuri's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a resounding burst of laughter. Intriguing indeed. I shall eagerly observe your efforts to establish dominance over the entirety of Mundo. Should you succeed in this ambitious undertaking, I shall pledge my unwavering allegiance to you without hesitation. Yusuker Uchiha responded with a subtle smile. That day may arrive sooner than you anticipate. As he spoke these words, a crow emerged from Yusuker Uchiha's eyes, gracefully alighting upon Kuratsuchi Mayuri's arm, leaving behind a distinctive crow-shaped mark. For the time being, I shall leave you to your own devices within Mundo, as I have pressing matters to attend to, Yusuker Uchiha explained. This crow mark serves as a means of tracking your movements, and I expect you to refrain from utilizing your Ryatsu to dispel it. Given your intelligence, I am confident that you understand my capacity to locate you at any time. Kuratsuchi Mayuri expressed no objection to Yusuker Uchiha's methods, recognizing that the imposition of certain restrictions upon him following his rescue was entirely reasonable. Chapter 222, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuker Uchiha's raid on the Siriitii sent shockwaves through Soul Society. Such a blatant act of theft was unprecedented in the history of. Yusuker Uchiha's raid on the Siriitii sent shockwaves through Soul Society. Such a blatant act of theft was unprecedented in the history of the Siriitii's reign as the dominant power. In the Dodai 13's captain's meeting hall, all the captains except Kairaku Shunsue were assembled, awaiting the 8th Division's report on the losses and any gathered clues. The atmosphere was thick with tension, every captain wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had closed his eyes, his immense Ryatsu and palpable killing intent radiating outwards. Even the other captains were visibly apprehensive under Yamamoto's imposing aura. At that moment, a flamboyant older man, clad in a pink coat and adorned with 2 ornate hairpins, entered the hall, Kairaku Shunsue, the current captain of the 8th Division. The 8th Division is responsible for intelligence gathering within the Dodai 13. Therefore, following the discovery of Yusuker Uchiha's intrusion into the Siriitii, the investigative responsibilities, including the initial reconnaissance and subsequent inquiries, fell under the purview of the 8th Division. The captain commander, seated at the head of the assembly, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as blades, fixed upon Kairaku Shunsue. Has the complete assessment of the losses been finalized? He inquired. Kairaku Shunsue nodded, and proceeded to deliver his report to the assembled captains. Following a meticulous inventory conducted by personnel from various departments, the stolen items have been identified as follows: the entirety of the existing supplies within the logistics department, the comprehensive training materials housed within the Shinigami Academy, the current technical data held by the Research and Development Institute, and 200 Asachi, unawakened Zanpakuto, from the reserves maintained by the Central 46. Furthermore, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, who was only recently transferred to Mukin earlier today, has also been freed from confinement, it is highly probable that this act of liberation was perpetrated by the same individual responsible for the preceding thefts, Kaiaraka Shunsui reported. Having concluded this portion of his report, Kaiaraka Shunsui approached the captain commander and presented him with a comprehensive document. This document contains a detailed inventory of the losses incurred, Captain Commander. I trust that you will find it to be informative. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni perused the document presented by Kaiaraka Shunsui, his expression remaining impassive. Has the identity of the perpetrator been ascertained? He inquired stoically. Kaiaraka Shunsui responded with a grave shake of his head. We have retrieved several segments of security footage from the surveillance systems maintained by the Research and Development Institute. The footage reveals that the perpetrator was wearing a mask strikingly similar to those worn by Hollows, effectively obscuring their true features and rendering definitive identification impossible, Kaiaraka Shunsui explained. At present, we have only been able to formulate tentative deductions regarding the perpetrator's capabilities, Kaiaraka Shunsui continued. Kaiaraka Shunsui then proceeded to detail the deduced capabilities of the perpetrator, namely their proficiency in genjutsu and spatial manipulation techniques, the accuracy of which closely aligned with Yusuker Uchiha's actual abilities. Furthermore, based on the distinctive appearance of the sword that was visible in the security footage, it was surmised that the perpetrator was likely a Shinigami. However, the captain commander did not personally review the security footage, for had he done so, he would have undoubtedly recognized that the Zanpakuto visible at Yusuker Uchiha's hip was virtually identical in appearance to his own Ryūjin Jakka. Given that the captain commander himself consistently kept his Zanpakuto concealed within his cane, it is highly improbable that any Shinigami currently serving within the Dodai 13 would possess the knowledge to recognize it. Upon hearing Kaiaraka Shuensui's report, a palpable wave of astonishment and concern washed over the assembled captains. Among the items pilfered, the training materials from the Shinigami Academy, the reserve supply of Asachi, and the technical data from the Research and Development Institute were all considered to be exceptionally valuable and subject to stringent security protocols. Their potential misuse by individuals with malicious intent could have catastrophic consequences. Moreover, the perpetrator's demonstrated proficiency in both genjutsu and spatial manipulation techniques is exceptionally rare among Shinigami. The combination of these two highly specialized abilities rendered the Seirei, despite its formidable defenses, extremely vulnerable to such an attack. After briefly reviewing the inventory of losses, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni handed the document to his aide. He then addressed the assembled captains with a voice that brooked no dissent. The ramifications of this incident are exceedingly grave, and it is imperative that the perpetrator be apprehended with the utmost expediency. The 8th Division shall assume the primary responsibility for conducting the subsequent investigation, and all other divisions are expected to extend their full cooperation, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni declared. With regard to the enhancement of the Seirei's defenses, the 9th, 6th, 7th, and 10th Divisions shall immediately commence the implementation of enhanced security measures, and shall submit comprehensive proposals within the next 3 days outlining strategies to prevent the recurrence of such events, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni instructed. Within the Dodai 13, the 9th Division is responsible for security, the 6th and 7th Divisions serve as the respective guard units for the nobility and the captain commander, and the 10th Division is tasked with patrolling and maintaining security throughout the Seirei. All of these divisions possess responsibilities related to the defense and security of the Seirei. His gaze sweeping across the assembled captains, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni delivered a piece of news that elicited a palpable sense of unease among them. Furthermore, the Central 46 has been duly informed of this incident, and you are all expected to prepare yourselves for a thorough investigation, he announced. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Kaiaraka Shunsui, as he exited the captain's meeting hall, let out a profound sigh, fully cognizant of the fact that the 8th Division had inadvertently become embroiled in a matter of immense gravity. As Kisuke Urahara happened to be passing by, Kaiaraka Shunsui promptly seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Urahara, Kaiaraka Shunsui implored, his voice tinged with urgency, we require the assistance of your esteemed Research and Development Institute in this critical matter. At this juncture, Kisuke Urahara served not only as the captain of the 12th Division but also as the director of the Research and Development Institute, a position he had assumed upon founding the institute. Observing the pleading expression on Kaiaraka Shuensui's face, Kisuke Urahara responded with a wry shake of his head. Given the significant losses incurred by the Research and Development Institute in this incident, he explained, his voice laced with a hint of resignation, the Central 46 will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation into our operations, utilizing this as a pretext to insert their own personnel into our ranks. At present, I am preoccupied with matters of my own and am therefore unable to extend the assistance you seek. Kaiaraka Shunsui, upon hearing Urahara's explanation, nodded in understanding, recognizing that Kisuke Urahara was likely grappling with even greater challenges than himself. Have you encountered any abilities similar to those employed by the intruder during your extensive experience? Given the rarity of these abilities, should the intruder indeed be a Shinigami, the Seirei should possess records documenting such exceptional powers, Kaiaraka Shunsui inquired. Kisuke Urahara paused for a moment in reflection. To the best of my recollection, I have never encountered abilities of such a unique and extraordinary nature, he replied thoughtfully. The fact that the intruder has absconded with such a significant quantity of highly sensitive data strongly suggests that their motives are far from trivial, and I anticipate that this incident will undoubtedly give rise to considerable complications in the days and weeks to come. While the Ryūjin was thrown into disarray by Yusuke Uchiha's audacious actions, the perpetrator himself was ensconced within the confines of his Kamui dimension, meticulously reviewing the wealth of information he had acquired. I estimate that it will require a period of approximately 10 to 20 years to fully assimilate all of this data, Yusuke Uchiha mused to himself. As his gaze swept across the vast expanse of documents and data that had accumulated within his Kamui dimension, a surge of exhilaration and delight coursed through Yusuke Uchiha. For a Shinigami of his caliber, a span of 10 to 20 years represented a relatively insignificant interval of time. The prospect of acquiring this trove of novel knowledge, enabling him to further refine and enhance his abilities, was the true prize he sought. Dismissing any lingering distractions, Yusuke Uchiha immediately embarked upon his self-directed educational program, commencing with a thorough study of the fundamental curriculum of the Shinigami Academy. Upon successfully mastering the materials provided by the Shinigami Academy, Yusuke Uchiha transitioned to a more advanced study of the technical data acquired from the Research and Development Institute. Leveraging his extensive experience in the fields of ninjutsu, weaponry, and technological innovation, Yusuke Uchiha was able to readily adapt and apply his existing knowledge base to the assimilation of these novel concepts. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Yusuke Uchiha had successfully completed his independent study of all the acquired data. While certain aspects of the highly specialized technical data obtained from the Research and Development Institute remained elusive, Yusuke Uchiha expressed unwavering confidence in his ability to unravel these complexities through practical application and experimentation. In the aftermath of Yusuke Uchiha's audacious theft, the Ryūjin had significantly bolstered its security measures, and the Research and Development Institute had implemented numerous enhancements to its surveillance systems, incorporating real-time alert capabilities. However, much to the chagrin of the Ryūjin's leadership, Yusuke Uchiha never again ventured within its confines, rendering the substantial investment of manpower and resources dedicated to enhancing security measures largely ineffectual, at least for the time being. Chapter 223, NZNT, Chapter. Within the Kamui dimension, Yusuke Uchiha, eyes closed, sat upon a levitating stone throne, quietly reflecting upon the knowledge he had acquired. Within the Kamui dimension, Yusuke Uchiha, eyes closed, sat upon a levitating stone throne, quietly reflecting upon the knowledge he had accumulated over the past 15 years. Thanks to the data obtained from the Shinigami Academy, he had successfully mastered all commonly employed Shinigami techniques and Kido spells. Furthermore, he had unearthed the method for utilizing Shuinpa within a highly classified document. Shuinpa is a technique that seamlessly integrates Kido and Hakuda, enabling Shinigami to employ Kido with enhanced flexibility and effectiveness in combat. One can conceptualize Kido users as analogous to mages, while Hakuda practitioners can be likened to swordsmen or warriors. Shinigami who have mastered Shuinpa, therefore, resemble magic swordsmen or magic warriors, capable of imbuing their attacks with the potent force of Kido. During the execution of Shuinpa, the user's back and shoulders become enveloped in a highly compressed concentration of Kido, which subsequently detonates, resulting in a seamless integration of Kido and the user's physical limbs, facilitating a heightened level of combat proficiency. The inventor of Shuinpa is Orochimaru, a notable figure among the select few Shinigami who eschew the use of Zanpakuto in combat. Prior to the emergence of Utsunomiya, the revered god of blades, Zanpakuto were non-existent within Soul Society. During this era, Shinigami relied upon Kido, Hakuda, and a variety of other techniques to engage in combat. Even after Utsunomiya commenced the creation of Zanpakuto for the Shinigami, a number of Shinigami opted to retain their traditional combat methods, particularly those hailing from ancient Shinigami lineages. Orochimaru stands as a prominent example of this tradition. The majority of these Shinigami adhere to the principle of Ryatsu supremacy, asserting that the attainment of sufficient Ryatsu renders existing combat strategies entirely adequate for subduing their adversaries. In addition to the diverse combat techniques detailed in the materials obtained from the Shinigami Academy, Yusuke Uchiha also acquired a wealth of invaluable data from the Research and Development Institute. Among his discoveries, the most astonishing was the method for creating a Hogyoku, a revelation that left him profoundly surprised. The Hogyoku is a gem imbued with extraordinary power and possesses a degree of self-awareness. It possesses the unique ability to absorb the essence of the heart of objects within its immediate vicinity, subsequently manifesting them into tangible forms. Furthermore, it confers upon its wielder the remarkable ability to safeguard their physical form from death, ensuring their immortality. When the wielder's abilities approach their zenith or their life is threatened, the Hogyoku facilitates an endless progression to the next dimensional level. While both Kasukirahara and Aizen had each independently created a Hogyoku, Kasukirahara utilizing the souls of Hollows, and Aizen employing the souls of Shinigami, it is highly improbable that either of them was the true inventor of this remarkable artifact. Were either of them the original inventor, it would be inconceivable that they would have divulged the intricate methods of its creation to their rival. In the original storyline, Aizen achieved the creation of a complete Hogyoku only after merging his own creation with that of Kasukirahara. If my hypothesis is correct, Yusuker Uchiha mused to himself, then the original inventor, or perhaps more accurately, the initial conceptualizer of the Hogyoku, never actually completed the creation of a fully functional Hogyoku. It was merely an immature concept, which explains why this particular body of data did not attract the attention of the Seirai's high command and remained sealed away, ultimately allowing both Kasukirahara and Aizen to gain access to it. Based on the considerable amount of time that both Kasukirahara and Aizen expended in their respective efforts to create a Hogyoku, Yusuker Uchiha surmised that the method detailed in the document he possessed was likely still in its nascent stages of development, requiring significant refinement and modification before it could be successfully employed to produce a fully functional Hogyoku. Abruptly, a flash of brilliance illuminated Yusuker Uchiha's eyes, and a daring concept crystallized within his mind. The extraordinary power wielded by Ichigo Kurosaki stems from the fusion of Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy energies within his being, Yusuker Uchiha mused aloud. If I were to acquire both Kasukirahara's and Aizen's Hogyoku, and subsequently fabricate a third Hogyoku utilizing the souls of Quincy, the fusion of these three potent artifacts would undoubtedly result in the attainment of unparalleled power. The contemplation of this audacious plan ignited a fervent desire within Yusuker Uchiha's heart. Yusuker Uchiha acknowledged that the realization of this ambitious objective would necessitate a significant enhancement of his current capabilities. Moreover, he recognized that Quincy souls are not as readily available as those of Shinigami or Hollows, rendering the acquisition of a sufficient quantity of Quincy souls for the creation of a Hogyoku an insurmountable task. The only viable strategy, therefore, would be to substitute quality for quantity, employing the soul of Yawatch, the formidable king of the Quincy, as the foundational element of his creation. Among the data he had acquired, Yusuker Uchiha had inadvertently stumbled upon a piece of information that piqued his intense interest. To verify the validity of this information, however, he required the assistance of his Zanpakuto, Ryūjin Jakka. Entering the confines of his inner world, Yusuker Uchiha summoned Ryūjin Jakka into his presence. Gazing upon Ryūjin Jakka, whose appearance was an exact replica of his own, Yusuker Uchiha posed a question with measured deliberation. You must possess another form, a form that mirrors that of the current captain commander of the Dodai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, he suggested. Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's inquiry, Ryūjin Jakka responded with a wry smile, revealing a set of sharp teeth. It appears that you have indeed made a keen observation, Ryūjin Jakka confirmed. However, rest assured, as a Zanpakuto, I remain steadfastly impartial. I shall not divulge any information pertaining to him, and he, in turn, shall receive no information concerning you from me. Within one of the documents he had acquired, Yusuker Uchiha made a startling discovery, the possibility of a single Zanpakuto being wielded by multiple individuals. The reasons for this practice being strictly prohibited by the Seirai's high command remained unclear. Should two Shinigami be found to wield the same Zanpakuto, they would be compelled to engage in a duel to the death, with the victor inheriting the Zanpakuto and the vanquished being summarily executed. I hardly need you to tell me that, Yusuker Uchiha remarked, his voice laced with a hint of apprehension. He's likely already aware of my existence. Ryūjin Jakka responded with a chuckle. That is only natural, for you both share the power that I embody. In your previous state, your Ryatsu was negligible, and the fraction of my power that you drew upon was inconsequential. Consequently, he remained oblivious to your existence. Even if he had harbored any suspicion, he might have attributed any perceived decline in his own power to the effects of aging, Ryūjin Jakka explained. However, since your arrival in this world, the phenomenon of Ryatsu compensation has resulted in a significant augmentation of your spiritual pressure. While it still pales in comparison to his, it is no longer possible to conceal your presence from him. Furthermore, as you continue to cultivate your abilities, the proportion of my power that you command will inevitably increase, and he will undoubtedly become intolerant of your existence. A chilling glint flickered within Yusuker Uchiha's eyes. And I, likewise, shall not tolerate his existence, he declared resolutely. Ryūjin Jakka's form gradually dissolved into a swirling vortex of flames, vanishing completely. Before its dissipation, however, a single sentence resonated within Yusuker Uchiha's mind. Therefore, hasten your progress towards attaining unparalleled strength, the voice of Ryūjin Jakka echoed. Only the strongest among all beings is worthy of wielding the most formidable Zanpakuto. Simultaneously, within the Seirei, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was quietly contemplating a painting that adorned the walls of his chamber. The painting depicted a scene of raging flames, their intensity and ferocity captivating the eye. Above the inferno, a figure stood prominently, his features clearly visible. Those familiar with the appearance of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni during his youth would instantly recognize the figure depicted in the painting as the Captain Commander himself, before the onset of his characteristic baldness. While the painting itself refrained from depicting any scenes of bloodshed or gratuitous violence, it nevertheless exuded an aura of intense killing intent, capable of instilling fear and apprehension in the hearts of those lacking in fortitude or courage. The painting that adorned Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's chamber served as a constant reminder of his former self, the ruthless warrior who had once reveled in the act of killing. By keeping this painting prominently displayed, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni sought to perpetually remind himself of the necessity of avoiding a relapse into his former, more violent ways. Now, another Shinigami has awakened the power of Ryūjin Jakka, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon the painting. While I remain unaware of his identity, I am compelled to eliminate him. As he contemplated these words, his thoughts drifted back to a comrade from his past, a comrade whom he had been forced to slay with his own hands. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's eyes, which had been narrowed in contemplation, suddenly snapped open, revealing a fleeting glimpse of demonic killing intent. The target of this malevolent intent was, of course, the other wielder of Ryūjin Jakka, the yet-to-be-identified Yusuker Uchiha. Chapter 224, NZNT, Chapter. Kakashiba's power is clearly beyond what a typical Shinigami can handle, even captain-level fighters can only manage to escape. It's hard. Kakashiba's power is clearly beyond what a typical Shinigami can handle, even captain-level fighters can only manage to escape. It's hard to fathom the immense power Aizen possessed to have been able to defeat Kakashiba, Yusuker Uchiha reflected. By this point, Yusuker Uchiha had arrived in the Dodai, and having mastered all the techniques and combat strategies acquired during his infiltration of the Itachi, he formally commenced his rigorous training regimen within this unique realm. His training methodology was remarkably straightforward, to engage in continuous combat with Kakashiba, thereby expending and subsequently replenishing his spiritual energy, reishi, and refining his spiritual pressure, ryatsu, through repeated confrontations. Given the exceptionally abundant supply of reishi within the Dodai, Yusuker Uchiha was able to unleash his most potent techniques without interruption, with the spiritual energy expended in each assault being almost instantaneously replenished within a matter of seconds. However, engaging in combat with Kakashiba within the Dodai presented two significant challenges that demanded unwavering vigilance. Firstly, it was imperative to avoid being swallowed by Kakashiba. The interior of Kakashiba's being is characterized by a chaotic maelstrom of spacetime currents. Should one be engulfed within this turbulent vortex, the outcome would be utterly unpredictable. One might be torn asunder by the relentless spacetime currents, or one might simply cease to exist within the boundless expanse of time. Alternatively, one might even find oneself transported to a different point in time, either the past or the future, or even to an entirely separate spacetime. Secondly, it was equally crucial to avoid becoming entangled by Koryu, a unique substance imbued with the very laws governing the Dodai, which flows along the walls of this intermediary realm. In appearance, Koryu resembles flowing cement. Any living entity that becomes ensnared by Koryu will be irrevocably detained within the Dodai, becoming an integral component of its very structure and forever remaining within its confines. However, due to the remarkable spatial manipulation abilities granted by his Kemui technique, these two potentially lethal hazards posed little threat to Yusuker Uchiha, provided that he exercised due diligence and ensured a timely escape from any perilous situations. In a recent encounter, Yusuker Uchiha, having just arrived in the Dodai, had engaged in several rounds of combat with Kakashiba. However, the confrontation did not extend for an extended duration, as Yusuker Uchiha soon found himself overwhelmed and resorted to activating his Kemui technique to assume a hollowified state. Given that Kakashiba lacks both eyes and a significant level of intelligence, relying entirely upon Ryatsu to identify its adversaries, once Yusuker Uchiha had assumed his hollowified form, Kakashiba concluded that the foreign entity within the Dodai had been successfully eliminated and promptly sought to depart. Following a brief period of recuperation, Yusuker Uchiha prepared to resume his training. Deactivating his Kemui-induced hollowification, he once again released his Ryatsu, thereby attracting the attention of Kakashiba. Ryūjin Jakka, Dragon Flame Susanoo. A colossal figure, resembling a samurai warrior, materialized before him, its form enveloped in a maelstrom of raging flames. Wielding a formidable long sword, this majestic being stood poised to confront Kakashiba. In comparison to previous manifestations, this iteration of the Dragon Flame Susanoo was noticeably smaller in stature. However, its Ryatsu, physical strength, defensive capabilities, and the intensity of the flames that emanated from its form were all significantly enhanced. Kakashiba emitted a sound akin to the piercing whistle of a locomotive, charging towards the Dragon Flame Susanoo with unrestrained fury. With a single, devastating impact, a significant portion of the Dragon Flame Susanoo's external armor was shattered, and its colossal form was propelled through the air with considerable force. Had the Dragon Flame Susanoo not been present to serve as a bulwark against Kakashiba's onslaught, Yusuker Uchiha's current power would have been wholly inadequate to engage in combat with this formidable adversary, and he would have lacked the opportunity to hone his Ryatsu through the execution of his diverse techniques. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the Dragon Flame Susanoo's displacement and Kakashiba's approach to deliver a follow-up attack, Yusuker Uchiha swiftly commenced the incantation of a Kido spell. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Upon the completion of the incantation, several colossal chains, meticulously woven from Ryatsu, extended from the void, rapidly encircling Kakashiba's massive form in an attempt to restrain its movement. However, Kakashiba merely shuddered its immense form, causing the chains to disintegrate, effectively impeding its progress for a mere 2 breaths. For Yusuke Uchiha, the paramount objective was to prolong the engagement, thereby affording himself the opportunity to execute as many techniques as possible. Utilizing the brief respite afforded by the temporary restraint of Kakashiba, Yusuke Uchiha simultaneously maneuvered the Susanoo to a position of greater safety while concurrently initiating the incantation of another Kido spell. Heido number 88, Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho. With a swift and decisive movement, Yusuke Uchiha extended his right hand, unleashing a colossal beam of white light, its trajectory punctuated by streaks of vibrant blue lightning, hurtling towards Kakashiba. At that precise moment, the golden energy core situated at the apex of Kakashiba's head emitted a blinding flash of light, releasing a beam of yellow energy of staggering Ryatsu in Yusuke Uchiha's direction. Upon witnessing Kakashiba unleash its most potent attack, Yusuke Uchiha, without hesitation, activated his Kemui technique, rendering his physical form intangible. The yellow beam of energy, emanating from Kakashiba, effortlessly pierced through the Hiryugekizoku Shinten Reiho, simultaneously reducing the dragon flame Susanoo, which had remained in its tangible form, to ashes. Upon detecting the dissipation of the enemy's Ryatsu, Kakashiba once again prepared to depart. However, Yusuke Uchiha, having fully recovered within the confines of his Kemui dimension, seized the opportune moment to launch another assault upon Kakashiba. This cycle of combat and recuperation continued relentlessly, resulting in a gradual but steady enhancement of Yusuke Uchiha's Ryatsu within the Dodai. The duration of his engagements with Kakashiba progressively increased as his abilities sharpened. After a period of approximately 20 years dedicated to this rigorous training regimen, Yusuke Uchiha finally reached a plateau in his cultivation of Ryatsu. While Yusuke Uchiha remained unable to decisively defeat or vanquish Kakashiba, he had attained a level of proficiency that enabled him to engage in combat with this formidable adversary with remarkable ease and composure, maintaining an unblemished record of undefeated encounters. Furthermore, he had achieved a complete mastery of all Kido spells and various other combat techniques. However, at this juncture, a particular aspect of the Bleach universe held the greatest fascination for Yusuke Uchiha, the awe-inspiring potential of Ichigo Kurosaki. Yusuke Uchiha had initially anticipated that his training within the Dodai would not extend beyond a period of 1 or 2 years. This estimation was predicated upon the duration of Ichigo Kurosaki's training within the Dodai, which, as documented in the original storyline, spanned a mere 3 months. Given that Kakashiba's reappearance within the Dodai occurs at 7-day intervals, and considering that Kakashiba had been swiftly vanquished by Aizen, who had absorbed the Hogyoku, at the precise moment that Ichigo Kurosaki had entered the Dodai, it can be reasonably inferred that Ichigo Kurosaki, after only 7 days of training, had already attained sufficient power to contend with Kakashiba. Subsequently, Ichigo Kurosaki continued to hone his abilities within the Dodai, culminating in the mastery of the final Getsuga Tensho. After 3 months of intensive training, he possessed the power to confront Aizen, who had previously demonstrated the capacity to swiftly vanquish Kakashiba. In comparison to Ichigo Kurosaki, Yusuke Uchiha's rate of progress and ultimate attainment of power fell significantly short, serving as a stark testament to the extraordinary potential possessed by Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen single-handedly shaped Ichigo Kurosaki's power, seeking to leverage Ichigo Kurosaki's strength as a testament to his own dominance, yet he was unwittingly playing a dangerous game, setting himself up for a catastrophic downfall, Yusuke Uchiha reflected. However, I remain uncertain as to whether my current power surpasses that of Aizen before he had absorbed the Hogyoku. In Yusuke Uchiha's assessment of combat prowess, Aizen, prior to his absorption of the Hogyoku, was considered to be on par with Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The Ryatsu of both individuals far surpassed that of any other captain, granting them the ability to vanquish opponents wielding Bankai with mere standard attacks. Nevertheless, in a direct confrontation, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Despite operating at a comparable level of power, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni possessed a distinct advantage, Ryūjin Jakka, the most potent fire-type Zanpakuto, which provided him with an unparalleled edge in combat, an advantage that the illusion-type Zanpakuto, Kyoka Soijetsu, wielded by Aizen, could not hope to match. Consequently, unless Aizen were to transcend his limitations, he would remain perpetually incapable of defeating Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni through his own strength alone. Yusuke Uchiha was utterly confident in his attainment of a level of power comparable to that of Aizen and Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. However, the outcome of a direct confrontation between these formidable warriors could only be definitively ascertained through actual combat. The time has come to conquer Mundo, Yusuke Uchiha declared resolutely. Casting a final glance at Kakashiba, his steadfast companion throughout his 20 years of training, Yusuke Uchiha activated his Kemui technique, teleporting himself back to the desolate expanse of Mundo. Chapter 225, NZNT, Chapter. The Dodai's temporal flow differs significantly from the outside world. The 20 years Yusuke Uchiha spent training there equated to rug. The Dodai's temporal flow differs significantly from the outside world. The 20 years Yusuke Uchiha spent training there equated to roughly 20 days in Mundo. Upon his return to Mundo, Yusuke Uchiha, guided by the crow mark he had imprinted upon Kuratsuchi Mayuri, located Kuratsuchi Mayuri's newly established residence. Within the remarkably short span of approximately 20 days, Kuratsuchi Mayuri had managed to construct a rudimentary, albeit functional, laboratory. The interior was replete with an assortment of vials, beakers, and other scientific paraphernalia, lending an air of authenticity to his makeshift workspace. At that moment, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, draped in a flowing white cloak, stood with his back to Yusuke Uchiha, his attention focused upon a hollow that lay upon an operating table. He was performing some sort of procedure on the unfortunate creature. No. Please, I beg you, end my suffering. The hollow let out a desperate cry, its voice trembling with palpable terror. The precise nature of the ordeal it was undergoing at the hands of Kuratsuchi Mayuri remained shrouded in mystery. As if sensing the presence of an uninvited guest, Kuratsuchi Mayuri swiftly turned around, his gaze falling upon Yusuke Uchiha, who had just returned from the Dodai. Upon witnessing Kuratsuchi Mayuri's attire, Yusuke Uchiha's facial muscles involuntarily twitched beneath his mask. Kuratsuchi Mayuri had fashioned a suit of armor for himself, utilizing the skeletal remains of hollows. The armor was shaped like a cone, wider at the bottom and tapering towards the top, constructed from white hollow bones meticulously pieced together. However, this makeshift armor lacked any semblance of imposing grandeur. Instead, it imparted upon Kuratsuchi Mayuri the appearance of a large, white radish adorned with a human face and limbs. The grotesque patterns of paint that adorned his face further contributed to his unsettling and unconventional appearance. Impressive laboratory, Yusuke Uchiha remarked, though you'll be relocating shortly. Suppressing the urge to offer a more pointed critique of Kuratsuchi Mayuri's unconventional attire, Yusuke Uchiha refrained from commenting on his appearance. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or a genuine observation, Yusuke Uchiha detected a fleeting expression of disappointment in Kuratsuchi Mayuri's eyes following his statement, leading him to believe that Kuratsuchi Mayuri was experiencing a pang of regret at the prospect of leaving his newly constructed laboratory. However, unbeknownst to Yusuke Uchiha, the source of Kuratsuchi Mayuri's disappointment stemmed not from his attachment to his laboratory but rather from Yusuke Uchiha's lack of reaction to his unique attire. Having anticipated a torrent of witty remarks and critical observations regarding his unconventional appearance, Kuratsuchi Mayuri was profoundly disappointed by Yusuke Uchiha's apparent indifference to his new look. Rest assured, Yusuke Uchiha reassured Kuratsuchi Mayuri, his voice calm and soothing, in the near future, you shall be afforded a far more expansive space in which to construct a truly magnificent laboratory. Kuratsuchi Mayuri responded with a nonchalant nod, promptly releasing the hollow from its restraints on the operating table. The liberated hollow immediately fled the scene, its movements swift and frantic. Given the imminent relocation, Kuratsuchi Mayuri saw no need to rush his experiments and chose to release the hollow he had been observing. So, where are we headed next? Kuratsuchi Mayuri inquired. A flash of determination illuminated Yusuke Uchiha's eyes as he responded, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction. Recall my previous statement regarding the entirety of Mundo falling under my dominion. Kuratsuchi Mayuri nodded in affirmation. My memory is not so deficient. It was only a little over a month ago that you made that assertion. Due to the considerable amount of time Yusuke Uchiha had spent training within the Dodai, a period spanning 20 years, his encounter with Kuratsuchi Mayuri evoked a sense of reunion after a prolonged absence, causing him to subconsciously perceive his previous statement as having been uttered a considerable time ago. The moment has arrived for us to establish our dominion over Mundo. Yusuke Uchiha declared emphatically. His gaze fixed upon the distant silhouette of Las Noches, Yusuke Uchiha placed a hand upon Kuratsuchi Mayuri's shoulder, and a spatial vortex silently materialized, drawing them both into its ethereal embrace. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves standing before the imposing gates of Las Noches. Within the grand throne room of Las Noches, Barragan Luzenbaron, the current ruler of Mundo, sat upon his elevated throne, attentively listening to a report delivered by one of his subordinates. Barragan Luzenbaron's current appearance closely resembled his form following his release from his Arankar state. His skeletal frame was draped in a flowing purple robe, and his head was adorned with a resplendent golden crown. The subordinate delivering the report was Charlotte Chulhorn, a hollow of considerable physical stature, whose armor, however, possessed a decidedly flamboyant and unconventional aesthetic. Adding to his striking appearance was a rather conspicuous pink heart tattoo situated upon his abdomen, a detail that proved rather jarring to the sensibilities of most onlookers. Several other hollows, each holding a position of authority within Las Noches, stood discreetly to the side of the throne room. These hollows were Barragan Luzenbaron's most trusted and loyal subordinates. His empty sockets fixed upon the kneeling Charlotte, Barragan Luzenbaron's voice, imbued with an air of regal authority, resonated throughout the throne room. Has Tyr Haribel acquiesced to my terms? He inquired. Charlotte responded with utmost deference. My lord, I have failed in my mission. I was unable to persuade Haribel to accept your terms. Furthermore, following my attempt to subdue her by force, I was swiftly and decisively defeated. Charlotte's body bore numerous visible wounds, and his hollow armor exhibited signs of significant damage, clearly indicating that he had recently engaged in a fierce battle. Upon hearing Charlotte's report, Barragan Luzenbaern let out a cold snort. "That accursed Harabelle," he muttered, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury. "When the opportunity presents itself, I shall personally subdue her." "Charlotte," Barragan Luzenbaern continued, his tone softening slightly, "you may retire to tend to your wounds. The fact that a mere Juchas dared to challenge a Vasto Lord speaks volumes of your unwavering loyalty to my cause." Upon receiving these words of commendation, Charlotte promptly performed a formal bow before Barragan Luzenbaern, preparing to withdraw from the throne room. However, at that very moment, he found himself unexpectedly confronted by two individuals whose attire was strikingly unconventional. The foremost figure was clad in a pristine white samurai uniform, his face partially concealed by a hollow mask, and a katana was sheathed at his hip. The individual accompanying this figure presented an even more peculiar appearance. His human face was adorned with grotesque patterns of paint, and he was attired in a suit of armor that bore a striking resemblance to a large, white radish. These two individuals were none other than Yusuker Uchiha and Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Having effortlessly dispatched the guards stationed within Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha and Kuratsuchi Mayuri proceeded directly towards the central throne room. Upon entering the throne room and encountering Charlotte, who was approaching them, both Yusuker Uchiha and Kuratsuchi Mayuri were momentarily taken aback by the hollow's flamboyant attire. In their considerable time spent within Mundo, they had never before encountered a male hollow whose appearance was so overtly ostentatious. "Who are you, and by what right do you trespass upon Las Noches?" Charlotte thundered, his voice echoing through the throne room. Without further ado, he launched a swift and powerful punch towards Yusuker Uchiha and Kuratsuchi Mayuri. In response to Charlotte's aggressive action, several of Barragan Luzenbaern's other subordinates, who had been observing the scene from the periphery, immediately joined the fray. Possessing an intimate familiarity with every hollow within Las Noches, these subordinates readily recognized that the two newly arrived individuals were not among their ranks. Furthermore, the two newcomers' unconventional attire, which bore little resemblance to the typical appearance of a hollow, served to heighten their apprehension and suspicion. With a swift and effortless movement, Yusuker Uchiha seized Charlotte's oncoming fist, crushing it with ease. Accompanied by a piercing scream from Charlotte, Yusuker Uchiha hurled him forcefully to the ground. Charlotte's body impacted the ground with considerable force, creating a sizable crater. He lay motionless, having been rendered unconscious by the impact. Yusuker Uchiha had no intention of resorting to lethal force, as he fully anticipated that these hollows would eventually become his subordinates once he had successfully subjugated Barragan Luzenbaern. However, in order to demonstrate the full extent of his power, Yusuker Uchiha deliberately chose not to exercise excessive restraint in his actions. As the remaining subordinates prepared to launch a coordinated assault upon Yusuker Uchiha, he unleashed a sudden and overwhelming burst of Ryatsu, instantly halting their advance. The subordinates were paralyzed by fear, their bodies frozen in place. Under the weight of this immense spiritual pressure, they experienced a vivid premonition of their imminent demise. Even Barragan Luzenbaern, their formidable master, had never before experienced such an overwhelming display of spiritual pressure. Barragan Luzenbaern abruptly rose from his throne, his skeletal frame stiffening. While his skull-like visage remained devoid of expression, the abruptness of his movement clearly indicated that he, too, had been profoundly affected by Yusuker Uchiha's awe-inspiring display of power. Chapter 226, NZNT, Chapter. Just who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Las Noches? Barragan Luzenbaern asked, his tone grave. Slowly removing his hollow maw. Just who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Las Noches? Barragan Luzenbaern asked, his tone grave. Slowly removing his hollow mask, Yusuker Uchiha smiled. I am Uchiha Yusuker. From this moment, I am the new master of Las Noches. Yusuker Uchiha had worn the mask to prevent anyone from Soul Society from seeing his face. Now, preparing to unify Mundo was his own backyard, so the mask was unnecessary. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, beside Yusuker Uchiha, saw Yusuker Uchiha's face and learned his name for the first time. Barragan Luzenbaern erupted in furious laughter. You, a mere Shinigami, dare to rule Mundo. This is a joke. Witness the true power of a Vasto Lord. Immediately, Barragan Luzenbaern used his bony hand to draw a battle axe from his purple robe. A golden chain connected the axe's end to a void within the robe, like a black hole. Grand Kada. He swung the golden chain, hurling the axe at Yusuker Uchiha. The axe, propelled by immense Ryatsu, flew towards Yusuker Uchiha, who seemed to make no reaction. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, behind Yusuker Uchiha, paled. Not yet possessing Bankai, he was powerless against this attack. Barragan Luzenbaern's officers looked pleased, certain their master's attack would subdue their opponent. Yusuker Uchiha's lack of reaction only increased their confidence. However, what followed was unacceptable to everyone except Yusuker Uchiha. A powerful blow, indeed. Barragan Luzenbairn, I permit you to become my subordinate. Yusuker Uchiha casually caught the axe blade with his left hand, smiling. Yusuker Uchiha now understood why Aizen enjoyed catching blades barehanded. It was undeniably effective for intimidation. Barragan Luzenbairn, while strong, was only mid-captain level before becoming an Arankar. For Yusuker Uchiha, stopping the attack with his Ryatsu was effortless. He tossed the axe back to Barragan Luzenbairn and slowly walked towards him. Barragan Luzenbairn felt a surge of both anger and fear. His opponent's Ryatsu far surpassed his own, yet he still possessed even greater power. Grand Kada. Killing intent flashed in his empty eye sockets. Black mist erupted from Barragan Luzenbairn, spreading rapidly. Everything the mist touched, stone, sand, any substance, aged and disintegrated into dust. This black mist was Barragan Luzenbairn's inherent power, representing age acceleration. Everything ages, this mist drastically accelerated the process, causing rapid disintegration. Against weaker opponents, this power was utterly overwhelming. Against opponents with comparable Ryatsu, it gave Barragan Luzenbairn a significant advantage. But against someone with vastly superior Ryatsu, it was merely a flashy display. Yusuker Uchiha calmly drew his Zanpakuto and made a slight forward motion. An incredibly sharp wave of Ryatsu erupted, cleaving the spreading black mist in two. Barragan Luzenbairn, your time is running out. If you haven't submitted by the time I reach you, Mundo will be one vasto lord short. With a gentle smile, Yusuker Uchiha, Zanpakuto in hand, continued his unhurried advance towards Barragan Luzenbairn's throne. Gazing into Yusuker Uchiha's eyes, with their strange patterns, Barragan Luzenbairn sensed the underlying killing intent. Those eyes seemed to say, refuse, and I will utterly annihilate you. Despite being the nominal king of Mundo, wielding the power of a power akin to death itself, Barragan Luzenbairn's greatest fear was, ironically, death. Confronted by Yusuker Uchiha's Ryatsu, heavy with the promise of death, Barragan Luzenbairn finally yielded. I surrender. You are the new king of Mundo. Recalling the black mist, Barragan Luzenbairn knelt and bowed respectfully. His officers followed suit, collapsing to their knees in defeat. They had strained against Yusuker Uchiha's Ryatsu, but with their master's submission, further resistance was futile. Congratulations. You made the right choice, Yusuker Uchiha said, smiling. Though Yusuker Uchiha's expression was gentle, Barragan Luzenbairn saw a different meaning in his eyes, a sense of regret that Barragan Luzenbairn had chosen submission, for it had spared him immediate death. This was, of course, a genjutsu illusion created by Yusuker Uchiha, amplified by his overwhelming Ryatsu. Under such pressure, the illusion easily instilled deep-seated fear. In the original story, Aizen subdued Barragan Luzenbairn, but Barragan Luzenbairn remained resentful, throwing his axe at Aizen before his death. Aizen, with his deep cunning, was aware of Barragan Luzenbairn's resentment, yet he simply disregarded it. Yusuker Uchiha, however, was proactive, understanding that even small problems could escalate. While Barragan Luzenbairn posed no immediate threat, any covert acts of defiance could cause significant trouble. Therefore, Yusuker Uchiha subtly used genjutsu to implant psychological suggestions in Barragan Luzenbairn's mind, creating the impression that any transgression would result in immediate execution, ensuring his complete control. Seated upon the throne, Yusuker Uchiha extended a finger, and a beam of white light shot towards the unconscious Charlotte Chulhorn. The light struck him, and he slowly awoke, rising from the crater he'd made. This white light was Heido No. 1, Sho, not typically used as an attack but to create a minor concussive force to assist in movements. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Yusuker Uchiha seated upon the throne, Charlotte let out a furious roar, springing to his feet with the intention of launching a desperate attack. However, he was swiftly restrained by Barragan Luzenbairn's remaining officers. Once Charlotte had regained his composure and witnessed Barragan Luzenbairn standing respectfully beside Yusuker Uchiha, the implications of the situation became clear. With a heavy sigh, he ceased his attempts of resistance. Chapter 227, NZNT, Chapter. Despite Barragan Luzenbairn's cowardly nature, his officers were fiercely loyal, seemingly willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Despite Barragan Luzenbairn's cowardly nature, his officers were fiercely loyal, seemingly willing to sacrifice themselves for him. This is a unique aspect of Mundo, contrasting sharply with human or Shinigami behavior. Hollows are formed from negative emotions, inherently flawed, yet many exhibit loyalty surpassing that of humans or Shinigami. Mundo is a survival of the fittest environment. Hollows evolve by devouring each other. To avoid becoming prey, most hollows form groups. Strong hollows lead, weaker ones serve. Subordinates show absolute loyalty, betrayal is rare. This is evident in the Arankar officers' behavior in the original story. This hollow characteristic strengthened Yusuker Uchiha's resolve to use Mundo to build his power base. A unified Mundo would be a reliable, controllable force under his command. Observing the dejected Charlotte Chulhorn, Yusuker Uchiha inquired, "You met Haribel?" Charlotte Chulhorn nodded. "Yes, I attempted to persuade her to join Las Noches under Barragan Luzenbaron's orders, but she refused." Haribel, a Vasto lord, was a crucial acquisition for Yusuker Uchiha. Her unwavering adherence to the knightly ideal of self-sacrifice made her, in his estimation, the perfect subordinate. Having obtained Haribel's location from Charlotte Chulhorn, Yusuker Uchiha planned to subdue her personally after establishing order within Las Noches. Turning to Barragan Luzenbaron, Yusuker Uchiha began outlining his subsequent directives. The most pressing tasks were to secure a suitable laboratory for Mayuri Kuratsuchi and to establish a new set of governing principles for Las Noches. Following Barragan Luzenbaron's respectful acknowledgement of these directives, a jet-black crow materialized from Yusuker Uchiha's body, leaving its mark upon Barragan Luzenbaron's bony arm. "This is my crow mark," Yusuker Uchiha explained, a symbol bestowed only upon the highest-ranking officers of Las Noches. Naturally, those who bear this mark are effectively branded, rendering any attempt at escape utterly futile. After dismissing Barragan Luzenbaron and his entourage from the throne room, Yusuker Uchiha turned his attention to Mayuri Kuratsuchi, assigning him his next task. "Mayuri Kuratsuchi, effective immediately, you are appointed director of Las Noches Research and Development Institute." Upon hearing this announcement, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's expression was one of curious bewilderment. "Does such an institution even exist within Las Noches?" he questioned. Yusuker Uchiha responded with a subtle smile. "Indeed, its establishment shall fall under your purview as its inaugural director. Recall that the Research and Development Institute within the Siri was founded by Kisuke Urahara. Do you not aspire to surpass his accomplishments?" At Yusuker Uchiha's words, an unprecedented gleam ignited within Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eyes. Kisuke Urahara had always served as the ultimate benchmark for Mayuri Kuratsuchi's ambitions. As a self-proclaimed scientist operating within the clandestine circles of Soul Society, Mayuri Kuratsuchi had consistently heard tales of Kisuke Urahara's exceptional prowess, and he had witnessed firsthand the remarkable inventions that had emerged from Kisuke Urahara's ingenuity. These encounters had only intensified his burning desire to ultimately surpass his rival. Observing the transformation in Mayuri Kuratsuchi's demeanor, Yusuker Uchiha recognized that his subtle provocation had proven successful. "You may request any resources you require from Barragan Luzenbaron," Yusuker Uchiha continued. "Should he prove incapable of fulfilling your demands, you may approach me directly." Mayuri Kuratsuchi nodded in agreement, before a sudden frown creased his brow. "While the acquisition of materials can be readily accomplished within Mundo," he remarked, "the establishment of a fully functional research and development institute is not a task that can be undertaken by a single individual. I shall require the support of capable subordinates. Although a considerable number of hollows have attained a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans, they are demonstrably ill-suited for the intricacies of scientific research." Yusuker Uchiha responded with a confident smile. "Rest assured, I have already formulated a comprehensive plan to address this matter. Consider the countless orphan souls residing within the desolate confines of Rakangai, forsaken and neglected. Las Noches shall embrace the principles of humanism and extend its compassionate care to these unfortunate individuals." Yusuker Uchiha's initial intention to establish a contingent of Shinigami within Mundo had motivated his audacious theft of the Asachi, unawakened Zanpakuto, from the Central 46 within the Siri. As for the researchers required for his envisioned Research and Development Institute, he intended to recruit Shinigami for this crucial role. It is important to note that the designation of Shinigami does not necessitate the possession of a Zanpakuto, rather, it refers to any soul capable of harnessing and manipulating spiritual pressure, Ryatsu, in combat. Given the limited number of Zanpakuto at his disposal, Yusuker Uchiha intended to bestow these sacred artifacts only upon those Shinigami within Las Noches whose Ryatsu met his exacting standards. Similarly, the Shinigami recruited to serve as researchers within the Research and Development Institute would not typically be granted a Zanpakuto unless their Ryatsu proved exceptionally potent. Upon comprehending Yusuker Uchiha's comprehensive strategy, Mayuri Kuratsuchi expressed his complete satisfaction. Having witnessed firsthand Yusuker Uchiha's formidable power and the unparalleled capabilities of his Kamui technique, Mayuri Kuratsuchi harbored no doubt that the abduction of souls from Rakangai would be an effortless undertaking for Yusuker Uchiha, and that the Siri would be utterly powerless to prevent or impede such actions. After concluding their discussion regarding the formation of the Research and Development Institute, Yusuker Uchiha addressed Mayuri Kuratsuchi with a new request. Furthermore, he instructed, "I require you to fabricate a pair of spectacles for me with the utmost expediency. The durability of these spectacles must be exceptional. Their primary function shall be to effectively conceal the unique characteristics of my eyes, while simultaneously ensuring that they do not impede the release of Ryatsu from my pupils." Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's specifications, Mayuri Kuratsuchi readily agreed, confident in his ability to fulfill this relatively straightforward task. "The spectacles shall be completed within 3 days," Mayuri Kuratsuchi assured him, "and I shall endeavor to create a design that will undoubtedly meet with your approval." At these words, a sense of apprehension washed over Yusuker Uchiha, prompting him to swiftly transmit the precise design he envisioned for the spectacles to Mayuri Kuratsuchi by means of his genjutsu. Yusuker Uchiha harbored reservations regarding Mayuri Kuratsuchi's idiosyncratic aesthetic sensibilities. Following Mayuri Kuratsuchi's insightful observation, Yusuker Uchiha turned his attention to the matter of establishing a standardized uniform for the personnel of Las Noches. The attire of the Arrancar within Las Noches, as depicted in the original storyline, had been quite striking, and Yusuker Uchiha intended to adopt a similar aesthetic for his own organization. To facilitate the differentiation between high-ranking officers and subordinate personnel, Yusuker Uchiha planned to incorporate distinctive markings into the design of the uniforms, enhancing their visual distinctiveness. Shortly after Yusuker Uchiha assumed control of Las Noches, Barragan Luzenbaron assumed the role of a seasoned steward, continuing to oversee the day-to-day operations of Las Noches. At this juncture, all personnel within Las Noches had adopted the newly standardized uniforms, including Yusuker Uchiha, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, and Barragan Luzenbaron. However, the uniforms worn by these three high-ranking individuals were distinguished by a prominent black crow emblem emblazoned upon their chests, signifying their elevated status within the hierarchy of Las Noches. Yusuker Uchiha, as the supreme ruler of Las Noches, further distinguished himself by donning a haori, a type of overrobe, characterized by its white base and black trim. Within the confines of the throne room, Yusuker Uchiha, seated upon his throne, surveyed Barragan Luzenbaron and Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who had shed their previous attire, the purple robe and the white radish-like armor, respectively, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Their current appearance was far more aesthetically pleasing, he reflected. Under Yusuker Uchiha's explicit instructions, access to the throne room was restricted to those individuals bearing the crow mark, thereby limiting entry to the highest-ranking officers within Las Noches. Although at present, only Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Barragan Luzenbaron held such elevated positions, Yusuker Uchiha expressed unwavering confidence that, in the not-too-distant future, this chamber would be filled with a force so formidable as to instill fear and trepidation throughout the entirety of Soul Society. Chapter 228, NZNT, Chapter. From the glass ceiling of Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha gazed up at Mundo's perpetually night-shrouded sky. Unusually, the moon, typically. From the glass ceiling of Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha gazed up at Mundo's perpetually night-shrouded sky. Unusually, the moon, typically a crescent, was full. What a beautiful night sky. Yusuker Uchiha remarked, his voice laced with genuine wonder. Barragan Luzenbaron and Mayuri Kuratsuchi exchanged a fleeting glance, unable to comprehend what aspect of Mundo's starless expanse Yusuker Uchiha found so captivating. As their gaze shifted skyward, however, a spectacle unfolded that would leave them utterly speechless. The once white moon now emanated a crimson glow, its surface adorned with a mesmerizing pattern of concentric waves. At the very heart of these waves, a fiery cross-shaped star blazed intensely. Having previously witnessed the unique patterns within Yusuker Uchiha's eyes, both Barragan Luzenbaron and Mayuri Kuratsuchi instantly recognized the undeniable link between this celestial transformation and the enigmatic figure seated upon the throne before them. Nevertheless, they struggled to fathom the sheer magnitude of power that would be required to effect such a dramatic alteration in the moon's appearance. Had they possessed the Rinnegan and commanded sufficient Ryatsu, they would have been capable of projecting the Rinnegan's distinctive pattern onto the lunar surface. It is important to note that such an ability would not entail an actual transformation of the moon's physical form, but rather a projection of an image onto its surface by means of the user's ocular power. Naturally, Yusuker Uchiha elected not to provide his subordinates with an explanation for this extraordinary phenomenon. For a ruler, maintaining an aura of mystery serves to inspire greater reverence and obedience among one's subjects. From this moment forward, Yusuker Uchiha declared, his voice resonating with unwavering authority, the entirety of Mundo shall fall under my unwavering surveillance. Although Yusuker Uchiha's enhanced vision, facilitated by his manipulation of the moon, granted him the ability to perceive all events occurring within his expanded field of vision, his capacity to process the vast influx of information was limited by the inherent constraints of his soul's cognitive abilities. To gain a comprehensive understanding of events transpiring within any given region, Yusuker Uchiha would be compelled to concentrate his gaze upon that specific area. Meanwhile, Barragan Luzenbaron, humbled and subdued, bowed his once proud head, completely submitting to the overwhelming power and commanding presence of Yusuker Uchiha. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, on the other hand, exhibited a look of profound admiration, his eyes radiating an intense desire to delve into the mysteries of Yusuker Uchiha's extraordinary ocular abilities. Observing the contrasting reactions of his two subordinates, Yusuker Uchiha sighed inwardly. While Barragan Luzenbaron's submission appeared genuine, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's inherent rebellious spirit presented a far more formidable challenge to subdue. Indeed, Yusuker Uchiha reflected, those individuals blessed with exceptional talent often possess a pronounced reluctance to yield to the authority of others. As Yusuker Uchiha projected the power of his Rinnegan onto the moon of Mundo, the entirety of the hollow population witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. Overwhelmed by uncertainty and apprehension, most hollows were gripped by fear, fearing the onset of some cataclysmic event within Mundo. Nestled within a grove of uniquely shaped, spiky trees, 4 modest dwellings, constructed from white sandstone, stood in stark contrast to the typical landscape of Mundo. The vast majority of hollows lead a nomadic existence, characterized by constant migration, relentless combat, and the consumption of their brethren. They rarely establish permanent settlements, let alone construct dwellings of the type typically associated with human or Shinigami habitation. Before these 4 structures, 4 female hollows stood poised, their attention directed skyward. These were Haribel and her loyal companions. They, too, were observing the extraordinary celestial phenomenon that had just unfolded. Of this quartet, Haribel stood out, her entire form encased in pristine white bone armor. A massive bone sword was strapped to her back, and beneath her slender, hawk-like eyes, a formidable set of teeth, reminiscent of a shark's, protruded from her jaw. Although she had not yet undergone the transformation into an Arrancar, her physical form was virtually indistinguishable from that of a human female. Her exceptionally well-developed pectoral muscles were particularly striking. The 3 hollows accompanying Haribel possessed distinct physical attributes: Apache, slender of frame and adorned with a prominent horn upon her head; Sung Sun, distinguished by her serpentine tail; and Mila Rose, tall and athletic, with flowing brown hair. These 3 hollows had been rescued by Haribel from the clutches of other hollows, and following their rescue, they had become her steadfast companions. Upon Haribel's transformation into an Arrancar and subsequent alignment with Aizen's forces, they officially assumed the roles of Haribel's fraction. However, the bonds of friendship and loyalty between these 4 individuals remained as strong as ever. Haribel-san, Sung Sun inquired, her gaze fixed upon the heavens, do you believe that this extraordinary transformation of the moon portends some significant event? Apache and Mila Rose, upon hearing Sung Sun's question, directed their anxious gazes towards Haribel, awaiting her response. Haribel, however, responded with a gentle smile. Regardless of the nature of the events that may unfold, Haribel reassured her companions, her voice soft yet resolute, I shall ensure your safety and well-being. Although Haribel's shark-like teeth, a feature that remained even before her transformation into an Arrancar, presented a rather fearsome and intimidating aspect, her 3 companions remained unfazed, each expressing their unwavering determination to protect Haribel, the leader they deeply respected. At that very moment, a peculiar vortex materialized before them, from which emerged a man attired in a striking ensemble, glasses perched upon his nose, a haori, a type of overrobe, with a white base and black trim draped over his shoulders, and a crow perched confidently upon his shoulder. A Shinigami? Haribel exclaimed, her voice laced with suspicion. What reason could you possibly have for appearing in Mundo? Observing the enigmatic Shinigami before her, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, Haribel positioned herself in front of her companions, her expression one of vigilant alertness. The individual who had materialized before them was none other than Yusuke Uchiha, and his purpose in appearing before Haribel and her companions was to recruit them into his burgeoning organization. Dear Haribel, Yusuke Uchiha began, his voice measured and courteous, his expression one of affable cordiality, it is my distinct honor to extend to you an invitation to join the ranks of Las Noches. Haribel's brow furrowed in response to Yusuke Uchiha's proposition. Are you perchance a subordinate of Barragan Luzenbaron? She inquired, her tone skeptical. Convey to him my utter lack of interest in joining his forces. I must confess, however, that the presence of a Shinigami among his ranks is a rather unexpected development. A subtle smirk played upon Yusuke Uchiha's lips. To be precise, he corrected, Barragan Luzenbaron is my subordinate. And given my personal presence here, the possibility of your refusal is no longer a viable option. Barragan Luzenbaron is your subordinate. Haribel repeated, her voice tinged with disbelief. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's assertion, Haribel remained uncertain as to the veracity of his claim. Nevertheless, given the formidable aura of power that emanated from him, she recognized that a confrontation was virtually inevitable. Detaching the massive bone sword from her back, Haribel declared, her voice firm and resolute, I harbor no intention of joining Las Noches. I implore you to depart immediately, lest you compel me to resort to more forceful measures. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a gentle smile. Then, Haribel, he proposed, his voice measured and calm, permit me to witness the full extent of your formidable capabilities. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's challenge, Haribel, fully aware that a confrontation was now unavoidable, composed herself and executed the signature technique of the Arrancar, Sonido. In an instant, she materialized beside Yusuke Uchiha, her bone sword descending in a swift, powerful arc. Sonido, a hallmark technique of the Arrancar, functions in a manner analogous to the Shuinpa technique employed by the Shinigami, granting the user the ability to move at extraordinary speeds. However, it is important to note that the utilization of Sonido is not exclusively limited to Arrancar. The vast majority of hollows simply lack the requisite power and control over their Ryatsu to execute this technique prior to their transformation into Arrancar. Although Yusuke Uchiha harbored a strong inclination to employ the same technique he had utilized to effortlessly deflect Barragan Luzenbaron's axe, that is, to intercept Haribel's bone sword with his bare hand, the sheer immensity of the weapon proved to be a significant impediment. The weapon's size rendered it impossible for him to grasp it effectively with a single hand. With a decisive movement, Yusuke Uchiha drew his Zanpakuto, positioning it across his chest to serve as a formidable barrier against Haribel's forceful blow. The effortless manner in which Yusuke Uchiha parried Haribel's attack instilled a sense of foreboding within Haribel and her companions. As a vasto Lord-class hollow, Haribel had, for all intents and purposes, reigned supreme within Mundo, encountering virtually no opponents capable of challenging her dominance. Stark, widely recognized as the most powerful of the Vasto Lord, was a solitary figure, devoid of any inclination towards conflict, and he had never engaged in combat with any other hollow. Consequently, his existence remained largely unknown to the vast majority of hollows inhabiting Mundo. Ulquiorra Cipher, whose very essence embodied the concept of emptiness, had been ostracized by his peers due to his unique and unsettling appearance, leading him to retreat into the seclusion of the desolate forest known as the Empty Forest, where he spent his days in quiet contemplation. Within the known population of Vasto Lord inhabiting Mundo, only Haribel and Baragan Luzenbairn, the former ruler of this desolate realm, could be considered to be of comparable stature. Therefore, having never previously engaged in combat with Baragan Luzenbairn, Haribel had, until this very moment, encountered no opponent capable of matching her formidable power. Never before had any adversary been able to withstand the full force of her bone sword's devastating blow without faltering or retreating. Chapter 229, NZNT, Chapter. Facing Yusuke Uchiha, calm and smiling, Haribel unleashed her Ryatsu, attempting to overpower him and force him to retreat. Her bone sword. Facing Yusuke Uchiha, calm and smiling, Haribel unleashed her Ryatsu, attempting to overpower him and force him to retreat. Her bone sword's tip flared with a jet of blue Ryatsu, like a thruster, significantly increasing its force. To Haribel's shock, even this enhanced attack couldn't budge the bone sword. It was firmly held in place by Yusuke Uchiha's Zanpakuto. Haribel's three fraction, recognizing their leader's disadvantage, unleashed a powerful combined technique. Each tore off a part of their bodies, merging them to summon a massive monster. This creature was powerfully built, wearing a bone mask with a single horn, thick black mane around its neck, and brownish-green fur covering its lower body and arms. Though humanoid with 4 limbs and upright posture, it also possessed a snake-like tail. This monster, the Chimera Hollow, Aion, was Sung Sun, Apache, and Mila Rose's trump card. Aion possessed immense strength and Ryatsu, nearly rivaling a captain-level Shinigami. Most importantly, it had incredible life force and regeneration. Even cut in two, it could continue fighting. Since Sung Sun, Apache, and Mila Rose weren't yet Arrancar, their Aion was smaller and weaker than the one depicted in the original story. Haribel-san, retreat. Let Aion handle him. Apache shouted. While Aion was powerful, it had a flaw: it attacked indiscriminately. Seeing Aion, Haribel swung her bone sword, using the impact with Yusuke Uchiha's Zanpakuto to create distance. She knew even she would struggle against this behemoth. Impressive power, but this Chimera Hollow has significant room for improvement, Yusuke Uchiha remarked, his voice laced with admiration. With a display of Shuinpa, he combined it with a swift, precise strike, appearing instantly behind Aion and delivering 2 intersecting slashes. To the astonishment of Haribel and her fraction, Aion's body was cleaved into 4 pieces. Despite its incredible life force, and the visible signs of its body slowly regenerating, it was effectively incapacitated, unable to launch any further attacks. Haribel, I gave you all a chance. But from now on, any further attacks against me will be met with lethal force, Yusuke Uchiha stated, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Haribel sheathed her bone sword, her voice low and serious. I'm no match for you, but if you truly want me as your subordinate, you must tell me your purpose. Having witnessed Yusuke Uchiha's overwhelming power, Haribel acknowledged her defeat and accepted his claim of having subjugated Baragan Luzenbairn. A knowing smirk touched Yusuke Uchiha's lips. He had anticipated this question, understanding Haribel's character. Every world needs order. The world of the living, Soul Society, and Hell already possess established order, only Mundo remains governed by the primitive law of the jungle. Yusuke Uchiha addressed Haribel earnestly, join Las Noches. You can personally bring order to Mundo. Yusuke Uchiha was confident in his ability to persuade Haribel. Haribel, driven by her unwavering commitment to the ideal of self-sacrifice, deeply abhorred the prevalent practice of mutual devouring within Mundo, a practice that served as a means of evolution for the Hollows. However, the Hollow's instinct to devour was not solely driven by the pursuit of evolution. More often, it stemmed from an innate, insatiable hunger. Haribel, despite her strong moral compass, lacked the power to alter this deeply ingrained aspect of Hollow nature, and could only strive to maintain her own integrity amidst the pervasive chaos. As expected, the appeal to Haribel's sense of justice and her desire for a more ordered society resonated deeply with her, prompting a visible shift in her demeanor. Then, how do you intend to transform Mundo? Haribel inquired, her voice betraying a hint of cautious optimism. While deeply yearning for the ordered society Yusuke Uchiha had eloquently described, Harabel remained discerning, refusing to blindly accept his pronouncements without a concrete and convincing plan of action. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a reassuring smile. On one hand, we will establish Las Noches as the undisputed authority within Mundo, implementing a just and equitable system of governance. Secondly, we will employ advanced technological methods to address the Hollow's inherent predatory instincts. However, he continued, his tone shifting to one of earnest seriousness, these objectives are far from easily attainable. I shall require the unwavering loyalty and assistance of subordinates I can implicitly trust. Harabel nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the inherent challenges while recognizing the inherent worthiness of the proposed endeavor. One final question, Harabel stated, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with Yusuke Uchiha. Given that you are a Shinigami, what motivates you to undertake such a monumental task on behalf of Mundo? Every individual acts with a specific purpose in mind, and Harabel felt it essential to ascertain Yusuke Uchiha's motives before extending her complete trust. You have misconstrued my intentions, Yusuke Uchiha responded, his voice measured and devoid of any emotional inflection. My actions are not undertaken for the benefit of Mundo, but rather for the advancement of my own ambitions. Without the slightest hesitation or attempt to disguise his unyielding ambition, Yusuke Uchiha, his eyes framed by his spectacles, met Harabel's gaze directly. Upon the establishment of my envisioned order within Mundo, I shall transform Las Noches into an entity that will rival, and ultimately surpass, the formidable Suriitai of Soul Society. Witnessing Yusuke Uchiha's unwavering self-assurance and the palpable conviction with which he articulated his audacious ambitions, Harabel, overcome with a profound sense of awe and respect, gracefully knelt before him, her voice resonating with solemnity and unwavering loyalty. I pledge my unwavering allegiance to your cause, and I shall dedicate my every strength to the attainment of your objectives. Although Yusuke Uchiha's primary motivation stemmed from his own ambition to achieve dominance, the ultimate outcome of his endeavors would undeniably fulfill Harabel's own deeply held aspirations. Furthermore, as a knight imbued with an unwavering spirit of self-sacrifice, Harabel felt it to be her inherent duty to pledge her unwavering allegiance to a true leader, a king worthy of her unwavering devotion. Observing Harabel's complete submission, Yusuke Uchiha extended his hand towards her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Harabel, he stated, his voice warm and inviting, let us embark upon this noble endeavor together. Accepting Yusuke Uchiha's outstretched hand, Harabel rose to her feet, her demeanor one of unwavering resolve. Yusuke-sama, Harabel inquired, her gaze directed towards the night sky, where the moon, now adorned with the intricate pattern of the Rinnegan, hung suspended. Have you observed any unusual occurrences within Mundo? The moon's sudden and dramatic transformation is truly perplexing. Harabel's three fraction approached, their curiosity piqued, eager to learn if this enigmatic and powerful figure possessed any insight into the extraordinary events that had transpired. In response to Harabel's query, Yusuke Uchiha refrained from offering a direct answer, instead gently removing his spectacles. Upon witnessing the identical pattern, mirroring the one displayed upon the lunar surface, imprinted upon Yusuke Uchiha's left eye, Harabel and her companions were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the power that had been unveiled before them. Replacing his spectacles, Yusuke Uchiha noted a marked increase in the level of reverence, even tinged with a hint of trepidation, in the gazes directed towards him. This, he recognized, was precisely the desired effect. Chapter 230, NZNT, Chapter Soul Society, Suriitai. Kenpachi Zaraki had joined the Gotei 13. Due to his exceptional combat prowess and his own insistence, he was ASIG. Soul Society, Suriitai. Kenpachi Zaraki had joined the Gotei 13. Due to his exceptional combat prowess and his own insistence, he was assigned to the 11th Division, a division known for its focus on combat. However, his solitary nature and unconventional personality made him unpopular with his fellow squad members. Did you hear? This newcomer has challenged the captain 5 or 6 times already. He clearly doesn't understand the meaning of death, one squad member scoffed in the 11th Division's break room. Another squad member chuckled, you should look at his name, it includes Kenpachi. Maybe he'll be our boss one day. Both erupted into laughter. Kenpachi Zaraki, the target of their ridicule, was present and overheard their conversation clearly. While the other members of the 11th Division weren't as openly disrespectful, their gazes towards Kenpachi Zaraki were cold and distant, indicating his failure to integrate into the team. Leaning against a wall, cradling his Zanpakuto, Kenpachi Zaraki was far from content. However, as a member of the Gotei 13, he was bound by its rules. If he were to eliminate these two insolent individuals, he would face indefinite imprisonment, forfeiting future opportunities for combat and leaving his companion, Yuichiro Kusajishi, without care. Yuichiro Kusajishi, her face flushed with anger, puffed out her cheeks, making her already cherubic features even rounder. Although she was eager to confront the two who had mocked Kenpachi Zaraki, he restrained her. For a man who preferred to let his blade do the talking, the constraints of the rules prevented him from resorting to violence, and he refused to stoop to petty squabbles with such insignificant individuals. Securing Yuichiro Kusajishi in his right arm, Kenpachi Zaraki decided to take a walk to compose himself. Many frustrations weighed heavily on his mind. His repeated challenges to the current Kenpachi had been met with rejection, followed by the incessant mockery of his fellow squad members. Even more galling was Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's recent change in demeanor. Shortly after Kenpachi Zaraki's integration into the Dodai 13, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni had proactively offered to provide him with swordsmanship instruction. Following their initial encounter, Kenpachi Zaraki had been swiftly and decisively defeated, readily acknowledging the Captain Commander's superior skill and expressing profound gratitude for the offer of tutelage. However, within a matter of days, the Captain Commander's attitude had undergone a dramatic shift. Not only did he cease to proactively seek out Kenpachi Zaraki for training sessions, but even when Kenpachi Zaraki personally sought his guidance, he was met with evasive responses and thinly veiled excuses. Kenpachi Zaraki remained entirely unaware that this abrupt change in attitude stemmed from a directive issued by the Central 46. Furthermore, such matters were not likely to be divulged to him. Kenpachi Zaraki let out a forceful snort, plunging his Zanpakuto into the ground with considerable force, as if attempting to vent his pent-up frustration. Ken-chan, if you're unhappy, let's return to Rukongai. Yuichiro Kusajishi suggested, her voice laced with concern. If not within the Dodai 13, where else could I possibly find acceptance? Kenpachi Zaraki sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. At that very moment, a figure from his past resurfaced in his memory, the enigmatic masked individual he had encountered on a previous occasion. Raising his arm, Kenpachi Zaraki examined the black crow mark that adorned his skin, a frown etching itself onto his brow. As the mysterious individual had previously indicated, he resided within Mundo and had extended an invitation for Kenpachi Zaraki to join his ranks. Should Kenpachi Zaraki accept this invitation, it would inevitably lead him down a path that would be irrevocably at odds with his identity as a Shinigami. Yuichiro Kusajishi, Kenpachi Zaraki inquired, his gaze softening as he lowered his head to meet the gaze of his steadfast companion. Should I choose to venture into Mundo, would you remain by my side? Yuichiro Kusajishi, her face radiant with a childlike smile, responded without hesitation. Naturally. Wherever you may go, I shall follow. Upon hearing Yuichiro Kusajishi's unwavering affirmation, a surge of warmth filled Kenpachi Zaraki's heart. Perhaps it was the unwavering presence of Yuichiro Kusajishi that had prevented him from succumbing entirely to the seductive allure of relentless slaughter. As long as Yuichiro Kusajishi is with me, Kenpachi Zaraki declared, his voice filled with newfound resolve, what difference does it make whether I remain in Soul Society or venture into Mundo? The world is vast and expansive, and since the Dodai 13 has proven incapable of accommodating my unique nature, I shall explore the possibilities that await me within Mundo. Having reached an irrevocable decision, Kenpachi Zaraki utilized his Ryatsu to obliterate the crow mark that had been imprinted upon his arm. Approximately 10 seconds later, a spatial vortex materialized before him, its swirling tendrils beckoning him towards the unknown. Yusuker Uchiha, a raven perched upon his shoulder, observed Kenpachi Zaraki and Yuichiro Kusajishi, now attired in their Shinigami uniforms, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Have you both reached a decision? He inquired, his voice measured yet cordial. Upon your entry into Mundo, you will become my subordinates. Yusuker Uchiha's current appearance differed dramatically from the form he had assumed during their initial encounter, leaving Kenpachi Zaraki and Yuichiro Kusajishi momentarily perplexed. However, Kenpachi Zaraki, leveraging his innate ability to discern the presence of powerful spiritual energy, quickly identified the bespectacled men before him as the enigmatic masked individual from their previous encounter. Serving as your subordinate presents no issue, Kenpachi Zaraki declared, his characteristic grin splitting his face, provided that you can furnish me with the opportunity to experience the unadulterated thrill of unrestrained combat. Kenpachi Zaraki's countenance was far from benign, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of unrestrained ferocity. His grin alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of most individuals. Yusuker Uchiha responded with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, he replied, his voice calm and confident, you shall not be disappointed. Approaching Kenpachi Zaraki with deliberate steps, Yusuker Uchiha placed one hand firmly upon his shoulder, while simultaneously scooping up Yuichiro Kusajishi in his other hand. With a swift activation of his Kamui spatial displacement technique, the trio instantaneously reappeared within the opulent confines of Las Noches' throne room. Gazing upon the surrounding splendor of the palace, Kenpachi Zaraki's brow furrowed in a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. I had been led to believe that Mundo was a desolate wasteland, he remarked, his voice laced with incredulity, inhabited solely by hollows who dwell within crudely fashioned caves. Yet, here before me stands a palace of such grandeur. Yusuker Uchiha responded calmly, this is Las Noches, and it shall serve as the supreme governing body of Mundo. You may consider it analogous to the Siriitii of Soul Society. The Siriitii, you say? That certainly wasn't a particularly pleasant place to reside, Kenpachi Zaraki remarked, a wry smile playing upon his lips. At this juncture, Kenpachi Zaraki's demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, his expression contorting into a ferocious grimace, his eyes burning with an intense battle lust as he fixed his gaze upon Yusuke Uchiha. Now then, he declared, his voice resonating with unwavering conviction, in your capacity as my superior, it is incumbent upon you to demonstrate the requisite strength to effectively command my formidable power. Yusuke Uchiha found himself taken aback by Kenpachi Zaraki's unexpectedly circuitous approach to issuing a challenge, his blunt declaration of intent cloaked in a veneer of formality. Nevertheless, Yusuke Uchiha had anticipated this confrontation from the outset. Observing Kenpachi Zaraki's palpable eagerness for combat, Yusuke Uchiha responded with a composed smile. Very well, he replied, his voice steady and controlled, permit me to assess whether your strength truly merits your ascension to a position of high rank within the esteemed ranks of Las Noches. Chapter 231, NZNT, Chapter. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha accept his challenge, Kenpachi Zaraki's already wide grin widened further. He unleashed a ferocious swing with high. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha accept his challenge, Kenpachi Zaraki's already wide grin widened further. He unleashed a ferocious swing with his heavily damaged, saw-toothed Zanpakuto, aiming it directly at Yusuke Uchiha. Kenpachi Zaraki held nothing back, pouring all his Ryatsu into the attack. He fully expected that the men before him, radiating an aura of immense power, would not be easily defeated. Yachiru Kusajishi leaped back, putting herself safely out of the immediate range of the clash. Whenever Kenpachi Zaraki engaged in combat, Yachiru Kusajishi would faithfully observe from a safe distance, offering words of encouragement and support should he find himself at a disadvantage. Clang. A sharp, metallic clang echoed through the chamber, causing both Kenpachi Zaraki and the observing Yachiru Kusajishi to register expressions of utter disbelief. With astonishing ease, Yusuke Uchiha had deflected Kenpachi Zaraki's full-powered strike using only 2 fingers. The sharp sound had originated from the impact of Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto against Yusuke Uchiha's solidified spiritual pressure. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Kenpachi Zaraki, far from experiencing any sense of fear or discouragement, displayed an even more pronounced expression of exhilaration. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. Kenpachi Zaraki roared, his voice echoing through the chamber, I have only ever witnessed such an overwhelming display of spiritual pressure emanating from the captain commander of the Dodai 13. With a thunderous cry, Kenpachi Zaraki's spiritual pressure surged, increasing by nearly double the intensity of his previous, self-proclaimed full-power attack. He launched another attack with his Zanpakuto, yet the outcome remained unchanged. His blade was effortlessly deflected by Yusuke Uchiha's hand. At this juncture, Yusuke Uchiha could discern that Kenpachi Zaraki was currently operating at the nadir of his capabilities. Having long been deprived of formidable adversaries capable of pushing him to his limits, Kenpachi Zaraki's combat prowess had gradually diminished, his body and spirit acclimating to environments that provided only a modicum of the exhilarating thrill of true combat. His current strength was noticeably inferior to what it had been during their previous encounter. With a speed that Kenpachi Zaraki was incapable of perceiving, Yusuke Uchiha drew his Zanpakuto, executing a swift and precise strike before returning the blade to its scabbard with equal swiftness. A spray of crimson blood erupted into the air as Kenpachi Zaraki, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound marring his chest. The contest is concluded, Kenpachi Zaraki, Yusuke Uchiha declared, his voice devoid of any emotion. In your current state, you are not yet deemed worthy of assuming a high-ranking position within Las Noches. For the time being, you shall serve as Yachiru Kusajishi's subordinate. Although Yusuke Uchiha expressed some disappointment with the level of power Kenpachi Zaraki had demonstrated, he harbored no intention of abandoning him. Instead, he planned to allow Kenpachi Zaraki to gradually restore his combat prowess through a series of rigorous engagements. Yachiru Kusajishi, accustomed to witnessing Kenpachi Zaraki's frequent injuries, remained unfazed by the sight of his grievous wound. Moreover, she readily perceived that Yusuke Uchiha had no intention of causing Kenpachi Zaraki any lasting harm. With a calm and steady hand, she proceeded to tend to his wounds. Kenpachi Zaraki, however, remained in a state of stunned disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared out through the transparent ceiling of Las Noches at the boundless expanse of the night sky. Kenpachi Zaraki struggled to comprehend the reasons behind his utter defeat, convinced that this was not a true reflection of his capabilities. He was certain that, even if he had been unable to prevail against the formidable Yusuke Uchiha, he should have at least been able to experience the exhilarating thrill of a truly challenging and rewarding battle, rather than this crushing sense of utter defeat. Having completed the task of tending to Kenpachi Zaraki's wounds, Yachiru Kusajishi turned her attention to Yusuke Uchiha, her voice laced with curiosity. Does this mean that I am now Kenchan's superior? She inquired. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a gentle smile, stroking Yachiru Kusajishi's head affectionately. Simultaneously, a black crow descended from the heavens, its shadow imprinted upon Yachiru Kusajishi's arm in the form of a distinctive crow mark. After meticulously explaining the significance and function of the crow mark to Yuichiro Kusajishi, Yusuker Uchiha formally announced her appointment to the position of chairwoman of Las Noches Women's Association. Given Yuichiro Kusajishi's previous role as the head of the Women's Shinigami Association within the Seirei, Yusuker Uchiha was confident that she possessed the requisite skills and experience to excel in this new capacity. Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's proclamation, Yuichiro Kusajishi's eyes lit up with excitement. With a playful yet determined gesture, she delivered a resounding pat to Kenpachi Saraki's chest. "Ken-chan," she announced, her voice brimming with enthusiasm, "from this day forward, you shall serve as the vice-chairman of Las Noches Women's Association." Yuichiro Kusajishi's announcement jolted Kenpachi Zaraki from his state of stunned silence, only to plunge him into an even deeper state of bewilderment. A seasoned warrior such as myself, reduced to the position of vice-chairman of the Women's Association, he mused incredulously. On the second day following the integration of Kenpachi Zaraki and Yuichiro Kusajishi into the ranks of Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha convened a gathering of all high-ranking members of the organization to formulate a comprehensive strategy for the next phase of their expansion. Within the vast confines of the opulent throne room, Yusuker Uchiha occupied the elevated throne, his presence commanding the attention of all present. To his left, seated in order of seniority, were Barragan Luzenbaron, serving as the Grand Administrator, and Haribel, appointed as the head of the guard. To his right, occupying positions of considerable influence, were Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the director of the Research and Development Institute, and Yuichiro Kusajishi, the newly appointed chairwoman of the Women's Association. Kenpachi Zaraki, in his capacity as Yuichiro Kusajishi's subordinate, was granted special permission to enter the throne room, where he stood attentively behind his superior. "Esteemed colleagues," Yusuker Uchiha declared, his voice resonating with authority, "from this day forward, we shall resolutely pursue the ambitious goal of unifying the entirety of Mundo. The initial phase of this undertaking shall entail the formation of an elite team of exceptionally powerful hollows, to be known as the Espada. Each member of the Espada," Yusuker Uchiha continued, his voice measured and deliberate, "shall bear a responsibility analogous to that of a captain within the esteemed ranks of the Godai 13. They will be charged with leading their respective subordinates and maintaining the unwavering rule of Las Noches, thereby ensuring that the entirety of Mundo is brought under the complete and absolute control of Las Noches." Although the individuals present remained uncertain as to the rationale behind the selection of the appellation Espada for this newly formed elite unit, none dared to voice their queries. At present, Barragan Luzenbaron and Haribel have already demonstrated the requisite qualifications to be inducted into the esteemed ranks of the Espada, Yusuker Uchiha announced, his voice firm and resolute. "As for the remaining 8 positions, I shall personally undertake the recruitment of 2 Vasto Lord-class hollows. The task of identifying and securing the remaining 6 candidates will fall to Haribel and Kenpachi Zaraki." Yusuker Uchiha's strategic allocation of responsibilities was predicated upon the dual objectives of providing Kenpachi Zaraki with ample opportunities to hone his combat skills and simultaneously ensuring that Haribel served as a stabilizing influence upon Kenpachi Zaraki's potentially unrestrained aggression. The myriad of exceedingly powerful Ajuchas inhabiting Mundo would provide Kenpachi Zaraki with an ideal environment to gradually restore his combat prowess. Haribel's presence, meanwhile, would serve the dual purpose of mitigating any potential mishaps on Kenpachi Zaraki's part and preventing the premature demise of exceptionally powerful hollows at the hands of Kenpachi Zaraki's unrestrained and potentially lethal attacks. Having concluded his exposition of the strategic plan, Yusuker Uchiha turned his attention towards Barragan Luzenbaron, who occupied the position of seniority on his left. "The news of Las Noches recruitment efforts has been disseminated, has it not?" he inquired. "Have you identified any individuals who possess the potential to become valuable assets to our organization?" Barragan Luzenbaron responded with utmost deference. "Yusuke-sama," he replied, his voice respectful, "in accordance with the criteria you have established for spiritual pressure, no hollows have yet emerged who meet the stringent requirements for Espada status. The most formidable hollows we have encountered thus far have only attained the rank of officer." Yusuke Uchiha nodded in acknowledgement. "I am aware of this," he responded. This development was entirely anticipated by Yusuke Uchiha. Hollows possessing the requisite spiritual pressure to qualify for Espada status were, without exception, dominant figures within their respective territories and would have little incentive to relinquish their autonomy and pledge allegiance to Las Noches. However, for Yusuke Uchiha, whose ambition is to establish absolute control over Mundo, the reign of these independent hollows is drawing to a close. They will be presented with an ultimatum: either submit to the authority of Las Noches or face annihilation. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Kenpachi Zaraki and Haribel sought out Barragan Luzenbaron, obtaining intelligence regarding the locations of numerous formidable hollows, and prepared to embark upon their mission to recruit these powerful beings into their ranks. Meanwhile, Yusuke Uchiha made his way to the Research and Development Institute, where he engaged in a discussion with Mayuri Kuratsuchi concerning future research initiatives. For Yusuke Uchiha, the Research and Development Institute represented the most crucial component of his overall strategy. Chapter 232, NZNT, Chapter. The Research and Development Institute, under Mayuri Kuratsuchi's direction, was already taking shape. while only a handful of hollows acted. The Research and Development Institute, under Mayuri Kuratsuchi's direction, was already taking shape. While only a handful of hollows acted as assistants, the various devices gave the impression of a high-tech research facility. This is. Yusuker Uchiha gazed at a large nutrient tank, inside which a woman resembling Mayuri Kuratsuchi's lieutenant from the original story floated. Mayuri Kuratsuchi smirked with satisfaction. This is my future lieutenant, Nimu Kuratsuchi. My own subordinates are always more to my liking. Yusuker Uchiha nodded, offering no further inquiry, and complimented Mayuri Kuratsuchi's efficiency. I'm very pleased with the Research and Development Institute. The next step is recruiting staff, but be prepared to train them from the ground up. Mayuri Kuratsuchi's face lit up with anticipation. The authority Yusuker Uchiha granted him far surpassed what he had as the Siri-Iti Research and Development Institute director. Building his own research team was his greatest ambition. Mayuri Kuratsuchi had dedicated all his energy to Las Noches' technological advancement, and Yusuker Uchiha intended to award him the Best Officer award at the year-end Las Noches conference. Training them from scratch is ideal, Mayuri Kuratsuchi stated. They're blank slates, more receptive to my scientific principles. I've never been one for those who've already been trained elsewhere. Yusuker Uchiha chuckled, it won't be long before you're busy with training sessions. Gathering young souls from Rukongai was effortless for Yusuker Uchiha, he simply dispatched the crow. The crow would identify those with exceptional spiritual pressure and transport them to Hueco Mundo via Kamui. About the data I showed you last time, do you think you can create it? Yusuker Uchiha was referring to the Hogyoku data. He decided to entrust the Hogyoku research to Mayuri Kuratsuchi, overseeing the project from the sidelines. Upon hearing mention of the Hogyoku, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eyes burned with fervent enthusiasm. It's a brilliant concept, though still in its rudimentary stages. The original designer's plans contain numerous contradictions and inconsistencies. However, given sufficient time, I am certain that I can bring the Hogyoku to fruition. This is beyond doubt. Witnessing Mayuri Kuratsuchi's unwavering confidence, Yusuker Uchiha felt reassured. Mayuri Kuratsuchi's plan involved utilizing hollows in the creation of the Hogyoku. While the resulting artifact wouldn't be a fully realized Hogyoku, it would be sufficient for enhancing individual power and facilitating the Arankarization process of hollows. Furthermore, Yusuker Uchiha continued, his tone shifting to a new subject, regarding the creation of Asachi, unawakened Zanpakuto, do you have any insights to offer? Mindful of his limited supply of only 200 Asachi, Yusuker Uchiha posed this question, highlighting another research project that held considerable significance in his overall strategy. Mayuri Kuratsuchi furrowed his brow, shaking his head in response. This particular challenge has proven to be rather intractable, he admitted. That old coot, Nemea, must have incorporated some unknown element or process into the creation of these artifacts, as I have yet to uncover the key to replicating his methods. Yusuker Uchiha simply nodded in acknowledgement, betraying no sign of disappointment. For millennia, the creation of all Zanpakuto for the Shinigami had been the sole domain of Nemea Otsu, and it stood to reason that he must have possessed some closely guarded secrets that had not been passed down to subsequent generations. Thus, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's struggle to crack this particular enigma was entirely understandable. As Yusuker Uchiha and Mayuri Kuratsuchi continued to deliberate upon the research into mitigating the inherent hunger of hollows, Yusuker Uchiha suddenly sensed a disruption in the spiritual pressure emanating from the crow mark he had previously bestowed upon Neliel II Odelschwank. Yusuker Uchiha immediately surmised that Neliel II Odelschwank must have encountered some grave peril, necessitating his immediate intervention. Utilizing his Rinnegan, which had been projected onto the lunar surface, Yusuker Uchiha directed his gaze towards the precise location where the spiritual pressure of the crow mark had vanished. There, before his very eyes, Neliel II Odelschwank stood defiantly before her gravely injured companions, Peshquatish and Dondo Chaka Burstan, a double-headed bone spear clutched firmly within her grasp. However, Neliel II Odelschwank herself bore the marks of a brutal engagement, with the bone armor protecting her shoulder and hind legs, in her goat form, shattered and stained with copious amounts of blood. Facing her stood a formidable leopard-shaped hollow, its entire body encased in pristine white bone armor, surrounded by a retinue of lesser hollows who appeared to be its subordinates. Based upon the distinctive features of this leopard-shaped hollow and the potent spiritual pressure it exuded, a level that placed it among the most powerful Ajuchas, Yusuker Uchiha instantly recognized its identity. This formidable hollow was none other than Grimmjow Jägerjacques, the sixth Espada. Grimmjow Jägerjacques let out a mocking laugh, his lithe body transforming into a blur of motion as he launched a lightning-fast assault against Neliel II Odelschwank. His relatively compact frame and feline form provided him with exceptional agility and fluidity of movement. Among the original Espada, Grimmjow Jägerjacques was renowned for his unparalleled speed. Unwavering in her resolve, Neliel II Odelschwank met Grimmjow Jägerjacques' attack head-on, thrusting her double-headed bone spear towards him with unwavering determination. However, Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques, with his exceptional dexterity and reflexes, effortlessly sidestepped her attack, executing a swift maneuver that allowed him to seize Neliel 2 Odelschwank from an unexpected angle, his jaws clamping down upon her ribs. With a sudden burst of spiritual pressure emanating from his mouth, Grimmjow Jaeger-Jack's sharp fangs easily tore through Neliel 2 Odelschwank's bone armor, resulting in a geyser of blood erupting from the wound. Unrelenting in his assault, Grimmjow Jaeger-Jack's eyes burned with a malevolent intensity as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow, utilizing the full force of his powerful jaws to inflict further grievous injuries upon his helpless prey. Yusuker Uchiha, Neliel 2 Odelschwank's voice, barely a whisper, echoed in her mind, "Will you come to my aid?" Overwhelmed by a profound sense of urgency, Neliel 2 Odelschwank's heart pounded in her chest. Should she perish in this encounter, her friends, Dondo Chaka Burstan and Peshquatish, would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Her only hope now rested upon the crow mark that Yusuker Uchiha had bestowed upon her. "Of course, my dear Neliel 2 Odelschwank. I am your friend, after all." Just as Neliel 2 Odelschwank's thoughts were consumed by a fervent plea for Yusuker Uchiha's intervention, a voice, gentle yet firm, resonated within her mind. The searing pain that had been radiating from her ribs suddenly subsided, and the leopard-shaped hollow that had been clamping its jaws upon her was violently flung aside by an unseen force. Gazing upon the figure who had materialized before her, Neliel 2 Odelschwank, despite the significant alteration in Yusuker Uchiha's appearance compared to their initial encounter, instantly recognized her third friend in Mundo through a keen intuition. With a resounding cry, Neliel 2 Odelschwank embraced Yusuker Uchiha's leg, her body racked with sobs. "Wah," she wailed, "I truly believed that I was doomed to perish." Yusuker Uchiha gently stroked Neliel 2 Odelschwank's head, offering words of comfort and reassurance. "Fear not, my dear Neliel 2 Odelschwank," he said, his voice calm and soothing. "While I am here, no harm shall befall you. Rest for a moment, and allow me to attend to these matters." Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's words, Neliel 2 Odelschwank nodded obediently, stepping aside to allow him to engage his opponents. In doing so, she inadvertently left a trail of tears and sticky nasal mucus upon Yusuker Uchiha's haori. Observing a strand of mucus still clinging precariously to Neliel 2 Odelschwank's nose, Yusuker Uchiha's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. "It's washable," he muttered to himself repeatedly, attempting to quell his rising annoyance. Chapter 233, NZNT, Chapter. "You're from Las Noches. And you're a Shinigami." Before Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques could launch another attack after Yusuker Uchiha's sudden and. "You're from Las Noches. And you're a Shinigami." Before Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques could launch another attack after Yusuker Uchiha's sudden and unsettling appearance, a tall, slender hollow behind him spoke. Yusuker Uchiha had a vivid memory of this gaunt hollow. Yusuker Uchiha greatly admired the loyalty most hollows showed their leaders, and this hollow was a prime example. This tall, thin hollow was Xiaolong Kofang, a long-serving subordinate of Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques. Upon recognizing Grimmjow Jaeger-Jack's potential to transcend the Ajucha's rank and evolve into a Vasto Lord, Xiaolong Kofang had remarkably convinced his fellow subordinates to willingly sacrifice portions of their souls to be absorbed by Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques, thereby facilitating his accelerated growth. As a consequence of this selfless act, Xiaolong Kofang, along with the other subordinates of Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques, regressed from their Ajucha's forms to the weaker Jillian rank, irrevocably forfeiting any chance of future evolution. From Xiaolong Kofang's current physical form and the intensity of his spiritual pressure, Yusuker Uchiha deduced that he had not yet allowed Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques to absorb any fragment of his own soul. Furthermore, Yusuker Uchiha was not the least bit surprised that Xiaolong Kofang immediately identified him as being affiliated with Las Noches. Barragan Luzenbaron had already initiated a recruitment drive under the Las Noches banner, and all hollows who had subsequently joined the organization had been outfitted with the distinctive uniforms of Las Noches. Consequently, it was now relatively straightforward to identify members affiliated with Las Noches within Mundo, a state of affairs that precisely aligned with Yusuker Uchiha's strategic objectives. "Indeed," Yusuker Uchiha replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, "I perceive that several of you possess considerable strength. Las Noches is currently seeking to expand its ranks, and I believe that you would be valuable additions to our organization. Therefore, I extend an invitation for you to join me." Yusuker Uchiha's words were delivered with an air of unwavering confidence, his expression conveying an unshakable belief in the inevitability of their acquiescence. Upon hearing Yusuker Uchiha's proposition, Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques, who had been forcibly flung aside moments earlier, let out a furious roar. "What kind of joke is this?" he bellowed, his voice filled with rage. "I intend to eliminate you right here and now." No sooner had the words left his lips than Grimmjow Jaeger-Jacques, employing the swift and silent movement technique known as sonido, instantaneously materialized at Yusuker Uchiha's side, his maw agape, revealing a terrifying array of razor-sharp teeth as he lunged forward to inflict a fatal bite upon Yusuker Uchiha. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust, obscuring the scene from the view of all present. Before the dust had even begun to settle, the unmistakable sound of Grimmjow Jaegerjack's anguished cry pierced the air. As the dust gradually dissipated, Grimmjow Jaegerjack's was revealed to be pinned to the ground, his leopard-like head firmly restrained within the grasp of Yusuke Uchiha's powerful hand, his body half buried within the sandy earth. Yusuke Uchiha's other hand, meanwhile, held his Zanpakuto, the blade of which had pierced Grimmjow Jaegerjack's chest, effectively immobilizing him. Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, Yusuke Uchiha stated, his voice calm and measured, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, I must confess that I am genuinely impressed by the formidable power and untapped potential that you possess. However, I must caution you that your recent attempt to launch a surprise attack upon me shall be tolerated only once. Should you decline my offer to join Las Noches, or should you dare to raise a hand against me again, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you without mercy. Yusuke Uchiha's words were delivered with a serene smile, yet his eyes betrayed a glint of unwavering resolve, a stark warning to his captive. Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, consumed by a fit of uncontrollable rage, was wholly oblivious to the gravity of Yusuke Uchiha's threat. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of furious invective, Xiaolong Kofang, having finally recovered from his initial state of shock, let out a sharp cry, calling out to Grimmjow Jaegerjack's. At the sound of Xiaolong Kofang's voice, and upon observing Yusuke Uchiha's seemingly benign yet undeniably menacing expression, a flicker of reason ignited within Grimmjow Jaegerjack's mind, causing him to regain his composure. Xiaolong Kofang and the other hollows present breathed a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing the efficacy of Xiaolong Kofang's intervention. In their estimation, Grimmjow Jaegerjack's was the hollow who had come closest to attaining the coveted rank of Vasto Lord within Mundo. Since pledging their allegiance to Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, they had consistently achieved victory in every encounter, their dominance unchallenged, provided they avoided confrontation with the established Vasto Lord. The fact that this enigmatic Shinigami had effortlessly subdued Grimmjow Jaegerjack's left no doubt in their minds that he operated on a completely different plane of power. Should they choose to defy this formidable opponent, annihilation would be their inevitable fate. Neliel Tu Odelschwank, along with Dondo Chaka and Peshquatish, who had just regained consciousness, stood rooted to the spot, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the masked hollow they had encountered earlier possessed such an overwhelming level of power. Just who are you? Grimmjow Jaegerjack's demanded, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and frustration, his words punctuated by gritted teeth. And how did you come to know my name? Yusuke Uchiha calmly sheathed his Zanpakuto, a serene smile gracing his lips as he responded. I am the sovereign ruler of Las Noches, he declared, his voice resonating with unwavering authority, and I am destined to become the undisputed master of the entirety of Mundo. Your every action, every movement, has been under my unwavering surveillance. In truth, the Rinnegan that Yusuke Uchiha had projected onto the lunar surface had not actually been focused upon Grimmjow Jaegerjack's. This statement had been a calculated fabrication, intended to enhance his aura of power and instill fear into the hearts of his adversaries. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's pronouncements, Grimmjow Jaegerjack's erupted into a fit of laughter. The entirety of Mundo under your surveillance, he scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you truly believe yourself to be a deity? Grimmjow Jaegerjack's had intended to unleash a further barrage of scathing remarks, but upon receiving a series of urgent signals from Xiaolong Kofang, he managed to suppress his impulse. A deity, you say? Yusuke Uchiha responded, his voice calm and measured, his expression betraying no hint of offense. Perhaps. From your perspective, I am indeed the deity of Mundo. The moon that hangs in the heavens above serves as my very eyes, and there is no one within Mundo who can escape my gaze. As Yusuke Uchiha spoke these words, he subtly shifted his spectacles, momentarily revealing the Rinnegan in his left eye. Although this revelation was fleeting, it was sufficient to leave all those present utterly speechless. Wow, Yusuke Uchiha, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you sick? Neliel Tu Odelschwank exclaimed. This broke the carefully cultivated atmosphere of intimidation that Yusuke Uchiha had been so diligently constructing. However, for Yusuke Uchiha, whose power was so overwhelmingly superior to that of his adversaries, this minor setback was of little consequence. Turning his gaze back towards Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, Yusuke Uchiha pressed his inquiry. Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, he stated, his voice unwavering, the time has come for you to render your decision. Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, fully cognizant of the fact that he possessed no genuine freedom of choice, and under the weight of Yusuke Uchiha's overwhelming power, made the decision to submit, mirroring the decision he had made in the original storyline to pledge his allegiance to Aizen's formidable might. Yusuke Uchiha bestowed upon Grimmjow Jaegerjack's the distinctive crow mark, a symbol of his newly acquired status within Las Noches. Employing his mastery of spatial displacement, Yusuke Uchiha, accompanied by Neliel Tu Odelschwank and her companions, swiftly returned to the opulent confines of Las Noches. Grimmjow Jaegerjack's, Yusuke Uchiha's voice echoed through the air following the closure of the Kamui spatial vortex. I expect you to report to Las Noches within 3 days. That damn. Grimmjow Jaeger began to mutter a furious imprecation, but upon catching sight of the Rinnegan projected onto the lunar surface, seemingly fixed upon him, he abruptly ceased his outburst. He was uncertain as to whether Yusuke Uchiha possessed the ability to perceive his unspoken thoughts, but he deemed it prudent to avoid any further provocation that might incur the wrath of this formidable adversary. Shalong Kofang, Grimmjow Jaeger inquired, his gaze directed towards the heavens, if I were to achieve the transformation into a Vasto Lord, do you believe that I would then possess the strength to overcome him? Shalong Kofang, shaking his head in response, offered a somber assessment. No, he replied, his voice laced with a hint of resignation. It would appear that, as he himself has asserted, his power transcends the realm of the ordinary. If he is indeed the true master of Las Noches, then it follows that even Baragan Luzenbaern, a Vasto Lord of considerable power, is merely his subordinate. Observing Grimmjow Jaeger's expression of dejection, Shalong Kofang sought to offer words of encouragement. Perhaps, he suggested, this development presents us with an unprecedented opportunity, a chance to gain access to a level of power that would otherwise remain beyond our reach. At Shalong Kofang's words, a glimmer of renewed hope flickered within Grimmjow Jaeger's eyes. Indeed, Grimmjow Jaeger mused to himself, I am merely a hollow consumed by the relentless pursuit of power. There is little room for sentimentality or self-pity. Should I join Las Noches, and thereby gain access to the guidance of a truly formidable individual, the path ahead may well become significantly clearer. On the fringes of Mundo, there exists a place known as the Empty Forest. The trees within this desolate expanse are devoid of leaves, reduced to mere branches and roots, their surfaces uniformly coated in a stark white hue, lending the forest an ethereal and otherworldly appearance. This forest is devoid of any hollow inhabitants, with the sole exception of Ulquiorra Cipher, a Vasto Lord of exceptional power. From the moment of his inception, Ulquiorra Cipher's physical form differed markedly from that of his brethren. With the exception of his eyes and tear ducts, his body was entirely devoid of pigmentation, exhibiting a stark, alabaster hue. His unusual appearance, coupled with the overwhelming spiritual pressure indicative of his Vasto Lord status, caused other hollows to instinctively recoil from his presence. As Ulquiorra Cipher wandered through the desolate expanse of the empty forest, he experienced a profound sense of resonance with its stark and desolate beauty, leading him to make the decision to spend the remainder of his existence within this uniquely desolate environment. However, Ulquiorra Cipher himself was entirely unprepared for the extraordinary transformation that would soon befall him. Within the confines of the empty forest, he achieved a feat that had eluded virtually every other hollow, the spontaneous attainment of Arrancar status. Ulquiorra Cipher, aside from Stark, the formidable First Espada, was the only Vasto Lord to have achieved this remarkable feat of independent Arrancarization. At this very moment, the tranquility of the empty forest was disturbed by the arrival of an uninvited guest, Yusuke Uchiha, whose intention was to recruit Ulquiorra Cipher into his burgeoning organization. Upon witnessing Yusuke Uchiha emerge from a spatial vortex, Ulquiorra Cipher betrayed no sign of surprise or alarm, remaining seated cross-legged upon the ground, his gaze fixed upon the earth, as if oblivious to Yusuke Uchiha's presence. Having already undergone the transformation into an Arrancar, Ulquiorra Cipher had chosen to live a solitary existence within the pristine white forest, foregoing any form of attire, and was therefore completely nude. Retrieving a set of Las Noches uniforms, emblazoned with the distinctive crow mark, from the confines of his Kamui dimension, Yusuke Uchiha placed the attire before Ulquiorra Cipher. Ulquiorra Cipher, Yusuke Uchiha stated, his voice measured and direct, don this uniform, and accompany me to Las Noches. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's command, Ulquiorra Cipher cast a fleeting glance at Yusuke Uchiha before proceeding to don the uniform with deliberate movements. Once he had completed dressing, Ulquiorra Cipher turned his gaze towards Yusuke Uchiha, his expression one of quiet curiosity. What is the reason for your seeking me out? He inquired. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a warm smile. It is simply because you possess exceptional strength, and I require your assistance in achieving my objectives, he explained. However, of even greater importance is the fact that within Las Noches, you will discover the true meaning and purpose of your existence. Ulquiorra Cipher, whose defining negative emotion was emptiness, harbored a deep-seated longing to find meaning in his existence. To address this psychological malady, Yusuke Uchiha had devised a deceptively simple strategy, to keep him perpetually occupied. With remarkable ease, Yusuke Uchiha succeeded in persuading Ulquiorra Cipher to join Las Noches. Given his exceptional loyalty, efficiency, and intellectual capacity, Ulquiorra Cipher represented an ideal candidate to serve as Yusuke Uchiha's trusted assistant. Following the successful recruitment of Ulquiorra Cipher, Yusuke Uchiha was further elated by another development, the voluntary accession of Stark to the ranks of Las Noches. Stark's full name was Coyote Stark, and his defining negative emotion was loneliness. As the most formidable Vasto Lord within Mundo, his profound sense of isolation was beyond the comprehension of others. In an effort to alleviate his profound loneliness, Lilyneti Gingerbuck, his original form, had chosen to split herself into two distinct entities. Lily Nettie Gingerbuck was the volatile, impetuous young girl who accompanied Stark, transforming into a pistol capable of firing seroblasts upon Stark's release of his Zanpakuto. Remarkably, according to Stark's own recollections, he had been created by Lily Nettie Gingerbuck, his subordinate. The precise reasons behind Lily Nettie Gingerbuck's decision to bestow the majority of her power upon Stark, thereby establishing him as the dominant entity within their combined form, remain unclear. However, for two beings who share a singular consciousness, the issue of dominance is largely inconsequential. Their primary objective is to alleviate their mutual loneliness. With an understanding of Stark's motivations, his decision to join Las Noches becomes readily apparent. He simply sought to find kindred spirits within Las Noches, thereby escaping the profound isolation that had long plagued his existence. Thus, all known Vasto Lord-class hollows within Mundo had pledged their allegiance to Yusuker Uchiha. Chapter 234, NZNT, Chapter 10 years later, a wandering Shinigami named Yusuker Uchiha arrived at the Iti. In the Dodai 13 headquarters main hall, all the current. 10 years later, a wandering Shinigami named Yusuker Uchiha arrived at the Iti. In the Dodai 13 headquarters main hall, all the current captains, led by Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, were assembled. Standing calmly in the center of the hall was Yusuker Uchiha, dressed in ordinary samurai attire. Yusuker Uchiha still wore glasses that concealed his eyes' pupils, and a katana hung at his waist, quite unlike Ryūjin Jakka in style. Yusuker Uchiha's plan was to join the Dodai 13 to better understand Soul Society, particularly Kasukurahara and Aizen. While Yusuker Uchiha was generally familiar with the events of the Shinigami world, Shinigami lifespans are long, and significant events span centuries. To uncover hidden truths or intervene, precise timing is crucial. Therefore, Yusuker Uchiha decided to personally join the Dodai 13 as a captain to avoid missing important events. The Iti welcomes the addition of Shinigami, especially powerful ones. For instance, when the wandering Shinigami Kenpachi Zaraki joined, Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, recognizing his potential, readily accepted him and even offered personal guidance in swordsmanship. However, Kenpachi Zaraki's personality hindered his integration into the group, leading to friction with his teammates. Furthermore, the Central 46, harboring reservations, prohibited Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni from providing him with further instruction, creating an opportunity for Yusuker Uchiha to recruit him. Upon hearing that a Shinigami who had mastered Bankai wished to join the Dodai 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni immediately summoned all the captains to jointly evaluate and assess the Shinigami. As the captains scrutinized Yusuker Uchiha, he in turn observed the current captain lineup, gaining an understanding of the Iti's current leadership. Since Aizen's holification experiments on several captains and lieutenants hadn't yet occurred, members of the Visored, such as Shusuke Amagai and Kensei Maguruma, were still present within the Dodai 13. Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin also remained as captains of the 12th and 2nd divisions, respectively. Among all the captains, the one who most captivated Yusuker Uchiha's attention was, naturally, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, the captain commander. Sharing the Zanpakuto Ryūjin Jakka, he would inevitably become Yusuker Uchiha's destined adversary. Gazing upon the imposing figure before him, a man of formidable stature and commanding presence, Yusuker Uchiha addressed him with a courteous smile. "My name is Yusuker Uchiha. I am a Shinigami who has been wandering Soul Society. I have come today with the intention of joining the Dodai 13. What is your purpose in seeking to join the Dodai 13? Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni inquired, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. "I have been living in seclusion within Soul Society, dedicating myself to rigorous self-cultivation, until quite recently I conceived the notion of joining the Dodai 13, Yusuker Uchiha responded, his voice measured and calm. The Dodai 13 serves as a cornerstone of stability within Soul Society, and given my admittedly modest capabilities, I aspire to contribute my efforts to the preservation of this stability. Subsequently, the assembled captains proceeded to pose a series of inquiries regarding Yusuker Uchiha's origins, delving into aspects such as his family background and the unique capabilities of his Zanpakuto. To each of these inquiries, Yusuker Uchiha responded with carefully prepared and meticulously crafted answers. "You claim to have mastered Bankai," Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni stated, his voice measured and deliberate. "Therefore, it is incumbent upon you to demonstrate the extent of your power. Should your abilities prove to be commensurate with the demands of the position, the Dodai 13 would not hesitate to bestow upon you the esteemed rank of captain." Yusuker Uchiha was fully prepared for the demonstration of his abilities that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni had proposed, though the precise nature of the assessment remained unknown to him. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni then proceeded to elucidate the prerequisites for attaining the rank of captain within the Dodai 13. Within the Dodai 13, there exist two distinct pathways to achieving the rank of captain, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni explained. The first involves successfully completing the rigorous captain's examination, conducted under the watchful gaze of the Central 46 and the esteemed members of the Dodai 13. The second involves securing recommendations from 6 or more captains, coupled with the endorsement of at least 3 additional captains. As an outsider seeking to attain the rank of captain, you are obligated to pursue the first course of action, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni continued. Therefore, I inquire as to whether you are willing to undertake this examination. Having concluded his explanation, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni opened his narrowed eyes, his gaze fixed intently upon Yusuke Uchiha, and unleashed a wave of overwhelming spiritual pressure, intending to gauge Yusuke Uchiha's resilience. However, Yusuke Uchiha remained utterly unfazed by this display of formidable power. With a subtle adjustment of his spectacles, Yusuke Uchiha responded with a calm smile. Given that I have journeyed to the Siriidii, it is my sincere intention to contribute to the well-being of Soul Society in the capacity of a captain, he stated. Therefore, I readily accept this assessment of my abilities. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's affirmation, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni once again closed his eyes, a satisfied nod betraying his approval. At present, the position of captain of the 10th Division of the Godai 13 was vacant, and Rukia Kachiki, captain of the 6th Division, was in the process of formally tendering her resignation. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was indeed in search of suitable candidates to fill these two vacant positions. The timely arrival of Yusuke Uchiha had thus provided him with a solution to a rather pressing predicament. On the following day, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni made the necessary arrangements for Yusuke Uchiha's assessment of abilities. In the Godai 13's designated arena for martial combat, a considerable number of Godai 13 members were present, along with representatives dispatched by the Central 46 to bear witness to Yusuke Uchiha's captaincy examination. The examination itself was remarkably straightforward. Yusuke Uchiha was to engage in a sparring match against a captain from a different division. It was not incumbent upon Yusuke Uchiha to emerge victorious in this contest, rather, he was merely required to demonstrate the requisite strength and capabilities to effectively discharge the responsibilities of a captain. As Yusuke Uchiha stood poised in the center of the arena, his opponent made a confident entrance. The captain who stood before Yusuke Uchiha possessed a striking head of silver hair, a physique of exceptional strength and muscular definition, and he had chosen to don a shihakusho that was both sleeveless and featured a deep V-neck, thereby showcasing his well-developed pectoral and bicep muscles. Furthermore, prominently displayed upon his exposed chest was a tattoo bearing the numeral 69 foot. The numeral 69 foot did not represent a sexual position but rather held a deeper significance. The numeral 6 served as a reference to the numerical component of his surname, while the numeral 9 denoted the division that he commanded. This powerfully built captain was none other than Kensei Maguruma, a future member of the Visored, who currently held the esteemed position of captain of the 9th Division, responsible for overseeing the security of all prisons within the Siriidii. Were he to divest himself of his captain's Haori and Shihakusho, and instead don camouflage trousers and a tightly fitting vest, he could easily be mistaken for a member of an elite special forces unit. Observing the captain before him, a Shinigami whose Ryatsu was considered the standard unit of measurement for assessing the spiritual pressure of other captains, Yusuke Uchiha found himself intrigued to ascertain the precise magnitude of his own Ryatsu in relation to that of Kensei Maguruma. Upon Kensei Muguruma's entrance into the arena, the atmosphere among the spectators in the stands immediately intensified, particularly among the members of the 9th Division, who erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic cheers to bolster their captain's morale. Captain of the 9th Division, Kensei Maguruma, the announcer declared. Yusuke Uchiha responded in turn. Following the exchange of names, Chojiro Tadaoki Sasakaibe, the esteemed lieutenant of the 1st Division, stepped forward to formally commence the examination. Gazing intently at Yusuke Uchiha, who maintained a composed smile throughout, Kensei Maguruma found himself unable to fully ascertain the depth of Yusuke Uchiha's abilities. Perceiving that Yusuke Uchiha displayed no inclination to initiate the engagement, Kensei Maguruma promptly drew the Zanpakuto from his waist and launched a swift and decisive attack against Yusuke Uchiha. Chapter 235, NZNT, Chapter. Kensei Maguruma was incredibly fast, using Shuinpa to instantly appear beside Yusuke Uchiha, lowering his body and using a reverse grip on high. Kensei Maguruma was incredibly fast, using Shuinpa to instantly appear beside Yusuke Uchiha, lowering his body and using a reverse grip on his Zanpakuto to strike at Yusuke Uchiha's lower ribs. His attack clearly demonstrated his expertise in close-quarters combat. Yusuke Uchiha easily blocked Kensei Muguruma's attack with the katana at his hip, not Ryūjin Jakka. Gathering his spiritual pressure, he used a powerful swing of his katana to repel Kensei Maguruma. After being pushed back several steps, Kensei Maguruma swiftly resumed his assault, relentlessly pressing his offensive against Yusuke Uchiha. Yusuke Uchiha, relying on his superior agility, skillfully evaded Kensei Muguruma's attacks while occasionally countering with his katana. Kensei Muguruma's spiritual pressure, while respectable, was not particularly strong, ranking among the lower tier of captain-level Shinigami. Were Yusuke Uchiha to engage in earnest combat, the outcome would have been decided within a single exchange. However, during this examination, Yusuke Uchiha had no intention of showcasing the full extent of his power, opting instead to control his spiritual pressure and engage in a prolonged sparring match with Kensei Maguruma. Although Kensei Meguruma appeared to hold the initiative, numerous seasoned experts within the Dodai 13 present at the scene were able to discern that Yusuke Uchiha was not fighting with his full potential. Their assessment was that Yusuke Uchiha, being a newcomer, was likely exercising restraint in order to avoid causing offense to the established captains, thereby demonstrating his tact and discretion. This Shinigami is a master, Kasuke Urahara remarked, his gaze fixed upon Yusuke Uchiha as he deftly evaded Kensei Muguruma's relentless assault, his eyes seemingly unfocused. He was seated in a secluded corner of the spectator stands. Seated beside him was Yorichi Shihoin, his confidant, the former head of the Onmitsukido, the inaugural leader of the clandestine organization, and the current head of the Shihoin family. You're being far too cautious, Yorichi Shihoin responded with a smile. His spiritual pressure is carefully suppressed. Were he to unleash his full potential, he could likely subdue Kensei Meguruma with a single decisive strike. Both Kasuke Urahara and Yorichi Shihoin were undeniably among the most formidable captains within the Dodai 13. During the climactic Thousand-Year Blood War, Kasuke Urahara was even singled out by Yhwach as one of the 5 individuals possessing exceptional combat prowess, the other 4 being Ichigo Kurosaki, Kenpachi Zaraki, Hyasube Ichibai, and Sosuke Aizen. This clearly demonstrated the depth of skill and strategic acumen concealed beneath the seemingly flippant and playful demeanor of Kasuke Urahara. A shadow of concern momentarily clouded Kasuke Urahara's countenance. For reasons that remain unclear to me, he mused, I harbor a persistent suspicion that this man's presence here is motivated by some undisclosed and perhaps nefarious purpose. Would you require my assistance in mobilizing the Onmitsukido to aid in the surveillance of this individual? Yorichi Shihoin inquired, her voice laced with a hint of concern. Kasuke Urahara shook his head in response. Such measures are not yet necessary, he replied. As Kasuke Urahara and Yorichi Shihoin engaged in their hushed conversation, Kensei Meguruma, too, had perceived that his opponent was merely toying with him, far from engaging in earnest combat. So, it seems I have been underestimated, Kensei Meguruma declared, his voice ringing with a newfound determination. Then let us elevate this contest to a higher plane, and engage in combat utilizing our shuriken. Blow it away, Tachikaze. With this declaration, a swirling vortex of spiritual pressure, resembling a miniature whirlwind, enveloped Kensei Muguruma's Zanpakuto, imbuing the blade with an ethereal green luminescence that caused the eyes of those present to involuntarily water. Kensei Muguruma's Zanpakuto, Tachikaze, was a wind-type Zanpakuto, capable of generating exceptionally sharp wind blades, thin as threads, with each swing of the blade. Upon impact with an opponent, these wind blades would effortlessly slice through their flesh, and depending on the precision of Kensei Muguruma's control over his spiritual pressure, they could also trigger violent explosions at the points of incision. From a purely functional perspective, Kensei Muguruma's Zanpakuto was undeniably a formidable offensive weapon. Upon witnessing his opponent's activation of his shuriken, Yusuke Uchiha, in a gesture of reciprocal courtesy, feigned the activation of his own power. Unleash your power. Susanoo. In keeping with the spirit of this theatrical display, Yusuke Uchiha, having uttered a fabricated release incantation, summoned forth a colossal skeletal figure, a majestic Susanoo, that materialized behind him. So, this is your shuriken, Kensei Meguruma remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. It is indeed a remarkably formidable manifestation. Within the realm of Soul Society, the ability to materialize one's Zanpakuto into a powerful, tangible entity was a rare yet not entirely unprecedented phenomenon. Notable examples of this type of ability included Mayuri Kuratsuchi's Ashisoji Jaizo and Komamura Sajin's Tenkan. However, such abilities were typically associated with the advanced Bankai state, making the manifestation of a tangible entity through the activation of one's shuriken an exceptionally rare occurrence. At least, Kensei Meguruma himself had never before encountered such a phenomenon. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a subtle smile. It is merely a trifling skill, he stated modestly. The Shinigami assembled in the spectator stands, upon witnessing the emergence of the initial form of the Susanoo, radiating an aura of immense spiritual pressure, erupted into a chorus of excited murmurs. In their estimation, Yusuke Uchiha, who possessed the audacity to undergo the captaincy examination, clearly possessed exceptional skill, and the prospect of witnessing a clash between two captains employing their shuriken filled them with anticipation. Following the activation of his shuriken, Yusuke Uchiha took the initiative, launching a series of attacks. Having engaged in a prolonged period of sparring with Kensei Meguruma, he felt he had sufficiently demonstrated respect for his opponent, and thus, defeating him at this juncture would not appear excessive or ostentatious. With the swift deployment of Shuinpa, Yusuke Uchiha and his Susanoo simultaneously launched their assault upon Kensei Meguruma, approaching him from two distinct directions. The Susanoo, wielding its colossal katana, charged directly towards Kensei Meguruma from the front, while Yusuke Uchiha executed a flanking maneuver, aiming to strike Kensei Meguruma from the side. Upon perceiving the coordinated assault, Kensei Meguruma immediately responded by wielding his Tachikaze, unleashing two exceptionally fine wind blades that hurtled towards Yusuke Uchiha and the Susanoo. Yusuke Uchiha, with a slight movement of his body, effortlessly evaded the wind blades through a simple display of agility. The Susanoo, however, relying on its formidable defensive capabilities, absorbed the impact of the wind blades directly. Remarkably, the exceedingly thin wind blades not only failed to penetrate the Susanoo's formidable defenses, but the concussive force generated by their subsequent explosion also proved insufficient to inflict any damage upon the colossal entity. What? Kensei Maguruma exclaimed, his expression one of utter astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected ineffectiveness of his wind blades. At this precise juncture, Yusuke Uchiha, moving with breathtaking speed, had already closed the distance to Kensei Maguruma's side, while the Susanoo, owing to its immense size, had advanced within striking distance of Kensei Maguruma with only a couple of strides. For a brief moment, Kensei Maguruma found himself trapped in a pincer movement. With a resounding boom, the Susanoo's massive katana crashed into the arena floor, creating a sizable crater and sending a cloud of dust and debris billowing into the air. The spectators positioned at the edge of the arena were unable to discern the events unfolding within the dust cloud, but they could clearly hear the rhythmic clang of clashing blades emanating from within. Suddenly, a figure, identifiable by his silver hair and captain's haori, was propelled backward with considerable force. The individual who had been flung back was, of course, Kensei Maguruma, his zanpakuto held defensively before his chest. During the brief but intense exchange of swordsmanship within the dust cloud, Kensei Maguruma had found himself at a distinct disadvantage, only managing to extricate himself through the utilization of the recoil generated by the clash of his zanpakuto against his opponent's blade. This individual's swordsmanship is truly extraordinary, Kensei Maguruma mused to himself, a note of awe in his voice. No, that is not quite accurate. It is his spiritual pressure that is truly exceptional. In terms of both speed and power, he completely surpasses me. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Kensei Maguruma suddenly found himself enveloped in a looming shadow, a colossal figure materializing before him. This is bad. Recognizing the imminent peril, Kensei Maguruma instinctively reacted, whirling around and raising his zanpakuto to deflect the massive katana that the Susanoo was bringing down upon him in a vertical strike. With another deafening clang, the immensely powerful Susanoo cleaved the ground, sending Kensei Maguruma hurtling downwards, his head and arms, along with his zanpakuto, being the only parts of his body still visible above the surface. Although the earth was unable to restrain Kensei Maguruma's movements, extricating himself from this predicament would require a significant expenditure of time and effort, a window of opportunity that would be more than sufficient for Yusuke Uchiha to deliver a fatal blow. By this point, Yusuke Uchiha had closed the distance to Kensei Maguruma's side and, with a serene smile, extended his right hand towards Kensei Maguruma, offering assistance in extracting him from the earth. The outcome of the battle was now beyond any reasonable doubt. Gazing upon Yusuke Uchiha's composed countenance, Kensei Maguruma let out a wry chuckle, shaking his head in acceptance of defeat, before firmly grasping the hand that Yusuke Uchiha had extended towards him. With a gentle exertion of strength, Yusuke Uchiha effortlessly lifted Kensei Maguruma from the earth, and both combatants simultaneously deactivated their shuriken. For Yusuke Uchiha, this simply involved the dismissal of his Susanoo. Chapter 236, NZNT, Chapter. You win. Your strength is more than sufficient for a captain's position. Kensei Maguruma, his clothing torn and breathing heavily, looked. You win. Your strength is more than sufficient for a captain's position. Kensei Maguruma, his clothing torn and breathing heavily, looked at Yusuke Uchiha, who appeared virtually unchanged from before their match, and spoke with genuine admiration. As an honorable and straightforward man, Kensei Maguruma was not one to harbor resentment, and he held no ill will towards Yusuke Uchiha for his defeat. He acknowledged that numerous captains within the Dodai 13 possessed superior strength to his own, and in his estimation, Yusuke Uchiha, having vanquished him, undoubtedly ranked among the most powerful captains. After exchanging a few words of mutual respect with Kensei Maguruma, Yusuke Uchiha escorted his opponent from the arena. The moment Kensei Maguruma exited the arena, he was immediately accosted by a young woman and a young man. The young woman, possessing a vibrant head of short bright green hair, was named Mashiro Kuna. The young man, his cheeks adorned with the numeral 69 foot, was named Shuhei Hisagi. Mashiro Kuna currently served as the lieutenant of the 9th Division and would later become a member of the Visored. Shuhei Hisagi held the rank of 7th seat within the 9th Division. Driven by his admiration for Kensei Maguruma, and having observed the 69-foot tattoo emblazoned upon Kensei Maguruma's chest, he had emulated this distinctive marking upon his own face. Captain, Mashiro Kuna inquired, her voice tinged with a note of perplexity, did you perhaps refrain from utilizing your full power? I have never before witnessed you engaging in combat with such evident restraint. Shuhei Hisagi, his fists clenched tightly, echoed Mashiro Kuna's sentiments. Indeed, he affirmed, his voice brimming with conviction. That bespectacled individual was clearly no match for you, Captain. I am certain that you deliberately held back in order to facilitate his ascension to the esteemed rank of captain. During previous encounters with hollows, Shuhei Hisagi had witnessed Kensei Maguruma effortlessly cleave a hollow of immense size into two with a single, decisive stroke of his zanpakuto. This image remained indelibly etched in Shuhei Hiseiji's memory, leading him to firmly believe that Kensei Maguruma possessed the most formidable combat prowess among all the captains of the Dodai 13. In response to his subordinates' inquiries, Kensei Maguruma shook his head, a wry smile playing upon his lips. The man's strength is truly unfathomable, he confessed. To be perfectly frank, there are likely very few captains within the Dodai 13 who would possess the capacity to overcome him. Despite his lack of familiarity with Yusuke Uchiha, Kensei Maguruma, in an unconscious effort to maintain his own standing, offered a rather generous assessment of his opponent's capabilities. To disparage Yusuke Uchiha's abilities would, in Kensei Muguruma's estimation, only serve to diminish his own standing. Upon hearing Kensei Muguruma's assessment, Mashiro Kyuna and Shuhei Hiseiji registered expressions of profound surprise, their respect for Yusuke Uchiha, who had earned such high praise from Kensei Maguruma, growing considerably. Returning to the arena, Yusuke Uchiha, having decisively triumphed over Kensei Maguruma, a captain of considerable renown, had not only fulfilled but exceeded the expectations of the examination. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, his gait supported by a cane, made his way into the arena, his voice measured and deliberate as he addressed Yusuke Uchiha. You have demonstrated your prowess by defeating Kensei Maguruma, captain of the 9th Division, and your strength has thus earned the recognition of the Dodai 13. However, a prerequisite for attaining the rank of captain is the mastery of Bankai. Therefore, I request that you now demonstrate the full extent of your Bankai abilities. Upon hearing Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's request, Yusuke Uchiha inclined his head in acknowledgement, and the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan was subtly activated. Unleash your power. Meo Susanoo. This Bankai incantation, it should be noted, was entirely fabricated by Yusuke Uchiha, the purpose being to create the impression that his Bankai differed substantially from his Shirkai. As Yusuke Uchiha concluded his declaration, a fully realized Susanoo materialized behind him. In comparison to the skeletal form of the Susanoo, whose body was composed entirely of bone, the fully realized Susanoo possessed a more robust physique, augmented by the addition of muscle and armor, resulting in a more imposing stature and a significantly enhanced spiritual pressure. Upon witnessing this awe-inspiring and formidable black warrior, some of the more timid Shinigami present could not help but register expressions of fear. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni expressed his considerable satisfaction with the level of power that Yusuke Uchiha had demonstrated. While Yusuke Uchiha had not revealed the full extent of his capabilities, his display was sufficient to place him among the most powerful captains. The position of captain of the 10th Division, which is responsible for patrol and security duties, is currently vacant, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni announced. Furthermore, the captain of the 6th Division, responsible for the protection of the nobility, is on the verge of retirement. You are therefore afforded the opportunity to select either of these two divisions. Yusuke Uchiha, having dismissed his Susanoo, fell into a period of contemplation. Both divisions presented distinct advantages. The 10th Division, with its responsibility for patrol and security, effectively controlled the majority of the Seirei. Assuming the captaincy of the 10th Division would undoubtedly facilitate Yusuke Uchiha's movements within the Seirei. The 6th Division, on the other hand, was entrusted with the protection of the nobility. Cultivating positive relationships with the nobility and securing the trust and support of the Central 46, which was largely controlled by the nobility, would grant Yusuke Uchiha considerable influence within the Seirei. After a brief period of deliberation, Yusuke Uchiha ultimately decided to assume the captaincy of the 6th Division. In reaching this decision, Yusuke Uchiha also took into account another significant factor, the presence of Isshin Kurosaki, also known as Isshin Shiba. Isshin Kurosaki, whose original name was Isshin Shiba, was Ichigo Kurosaki's biological father and concurrently the head of the Shiba clan's branch family. The Shiba clan was one of the 5 prominent noble families of Seoul society, the others being the Kokaka Shiba, Shihoin, and Kachiki clans. The identity of the 5th clan remains undisclosed in the original work. Isshin Kurosaki was currently one of the most highly regarded young Shinigami within the Seirei, enjoying the favor of the captain commander and possessing a promising future. In the not-too-distant future, Isshin Kurosaki would successfully master Bankai and assume the position of captain of the 10th Division. Were Yusuke Uchiha to assume the captaincy of the 10th Division at this juncture, Isshin Kurosaki might well be appointed to the captaincy of the 6th Division upon mastering Bankai, thereby precluding Yusuke Uchiha from the opportunity to travel to the human world and encounter Masaki Kurosaki, ultimately leading to the birth of Ichigo Kurosaki. Yusuke Uchiha harbored a keen interest in unraveling the secrets behind Ichigo Kurosaki's exceptional power. If Isshin Kurosaki's journey to the human world was akin to the cicada in Aizen's intricate strategy, then Yusuke Uchiha aspired to be the hidden sparrowhawk, poised to seize upon an opportune moment to acquire one of Aizen's most prized experimental subjects, the Hollow White. Upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's decision, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni nodded in approval. He then escorted Yusuke Uchiha to meet with representatives from the Central 46, formally announcing Yusuke Uchiha as the acting captain of the 6th Division. The designation of acting captain was due to 2 factors. Firstly, Jinrei Kachiki, the current captain of the 6th Division, had not yet fully retired and continued to oversee the affairs of the division. Secondly, Yusuker Uchiha was not a Shinigami trained within the Seirei, and as such, his credentials were not yet fully established, necessitating a considerable period of time to secure the complete trust of the Seirei. Following Yusuker Uchiha's appointment as captain of the 6th Division, Jinjiro Shirogane, the division's lieutenant, escorted him to the 6th Division barracks. Jinjiro Shirogane, whose given name is Jinjiro Shirogane, was a middle-aged man with short, dark blonde hair and a perpetually amiable expression. He operated a highly successful eyewear shop known as Silver Dragonfly, and he also held the prestigious position of official sunglasses sponsor for the Seirei Men's Shinigami Association. As Yusuker Uchiha emerged from the inner chambers, attired in the Shihakusho and Captain's Haori, Jinjiro Shirogane greeted him with unbridled enthusiasm. "Captain Uchiha," he exclaimed, "I observe that you, too, are a wearer of spectacles. Let me assure you," Jinjiro Shirogane continued, his voice brimming with confidence, "the eyewear available at my establishment is of unparalleled quality and style. Indeed, virtually every Shinigami within the Godai 13 who dons spectacles is a patron of my shop. Only a couple of days ago, Lieutenant Aizen of the 5th Division graced my shop with his presence, acquiring an additional pair of spectacles for his personal collection. Furthermore, Lieutenant Tozen of the 9th Division recently purchased a new pair of sunglasses from my establishment." And observing Jinjiro Shirogane's persistent sales pitch, which had now extended to approximately 5 minutes, Yusuker Uchiha responded with a polite yet firm smile and a concise word rejection. "No, thank you," he stated. Chapter 237, NZNT, Chapter. Jinjiro Shirogane, though disappointed by Yusuker Uchiha's rejection of his glasses, didn't give up, intending to try again another day. 4. Jinjiro Shirogane, though disappointed by Yusuker Uchiha's rejection of his glasses, didn't give up, intending to try again another day. For now, Yusuker Uchiha had just been appointed captain of the 6th Division, and his priority was to familiarize Yusuker Uchiha with his new responsibilities. They arrived at the 6th Division barracks main hall. Jinrei Kachiki, the outgoing captain, was already waiting, along with all the seated officers. Jinjiro Shirogane introduced each seated officer to Yusuker Uchiha, detailing the 6th Division's duties and each officer's role. His explanation was meticulous, demonstrating a thorough understanding of each officer's work, proving himself a competent lieutenant. 2 officers caught Yusuker Uchiha's attention. One was Koga Kachiki, a young man with flamboyant attire and numerous expensive ornaments, the 3rd seat. His surname indicated Kachiki family lineage. Jinjiro Shirogane focused on their duties, not backgrounds, so Yusuker Uchiha wasn't sure of Koga Kachiki's relationship to Jinrei Kachiki and Byakuya Kachiki. The other was Mihane Shirogane, Jinjiro Shirogane's daughter, a frail girl with short brown hair and glasses, the 9th seat and vice manager of Silver Dragonfly. Except for Koga Kachiki, the officers were friendly towards Yusuker Uchiha. Koga Kachiki, however, seemed displeased with Yusuker Uchiha's appointment. Yusuker Uchiha, with his keen perception, noticed this. Koga Kachiki wasn't originally a Kachiki, he married into the family. His wife was Jinrei Kachiki's daughter and Byakuya Kachiki's aunt, unnamed Kachiki. After joining the Kachiki family, one of Seoul society's 5 great noble families, Koga Kachiki wore a kansen, the white hair ornament like Byakuya Kachiki's, and expensive jewelry to mask his humble origins and impress others, giving off a nouveau riche vibe. His marriage into the family left Koga Kachiki with underlying insecurities, but his ambition channeled this into his training. Assigned to the 6th Division by his father-in-law, Jinrei Kachiki, Koga Kachiki excelled, quickly becoming a seated officer and rising to 3rd seat. In terms of combat strength, Jinjiro Shirogane, the lieutenant, was no match for Koga Kachiki. However, Jinjiro Shirogane was Jinrei Kachiki's trusted subordinate, and Koga Kachiki couldn't challenge him for the lieutenant position. Upon learning of Jinrei Kachiki's impending retirement, Koga Kachiki aspired to become captain. He lacked Bankai but believed he could defeat any captain. This stemmed from his Zanpakuto's powerful ability. His Zanpakuto, Muramasa, could hypnotize other Shinigami Zanpakutos, even causing them to backfire on their owners. Since mastering this ability, he'd never lost a fight against a Shinigami, leading to his arrogance. Koga Kachiki planned to apply for the captaincy exam after Jinrei Kachiki's retirement. If he defeated the examining captain, he could become captain, like Kenpachi Zaraki. Unexpectedly, Yusuker Uchiha's arrival snatched the 6th Division captaincy Koga Kachiki coveted, causing considerable resentment. Koga Kachiki considered Yusuker Uchiha an inferior opponent. While Yusuker Uchiha demonstrated impressive strength against Kensei Maguruma, it wasn't enough to deter Koga Kachiki. The stronger Yusuker Uchiha's Zanpakuto's Shirkai and Bankai were, the greater the potential for backfire if controlled by Muramasa. Tonight, I'll show you true power. Koga Kachiki thought, planning to challenge Yusuker Uchiha that evening. He wanted to defeat Yusuker Uchiha in front of everyone, proving his superiority. However, he feared Jinrai Kachiki's strict discipline and suppressed his impulse until nightfall. Yusuker Uchiha noticed Koga Kachiki's hostility and simply smiled. He wasn't concerned by such an openly hostile opponent. Jinrai Kachiki also noticed Koga Kachiki's obvious hostility. Seeing his father-in-law's displeased look, Koga Kachiki quickly lowered his head, clearly fearful. Turning her gaze from Koga Kachiki, Jinrai Kachiki addressed Yusuker Uchiha with a serious expression. Your arrival in the Seirei is ill-timed. If not for your strength impressing the captain commander, he wouldn't have so readily appointed you captain. Because of the recent Shinigami rebellion? Yusuker Uchiha asked calmly. Yusuker Uchiha already knew, from Jinjiro Shiragene's earlier briefing, that the Seirei was engaged in conflict with rebellious Shinigami. Due to manpower shortages, the 6th Division, responsible for protecting the nobility, had also deployed numerous Shinigami to the front lines. Victory for the Seirei was inevitable. While a significant number of Shinigami had rebelled against the Seirei's authority, only the rebel leader possessed the ability to wield Bankai. In the face of overwhelming power, the rebellion was destined to be suppressed. Jinjiro Shirogane nodded. Precisely. To maintain decorum, the captain commander refrained from questioning your origins. However, as a captain newly appointed during this time of conflict, you must demonstrate your unwavering resolve. His voice deepened. If your resolve and contributions do not prove commensurate with your position, your tenure as acting captain may be prolonged considerably, until such time as you have earned the complete trust of the Seirei through the passage of time. Yusuker Uchiha understood the implied meaning of resolve. Rest assured, Yusuker Uchiha responded calmly, upon discovery of the rebel leader's whereabouts, I will personally apprehend him and bring him back to the Seirei for judgment. Excellent. Based on your performance in today's captaincy examination, I am confident in your capabilities. This concludes our meeting for today. From tomorrow onwards, the 6th Division will be under your command. Jinrai Kachiki declared, dismissing the assembled officers. Jinjiro Shirogane remained behind to escort Yusuker Uchiha to his new quarters. Chapter 238, NZNT, Chapter. Captain Uchiha, Jinjiro Shirogane began, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, you absolutely must visit my silver dragonfly shop. A master. Captain Uchiha, Jinjiro Shirogane began, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, you absolutely must visit my silver dragonfly shop. A master like you shouldn't be without the finest eyewear Soul Society has to offer. It would be a terrible waste. You wouldn't believe it, he continued, there's a saying in the Seirei, if you haven't used silver dragonfly, you're not a true captain. As Jinjiro Shirogane escorted Yusuker Uchiha to his newly assigned quarters, he continued his relentless sales pitch. However, Yusuker Uchiha's specially crafted glasses were designed to conceal his Rinnegan and Sharingan, even Jinjiro Shiragene's finest eyewear couldn't replace them. Uchiha Yusuker, halt. A man's voice rang out from behind them. Jinjiro Shirogane groaned, already knowing the speaker's identity. Yusuker Uchiha had already sensed the approaching spiritual pressure, someone had been following them from the 6th Division barracks. He didn't need to guess who it was. They turned to face the newcomer. Third seat Kachiki, Yusuker Uchiha said with a smile, you've stopped me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Jinjiro Shirogane addressed Koga Kachiki with a serious tone. Koga, don't cause trouble. Leave now, and I won't tell Captain Kachiki. But you're not to be disrespectful to Captain Uchiha again. A flicker of fear crossed Koga Kachiki's eyes. But realizing that failing to remove Yusuker Uchiha would hinder his own advancement, Koga Kachiki decided to risk his father-in-law's reprimand to achieve his goal. His eyes hardening, Koga Kachiki glared at Yusuker Uchiha. I don't recognize your captaincy. I challenge you. If you lose, leave the 6th Division. Before Yusuker Uchiha could respond, Jinjiro Shirogane shouted, Koga Kachiki, this is outrageous. As lieutenant of the 6th Division, I order you to return and reflect. Turning to Yusuker Uchiha, Jinjiro Shirogane apologized. Captain Uchiha, you don't need to accept his challenge. I'll tell Captain Kachiki. Let's go to your quarters. Yusuker Uchiha waved his hand, smiling. Since I'm the 6th Division captain, disciplining subordinates is part of my job. Looking at Koga Kachiki, Yusuker Uchiha asked, if I lose, I leave. What if you lose? Koga Kachiki frowned, he hadn't considered losing. His Zanpakuto's ability made him undefeated against Shinigami. If I lose, I'll obey your orders, Koga Kachiki said. Yusuker Uchiha nodded. Fine. But if you're still disrespectful or disobedient after this, even if I expel you, Captain Kachiki won't object. Koga Kachiki sneered. Talk big after you win. I've never lost an Intragodi I-13 duel. Seeing he couldn't stop the fight, Jinjiro Shirogane sighed and stepped aside, maintaining a neutral stance. He didn't reveal Koga Kachiki's Zanpakuto's ability to Yusuker Uchiha. This wasn't due to resentment towards Yusuke Uchiha, but because it was a duel, Yusuke Uchiha accepted the challenge, so Jinjiro Shirogane shouldn't interfere. Furthermore, as 6th Division Captain, Yusuke Uchiha should be able to handle Koga Kuchiki. If Koga Kuchiki's strange Zanpakuto ability overwhelmed him, Yusuke Uchiha would struggle to lead the 6th Division. A strength-based organization can't be led by someone defeated by a subordinate. Whisper, Muramasa. Drawing his Zanpakuto, Koga Kuchiki released his Shurikai. The Zanpakuto emitted an eerie purple light, but its form remained unchanged. A sensory-type Zanpakuto. I wonder about its power, Yusuke Uchiha mused, analyzing Koga Kuchiki's Zanpakuto. He sensed the strange spiritual pressure emanating from the released Muramasa, a pressure associated with illusion-type abilities, but couldn't confirm its exact effect. After a few seconds, Yusuke Uchiha still felt nothing unusual, but Koga Kuchiki's face paled, his voice laced with panic. Impossible. Your Zanpakuto isn't reacting at all. Koga Kuchiki's reaction revealed his heavy reliance on his Zanpakuto's abilities. Such Shinigami, while possessing a unique skill, often struggle to broaden their capabilities. His Zanpakuto likely targeted other Shinigami Zanpakutos, but Yusuke Uchiha's katana was a mere imitation. The true Zanpakuto, Ryūjin Jakka, remained concealed within the mental space of his mind. With a calm smile, Yusuke Uchiha slowly replied, Shinigami and their Zanpakuto abilities rely on spiritual pressure for combat. Your spiritual pressure is simply insufficient to pose any threat to me. Koga Kuchiki roared in disbelief, impossible. Since mastering Muramasa's Shurikai, I've defeated countless Shinigami with stronger spiritual pressure than mine. Muramasa's power is truly unparalleled. Koga Kuchiki was correct, Muramasa's ability to hypnotize Zanpakutos was indeed a rare power unaffected by spiritual pressure. Muramasa's effect was directly on the Zanpakuto itself, and since a Zanpakuto's inherent spiritual pressure is relatively weak, primarily relying on its wielder's spiritual pressure to manifest its full power, Muramasa's hypnotic influence remained impervious to the interference of spiritual pressure. Yusuke Uchiha's expression remained unchanged. Even if Koga Kuchiki's Zanpakuto possessed such a rare ability, he couldn't alter his approach. He couldn't exactly reveal that the katana at his hip wasn't a genuine Zanpakuto. With a slight smile, Yusuke Uchiha pushed up his glasses. That's because your opponent's spiritual pressure wasn't strong enough, he stated calmly. With that, Yusuke Uchiha unleashed his spiritual pressure directly at Koga Kuchiki. The overwhelming pressure immediately caused Koga Kuchiki to lose his footing, a look of stark terror etched upon his face. Jinjiro Shirogane, though not directly within the range of Yusuke Uchiha's spiritual pressure, could still sense its immense power. Comparing it to that of the former 6th Division captain, Jinrai Kuchiki, he realized that Yusuke Uchiha's spiritual pressure far surpassed even Jinrai Kuchiki's. Chapter 239, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuke Uchiha advanced step by step towards Koga Kuchiki, who was trembling slightly, continuously increasing his spiritual pressure, Plassen. Yusuke Uchiha advanced step by step towards Koga Kuchiki, who was trembling slightly, continuously increasing his spiritual pressure, placing ever-increasing pressure on Koga Kuchiki. Muramasa, hurry, control his Zanpakuto. Koga Kuchiki urged internally. Muramasa, striving to cooperate, attempted to use its spiritual pressure to control the katana at Yusuke Uchiha's hip, yet received no response whatsoever. Koga, his Zanpakuto seems sealed by some force, I can't sense it at all. No matter how I try to use my hypnotic power, his Zanpakuto doesn't respond, Muramasa's voice resonated within Koga Kuchiki's mind. Could it be as he said, due to the difference in our spiritual pressure? Before, I defeated those stronger than me because their spiritual pressure wasn't strong enough. Koga Kuchiki reflected, recalling Yusuke Uchiha's earlier statement. As Yusuke Uchiha drew near, Koga Kuchiki felt a sense of impending collapse. Impossible. My power is invincible. With a furious roar, Koga Kuchiki unleashed a full-powered strike with his Zanpakuto at Yusuke Uchiha. However, to his utter despair, Yusuke Uchiha effortlessly trapped the blade between two fingers. Don't you understand? You're just a weakling who relies on his Zanpakuto. You've lost. Under Yusuke Uchiha's condescending gaze, Koga Kuchiki felt not only humiliation but also a profound sense of fear. Seeing the complete absence of fighting spirit in Koga Kuchiki's eyes, Yusuke Uchiha shook his head in disappointment. Dispersing the spiritual pressure directed at his opponent, Yusuke Uchiha turned to Jinjiro Shirogane. It's over. Let's go. Koga Kuchiki's body went limp, his face vacant, he sank to the ground in a kneeling position. He was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes devoid of focus, muttering to himself, I'm just a weakling. I'm just a weakling. For the proud and ambitious Koga Kuchiki, who yearned to ascend to the higher echelons of the Seirei, this devastating defeat delivered a crushing blow to his self-esteem. While Koga Kuchiki hadn't always been so easily broken, his mentality had undergone a significant transformation since achieving his Shurikai with Muramasa. Despite his seemingly enhanced power due to his undefeated streak, his inner strength had, ironically, become brittle, rendering him incapable of accepting defeat. Glancing at Koga Kachiki, kneeling defeated on the ground, Jinjiro Shirogane displayed a look of compassion, seemingly on the verge of offering words of comfort. Yusuke Uchiha, however, calmly interjected, "If a man cannot confront his failures alone, then his path ends here." While people often require solace and support, even the strongest individuals can experience moments of vulnerability and collapse. However, the setback Koga Kachiki had encountered was merely a defeat in a single challenge. If he could not overcome such a relatively minor setback independently, then his potential for future growth would indeed remain severely limited. Jinjiro Shirogane, upon hearing Yusuke Uchiha's words, nodded thoughtfully, his expression conveying a newfound understanding. He then expressed his astonishment at Yusuke Uchiha's overwhelming spiritual pressure, to which Yusuke Uchiha responded with a few humble words of self-deprecation. "By the way, Captain Uchiha," Jinjiro Shirogane remarked, "speaking of spiritual pressure, it reminds me of our family's eyewear. Perhaps you'd be interested in a pair." As the voices of Yusuke Uchiha and Jinjiro Shirogane faded into the distance, Koga Kachiki remained alone, still sitting motionless on the ground. After escorting Yusuke Uchiha to his new residence, Jinjiro Shirogane, still harboring concerns for Koga Kachiki's well-being, immediately proceeded to the Kachiki family mansion. There, he learned that Koga Kachiki had yet to return home. Jinjiro Shirogane then sought out his former superior, Jinrei Kachiki, to recount the events of that evening. Jinrei Kachiki remained outwardly composed, his expression unchanged, maintaining his characteristically serious and stoic demeanor. After instructing Jinjiro Shirogane to diligently support the new captain, he dismissed him. "Koga," Jinrei Kachiki sighed, gazing at the moonlit night sky, "I sincerely hope that this harsh lesson imparted by the new captain will serve to awaken the true strength and character within you." Jinrei Kachiki genuinely cared for his son-in-law and held his abilities in high regard. However, Koga Kachiki's excessive reliance on the power of his Zanpakuto had led him down a path of self-deception and misdirection, causing Jinrei Kachiki considerable worry and a sense of powerlessness in the face of his self-destructive tendencies. Despite her earnest desire to set him back on the right course and guide him towards a more balanced and fulfilling path, his attempts had inadvertently resulted in Koga Kachiki becoming increasingly apprehensive and resentful towards him, a development which caused his significant distress. "It seems this Uchiha Yusuker is indeed an extraordinary individual," Jinrei Kachiki mused to himself. "I, too, find myself quite intrigued to witness his future contributions within the Seiyuu." After a period of familiarization, Yusuke Uchiha had gained a complete understanding of the 6th Division's operational responsibilities. In addition to overseeing the security arrangements for the Seiyui's Noble District, conducting regular patrols, and fostering positive relationships with the Shinigami residing within the Noble District, he was also assigned the temporary task of coordinating the deployment of personnel to assist in the ongoing suppression of the rebellious Shinigami faction. In the original anime storyline, the 6th Division, under the command of Jinrei Kachiki, actively participated in the suppression of the rebel forces. The rationale behind deploying the 6th Division, which is primarily tasked with protecting the nobility, remains somewhat ambiguous. The author can only surmise that the deployment was necessitated by a critical shortage of personnel. Due to the Captain Commander and former 6th Division Captain Jinrei Kachiki having covertly assigned Yusuke Uchiha the crucial objective of personally eliminating the leader of the rebel Shinigami, Yusuke Uchiha naturally assumed the responsibility of personally leading the Shinigami forces in the campaign to quell the rebellion. Koga Kachiki, renowned within the division for his exceptional prowess in combat against Shinigami, served as Yusuke Uchiha's second-in-command in this military operation, while Lieutenant Jinjiro Shirogane remained within the Seiyuu to manage the routine administrative tasks of the 6th Division. Since his previous defeat at the hands of Yusuke Uchiha, Koga Kachiki had become noticeably more reserved and taciturn. Nevertheless, he remained true to his word, exhibiting unwavering obedience to Yusuke Uchiha's commands. This unexpected display of compliance led Yusuke Uchiha to reassess his initial judgment of Koga Kachiki, prompting him to consider the possibility of mentoring and nurturing his potential. This consideration ultimately informed the decision to include Koga Kachiki in the expedition to suppress the rebel forces. While the rebel Shinigami lacked significant individual strength, their sheer numbers posed a formidable challenge. Yusuke Uchiha, leading the 6th Division's contingent, engaged in numerous skirmishes. During these engagements, Koga Kachiki, driven by an intense desire to distinguish himself through acts of valor, consistently took the initiative, leveraging the unique abilities of his Zanpakuto to eliminate a considerable number of enemy Shinigami. This accumulation of military achievements enabled Koga Kachiki to revert to his former self-assured and arrogant demeanor. However, this renewed arrogance also led him to inadvertently offend several of the Seiyui's noble families. Koga Kachiki's humble origins as a destitute and impoverished Shinigami from the Rakangai, coupled with his current ostentatious display of superiority following his marriage into the prestigious Kachiki clan, served to deeply antagonize these noble families. Concurrently, the nobles harbored considerable apprehension and distrust towards Koga Kachiki's Zanpakuto, a blade renowned for its ability to exert control over the Zanpakuto of other Shinigami. Following a carefully orchestrated plot devised by several noble Shinigami, during one of Koga Kachiki's routine reporting visits to the Seirei, a group of Shinigami under their command launched a surprise ambush. Despite the unexpected nature of the attack, Koga Kachiki managed to swiftly eliminate the vast majority of his assailants. However, the surviving Shinigami, employing a strategy of preemptive defamation, launched a counteraccusation, falsely claiming that Koga Kachiki had suddenly succumbed to a fit of madness and indiscriminately attacked them. Capitalizing on these false accusations and the considerable influence wielded by the noble Shinigami behind the plot, Koga Kachiki was promptly apprehended by the Seirei's Enforcement Division and subsequently incarcerated. Chapter 240, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuker Uchiha and the 6th Division were engaged in combat with rebel forces outside the Seirei when news of Koga Kachiki's arrest and all. Yusuker Uchiha and the 6th Division were engaged in combat with rebel forces outside the Seirei when news of Koga Kachiki's arrest and alleged crimes reached them. He was taken aback. While Koga Kachiki was known to be difficult and unpleasant, the idea that he would massacre his fellow Dodai 13 members seemed implausible. Ordering his troops to consolidate their positions and refrain from any rash actions, Yusuker Uchiha immediately returned to the Seirei to investigate the situation. Upon returning to the Seirei, Yusuker Uchiha did not proceed directly to see Koga Kachiki, but instead returned to the 6th Division barracks to question Jinjiro Shirogane, who was left behind. Jinjiro Shirogane recounted the events to Yusuker Uchiha, and it was clear from his account that he believed Koga Kachiki had been framed. That evening, Yusuker Uchiha first visited the residences of the nobles implicated in Koga Kachiki's downfall to gather information. Although these nobles harbored considerable resentment towards Koga Kachiki, they maintained a facade of cordiality when interacting with Yusuker Uchiha. Despite both being outsiders who had recently joined the Seirei, the vastly different treatment they received highlighted several key distinctions. Firstly, Yusuker Uchiha's demonstrated mastery of Bankai, coupled with his decisive victory over the previous captain of the 6th Division, had earned him the respect and trust of his peers. This stood in stark contrast to Koga Kachiki, whose strength was perceived as entirely reliant upon the capabilities of his Zanpakuto. Furthermore, the nature of Koga Kachiki's Zanpakuto, specifically designed to subdue other Shinigami, inspired both disdain and apprehension amongst his colleagues. Its inherent potential for internal conflict was viewed with considerable distrust. Secondly, their interpersonal skills and conduct differed greatly. Koga Kachiki, having overcome initial feelings of inferiority to achieve success, exhibited an arrogant and condescending demeanor, excessively eager to flaunt his newfound status and superiority. This behavior had generated significant dissatisfaction amongst many. The combination of these two factors, coupled with various past instances of friction, ultimately prompted several noble Shinigami to conspire against Koga Kachiki, culminating in their decision to orchestrate his downfall. Upon arriving at the residence of a noble Shinigami with whom he maintained a seemingly amicable relationship, Yusuker Uchiha discovered a banquet in progress upon entering the inner hall. Although the noble Shinigami present quickly ceased their conversation upon Yusuker Uchiha's arrival, he managed to overhear enough to discern their true intentions. The banquet was ostensibly a celebration of Koga Kachiki's arrest, providing a platform for them to strategize on how to further amplify the severity of Koga Kachiki's alleged crimes. After a brief exchange with these noble Shinigami regarding the situation involving Koga Kachiki, it became evident that they were determined to ensure Koga Kachiki's permanent imprisonment within Mukon. Yusuker Uchiha was not surprised by the noble Shinigami's attitude. Given the considerable resources and manpower they had expended in orchestrating this elaborate scheme, they would undoubtedly be unwilling to relinquish their target so easily. However, securing a genuine conviction against Koga Kachiki would prove far from straightforward, as the Soul Society possessed various means of verifying the veracity of witness testimonies. Leaving the noble's residence, Yusuker Uchiha proceeded to the prison designated for temporary inmates. To Yusuker Uchiha's astonishment, the prison security was remarkably lax, with only 2 Shinigami possessing weak spiritual pressure assigned as guards. Even more perplexing was the fact that Koga Kachiki's confiscated Zanpakuto had been left within the prison. Upon observing this unusual arrangement, Yusuker Uchiha immediately deduced the noble's insidious plot. This is a deliberate attempt to create an opportunity for Koga Kachiki to escape. Yusuker Uchiha realized. A successful escape, even if Koga Kachiki were innocent, would serve to solidify his guilt. Furthermore, any acts of violence committed during the escape, such as the slaying of Seirei guards, would significantly exacerbate his alleged crimes. The noble Shinigami, while lacking in personal strength, were undeniably adept at manipulating events to their advantage. As anticipated by the noble Shinigami, Koga Kachiki was indeed contemplating an escape, harboring the intention of eliminating those who had unjustly framed him and securing his imprisonment. Since his arrest, Koga Kachiki had been subjected to a relentless barrage of lectures from his father-in-law, Jinrei Kachiki. While Jinrei Kachiki believed Koga Kachiki had not intentionally murdered any Shinigami, he attributed the incident to Koga Kachiki's habitual disregard for proper conduct and his inability to control both his power and his emotions, a deficiency which had gradually escalated to dire consequences. Jinrei Kachiki's assessment was undoubtedly accurate, and his concern for Koga Kachiki was genuine. However, given Koga Kachiki's personality, such lectures only served to exacerbate his resentment. While Koga Kachiki usually displayed outward deference and compliance towards Jinrei Kachiki out of fear, in this moment of intense frustration and injustice, the lectures only ignited a greater sense of indignation within him. They're all the same, Koga Kachiki raged silently within his own mind, even Jinrei Kachiki has always looked down on me. At this point, Koga Kachiki was consumed by extreme emotions, even contemplating revenge against the Kachiki family upon escaping imprisonment. Koga, can you sense me? If you intend to escape, I will assist you in breaking out immediately. Muramasa, sensing the surge of rage emanating from Koga Kachiki, transmitted its unwavering loyalty and willingness to aid him. Muramasa's loyalty to Koga Kachiki was absolute. However, were Koga Kachiki to heed its suggestion, he would undoubtedly be embarking upon an irreversible and perilous path. Overwhelmed by a potent mixture of anger and resentment, Koga Kachiki was incapable of engaging in rational thought. Upon realizing that he could still communicate with his Zanpakuto, Koga Kachiki immediately resolved to unleash Muramasa's full power and force his way out of his confinement. Third Seat Kachiki, are you contemplating an escape? At that very moment, a voice that instilled far greater fear in Koga Kachiki than even that of Jinrei Kachiki, resonated throughout the prison cell. Raising his head, which had been bowed low, Koga Kachiki saw, in the dim light of the prison cell, the figure of the man who had previously inflicted a humiliating defeat upon him. It's you, Koga Kachiki retorted coldly, are you here to gloat over my misfortune? Despite his fear of Yuzuker Uchiha's overwhelming power, Koga Kachiki felt a sense of defiance in his current predicament. His sole focus was to wait for Yuzuker Uchiha's departure before seizing an opportunity to escape. Upon hearing Koga Kachiki's words, Yuzuker Uchiha responded with a smile, I have no interest in mocking my subordinates. Furthermore, a captain's reputation suffers when a subordinate makes a mistake. My purpose in coming here is to offer you a path forward. Koga Kachiki responded with a bitter laugh, what path is there left for me? Yuzuker Uchiha smiled again. You plan to escape after I leave, don't you? Upon hearing Yuzuker Uchiha's words, the two Shinigami guarding Koga Kachiki's cell visibly paled. Koga Kachiki, despite his thoughts having been laid bare, attempted to maintain a facade of composure, vehemently denying Yuzuker Uchiha's assertion. What are you talking about? With my spiritual pressure suppressed, it's impossible for me to escape this prison cell. The two guards echoed his denial with nervous laughter. Captain Uchiha, surely you're jesting. Yuzuker Uchiha shook his head. Do you understand why only two of you, with such weak spiritual pressure, were assigned to guard Koga Kachiki, a powerful third seat, and why his Zanpakuto was left here? Once I leave, Yuzuker Uchiha continued, if he releases his Zanpakuto's power, you two will likely become its victims. And after escaping, third seat Kachiki will have only solidified his guilt, ensuring his permanent disgrace within the Seirei. Chapter 241, NZNT, Chapter. The two guards watching Koga Kachiki visibly sweated, while Koga Kachiki's own face darkened. He was furious that Yuzuker Uchiha had seen Thr. The two guards watching Koga Kachiki visibly sweated, while Koga Kachiki's own face darkened. He was furious that Yuzuker Uchiha had seen through his plan, and that he'd been manipulated yet again. Yuzuker Uchiha picked up Koga Kachiki's Zanpakuto, Muramasa, smiling. I'm taking your Zanpakuto for safekeeping. This is to prevent you from doing anything reckless. Koga Kachiki roared, so you all want to get rid of me. You're just trying to get me imprisoned. Ha ha ha. I knew challenging you would make you resent me. Koga Kachiki's face was contorted with rage and hatred. Seeing Koga Kachiki's despair and breakdown, Yuzuker Uchiha recognized an opportunity. While he didn't respect Koga Kachiki's mentality, Muramasa's abilities were undeniably valuable. Moreover, with a long stay in the Seirei ahead, a loyal subordinate would be incredibly useful. Yuzuker Uchiha shook his head, the smile disappearing from his face, replaced by a sincere and earnest expression. With a sigh, Yuzuker Uchiha spoke slowly, you were, in fact, one of my most promising subordinates. I truly believed you possessed the potential to become a captain. I never imagined you would be so fragile, unable to overcome such a setback. Koga Kachiki, always craving recognition, didn't even hear the latter part of Yuzuker Uchiha's statement. His attention was entirely focused on the first sentence. You saw potential in me. To become a captain. Despite his resentment towards Yuzuker Uchiha, Koga Kachiki acknowledged and even admired his strength. Having been constantly berated and pressured by Jinrei Kachiki, this was the first time Koga Kachiki had received the validation he craved. Yuzuker Uchiha nodded. Yes, from the moment I saw you, I knew you possessed the qualities of a captain, you simply lacked the necessary refinement. With focused training, surpassing me would be a simple matter. With a deeply sincere expression, Yuzuker Uchiha continued to praise Koga Kachiki, speaking as if he were the most promising Shinigami in the entire Serie. Overwhelmed by Yusuke Uchiha's words, Koga Kachiki broke down in tears. To think, Koga Kachiki reflected, that the one who understands and values me most is someone I once considered an enemy. I've finally received recognition. Koga, trust me. As your captain, I will ensure your exoneration, Yusuke Uchiha said earnestly. Koga Kachiki stopped crying and nodded vigorously. I trust you, Captain. Once I'm released, I will dedicate myself completely to serving you. People are strange, they often feel frustration, resentment, or even anger towards those closest to them, even when those close ones are genuinely trying to help. Yet, a small gesture of concern from an outsider can evoke immense gratitude. This was precisely the case with Koga Kachiki. At that moment, Yusuke Uchiha's standing in his heart far surpassed that of his father-in-law, Jinrai Kachiki. Thanks to Yusuke Uchiha's intervention, the plot to manipulate Koga Kachiki into attempting an escape was thwarted. Subsequently, at Yusuke Uchiha's insistence, the witness testimonies were rigorously re-examined with the assistance of the Science and Technology Development Bureau's Truth Serum, conclusively proving Koga Kachiki's innocence. Those noble Shinigami who had framed Koga Kachiki had scapegoats prepared in advance, successfully deflecting the blame. Yusuke Uchiha showed no interest in pursuing legal action against these nobles. Koga Kachiki, unaware of the true perpetrators, believed the convicted Shinigami were his enemies, and felt a sense of satisfaction at their punishment. Following this incident, Koga Kachiki became utterly loyal to Yusuke Uchiha, transforming into his most trusted subordinate within the 6th Division. The other members of the 6th Division were profoundly surprised by this dramatic shift in Koga Kachiki's attitude. Recognizing Koga Kachiki's genuine commitment to his service, Yusuke Uchiha treated him fairly and with respect. Unlike Jinrai Kachiki, who frequently employed harsh criticism and rebuke to point out Koga Kachiki's shortcomings, Yusuke Uchiha adopted a more gentle and supportive approach, guiding his training while addressing his over-reliance on his Zanpakuto and highlighting the need for enhanced mental fortitude and willpower. Under Yusuke Uchiha's guidance, Koga Kachiki discovered a new direction. He shed his ostentatious and flamboyant attire, retaining only the kansen, the hair ornament signifying his membership in the Kachiki clan. His demeanor shifted from arrogant and overbearing to reserved and humble. His training became more rigorous, with a strong emphasis on cultivating his spiritual pressure. Witnessing Koga Kachiki's transformation, Jinrai Kachiki felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude towards Yusuke Uchiha. Shortly thereafter, Kaiaraka Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division and head of intelligence, contacted Yusuke Uchiha, providing him with crucial information regarding the whereabouts of the rebel Shinigami leader. Kaiaraka Shunsui, a highly esteemed student of Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, was the first graduate of the Shino Academy to attain the rank of captain, enjoying the Captain Commander's unwavering trust. Following Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's death during the ensuing Thousand-Year Blood War, Kaiaraka Shunsui even ascended to the position of Captain Commander of the Dodai 13. Kaiaraka Shuensui's provision of intelligence regarding the rebel leader's location was, of course, at the behest of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, who sought to leverage Yusuke Uchiha's recent appointment as captain during this period of unrest to personally eliminate the rebel leader. This would serve to simultaneously showcase Yusuke Uchiha's capabilities and affirm his unwavering loyalty to the Serie. Upon receiving the intel on the rebel leader's location, Yusuke Uchiha immediately mobilized the members of the 6th Division, with the reformed Koga Kachiki by his side. Outside an abandoned village in Rakangai. Captain Uchiha, I am Lisa Yatamaru, lieutenant of the 8th Division, and I have been dispatched to provide you with support, announced a young woman with long black hair styled in a high ponytail, adorned with glasses. Is Shinada Koji inside? Yusuke Uchiha inquired. Lisa nodded. Indeed, however, in addition to him, there is a significant number of rebel forces present. This battle will likely prove challenging. Yusuke Uchiha offered a slight smile. Rest assured, with me here, they will not prevail. Lisa furrowed her brow. While you did defeat Captain Kensei, our intelligence suggests that Shinada Koji possesses even greater combat prowess. Moreover, the rebels hold a significant numerical advantage. It would be prudent not to underestimate them. Yusuke Uchiha, possessing spiritual pressure on a par with that of Aizen and the Captain Commander, had become virtually invincible within the Soul Society. Furthermore, prior to their arrival, Yusuke Uchiha had already thoroughly investigated the Zanpakuto abilities of Shinada Koji, the rebel leader. While numerous Shinigami within the Soul Society still posed a potential threat to Yusuke Uchiha, Shinada Koji was not among them. Chapter 242, NZNT, Chapter. Yusuke Uchiha fixed his gaze on the largest building in the center of the dilapidated village, slowly extending his right index finger toward. Yusuke Uchiha fixed his gaze on the largest building in the center of the dilapidated village, slowly extending his right index finger towards it. Heido number 88. Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. A blinding white energy wave, laced with blue lightning, instantly reduced the targeted building to rubble. Although it was a chantless Heido, Yusuker Uchiha's immense spiritual pressure amplified its power considerably. Lisa Yatamaru, who had been about to warn Yusuker Uchiha to proceed with caution, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to believe that he had unleashed such a high-level Heido technique without any incantation. The 6th Division members behind Yusuker Uchiha, however, were unsurprised. Having fought alongside him, they were accustomed to their captain's overwhelming power. No matter how formidable the enemy, they were as helpless as infants against their captain. The entire 6th Division had complete faith in Yusuker Uchiha. Their respect for him surpassed even that for their former captain, Jinrei Ikuchiki, who had led them for many years. Following the destruction of the rebel base's building, a powerful spiritual pressure surged forth, manifesting as a colossal wall of fire that seemingly blocked Yusuker Uchiha's Heido. As the wall of fire dissipated, dozens of rebel Shinigami, covered in dust and grime, emerged from the ruins. Leading them was a powerfully built man with fiery red hair. This man wielded a Zanpakuto whose flaming blade had a lion's head for a hilt, a fire-type Zanpakuto reminiscent of Ryūjin Jakka. This was Shinada Koji, the rebel leader. "Which damn coward ambushed us?" Shinada Koji roared in fury, his volatile temper evident. Upon noticing Yusuker Uchiha, the captain in his Heiori, he immediately recognized him. "You're the new 6th Division captain, Uchiha Yusuker. You're the one who's been harassing our revolutionary army." Yusuker Uchiha had been actively leading the 6th Division in suppressing the rebels. While Shinada Koji hadn't met him personally, he'd gathered intelligence on him. Yusuker Uchiha smiled. "Shinada Koji, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence." Shinada Koji responded with fury, "You want me to go to the Siriidai? No way. You tried to wipe us out with that spell, but thanks to me, your plan failed." Yusuker Uchiha shook his head. "You're mistaken. That wasn't my intention. As a law-abiding officer, my duty is to bring you all back to the Siriidai for trial." As Yusuker Uchiha stated, he hadn't intended to kill them. The Hiryu-Gekizoku Shinton Reiho was merely a tactic to draw them out of their hideout. If he'd wanted to eliminate them outright, he wouldn't have used a chantless technique. Shinada Koji snorted, "Regardless of your intentions, I'll settle this with you here and now, preventing further losses among my comrades." With a flash of fire in his eyes, Shinada Koji brandished his Zanpakuto, bellowing, "Roar, Crimson Flame Lion." As Shinada Koji released his Zanpakuto, a colossal lion, its body enveloped in raging flames, materialized beside him. Clad in scarlet armor, its claws shone menacingly sharp. Witnessing their leader's powerful Bankai, the rebel Shinigami's morale soared. Based on the spiritual pressure emanating from the Crimson Flame Lion, Yusuker Uchiha assessed Shinada Koji as one of the strongest among the Dodai 13 captains. Kensei Maguruma, previously defeated by Yusuker Uchiha, would likely be no match for him. Release, Susanoo. Yusuker Uchiha immediately activated his Susanoo. While his sword alone was sufficient to defeat Shinada Koji, the awe-inspiring Susanoo provided a significant psychological advantage. Indeed, Susanoo's sheer size, imposing presence, and overwhelming spiritual pressure dwarfed the Crimson Flame Lion, instantly instilling fear in the rebel Shinigami while bolstering the 6th Division's confidence. Shinada Koji's rugged face took on a serious expression upon witnessing Susanoo's appearance. As the rebel leader, he wasn't as impulsive as he appeared. This was precisely why he had previously avoided direct confrontation with Yusuker Uchiha. Had Yusuker Uchiha not initiated this encounter, he would have continued to evade direct conflict with the Dodai 13 captain. Without giving Shinada Koji time to contemplate, Yusuker Uchiha, positioned atop his Susanoo, launched a preemptive assault against the rebel Shinigami. Before the attack, Yusuker Uchiha instructed the 6th Division members to form a defensive perimeter, encircling the rebel Shinigami to prevent any escapes. Roar! The Crimson Flame Lion roared, charging towards Susanoo, its flames burning even more fiercely in battle. Undeterred, the larger and more powerful Susanoo, wielding a massive katana, met the charge head-on. A single, devastating downward strike sent the Crimson Flame Lion staggering. The force of Susanoo's blow caused the massive Crimson Flame Lion to plunge heavily into the earth, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Unrelenting, Susanoo continued its relentless assault, its katana raining down blows upon the stunned Crimson Flame Lion, which could only manage occasional counterattacks with its sharp claws. However, its claws proved virtually ineffective against Susanoo's hardened armor, failing to inflict even the slightest scratch. The intense flames surrounding the Crimson Flame Lion also posed little threat to Susanoo, which had already absorbed the power of Ryūjin Jakka. Seeing his Crimson Flame Lion completely outmatched, Shinada Koji gathered his spiritual pressure, launching a powerful flame slash towards Yusuker Uchiha, perched atop Susanoo, while simultaneously commanding the Crimson Flame Lion to unleash a biting attack. Yusuker Uchiha effortlessly dispersed the incoming flame slash with a casual, sideways swipe of his left hand. Although the Crimson Flame Lion managed to sink its teeth into Susanoo's shoulder, its sharp fangs failed to penetrate the sturdy shoulder armor, leaving only minor scratches. Crimson Flame Lion, Lion's Roar. Shinada Koji bellowed, and the Crimson Flame Lion, its jaws still clamped onto Susanoo's shoulder, concentrated its spiritual pressure, forming a searing fireball within its mouth. The fireball detonated, the resulting shockwave sending the Crimson Flame Lion flying backward while leaving a large, charred wound on Susanoo's shoulder. Chapter 243, NZNT, Chapter. Shinada Koji breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the massive wound on Susanoo's shoulder. He had, at least, managed to inflict damage. Shinada Koji breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the massive wound on Susanoo's shoulder. He had, at least, managed to inflict damage. His relief was short-lived, however, as he watched in astonishment as new bone, muscle, and armor rapidly regenerated on the shoulder. Within seconds, the damage from his Lion's Roar attack had completely vanished. From atop Susanoo, Yuzuker Uchiha smiled down at Shinada Koji. Since you've revealed yourself, the rebellion's end is at hand. Sweat poured down Shinada Koji's brow. The brief exchange had made it clear, he was vastly outmatched by this Dodai 13 captain. His Bankai was inferior, his flame slash easily deflected. Continued combat was suicidal. After a moment of rapid calculation, Shinada Koji made the decision to flee. This would mean abandoning many of his men and severely damaging his own authority within the rebel ranks, but with his life on the line, it was the only choice. Men, we've been ambushed. Retreat. We'll fight another day. Shinada Koji roared, turning to flee, and he sent the Crimson Flame Lion ahead to clear a path. The other rebel Shinigami immediately scattered, attempting their own escapes. However, Yusuker Uchiha had anticipated this. The 6th Division members, positioned in readiness, sprang into action, intercepting the fleeing rebels. Koga Kachiki, under Yusuker Uchiha's prior instructions, focused his attention on Shinada Koji. Release, whisper Muramasa. With Koga Kachiki's release of the cursed blade, the Crimson Flame Lion's eyes shifted, and it abruptly turned on its master, Shinada Koji, delivering a powerful blow with its claw. Completely unprepared for his own Zanpakuto to attack him, Shinada Koji was unable to react in time and was sent flying backward. His trajectory carried him directly towards Yusuker Uchiha. While simultaneously directing Susanoo to assist the other 6th Division members in subduing the remaining rebel Shinigami, Yusuker Uchiha extended his left hand towards the approaching Shinada Koji. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. The chantless Bakudo technique was flawlessly executed, 4 thick chains of spiritual energy erupted from nothingness, instantly binding Shinada Koji and suppressing his spiritual pressure. With Shinada Koji's spiritual pressure neutralized, the Crimson Flame Lion, under Muramasa's control, gradually dissipated. The remaining rebels were swiftly dealt with, all either killed or captured in the combined assault of Susanoo and the 6th Division members. The battle had been devoid of suspense. In a world where individual strength heavily influences the outcome of war, the fate of the opposing forces often hinges on the victory or defeat of their respective leaders. The 6th Division, already superior to the rebels in terms of skill and training, fought with exceptional morale and achieved a decisive victory, suffering almost no casualties. Only a few of the less experienced members sustained minor injuries. After the battle, the 6th Division members looked upon Yusuker Uchiha with awe, their understanding of their captain's overwhelming power deepened by his effortless subjugation of the rebel leader. Following account of the prisoners, Yusuker Uchiha commended his troops. The 6th Division had earned significant merit in this operation, and all participants would receive substantial rewards from the captain commander. Upon their return to the Serie, Yusuker Uchiha transferred custody of the captured Shinada Koji to the 9th Division, where he was imprisoned and awaited judgment by the Central 46. When Kairakushuinsue, captain of the 8th Division, learned from Lieutenant Yadamara Lisa of Yusuker Uchiha's performance in the suppression of the rebellion, he expressed a degree of surprise. As a veteran captain, Kairakushuinsue was consistently ranked among the most powerful within the Dodai 13. Based on Lisa Yadamara's description, Yusuker Uchiha's strength appeared to be on par with, or even exceeding, his own. The day after Yusuker Uchiha returned to the Serie to submit his report, Koga Kachiki, acting on behalf of the former 6th Division captain, Jinrei Kachiki, extended an invitation for Yusuker Uchiha to visit the Kachiki family estate. Yusuker Uchiha readily accepted. "Captain Uchiha, please follow me. My father-in-law is awaiting your arrival." Yusuker Uchiha arrived at the Kachiki family estate around midday, where Koga Kachiki had been waiting for some time. The Kachiki family, one of the 5 great noble houses of Seoul society, possessed an extensive estate situated in close proximity to the heart of the Serie. The interior of the estate was designed in a refined and understated traditional Japanese garden style, emphasizing elegance and simplicity rather than ostentatious luxury. This understated elegance served to highlight the Kachiki family's reputation for strict discipline and restrained demeanor. Upon entering the living room, which was decorated in a classic Japanese style, Yusuker Uchiha found Jinrei Kachiki formally seated in formal kneeling posture on a cushion, his posture impeccably straight, engaged in conversation with other members of his family. Besides Jinrei Kachiki, a young woman, elegantly attired and clearly married, was present. This was Koga Kachiki's wife, unnamed Kachiki. Kneeling on a zabuton beside unnamed Kachiki was a young man of striking handsomeness and composed demeanor, his head adorned with the kansen, the distinctive hair ornament worn by members of the Kachiki family. While formal introductions had yet to be made, Yusuke Uchiha, aware of the Kachiki family's relatively small size, recognized this young man as the exceptionally gifted Byakuya Kachiki. Upon noticing Yusuke Uchiha's arrival, Jinrei Kachiki offered a rare smile, rising to his feet to invite Yusuke Uchiha to be seated. Unnamed Kachiki and Byakuya Kachiki also rose and bowed respectfully. Their impeccable manners underscored the Kachiki family's profound respect for etiquette and the high standards of education and refinement instilled within their members. Captain Uchiha, there are 2 reasons for this meeting. Firstly, to express our sincere gratitude for your guidance and support of Koga. Secondly, to inform you that I am officially relinquishing my position as captain of the 6th Division, effectively transferring full command to you, Jinrei Kachiki announced. Koga Kachiki, offering a rare smile, confirmed his father-in-law's words. This was an unusual display of emotion for the normally stoic man. Yusuke Uchiha responded modestly, Captain Kachiki, your words are too kind. Koga has consistently demonstrated exceptional performance and made significant contributions to the 6th Division. Following your departure, I pledge to dedicate myself fully to the continued success of the 6th Division and will strive not to disappoint you. Jinrei Kachiki nodded in approval. Observing a hint of self-satisfaction on Koga Kachiki's face, he immediately directed a stern glance towards him, causing Koga Kachiki to instantly assume a more upright and serious posture. With Koga Kachiki now properly composed, Jinrei Kachiki continued, addressing Yusuke Uchiha, your successful capture of Shinada Koji, the rebel leader, not only exceeded the Captain Commander's expectations but also surpassed my own. I've already approached the Captain Commander earlier this morning and formally recommended your immediate and official appointment as captain. Judging by his reaction, I anticipate that acting prefix to your title will be removed within the next couple of days. Chapter 244, NZNT, Chapter. After a brief history lesson on the 6th Division, Jinrei Kachiki introduced Byakuya Kachiki to Yusuke Uchiha. This is our Kachiki clan's L. After a brief history lesson on the 6th Division, Jinrei Kachiki introduced Byakuya Kachiki to Yusuke Uchiha. This is our Kachiki clan's eldest grandson, Byakuya Kachiki. He will eventually inherit the entire Kachiki family. Jinrei Kachiki sighed. His father, Sojin, died unexpectedly in battle, creating a leadership gap within the Kachiki clan. Otherwise, given my age, I would have stepped down as captain of the 6th Division long ago. Before Yusuke Uchiha's arrival, the 6th Division had always been led by members of the Kachiki family. Every captain was the head of the Kachiki family. Their noble status made them ideally suited to protecting the nobility. However, the death of Byakuya Kachiki's father left Jinrei Kachiki without a clear successor. If he had lived, Sojin Kachiki would have been the current captain. Byakuya will soon officially join the Dodai 13. As the future head of the Kachiki family, he will inevitably serve in the 6th Division. I would appreciate it if you would mentor him, Captain Uchiha, Jinrei Kachiki said, bowing. With Yusuke Uchiha now officially leading the 6th Division, Byakuya Kachiki's career would benefit greatly from Yusuke Uchiha's guidance. Jinrei Kachiki's concern for his grandson was evident in his direct request, a rare display of humility from the usually reserved Kachiki family. This also subtly indicated Jinrei Kachiki's high regard for Yusuke Uchiha, seeing him as a valuable ally. Yusuke Uchiha readily agreed, cultivating a strong relationship with the Kachiki clan would be beneficial during his long stay in Soul Society. After lunch, Jinrei Kachiki retired to rest, leaving Koga Kachiki to show Yusuke Uchiha around the estate. They found Byakuya Kachiki training in the garden, using his shuriken to refine his spiritual pressure. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Byakuya Kachiki Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, transformed into countless pink blades resembling cherry blossom petals, swirling gracefully through the garden. This reminded Yusuke Uchiha of his sister, Izumi, whose weapon, the Kusanagi sword, Kikyo Senriku Sakura, produced a similar effect of pink energy when wielded. Byakuya is exceptionally talented. He will undoubtedly master Bankai and become a captain of the Dodai 13, Yusuke Uchiha remarked. Koga Kachiki nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared, moving incredibly fast, breaking through the Senbon Sakura petals and stopping before Byakuya Kachiki. Yusuke Uchiha was about to intervene, but sensing no hostile intent in the shadow's spiritual pressure, he hesitated. Byakuya Kachiki, usually calm, reacted with anger and irritation. It's you again, you damn. For someone as refined as Byakuya Kachiki to use such language, the shadow must be a significant source of frustration. Using Shuinpa, Byakuya Kachiki quickly retreated while simultaneously manipulating the Senbon Sakura petals to encircle the shadow. Resistance is futile, little brother Byakuya. A playful laugh rang out, a young woman's voice. The already incredibly fast shadow accelerated, easily breaking through the Senbon Sakura's defenses. Byakuya Kuchiki immediately countered with a Hakuda attack. The shadow, however, gracefully backflipped over Byakuya Kuchiki, swiftly drawing 3 black lines on each of his cheeks, resembling a cat's whiskers. Little Byakuya, you look much cuter like this. You're always so serious, you need to smile more, or you might scare away all the girls. The shadow, having finished its playful marking of Byakuya Kuchiki, slowed, turning to face Byakuya Kuchiki, as well as Yusuke Uchiha and Koga Kuchiki, who were watching with amusement. The figure was revealed to be a strikingly beautiful and slender young woman with relatively short hair, a radiant smile, bronze skin, and striking golden eyes that added to her mysterious charm. It was Uruchi Shihoin, known as the Shuinpa God. Despite her youthful appearance, she was the head of the Shihoin clan, captain of the 2nd Division of the Godai 13, and commander of the Onmitsukido, the secret mobile force of the Suriidai. Even without a mirror, Byakuya Kuchiki knew Uruchi had marked his face. His temples throbbed with anger, he desperately wanted to strike Uruchi with the hilt of his Zanpakuto. However, seeing her confident and unperturbed expression, he knew such an action would be futile. Uruchi approached, reaching out to playfully touzle Byakuya Kuchiki's hair, deliberately disheveling it. Byakuya Kuchiki instinctively used his arms to shield himself, clearly averse to any interaction with her. Little Byakuya, don't be so cold. How about I teach you some Shuinpa techniques later, little brother? Uruchi continued her attempts to engage Byakuya Kuchiki in conversation, but he remained stubbornly unresponsive. Yusuke Uchiha chuckled, turning to Koga Kuchiki. Is Captain Shihoin always this playful with Byakuya? Koga Kuchiki smiled. Indeed, she's Byakuya's only friend, though he'd never admit it. Yusuke Uchiha shook his head, amused. No one would have guessed that the supremely stoic Byakuya Kuchiki of later years had once possessed such a fiery and easily provoked temperament in his youth. With their business at the Kuchiki estate concluded, Yusuke Uchiha prepared to leave. It's getting late. Please convey my apologies for the intrusion to Captain Kuchiki, Yusuke Uchiha said to Koga Kuchiki. Uruchi then approached the pair with a playful smile. Oh, Captain Uchiha. What a pleasant surprise. How about we share a drink to celebrate our reunion? Uruchi said familiarly. Yusuke Uchiha politely declined with a smile. I'm not much of a drinker, I wouldn't want to spoil Captain Shihoin's enjoyment. Uruchi laughed. We're colleagues in the Godai 13, there's no need for such formality. Just call me Uruchi. She added with a mischievous grin, however, rejecting a lady's invitation is quite improper, Captain Uchiha. You'll have to make amends for hurting my feelings. Yusuke Uchiha responded with a smile, and what kind of amends would Captain Shihoin deem appropriate? How about letting me take a look at Captain Uchiha's glasses? Before she could finish, Uruchi vanished, reappearing instantly beside Yusuke Uchiha, her hand reaching for his glasses. Chapter 245, NZNT, Chapter. Uruchi Shihoin's sudden attack wasn't a random act of mischief, nor was it intended to playfully tease Yusuke Uchiha in the same manner sh. Uruchi Shihoin's sudden attack wasn't a random act of mischief, nor was it intended to playfully tease Yusuke Uchiha in the same manner she often did with Byakuya Kuchiki. She had a specific goal in mind. She and Kasuke Urahara both suspected Yusuke Uchiha was concealing his true strength, and Urahara believed Yusuke Uchiha had a hidden purpose for coming to the Suriidai. Uruchi Shihoin's initial intention in visiting the Kuchiki family was to instruct Byakuya Kuchiki in Shuinpa. As two of Seoul society's 5 great noble families, the Kuchiki and Shihoin families had a long-standing close relationship, and Uruchi Shihoin treated Byakuya Kuchiki like a younger brother. However, she unexpectedly encountered Yusuke Uchiha at the Kuchiki estate. After careful consideration, Uruchi Shihoin decided to find a pretext to directly assess the true extent of Yusuke Uchiha's abilities. Unlike her playful interactions with Byakuya Kuchiki, Uruchi Shihoin's attack speed was more than double her usual. Byakuya Kuchiki and Koga Kuchiki were completely taken aback. Even Yusuke Uchiha had to be fully alert. Leaning back slightly to avoid Uruchi Shihoin's attempt to grab his glasses, Yusuke Uchiha smiled. Excuse me, these glasses are extremely important to me, I cannot relinquish them to you, Captain Shihoin. Uruchi Shihoin didn't relent, appearing as if teleporting to Yusuke Uchiha's other side, again reaching for his glasses. Then how about just letting me take a look? I'll return them immediately afterward. These glasses were crucial for concealing the unique abilities of his eyes. Yusuke Uchiha couldn't allow Uruchi Shihoin to remove them. His spiritual pressure surged, and Yusuke Uchiha swiftly moved to intercept Uruchi Shihoin's hand. To Yusuke Uchiha's surprise, he missed, and Uruchi Shihoin appeared from another impossible angle, her hand still reaching for his glasses. Faced with Uruchi Shihoin's persistent pursuit, Yusuke Uchiha became serious, using Shuinpa to move from the corridor into the garden, evading her attack and shifting the battleground to a more open area. Orochi Shihoin followed relentlessly, appearing instantly beside Yusuke Uchiha as he arrived in the garden. The garden was then filled with their lightning-fast movements. It appeared as though dozens of Yusuke Uchihas and Orochi Shihoins were moving simultaneously. Byakuya Kuchiki and Koga Kuchiki were completely overwhelmed, unable to follow their movements or discern who held the advantage. After a brief moment, all the afterimages vanished, leaving both figures in the center of the garden. Orochi Shihoin and Yusuke Uchiha stood facing each other, but Orochi Shihoin's outstretched hand was firmly grasped at the wrist by Yusuke Uchiha. Superficially, it appeared Yusuke Uchiha had gained the upper hand. Humph, quite the ungentlemanly fellow. Orochi Shihoin scoffed, withdrawing her arm with a feigned air of displeasure. Orochi Shihoin was undeniably cunning. By shifting the blame for their brief exchange onto Yusuke Uchiha, she successfully achieved her goal of gauging his abilities. Yusuke Uchiha smiled and offered his praise. Truly worthy of the title, Shuinpa God, Orochi. Your speed surpasses anything I've ever witnessed. Orochi Shihoin muttered under her breath, insincere. Yusuke Uchiha shook his head with a wry smile, bidding farewell to the Kuchiki family and heading back to the 6th Division barracks. Koga Kuchiki escorted him to the gate of the estate. Captain Uchiha, your sparring match with Captain Shihoin was truly spectacular. And to think you managed to restrain the renowned Shuinpa God, Koga Kuchiki said in admiration. Yusuke Uchiha shook his head. I didn't actually win. In terms of Shuinpa and Hakuta, her skill is unparalleled. You must remember that I was purely on the defensive, my only objective being to protect my glasses. Therefore, catching her was significantly easier than her attempting to remove my glasses. Koga Kuchiki nodded thoughtfully, his assessment of Yusuke Uchiha's abilities rising further still. What a troublesome woman, Yusuke Uchiha thought, her probing forced me to use my full strength. And why did she target my glasses specifically? After Yusuke Uchiha's departure, Orochi Shihoin resumed her interaction with Byakuya Kuchiki. Little Byakuya, let's begin your Shuinpa training. Byakuya Kuchiki raised an eyebrow. No, I will train independently. Orochi Shihoin pressed her face close to his. Are you still upset about my little prank earlier? Byakuya Kuchiki gently pushed Orochi Shihoin's face away. I have my own training methods. In time, I will defeat you using my own Shuinpa skills. While consistently irritated by Orochi Shihoin's playful teasing, Byakuya Kuchiki harbored no resentment towards her. Instead, he viewed her as a benchmark for his own improvement, a goal to surpass. Having witnessed the exchange between Orochi Shihoin and Yusuke Uchiha, Byakuya Kuchiki had conceived a plan to seek advice from Yusuke Uchiha on how to effectively counter Orochi Shihoin's Shuinpa techniques. He believed that defeating Orochi Shihoin without her direct instruction would be a far more satisfying achievement. Therefore, he rejected her offer of training, intending to seek guidance from Captain Yusuke Uchiha once he officially joined the 6th Division. Orochi Shihoin's lips curled into a slight smile. As you wish. However, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult your big sister Orochi. With those words, Orochi Shihoin vanished, swiftly departing from the Kuchiki family estate using Shuinpa. Orochi Shihoin then proceeded to the Research and Development Institute. Her purpose was to relay the details of her encounter with Yusuke Uchiha to Kisuke Urahara. His strength is truly formidable. While his Shuinpa skills are exceptional, they still fall slightly short of my own. His ability to keep pace with my speed was entirely reliant upon his spiritual pressure. His spiritual pressure vastly surpasses both yours and mine. Orochi Shihoin stated gravely to Kisuke Urahara. After a moment of contemplation, Kisuke Urahara inquired, based on your assessment, do you believe he might have a specific purpose for his presence in the Siriidii? Orochi Shihoin shook her head. I haven't sensed anything of the sort. If he truly intended to conceal his abilities, there would have been no need for him to engage me in combat. He could have simply allowed me to remove his glasses. Therefore, in my opinion, he had no intention of concealing anything. He merely saw no need to overtly display his full capabilities. Kisuke Urahara stroked his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. Unless. Intrigued by Kisuke Urahara's drawn-out response, Orochi Shihoin pressed, unless what? A glint of insight flashed in Kisuke Urahara's eyes. Unless there is some hidden mechanism concealed beneath those glasses. Chapter 246, NZNT, Chapter. The day after Yusuke Uchiha visited the Kuchiki family, the captain commander convened a meeting of the Dodai 13 captains. The meeting began. The day after Yusuke Uchiha visited the Kuchiki family, the captain commander convened a meeting of the Dodai 13 captains. The meeting began by acknowledging the 6th Division's contributions to suppressing the rebellion and awarding prizes to several high-achieving Shinigami. The transition period following Jinrei Kuchiki's retirement officially ended, and Yusuke Uchiha was formally appointed captain of the 6th Division, relinquishing his acting captain title. As the meeting concluded and Yusuke Uchiha prepared to depart, Kisuke Urahara stopped him. Ah, Captain Uchiha, congratulations on your official appointment. I happen to have some coupons for Tenkui Springs, perhaps we could enjoy a relaxing onsen together. I rarely treat others to such luxuries, so I hope you won't refuse, Captain Uchiha, Kasukirahara said, approaching Yusuker Uchiha with a white folding fan partially concealing his mouth. Yusuker Uchiha inwardly sighed, he knew trouble was coming. Aware of Kasukirahara's connection to Orochimaru, he anticipated this approach. He knew he couldn't avoid it, he had to deal with whatever suspicions or clues they might have. Captain Urahara, you're too kind. I gratefully accept, Yusuker Uchiha replied with a smile. Soon, Yusuker Uchiha and Kasukirahara arrived at Tenkui Springs, a natural hot spring nestled deep in the mountains beyond the Siriidii. Despite its secluded location, the surrounding structures were lavish, clearly indicating the establishment's focus on high-end clientele. Captain Uchiha, this is Seoul Society's finest hot spring. It's incredibly relaxing and reputed to have a soul-nurturing effect. It's quite expensive, I must admit. Kasukirahara explained. Tenkui Springs was indeed expensive, frequented primarily by the Siriidi's noble Shinigami. For Kasukirahara, who wasn't known for his wealth, this was a significant expense. The 2 coupons he possessed were a gift from Orochimaru. Yusuker Uchiha chuckled. Then I'm truly indebted to you, Captain Urahara. I'll return the favor sometime. Yusuker Uchiha intended to cultivate a positive relationship with Kasukirahara. Gaining his and Orochimaru's trust could provide unexpected advantages. They entered Tenkui Springs' changing room, donned towels, and proceeded to the hot spring. Upon entering the water, Yusuker Uchiha exclaimed, remarkable. Unlike any other onsen I've experienced, I can already feel a subtle increase in my spiritual energy. While not comparable to dedicated training, the prospect of enhancing my spiritual power through such a relaxing method is undeniably appealing. Kasukirahara continued to hold his folding fan. Its material was unclear, it looked like paper but remained unaffected by the water. Beneath this hot spring lies a Soul Society specialty, the Spirit Core, a rare natural substance that emits gentle spiritual energy. Legend claims that the Spirit Core beneath Tenkui Springs is the most potent in all of Soul Society, Kasukirahara explained. Their conversation then shifted to matters within the Godai 13. Kasukirahara, a highly sociable and gossipy individual, shared several intriguing Siriidii anecdotes with Yusuker Uchiha. For example, he revealed that Lisa Yatamaru, the 8th Division's lieutenant, had a penchant for women, and that Shinji Hirako, the 5th Division captain, dedicated over 2 hours daily to hair care. With the conversation winding down, Kasukirahara prepared to begin his probing of Yusuker Uchiha. Observing the steam fogging Yusuker Uchiha's glasses, Kasukirahara smiled. Captain Uchiha, your glasses are quite fogged. Doesn't that affect your vision? Perhaps you should remove them. Yusuker Uchiha smiled. No need, I've been meditating with my eyes closed. It's not a battle, poor visibility is of no consequence. A short time later, while carrying a cup of sake, Kasukirahara feigned a stumble, spilling the sake onto Yusuker Uchiha's glasses. Oh dear, Captain Uchiha, I do apologize. But given our current situation, perhaps you could remove your glasses and rinse them off in the hot spring. Kasukirahara suggested. Yusuker Uchiha nodded, bending slightly to rinse his glasses in the water, clearly showing no intention of removing them. After a further interval, Kasukirahara produced another pair of glasses, offering them enthusiastically. Captain Uchiha, this pair was a gift from Jinjiro Shirogane, the owner of Jin Tanbo. Unfortunately, they don't fit me. Perhaps you'd like to try them on. Incidentally, Jinjiro is one of your subordinates. Yusuker Uchiha waved his hand. Thank you for your generosity, Captain Urahara, but glasses require a specific prescription, I doubt these would be suitable for me. Kasukirahara smiled. Don't worry, I sponsored Jin Tanbo. Thanks to my technology, these glasses automatically adjust to the wearer's prescription. Kasukirahara then presented the exquisitely crafted glasses to Yusuker Uchiha, offering them with an almost insistent gesture. At this point, Yusuker Uchiha sighed dramatically, waving his hand. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Urahara, but I truly cannot accept them. To be frank, these glasses hold a special significance for me, they are connected to a story I've never shared with anyone. It's a long story, tracing back to events 500 years ago. At that time, Yusuker Uchiha then began to recount a fabricated tale closely tied to his glasses, a story that lasted nearly an hour, which Kasukirahara listened to patiently. Afterward, Yusuker Uchiha sighed again. Captain Urahara, that's why I always wear these glasses. I hope you understand. To Kasukirahara's astonishment, Yusuker Uchiha then voluntarily removed his glasses, wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. Kasukirahara had anticipated a hidden mechanism, but Yusuker Uchiha had removed his glasses willingly, and nothing unusual was revealed. In truth, after Orochimaru's probing, Yusuker Uchiha had anticipated that his attachment to his glasses might arouse suspicion in both Orochimaru and Kasukirahara. His never removing them was also suspicious. Considering this, Yusuke Uchiha had immediately used Kamui to return to Hueco Mundo and commissioned Mayuri Kuratsuchi to create contact lenses capable of concealing his unique eye abilities, making his eyes appear normal and masking the chakra fluctuations of the Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan. However, while wearing these contact lenses, Yusuke Uchiha was unable to utilize his eye techniques, therefore, he only used them when absolutely necessary. He hoped this would successfully alleviate the suspicions of both Kasuke Urahara and Orochi Shihoin. After their onsen visit, Kasuke Urahara returned to the Research and Development Institute, where Orochi Shihoin was waiting for his report. "Well, did you discover anything unusual?" Orochi Shihoin inquired. Kasuke Urahara looked saddened. "Nothing out of the ordinary. It seems he's a man with a story of his own. Perhaps I was overly suspicious." Chapter 247, NZNT, Chapter. The following day, upon arriving at the 6th Division barracks, Yusuke Uchiha found his squad members regarding him with a complex array of The following day, upon arriving at the 6th Division barracks, Yusuke Uchiha found his squad members regarding him with a complex array of emotions, a mixture of awe, sorrow, and admiration, leaving him quite perplexed. At that moment, Jinjiro Shirogane, his lieutenant, approached, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Captain, I won't be selling you any more glasses. I never imagined your glasses held such a deeply moving story." Yusuke Uchiha immediately understood that Kasuke Urahara had spread the fabricated tale he'd concocted the previous day. He hadn't anticipated the entire 6th Division would know so quickly. Kasuke Urahara's gossiping skills were truly remarkable. Yusuke Uchiha sighed. "You heard it too. It's not that I don't want to support your business, Jinjiro, these glasses are incredibly important to me." Wiping away tears, Jinjiro Shirogane responded, "Understood, Captain. I won't bother you again. But it's not just me, the entire Dodai 13 knows, and everyone is praising you for your compassion and loyalty." A squad member responsible for protecting high-ranking members of the Central 46 interjected, "It's not just the Dodai 13, even the Central 46 were deeply moved by your story." Another member nodded. "I even heard that Tesai Takabashi, the Kido Corps' vice-captain, was so moved he cried all night and took the day off." The Kido Corps was the Siriidi's specialized Kido unit, responsible for tasks such as opening pathways, creating barriers, and sealing. The Bosan mentioned was the later visored member, Tesai Takabashi. Yusuke Uchiha was speechless. Kasuke Urahara's gossiping skills were beyond remarkable, they were simply astonishing. Once Yusuke Uchiha settled into the captain's seat, the murmuring ceased, and his squad members began their individual reports. Following the suppression of the rebellion, the 6th Division's work had stabilized, primarily focusing on protecting noble Shinigami. Byakuya Kachiki, newly assigned to the 6th Division, proactively sought Yusuke Uchiha's guidance on training. Yusuke Uchiha readily shared his training experience and insights with the talented young man. As someone aiming to become the strongest in the Shinigami world and unify all realms, Byakuya Kachiki's future allegiance would have little impact on his overall goals. While Yusuke Uchiha remained hidden within the Siriidii, his plans for Hueco Mundo progressed steadily. As ruler of Hueco Mundo, Yusuke Uchiha's vision for the organization, centered around Las Noches, was far grander than Barragan's. Las Noches itself underwent significant expansion. Additional palaces were constructed around Las Noches to house various high-ranking organizations. The Espada, each commanding their own subordinates, were stationed in their assigned palaces. The Research and Development Institute, under Mayuri Kuratsuchi's leadership, remained within Las Noches. Yusuke Uchiha preferred to keep such a crucial facility under his direct supervision. The serum to suppress Hollow's instinct to devour was undergoing clinical trials. According to Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the serum wasn't particularly difficult to develop, the Siriidii could have produced it long ago if they had chosen to. Meanwhile, Yusuke Uchiha secretly dispatched his Karasa clones to Rukongai to identify orphans with exceptional spiritual pressure, bringing them to Hueco Mundo. These orphans were initially terrified, but after a period of peaceful coexistence with the Hollows, many found their lives in Hueco Mundo preferable to their previous existence in Rukongai. Yusuke Uchiha divided these orphans into 4 groups based on their abilities. The first group comprised elite Shinigami with exceptional spiritual pressure, possessing the potential to become lieutenants or even captains. This group consisted of 30 individuals who would receive Zanpakuto based on their performance. The second group consisted of ordinary Shinigami with average spiritual pressure, possessing the potential to reach the level of a seated officer in the Dodai 13. This group consisted of 200 individuals who would receive training in Kido, Hakuda, and other techniques. Exceptional members could challenge those in the first group for advancement. The third group consisted of research personnel, those with the lowest spiritual pressure among the orphans, all assigned to Mayuri Kuratsuchi for training. Mayuri Kuratsuchi could also request individuals from the first or second groups if he discovered any with a talent for research and development. The fourth group was a carefully selected group of very young orphans with exceptional spiritual pressure. Yusuker Uchiha intended to train them individually as future spies within the Itachi. These orphans would receive no combat training, only indoctrination in loyalty to Las Noches, and cultivation of their spiritual pressure to aid their future success in the Itachi. To maintain secrecy, they would never meet each other in Mundo. Even if one were discovered, the others would remain undetected. In the Grand Hall of Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha sat upon his throne, surveying his assembled high-ranking officers with a satisfied expression. Kenpachi Zaraki and Haribel had not disappointed, they had successfully gathered the remaining members for the Espada. The Espada's composition mirrored the original, as only a limited number of hollows possessed the spiritual pressure necessary to meet the Espada's standards. Since Yusuker Uchiha had not yet obtained the Hogyoku, he couldn't assist his subordinates in becoming Arrancar. Only the Primera Espada, Coyote Stark, and the Cuarta Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher, had achieved Arrancar status independently, the remaining Espada were still in their hollow forms. As the master of Las Noches and all of Mundo, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. The Espada are newly formed, and this is our first gathering, Yusuker Uchiha announced with a smile. Chapter 248, NZNT, Chapter. Though Yusuker Uchiha ruled Las Noches, not all the Espada had met him. Besides those he'd personally subjugated, Barragan and Haribel, among. Though Yusuker Uchiha ruled Las Noches, not all the Espada had met him. Besides those he'd personally subjugated, Barragan and Haribel, among others, the rest, recruited by Kenpachi Zaraki and Haribel, had only interacted with him briefly. Therefore, while the Espada who'd witnessed Yusuker Uchiha's power showed proper respect, the others were quite casual, some even displaying open disdain. Las Noches' influence now extends across Mundo. All hollows within Las Noches are forbidden from engaging in mutual combat or devouring each other. Any violations will be severely punished, Yusuker Uchiha declared. A scoff then cut through the quiet hall, drawing everyone's gaze. A tall, thin hollow, with a hollow hole in his left eye, sneered, his expression contemptuous. Neutra Gilga. It seems you disagree. Yusuker Uchiha remained calm, a gentle smile on his face. Neutra stepped forward, his tone arrogant. This is Mundo. Hollows should devour each other, only the strongest survive. Imposing Shinigami rules on us hollows is laughable. He'd fought Kenpachi Zaraki, lost, and been brought to Las Noches by Haribel. Despite encountering many powerful hollows in Las Noches, none had impressed him enough to warrant submission. Yusuker Uchiha, with eyes bearing the same pattern as the Mundo moon, was intimidating, but without a display of true combat strength, he couldn't inspire genuine respect. Yusuker Uchiha smiled. It seems you're one who refuses to obey. A wave of immensely powerful spiritual pressure, almost tangible, erupted from Yusuker Uchiha, filling the hall. Almost everyone present possessed the spiritual pressure of a Dodai 13 captain-level fighter. Yusuker Uchiha's widespread release affected them minimally, but they could still sense the overwhelming quality of his Ryatsu. Neutra, at the pressure's epicenter, felt his body weigh hundreds of times its normal weight, his legs buckling uncontrollably. A sharp crack echoed as Neutra's knees shattered the tiles beneath him. Every Espada present visibly reacted to this overwhelming Ryatsu. Those personally subdued by Yusuker Uchiha remained relatively calm, already familiar with his power. However, those brought in by Kenpachi Zaraki and Haribel were shocked, awestruck, and even terrified, disbelieving anyone could possess such immense spiritual pressure. Looking at Neutra, drenched in sweat and struggling against the pressure, Yusuker Uchiha smiled. As a high-ranking member of Las Noches, combat strength is only one aspect. Lacking the proper subservience, you don't belong in this hall. Neutra, I'll give you one chance to rephrase your thoughts. Can you comply with my previous statement? Sweat poured from Neutra's brow, his eyes showed hesitation and struggle. His pride forbade him from bowing, but the spiritual pressure made it clear he was no match for the men on the throne. Yusuker Uchiha waited patiently, smiling. The longer it took, the greater Neutra's fear and pressure would become, a fear he intended to permanently etch into Neutra's mind. After almost a minute, Neutra bowed his head. I can comply. Though a trace of resentment and humiliation lingered, relief washed over him as the pressure vanished. That minute felt like an eternity. Yusuker Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Neutra, good. As a high-ranking member of Las Noches, obeying my orders is paramount. If you have no further questions, you may return to your position. Neutra, head bowed, returned to his place. With Neutra subdued, the remaining Espada became noticeably apprehensive. Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Kenpachi Zaraki watched with amusement. Currently, the Espada were slightly weaker than the Dodai 13 captains, but once they achieved Arrancar status, their power would be roughly equal. As for himself and Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, Yusuker Uchiha lacked sufficient data to determine who was stronger. However, even if his spiritual pressure wasn't superior, it was likely at the same level. While Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni might be more skilled with Ryūjin Jakka, they both wielded it, negating any significant advantage. Yusuker Uchiha's dojutsu, however, offered unpredictable tactical options. Therefore, Yusuker Uchiha believed he had a reasonable chance of victory against Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. After addressing all the Espada, outlining their duties and rules, Yusuker Uchiha returned to the Research and Development Institute with Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Yusuker Uchiha entrusted the day-to-day management of Las Noches to Okiura Cipher. Though Baragan resented this, Okiura clearly held more of Yusuker Uchiha's trust. In the Research and Development Institute, Yusuker Uchiha reviewed research logs. How is the Hogyoku research progressing? At the mention of the Hogyoku, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. Rest assured, despite setbacks, I've found the correct path. And with Wako Mundo's endless supply of hollows as test subjects, progress will be swift. Yusuker Uchiha nodded. But you're forbidden from using hollows who have joined Las Noches. Even I will abide by my own rules. Mayuri Kuratsuchi chuckled. Don't worry, Kenpachi Zaraki is handling the acquisition of test subjects. Excellent. Based on your experience, how long until the Hogyoku is ready? Yusuker Uchiha asked. Mayuri Kuratsuchi stroked his chin. Within a century, no, if all goes well, perhaps 50 years. Yusuker Uchiha was surprised. While unsure of the timeline for Aizen or Urahara's Hogyoku research, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's projected timeframe of a century or less was remarkably fast. Once my people infiltrate the Siriitii, it will be time to approach Aizen, Yusuker Uchiha thought. Chapter 249, NZNT, Chapter. In the 6th Division Barracks, Byakuya Kuchiki once again challenged Koga Kuchiki for the lieutenant's position. More than a year had passed. In the 6th Division Barracks, Byakuya Kuchiki once again challenged Koga Kuchiki for the lieutenant's position. More than a year had passed since Byakuya Kuchiki's previous, crushing defeat, not a long time in the lifespan of a Shinigami. In terms of spiritual pressure and combatability, Byakuya Kuchiki actually surpassed Koga Kuchiki. However, Koga Kuchiki was a master of intra-Shinigami warfare. His Zanpakuto, Muramasa, possessed the ability to hypnotize and manipulate other Zanpakuto, making him a formidable opponent. Even the prodigious Byakuya Kuchiki had fallen victim to this tactic. Byakuya, though you're a family prodigy, you're not yet ready to defeat me, Koga Kuchiki said with a smile, facing Byakuya Kuchiki in the 6th Division's training grounds. Koga Kuchiki was wary of his nephew, despite being members of the same clan, a rivalry existed between them. As an outsider who married into the Kuchiki family, Koga Kuchiki could never become the head of the clan. However, if he could become a captain of the Godai 13 before Byakuya Kuchiki, and maintain his superior strength, he would have significant influence within the family. Conversely, if Byakuya Kuchiki surpassed him, his position as an outsider would become precarious. Therefore, Koga Kuchiki took Byakuya Kuchiki's challenge very seriously. Byakuya Kuchiki's expression remained calm. Koga, 3rd seat, whether I can defeat you will be determined in the match. Due to the Kuchiki family's strict traditions, in professional settings, members only addressed each other by their rank, not family titles. Yusuker Uchiha, acting as the referee, observed Byakuya Kuchiki, who wasn't carrying his Zanpakuto, guessing that this challenge was carefully planned. Byakuya Kuchiki likely intended to use abilities outside of his Zanpakuto. Shinigami typically utilize 4 main combat methods: swordsmanship, shuinpa, flash steps, hakuta, hand-to-hand combat, and kido, spells. As a versatile fighter, Byakuya Kuchiki could effectively utilize the latter 3 even without his Zanpakuto. The outcome of this match, whether Koga Kuchiki would retain his position or Byakuya Kuchiki would rise, was uncertain. 6th Division 4th seat Byakuya Kuchiki challenges 3rd seat Koga Kuchiki. The match begins. With Yusuker Uchiha's command, the noise from the onlookers ceased, all watched intently. Byakuya Kuchiki struck first, launching himself with a powerful leg thrust and appearing instantly beside Koga Kuchiki. Koga Kuchiki, noticing Byakuya Kuchiki's lack of Zanpakuto, immediately understood his strategy. While his Shurikai was rendered useless, his Zanpakuto still provided an advantage. He swung his Zanpakuto, aiming to force Byakuya Kuchiki back. However, Byakuya Kuchiki's close-quarters combat skills were highly refined. He narrowly avoided the blade, closing the distance and striking Koga Kuchiki's ribs with a powerful palm strike. The concentrated spiritual pressure in his palm delivered a forceful blow. A loud clang echoed as Koga Kuchiki was sent flying. The sound was the impact of the Hakuta strike against the Zanpakuto blade. Bakudo number 21, Sikianten. Without a chant, Byakuya Kuchiki unleashed the Bakudo spell, instantly engulfing the arena in a cloud of red smoke. Heido number 31, Shikaho. Heido number 32, Okasen. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. Within the smoke, Byakuya Kuchiki used Shuinpa to change positions, launching 3 consecutive Heido attacks from different angles. Koga Kachiki didn't remain passive, using his spiritual pressure to sense and evade the Heido attacks while searching for Byakuya Kachiki within the smoke cloud. The onlookers couldn't see what was happening, only hearing the continuous loud explosions of Byakuya Kachiki's Heido attacks. Even without direct hits, the impacts on the ground caused significant tremors. Koga, third seat, you've lost. Byakuya Kachiki's voice echoed in Koga Kachiki's ears. Before he could react, he sensed countless spirit-imbued blades surrounding him. You secretly activated your Shurkai. Koga Kachiki was startled. He attempted to activate Muramasa to control Byakuya Kachiki's Senbenzakura, but it was too late. The blades surged forward, encasing Koga Kachiki. While Byakuya Kachiki hadn't moved the blades to inflict further damage, Koga Kachiki was clearly incapacitated. Byakuya Kachiki hadn't intended to defeat Koga Kachiki with the Heido, they were merely a distraction. The Sekienton smoke provided cover for him to secretly activate his Shurkai and encircle Koga Kachiki with his blades. By the time Koga Kachiki realized what had happened, it was too late. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers saw the result. Koga Kachiki was enveloped by pink blades resembling cherry blossoms, his face a mask of frustration. Byakuya, I concede. But you only won through trickery. I'll reclaim my position soon enough. Koga Kachiki declared resentfully. The Godai 13 had regulations regarding seat challenges, with a minimum 1-year interval to prevent high-ranking officers from being constantly challenged. Byakuya Kachiki's expression remained impassive. Koga, fourth seat, I'll accept your challenge. Next time, I will defeat you directly. Hearing Byakuya Kachiki already referring to him as the fourth seat, Koga Kachiki's face twitched. This nephew had always been insufferable. Following the match, Yusuker Uchiha officially announced the exchange of seats. Koga Kachiki vowed to reclaim his position in the next challenge. However, he never again defeated his nephew. Chapter 250, NZNT, Chapter. Seated upon the throne of Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha contemplated his next steps for increasing his power. Having just completed his daily TR. Seated upon the throne of Las Noches, Yusuker Uchiha contemplated his next steps for increasing his power. Having just completed his daily training in the Dangai, and finding his spiritual pressure stagnant, Yusuker Uchiha once again marveled at Ichigo Kurosaki's incredible potential. It was a level of potential he couldn't hope to match, indeed, no one in the Shinigami world could. Since further increases in spiritual pressure seemed temporarily impossible, Yusuker Uchiha decided to focus on developing his Ryūjin Jakka and Kido abilities to enhance his combat strength. Entering his inner world, Yusuker Uchiha summoned Ryūjin Jakka. Ryūjin Jakka, I've mastered Zanka no Tachi, Higashi, Kyoka Jitsujin. Surely you can teach me the remaining techniques now. Yusuker Uchiha demanded. Ryūjin Jakka slowly materialized, its form identical to Yusuker Uchiha's. I've already taught you everything I can. To further enhance my power, you must develop your own techniques, Ryūjin Jakka replied. Yusuker Uchiha frowned. From my understanding, Zanka no Tachi has 3 other techniques. Ryūjin Jakka smirked. Those 3 techniques don't belong to me, and they certainly shouldn't belong to you. It turned out that Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai, Zanka no Tachi, originally possessed only one technique, Higashi, Kyoka Jitsujin. The initially used, Goka no Tachi, form was merely an incomplete version of Higashi, Kyoka Jitsujin. Both Goka no Tachi and Higashi, Kyoka Jitsujin involved compressing and sealing flames and spiritual pressure into the Zanpakuto, greatly enhancing its power. However, Goka no Tachi sealed flame power was incomplete, resulting in a fiery explosion upon impact. While expanding the damage area, it didn't fully maximize the flame's potential. Asahi no Ichigeki, on the other hand, perfectly seals the flame within the blade. Upon impact, it obliterates the target with power beyond measurable temperature, essentially elevating fire to the level of a rule. A millennium ago, after mastering Asahi no Ichigeki, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, based on Zanka no Tachi's capabilities, developed 3 additional techniques, Zanka no Tachi, Nishi, Zanjitsugoki, Zanka no Tachi, Minami, Kaka Jumino Kushi Daizojin, and Zanka no Tachi, Kita, Tenchi Kaijin. He then assigned the 4 techniques to the cardinal directions. Ryūjin Jakka refused to teach Yusuker Uchiha these 3 techniques because they weren't its own, but Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's creations. Understanding this, Yusuker Uchiha nodded and didn't press further. He preferred developing his own abilities rather than using others. Beyond his Zanpakuto, Yusuker Uchiha also considered developing new Kido spells. Kido wasn't static, it involved numerous techniques, such as, a technique to use enemy attacks against them, double chanting, and post-chanting to enhance power, and more. Experienced Kido users often employed chant abandonment to cast spells without chanting. Beyond techniques, Kido spells and chants contained unique spiritual energy principles, mastering these allowed for the creation of original Kido. The first Kenpachi, Retsu Unohana, after abandoning the title and joining the 4th Division to focus on healing Kido, invented her unique Kaido with powerful healing capabilities. The 0th Division Captain, Ichibi Hyasube, known for combat, refined Heido, creating inner Heido. For Yusuker Uchiha, who had always been keen on developing ninjutsu, developing Kido had long been a goal, but spiritual pressure training took precedence. Now, with his spiritual pressure at its peak, it was the perfect time to develop new techniques. Kido spells incorporated unique Shinigami spiritual energy, making them usable only by Shinigami. Hollows, Quincy, and even spiritually gifted humans couldn't use Kido. This suggested that Kido's creators were staunch supporters of Shinigami orthodoxy. However, this limitation restricted Kido's full potential. Yusuker Uchiha planned a different approach for new Kido, spells usable solely through spiritual energy. His forces included both Shinigami and Hollows, and might one day encompass Quincy and humans. With his decision made, Yusuker Uchiha dedicated himself to developing new Ryūjin Jakka techniques and original Kido spells. He also spent time training his Shinigami forces. He paid particular attention to the young souls destined to become spies in the Siriidii. 50 years passed swiftly. While a significant portion of a human lifespan, it was a relatively short time for Shinigami and Hollows. By then, Yusuker Uchiha spies, having infiltrated Rakangai, had been selected for the Shino Academy. After decades of training at the Shino Academy, these spies all successfully graduated and joined various Dodai 13 divisions. To train these spies, Yusuker Uchiha even stole numerous spirit cores from Soul Society, creating artificial spirit core hot springs in Hueco Mundo. Tenkui Springs, where he'd visited with Kasukirahara, was among those liberated. The idea to steal spirit cores had come to him after his visit to Tenkui Springs with Kasukirahara. He waited several years to act, fearing suspicion. These artificial spirit core hot springs provided a gentle means for the young souls to enhance their spiritual pressure and abilities, further boosting their already considerable talent. The 20 youths who joined the Dodai 13, despite their relatively short training period, all became seated officers. Many captains marveled at the Dodai 13's sudden influx of talent, and Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was pleased. However, they were unaware that most of these talented individuals originated from Hueco Mundo. Among the 20 spies, the most outstanding were Nagato-yu and Kagawa Mirai. Nagato-yu joined the 6th Division, becoming a seated officer under Yusuker Uchiha, assisting with daily tasks and freeing Yusuker Uchiha to focus on Hueco Mundo. Kagawa Mirai joined the 5th Division, his mission being to approach Sasuke Aizen, then still a lieutenant in the 5th Division. Chapter 251, NZNT, Chapter. Over the years, the 6th Division's seated officers underwent several changes. The ever-growing success of Jinjiro Shiragan's Jin Tanbo I. Over the years, the 6th Division's seated officers underwent several changes. The ever-growing success of Jinjiro Shiragan's Jin Tanbo I Eyewear Shop led to his retirement from the Dodai 13, allowing him to dedicate himself fully to his business. He also took his daughter, Mihane Shirogane, the 9th seat of the 6th Division, with him. Following Jinjiro Shiragan's retirement, Byakuya Kachiki, the 3rd seat, was promoted to lieutenant, and Koga Kachiki resumed his position as 3rd seat. Since losing his 3rd seat to Byakuya Kachiki, Koga Kachiki had trained relentlessly, challenging Byakuya Kachiki annually. However, the difference in their innate abilities proved insurmountable, the gap between them only widened, each defeat for Koga Kachiki more crushing than the last. In recent years, recognizing the futility of further challenges, Koga Kachiki abandoned his attempts. Repeatedly challenging and being easily defeated by his nephew was hardly something to be proud of. After the squad dispersed for the evening, Byakuya Kachiki visited Yusuker Uchiha's office. "Captain Yusuker, I apologize for troubling you again." Byakuya Kachiki's expression remained his usual impassive one, but his eyes betrayed a deep worry. Over the years, Byakuya Kachiki had become, in essence, Yusuker Uchiha's disciple, receiving much guidance in his training and seeking his help with numerous problems. He saw his captain as practically omnipotent, capable of solving any problem. Yusuker Uchiha smiled faintly. "Byakuya, you're still so formal. I know you wouldn't ask for help unless it was a truly serious matter. Tell me, what problem could possibly stump you?" Byakuya Kachiki spoke slowly. "You've met my wife, Hizana. Lately, she's been experiencing health problems, her spiritual power is steadily declining. If this continues, I fear." His face fell, his eyes filled with fear. Hizana was Rukia Kachiki's older sister. They met in Rakangai over a decade ago, Byakuya Kachiki married her, and she adopted his surname. Before marrying Byakuya Kachiki, Hizana and Rukia Kachiki were orphans in Rakangai. As a child, Hizana was unable to care for herself, so she sadly left the infant Rukia at the doorstep of a wealthy family. After marrying Byakuya Kachiki, Hizana, free from want, was consumed by regret, longing to find her sister. Unfortunately, years passed without any news of Rukia, causing Hizana considerable distress and a gradual depletion of her spiritual power. For souls, the depletion of spiritual power ultimately leads to death. Yusuker Uchiha had met Hizana several times, at Byakuya Kuchiki's wedding and during occasional visits to the Kuchiki estate. He understood her past and knew her spiritual depletion stemmed from her emotional distress. Adjusting his glasses, Yusuker Uchiha asked, "Have you consulted Captain Anohana?" Byakuya Kuchiki nodded. "Yes, but she said Hizana suffers from a heart ailment. Without addressing the underlying emotional distress, no one can help." Byakuya Kuchiki then recounted Hizana's past and her sister's situation, confirming what Yusuker Uchiha already knew. "Regardless, take me to see her," Yusuker Uchiha said. When Yusuker Uchiha and Byakuya Kuchiki arrived at the Kuchiki estate, Hizana was resting in bed. Her face was ashen, her spiritual power visibly fading. Yusuker Uchiha estimated she had less than a year to live. Seeing his wife's weakened state, Byakuya Kuchiki's usual calm facade crumbled, replaced by profound sorrow. Sitting by Hizana's bedside, Byakuya Kuchiki took her hand, silently praying for her recovery. After a moment's thought, Yusuker Uchiha said slowly, "I can't cure Hizana's illness." However, despair crossed Byakuya Kuchiki's face at Yusuker Uchiha's admission of helplessness. But the "however" instantly rekindled his hope. Yusuker Uchiha patted Byakuya Kuchiki's shoulder. "Don't worry, I can preserve her life. However, if her heart ailment remains untreated, it will still be a significant problem." Byakuya Kuchiki's face lit up. "Captain, please tell me." Looking at Hizana in bed, Yusuker Uchiha said softly, "I can use a self-created spell to seal Hizana's body, preserving her. Her spiritual power and life force will be perfectly preserved. Even after 10,000 years, she'll still be alive when the seal is released. Your task is to find her sister during this time. Once her sister is found, I will release the seal, and her heart ailment will naturally be resolved." After considerable thought, Byakuya Kuchiki agreed. While he didn't want to seal his wife away, it was the best option to prevent her imminent death. "Captain, I implore you. But before that, I wish to speak with Hizana," Byakuya Kuchiki said. Yusuker Uchiha nodded, leaving the room for the couple. A short time later, Byakuya Kuchiki returned with Yusuker Uchiha. Hizana was awake, tears streaming down her face. She knew about the sealing, but saw it as a positive, fearing she wouldn't see her sister again before she died. "Byakuya-sama, please find my sister." "Captain Uchiha, I'm truly sorry to trouble you further," Hizana whispered weakly. "Hizana, don't worry. I will find our sister, Rukia, and reunite you. Now, rest well, and dream sweet dreams. When you awaken, you will see Rukia." Having made his promise, Byakuya Kuchiki turned to Yusuker Uchiha. "Captain, I leave this in your capable hands." Chapter 252, NZNT, Chapter. Smiling, Yusuker Uchiha reassured Byakuya and Hizana Kuchiki that the sealing technique would harm Hizana in no way. Knowing the plot, he was. Smiling, Yusuker Uchiha reassured Byakuya and Hizana Kuchiki that the sealing technique would harm Hizana in no way. Knowing the plot, he was aware Byakuya Kuchiki would soon find Rukia Kuchiki in Rakangai, but unlike in the original story, Hizana wouldn't have to wait. Thanks to Yusuker Uchiha's reassurance, the couple calmed down considerably. He prepared to use the jutsu he'd developed. This new jutsu, utilizing a novel system, was named Shindo, distinct from Kido. Shindo comprised only 3 techniques at this point, but they were incredibly powerful, requiring at least captain-level spiritual pressure to use. In the Shinigami world, the names of techniques and spells were incredibly important, imbued with the power of rules. Once a name was established, the incantation had to use the precise name, otherwise, the technique wouldn't work. In the original story, during Hayasu Bichibe's battle with Yawach's inability to pronounce technique names due to a sealed throat rendered him completely powerless. Clearly, in the Shinigami world, power is literally shouted into existence. Looking down at Hizana Kuchiki, lying in bed with her eyes closed, Yusuker Uchiha extended his right hand and chanted, "Shindo No. 3, Raiken." As spiritual pressure erupted from Yusuker Uchiha's hand, Hizana Kuchiki's body slowly levitated. A translucent, light gray spiritual coffin base materialized beneath her, gently lowering her inside. Once Hizana Kuchiki was inside, the coffin lid appeared, sealing her within. 4 spiritual chains emerged from the void, locking the coffin. A spiritual talisman inscribed with the character seal was affixed to their intersection. With the seal complete, the coffin completely isolated Hizana Kuchiki's life force and spiritual pressure, freezing her in this moment. The name might be inauspicious, but rest assured, Hizana will be perfectly safe, Yusuker Uchiha said with a smile. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded gratefully. "Captain, I have complete faith in your jutsu. However, this Shindo. I've never heard of it in Soul Society." Yusuker Uchiha chuckled. "It's a jutsu of my own creation, used only by me. Naturally, you haven't encountered it. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded in admiration. As a Kido prodigy, he understood the difficulty of creating new spells. He'd attempted it himself. However, after finding his creations inferior to existing Kido, he'd abandoned the effort. He focused on Kido application rather than development. Looking at Byakuya Kuchiki, Yusuker Uchiha's eyes lit up. You've achieved Bankai. Byakuya Kuchiki confirmed, indeed, I only recently achieved Bankai. I didn't expect it to be so obvious to you, Captain. Yusuker Uchiha smiled. It's a shame, all captain positions are filled. Otherwise, you could be wearing a captain's haori now. Approximately 30 years prior, Jushiro Yukitake had achieved Bankai, securing the last remaining captain position. Byakuya Kuchiki shook his head, his expression earnest. Becoming captain isn't important to me, it's merely a title expected of a Kuchiki heir. If possible, I'd prefer to remain under your command. Your guidance has been invaluable these past years. Yusuker Uchiha patted Byakuya Kuchiki's shoulder. When the opportunity arises, I'll arrange a transfer to another division. The 6th division has always been under your family's control, you're the most suitable captain. After a brief conversation, Yusuker Uchiha left the Kuchiki estate. On his way, he stopped at Urahara Shop, a popular confectionery shop in the Siriidii, purchasing a box of exquisite sweets. Byakuya Kuchiki, meanwhile, immediately instructed his subordinates to expand their search for Rukia Kuchiki. The sooner he found his sister-in-law, the sooner he could be reunited with his wife. Having resolved his Anna Kuchiki situation, Yusuker Uchiha returned to the 6th Division barracks. It was late, the barracks were almost deserted. In his office, a girl of 14 or 15, dressed in a Shinigami uniform, was reading, waiting for him. She was pretty, with short, pale pink hair and round glasses, Nagatoyu, one of the orphans he'd trained in Mundo. Even upon his arrival, her expression remained impassive, her stoicism rivaling Byakuya Kuchiki's. Despite her young age, Nagatoyu was the 4th seat, possessing exceptional spiritual pressure and combatability. Above her were only Captain Yusuker Uchiha, Lieutenant Byakuya Kuchiki, and 3rd seat Koga Kuchiki. Beyond her exceptional talent, Nagatoyu possessed a unique Zanpakuto ability. Her Zanpakuto, Joriimaru, nullified all anomalous effects. Upon contact with her Zanpakuto, any anomalous effect would be dispelled. The definition of anomalous was still being researched by Yusuker Uchiha and Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Experiments showed that Nagatoyu was unaffected by Yusuker Uchiha's genjutsu, Bakudo seals, or Mayuri Kuratsuchi's poisons. This ability impressed Mayuri Kuratsuchi and was highly valued by Yusuker Uchiha. While spiritual pressure was fundamental to combat, some abilities could bypass it entirely. For Yusuker Uchiha, Joriimaru would mitigate many risks. Seeing Yusuker Uchiha, the girl silently tilted her head, gesturing towards a stack of documents. Her work was complete. These were documents Yusuker Uchiha, as captain, needed to process. Since recruiting Nagatoyu, he delegated most of this work to her. While it freed his time, it placed a considerable burden on Nagatoyu. You've worked hard, Yusuker Uchiha said, ruffling her hair. Nagatoyu replied impassively, you is merely an orphan soul adopted by you, Lord Uchiha. Even if you broke your promise to train with me, withheld my leave, and burdened me with all the work, you wouldn't complain. Chapter 253, NZNT, Chapter. That's hardly, not complaining, Yusuker Uchiha mused to himself. A look of apology crossed his face as he ruffled Nagatoyu's hair. Why? That's hardly, not complaining, Yusuker Uchiha mused to himself. A look of apology crossed his face as he ruffled Nagatoyu's hair. You're my most important subordinate. Thanks to you, I can focus on my plans. If you're tired, take a few days off. A flicker of joy shone in Nagatoyu's eyes, though her expression remained unchanged. Captain, you're as insincere as ever. No need for leave, delaying your work is something I can't afford. Yusuker Uchiha was accustomed to her prickly personality. Despite her perpetually cold demeanor and frequent retorts, she diligently completed every task assigned to her. Offering Nagatoyu the exquisitely packaged sweets, Yusuker Uchiha smiled. I picked these up on the way back. Go home and rest. I need to return and check on things. By return, he meant Mundo. Nagatoyu, with a stoic expression, accepted the sweets. Inwardly, she was delighted, though it was completely undetectable on her face. After Nagatoyu left, Yusuker Uchiha used Kamui to return to Mundo. He'd just received a spiritual pressure fluctuation from Mayuri Kuratsuchi via the Cursed Crow mark, clearly signaling that he needed something. He went directly to the Research and Development Institute in Las Noches, where he found Mayuri Kuratsuchi pacing anxiously. You're finally back. Come see my research results, you'll be astonished. Upon seeing Yusuker Uchiha, Mayuri Kuratsuchi immediately grabbed him, pulling him to an experimental table. On the table sat a base supporting a Bud-like container. Mayuri Kuratsuchi pressed a button, and the Bud-like container slowly opened, releasing a deep blue spiritual pressure that spread like an aurora. Once the pressure dissipated, a spherical gem, swirling with a faint blue spiritual light, floated on the table, beautiful and mesmerizing. Slowly removing his glasses, Yusuker Uchiha examined the gem, his eyes gleaming, observing the unusual spiritual pressure fluctuations. A glint flashed in his eyes as he asked Mayuri Kuratsuchi, "Is this the Hogyoku?" Mayuri Kuratsuchi wore a triumphant expression. "Indeed, even more perfect than I anticipated. Its power will undoubtedly astound everyone." Yusuker Uchiha reached out, taking the floating Hogyoku and silently sensing its power. Through his spiritual pressure, he sensed the Hogyoku calling to him, urging fusion. Fusion would grant him unparalleled power. However, driven by even greater ambitions, Yusuker Uchiha resisted the Hogyoku's mental influence, instead focusing on sensing its underlying abilities. As expected, it possesses the ability to guide potential through one's desires. Fusion would significantly amplify this ability. For me, at this stage, the potential it could unlock without fusion is negligible. However, for hollows eager to evolve into Erankars, it's an irreplaceable treasure. As Yusuker Uchiha mentally analyzed the Hogyoku's abilities, concluding its current benefit to his power was minimal, he suddenly felt his eyes react to the Hogyoku, his pupils spontaneously transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, as if yearning for the Hogyoku's power. A mysterious power flowed into his eyes, and Yusuker Uchiha felt his Mangekyo Sharingan beginning to evolve. Could the Mangekyo Sharingan evolve further? Yusuker Uchiha thought, delighted. The known evolutionary path for the Mangekyo Sharingan was the fusion of Yang released to become the Rinnegan, followed by the addition of Tomo to the Rinnegan for increased power. Until now, no one had ever further evolved a pure In-release Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, in Yusuker Uchiha's view, merely compensated for the loss of dojutsu power due to insufficient spiritual energy by absorbing the power of a related Mangekyo Sharingan. It wasn't true evolution. Mayuri Kuratsuchi noticed the change in Yusuker Uchiha, a strange spiritual pressure fluctuation emanating from his eyes. Pulling out a small notebook, Mayuri Kuratsuchi stood beside him, observing and recording. The cross-shaped patterns in both eyes are slowly rotating. The large circle enclosing a smaller circle in the left eye remains unchanged. The cross-shaped pattern is fading, disappearing completely after about 3 minutes. The pupil in the right eye has vanished. The eye is a layered deep blue, like the night sky. The left eye is similar, but retains the large circle enclosing a smaller circle. Based on this, it seems to be a permanent change, indicating an evolution of the eye's abilities. The specific capabilities will require practical verification. Mayuri Kuratsuchi meticulously observed and recorded, habitually vocalizing his observations. He even leaned in for a closer look, only to be flung away by Yusuker Uchiha. Yusuker Uchiha felt his eyes had undergone a significant transformation, with the potential for further strengthening. His original dojutsu abilities remained, whether new abilities had emerged required further familiarization with his evolved eyes. Though he lacked a mirror, his dojutsu's inner vision allowed him to clearly see the state of his eyes. The original Sharingan patterns had completely vanished, his pupils were gone, replaced by a deep, starless void resembling the cosmos. The left eye, due to the Rinnegan fusion, still retained the Rinnegan's ripple pattern. After the evolution, he could no longer switch between eye forms like with the Sharingan or Mangekyo Sharingan, the form was permanently fixed. Simultaneously, his Karasa clone, sharing his soul, was also affected. The Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan patterns in its eyes also vanished, transforming into the same form as its masters. Yusuker Uchiha discovered he and Karasa could now use the same dojutsu. In other words, from now on, he no longer needed Karasa to activate Kamui, he could do so independently. Chapter 254, NZNT, Chapter. So, did your eyes gain any new abilities? And besides the eye changes, did the Hogyoku enhance your other abilities? Mayuri Kuratsuchi, So, did your eyes gain any new abilities? And besides the eye changes, did the Hogyoku enhance your other abilities? Mayuri Kuratsuchi, having recovered from his unceremonious ejection, returned, peppering Yusuker Uchiha with questions. Yusuker Uchiha, naturally, wouldn't delve into the specifics of his abilities with a subordinate. A pleased smile touched his lips as he clapped Mayuri Kuratsuchi on the shoulder. You've done excellent work this time. It seems you've secured the Lost Noche's Best Executive Award for the decade once again. Given the long lifespans of Hollows and Shinigami, Lost Noche's annual celebrations and meetings had been extended to a 10-year cycle. Seeing Yusuker Uchiha turn to leave, Mayuri Kuratsuchi called out, "Wait. I've won the Best Executive Award 5 times in a row. Surely I deserve a more substantial reward. How about letting me study your crow? If I can't study your eyes, I can at least study the crow, right?" Replacing his glasses, Yusuker Uchiha waved him off dismissively with a backhanded gesture. "I'll consider it." With that, he left Las Noches, taking the Hogyoku, leaving Mayuri Kuratsuchi looking disappointed. Though evening had fallen in Soul Society, Mundo was perpetually night, devoid of any distinction between day and night. Arriving at Neliel II Odelschwank's residence, Yusuker Uchiha prepared to use the Hogyoku to initiate Neliel's arrancarization. In the courtyard outside Neliel II Odelschwank's room, Neliel II Odelschwank, Yuichiro Kusajishi, and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck were playing. After 50 years, Yuichiro Kusajishi remained unchanged, still a little girl, seemingly eternally fixed in that form. Yusuker Uchiha had observed Yuichiro Kusajishi for a considerable time, but still couldn't determine if she was a true Shinigami. In the original Thousand-Year Blood War arc, Yuichiro Kusajishi vanished after Kenpachi Zaraki released his Zanpakuto, leading Yusuker Uchiha to suspect that her true form might be a Zanpakuto. However, Yuichiro Kusajishi, who also possessed a Zanpakuto, exhibited no other anomalies beyond her unchanging age, leaving Yusuker Uchiha uncertain of her true nature. While Yuichiro Kusajishi remained unchanged, Neliel II Odelschwank had transformed significantly. The child had grown considerably. By human or Shinigami standards, she was now a young girl. Since arriving at Las Noches, her closest companions had been Yuichiro Kusajishi and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck, but the fact that her two best friends remained children caused her considerable distress. Due to Yuichiro Kusajishi's position as chairwoman of Las Noches Women's Association, Neliel II Odelschwank and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck became executives, and the three, supported by Yusuker Uchiha, Stark, and Kenpachi Zaraki, were known as the Three Pillars of the Women's Association. Lily Nettie Gingerbuck, having found two like-minded friends, frequently left her uncle, Stark, at home to go out and play, leaving the lonely Stark in tears. "Wah, Yuichiro Kusajishi. What's wrong with you? Why did I get hit even though I dodged? You're cheating. This doesn't count, let's do it again." Lily Nettie Gingerbuck cried out, brandishing her curved blade. Over the last piece of cake, Lily Nettie Gingerbuck and Yuichiro Kusajishi had decided to settle the matter with a duel. The first to land a blow would win. In the ensuing clash, Yuichiro Kusajishi, whose Zanpakuto possessed the three-step beast ability, easily struck Lily Nettie Gingerbuck, leaving her utterly confused. Upon Yuichiro Kusajishi's Shirkai activation, two strange creatures appeared, invisible, imperceptible, and untouchable to everyone but Yuichiro Kusajishi. One was a short, stout creature wearing a white skeletal mask and black robes, resembling a low-level Jillian. The other was a fat, two-eyed furball. These creatures could attack both before and after Yuichiro Kusajishi's attacks, meaning anyone trying to dodge or counterattack would be hit, suffering damage equivalent to Yuichiro Kusajishi's strike. This ability is a devastating weapon for sword-wielding Shinigami, capable of easily striking any opponent. Even someone as powerful as Yusuker Uchiha envied this ability. Yuichiro Kusajishi, hands on her hips, smiled sweetly. "That's a unique ability of the three-step beast, little Lily Nettie. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. This is the 11th redo, isn't it? Even if you tried 100 times, the result wouldn't change." Why? The easily frustrated Lily Nettie Gingerbuck threw down her curved blade and frantically scratched her head, unable to accept losing the cake. Neliel II Odelschwank, witnessing Yusuker Uchiha's sudden appearance, shouted "Yusuker," and lunged at him. Despite still being a young girl, Neliel II Odelschwank possessed astonishing strength. Yusuker Uchiha, resisting with no spiritual pressure, was pushed back several steps before regaining his balance. "Yusuker, are you here to play?" Neliel II Odelschwank asked. Yusuker Uchiha smiled and shook his head. "Next time. I have serious business with you." Disappointment flickered across Neliel II Odelschwank's eyes, but the mention of business piqued her curiosity. "What do you think of Stark, Lily Nettie, and Ulquiorra now? Would you like to be like them?" Yusuker Uchiha asked. Neliel II Odelschwank's eyes lit up. "Can I really become like them?" Yusuker Uchiha nodded. "Of course, and your power will increase considerably." Yuichiro Kusajishi and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck looked surprised. As a self-arrancarized hollow, Lily Nettie Gingerbuck knew what it meant to become like her. This arrancarization was the ultimate dream for every hollow. However, arrancarization wasn't easy. Strictly speaking, only she and Ulquiorra had achieved it among the existing hollows in Mundo. As Lily Nettie Gingerbuck's friends, Neliel II Odelschwank and Yuichiro Kusajishi understood the immense difficulty of arrancarization. Hearing that Yusuker Uchiha could help Neliel II Odelschwank achieve this filled them with both joy and astonishment. Entering Neliel II Odelschwank's room, Yusuker Uchiha retrieved the Hogyoku from his Kamui space. The moment the gem, shimmering with a faint blue light, appeared, it immediately captured the three girls' attention. After briefly explaining that the Hogyoku could help Neliel II Odelschwank become an Arrancar, Yusuker Uchiha began using his spiritual pressure to guide the Hogyoku, unlocking Neliel II Odelschwank's latent potential. Chapter 255, NZNT, Chapter. Under Yusuker Uchiha's guidance, the Hogyoku emitted an azure light, completely enveloping Neliel to Odelschwank. This azure light contain. Under Yusuker Uchiha's guidance, the Hogyoku emitted an azure light, completely enveloping Neliel to Odelschwank. This azure light contained strange spiritual particles that steadily permeated Neliel to Odelschwank's body. Yusuker Uchiha could feel the quality of Neliel to Odelschwank's spiritual pressure steadily improving, not merely an increase in power, but a fundamental enhancement of her aptitude. So, hollow Arankarization is essentially a process of inducing latent potential, thereby enhancing aptitude. After Arankarization, all aspects of their ability see a dramatic improvement, Yusuker Uchiha mused, observing Neliel to Odelschwank's transformation. After a short time, the enhancement of Neliel to Odelschwank's spiritual pressure ceased, and physical changes began. The bone armor tightly covering her body gradually receded, revealing her lightly tanned skin beneath. The mask covering her face began to shrink and shift upwards, revealing a face still slightly cherubic, with a faint blue marking across her cheeks and nose bridge. The light green hair, previously constrained by the bone armor at the back of her head, cascaded down, transforming her into a beautiful young woman. Slowly opening her eyes, Neliel to Odelschwank looked at her hands, now human-like, and broke into a delighted smile. This is wonderful. Mirror, mirror, I want to see what I look like. Finding a full-length mirror, Neliel to Odelschwank struck various poses, examining herself from every angle. Her expression clearly showed her delight with her post-Arankarization appearance. Lily Neti Gingerbuk and Yuichiro Kusajishi, watching Neliel to Odelschwank's transformation, also showed surprise and delight. They found this new Neliel even more charming. Yusuker. Thank you. Neliel to Odelschwank threw herself into Yusuker Uchiha's arms, nuzzling her face against his chest. Gently patting Neliel to Odelschwank's head, Yusuker Uchiha smiled. All right, you can continue playing. I need to Arankarize the others. Neliel to Odelschwank, Lily Neti Gingerbuk, and Yuichiro Kusajishi's eyes lit up. They were eager to watch the others' transformations. Following the Espada's order, Yusuker Uchiha proceeded to Arankarize each of them and their lieutenants. Yusuker Uchiha's plan never involved large-scale Arankarization of hollows. Even if ordinary hollows became Arankars, their contribution would be minimal. The primary focus was on the executives within Las Noches. After the Espada's Arankarization, excluding Stark and Ulquiorra, who had already achieved it independently, everyone experienced a significant power increase. Based on their current combat capabilities, excluding the captain commander, Aizen, and himself, the Espada were now roughly on par with the Dodai 13 captains. During this period, when Yusuker Uchiha completed the first phase of his Hogyoku research and Arankarized his subordinates, Aizen's research progressed to a stage requiring Mundo's resources for experimentation. In Yusuker Uchiha's eyes, Aizen was a genius beyond comprehension. At this point, Aizen wasn't yet a captain, and fearing exposure, he only had Jin Ichimaru and Kanami Tozen as subordinates. Despite this, he managed his Dodai 13 duties while independently conducting extensive research, pushing his own abilities to a level unreachable by ordinary Shinigami. In Aizen's secret chamber within the Siriidii, he was discussing the next phase of his plan with Tozen and Ichimaru. The Hogyoku research is nearing completion. Now, I need to conduct experiments on Shinigami hollowification. This will require numerous hollows as test subjects. According to the plan, it's time for us to take Mundo, Aizen said with a smile. Tozen frowned. Shinigami hollowification experiments will necessitate sacrificing many Shinigami and souls from Rakangai, won't they? Isn't this excessively cruel? Tozen, are you wavering? Aizen asked impassively. Tozen immediately responded, panicked. Aizen-sama, that's not what I meant, I merely felt some reluctance. Aizen smiled, patting Tozen on the shoulder. Don't worry, your kindness and faith are precisely what I value in you. There's a saying, a general's victory comes at the cost of countless lives. We aren't naive children, we must understand that significant change requires sacrifice. Tozen nodded. I understand. For Aizen-sama's cause, to overthrow the Soul King in Central 46, I will not falter. Jin Ichimaru watched coldly as Aizen subtly manipulated Tozen, inwardly pitying and despising Tozen's naivete. Then, which Shinigami do you intend to target? Jin Ichimaru asked. Aizen smiled. Given the experimental requirements, Shinigami of all levels are naturally our targets. A glint flashed in Jin Ichimaru's narrowed eyes. All levels? You mean captains are included? Aizen adjusted his glasses. Of course. How else can we rise to power and control the Dodai 13's various divisions if we don't eliminate several captains? Aizen's strength was unquestionable, his exceptional talent had already made him the second strongest in the Dodai 13, surpassed only by the captain commander, and his subordinates, Ichimaru and Tozen, both possessed Bankai. However, with all captain positions currently filled, it prevented the three of them from assuming control of the divisions. Therefore, Aizen's plan necessitated eliminating at least 3 captains, allowing him, Tozen, and Ichimaru to claim those positions and facilitate their subsequent actions. Jin Ichimaru chuckled. I wonder which captains will be so unfortunate. What about the newcomer, Uchiha Yusuker? As an outsider, any incident involving him would likely attract minimal attention, wouldn't it? His suggestion regarding Uchiha Yusuker was subtly designed to create more trouble for Aizen. His sharp eyes had discerned that Yusuker Uchiha was deeply enigmatic, and even his outwardly displayed strength was already quite formidable. Hearing Jin Ichimaru's words, Aizen frowned, a rare occurrence. After a moment's consideration, Aizen said slowly, we leave him alone. His strength is unfathomable, even to me. It's unfortunate that I lack trustworthy subordinates, otherwise, I would place someone close to him. Tozen, you will remain here to provide cover for Jin and me. This time, only Jin and I will go to Hueco Mundo. Chapter 256, NZNT, Chapter. Utilizing his self-developed Garganta, Aizen and Jin Ichimaru instantaneously traversed space, arriving in Hueco Mundo. Garganta was a tech. Utilizing his self-developed Garganta, Aizen and Jin Ichimaru instantaneously traversed space, arriving in Hueco Mundo. Garganta was a technology capable of creating dimensional spaces or pathways, allowing Aizen to evade the Siriiti's surveillance and freely travel between Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and the human world. Beyond its function as a dimensional pathway, Garganta could also generate a sealed dimensional space capable of containing spiritual bodies. However, this confinement wasn't absolute, even those with Captain or Espada-level spiritual pressure could only be contained for a few hours at most. After Aizen unified Hueco Mundo in the original storyline, he granted Garganta to his Espada for punishing subordinates, essentially using it for imprisonment. Grimmjow Jaeger also used Garganta to ambush Ulquiorra Cipher during his battle with Ichigo Kurosaki, trapping Ulquiorra in a dimensional space to seize Ichigo Kurosaki as his opponent. A black hole-like aperture materialized in Hueco Mundo, and Aizen and Jin Ichimaru stepped through, arriving in Hueco Mundo. Upon entering Hueco Mundo, the moon, displaying the Rinnegan pattern, immediately caught their attention, instilling a sense of unease in Aizen. So, this is Hueco Mundo's moon. It's quite different from the Shinigami world, isn't it? Jin Ichimaru, experiencing Hueco Mundo for the first time, mistook the moon's appearance as a unique characteristic of Hueco Mundo. Aizen shook his head. No, something is definitely amiss in Hueco Mundo. The Hueco Mundo moon, like those in Soul Society or the human world, has never exhibited such a phenomenon. While Jin Ichimaru outwardly frowned, he secretly rejoiced inwardly. The more obstacles Aizen faced, the greater his chance of retrieving Ranjika Matsumoto's stolen soul fragments. Shall we proceed with the original plan? Jin Ichimaru inquired. Aizen responded slowly, certainly. We proceed directly to Las Noches, there, we'll undoubtedly uncover the truth behind these changes in Hueco Mundo. With their exceptional speed, Aizen and Jin Ichimaru soon reached the outskirts of Las Noches. The area surrounding Las Noches had undergone significant changes, with numerous additional structures. Upon arrival, they encountered Yami Largo, guarding the gates. Seeing unexpected strangers at the gates of Las Noches, Yami Largo immediately confronted them. Who are you? What are you doing near Las Noches? Observing Yami Largo, who possessed both human-like features and hollow characteristics, Aizen and Jin Ichimaru exchanged a look. Jin Ichimaru, unfamiliar with Arankars, couldn't identify Yami Largo's species, but Aizen, having extensively researched hollows, Shinigami, and the Hogyoku, correctly deduced that Yami Largo was an Arankar. Unexpectedly, an Arankar. You must be the master of Las Noches, Aizen remarked with a smile. Through spiritual pressure sensing, Aizen detected Yami Largo's exceptional spiritual pressure quality. However, for him, it was a trivial matter. Yami Largo scratched his jaw with a thick finger. What nonsense are you spouting? I am Yami Largo, one of the Espada under the master of Las Noches, guarding the gate. State your business, or face the consequences. Yami Largo, typically quick to resort to violence, hesitated due to past punishments from Ulquiorra Cipher for his violent methods. He still held a degree of respect for the powerful Ulquiorra Cipher. One of the Espada. So, there are 10 others like you? Jin Ichimaru asked, having overheard Aizen's assessment of Yami Largo as an Arankar. Based on Aizen's previous statements, achieving Arankarization was extremely difficult for hollows, unless aided by the Hogyoku. A self-Arankarized hollow might be exceedingly rare, perhaps even non-existent, in Hueco Mundo. If this man had 10 counterparts, how had they all achieved Arankarization? Aizen realized that the changes in Hueco Mundo were beyond his control, but his confidence in his own strength prevented a retreat. Yami Largo, then please lead us to the master of Las Noches, Aizen said with a smile. Yami Largo burst into laughter. You think you can just meet the master of Las Noches whenever you please? Since you refuse to state your intentions, I'll capture you first. Then Ulquiorra won't have anything to say about my actions. With those words, Yami Largo launched a powerful punch at Aizen. While lacking in speed, Yami Largo's strength was among the Espada's higher echelons. The punch unleashed a violent wave of spiritual pressure. Much to Yami Largo's surprise, instead of sending Aizen flying, the powerful blow was effortlessly deflected by a seemingly weak hand. Impressive strength, but lacking in speed. Your spiritual pressure, while exceptional, doesn't reach the level expected of a self-rankerized hollow, Aizen observed, analyzing Yami Largo's attack. Has someone developed a technique to rankerise hollows, preemptively seizing Hueco Mundo and rankerizing high-potential hollows? Or has someone else in the Seirei discovered the Hogyoku's technology? Could it be Urahara Kisuke? Aizen's mind raced with possibilities, unable to conceive that Yusuker Uchiha had anticipated and surpassed him. Seeing Aizen's silence, Yami Largo roared, surging his spiritual pressure to an even higher level. You dare underestimate Yami Largo? Red light coalesced in his mouth as he unleashed a Siro. Yami Largo's spiritual pressure surge immediately alerted all high-ranking members within Las Noches. Sensing Yami Largo's spiritual pressure surge through the Rinnegan in the Hueco Mundo sky, Yusuker Uchiha focused his attention on the area. In Yusuker Uchiha's perception, Yami Largo's red Siro was effortlessly torn apart by Aizen's hand. Then, with a single, casual punch to Yami Largo's abdomen, Aizen sent the towering hollow sprawling, resembling a curled-up shrimp, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Aizen confronting Yami Largo at Las Noches gate, Yusuker Uchiha knew that within Las Noches, only he could stand against Aizen. Aizen's appearance in Hueco Mundo signaled the imminent Dodai 13 Captain Holification and Rebellion. Chapter 257, NZNT, Chapter. Watching Yami Largo kneel, momentarily incapacitated, Aizen stepped over him and moved towards the interior of Las Noches. Yami Largo's. Watching Yami Largo kneel, momentarily incapacitated, Aizen stepped over him and moved towards the interior of Las Noches. Yami Largo's subordinates, the hollows guarding the palace gates, witnessing their Espada so easily defeated, recoiled in fear. None dared approach Aizen and Jin Ichimaru. A flash of dark light, and a figure stood before Aizen and Jin Ichimaru, Ulquiorra Cipher, the fourth Espada. Compared to the towering Yami Largo, Ulquiorra Cipher was considerably more slender. However, the spiritual pressure emanating from him far surpassed Yami Largo's by several levels. The Las Noches guards, upon seeing Ulquiorra Cipher, showed relief. They knew that among the Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher was far stronger than Yami Largo. Observing the newly appeared Arrancar, a glint flashed in Aizen's eyes behind his glasses. A Vasto Lord-class Arrancar, indeed. Possessing considerable power, Aizen remarked with a smile. Ulquiorra Cipher, his expression impassive, felt a surge of wariness as Aizen revealed his knowledge. Based on Yami Largo's encounter, the opponent's spiritual pressure was at least on par with his own. And that was only the power they had outwardly displayed. Your visit to Las Noches seems rather informal, Ulquiorra Cipher stated calmly. Aizen chuckled. You're one of the so-called Espada, are you? I wonder if you would be so kind as to lead me to the master of Las Noches. As Ulquiorra Cipher was about to refuse, a crow landed on his shoulder. Seconds later, Ulquiorra Cipher addressed Aizen and Jin Ichimaru. His Majesty requests your presence. Please, follow me. This crow was Yusuker Uchiha's Karasa clone. Upon discovering Aizen's arrival in Hueco Mundo, Yusuker Uchiha had immediately returned to Las Noches and instructed his clone to bring them to the palace. Glancing at the crow on Ulquiorra Cipher's shoulder, Aizen sensed a remarkably dense spiritual pressure. While still inferior to his own, it was already on a comparable level. The Karasa clone inherited 1/5 of Yusuker Uchiha's soul. After Yusuker Uchiha pushed his spiritual pressure to its limit in the Dodai, the clone experienced a corresponding increase in power. Currently, an ordinary captain-level Shinigami would be no match for Yusuker Uchiha's Karasa clone. So, the master of Las Noches is not someone to be trifled with, Aizen thought, his expression darkening. He sensed his plan to conquer Hueco Mundo might be jeopardized. When Ulquiorra Cipher led Aizen and Jin Ichimaru to the throne room of Las Noches, all the Espada except Yami Largo were assembled. Kenpachi Zaraki, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, and other Shinigami were absent. There was no need to reveal the strength of Las Noches' cultivated Shinigami yet. Seeing 10 Arrancars, each possessing captain-level spiritual pressure, standing along the sides of the throne room, Jin Ichimaru was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected such a powerful force to be hidden in Hueco Mundo, a realm that had been consistently suppressed by Soul Society for centuries. As he sensed the Arrancar's spiritual pressure, Jin Ichimaru assessed his chances. The 4 Arrancars at the front exude a significantly stronger aura than the others. They must be Vasto Lord-class Arrancars. I could probably handle only one of them at most. This is going to be difficult, Jin Ichimaru thought. Despite being only the 3rd seat of the 5th division, Jin Ichimaru's hidden strength far surpassed most Dodai 13 captains. Even Aizen didn't fully understand his capabilities. A prodigy among the Dodai 13, Jin Ikamaru's talent arguably surpassed by Akuya Kachiki's, particularly his strategic prowess, allowing him to consistently perform at 120% of his capacity. Yusuker Uchiha had considered approaching Jin Ichimaru to monitor Aizen, but he wasn't confident in controlling the cunning Jin Ichimaru and ultimately abandoned the idea. Seated high on the throne, Yusuker Uchiha observed Aizen in the center of the throne room with a calm gaze. He wore a hollow mask to conceal his true identity. "I wonder what brings you two to Las Noches." Yusuker Uchiha spoke first. While Yusuker Uchiha observed Aizen, Aizen also studied the master of Las Noches. Despite the mask, Aizen easily detected the Shinigami spiritual pressure emanating from the figure on the throne. Beyond Yusuker Uchiha's powerful spiritual pressure, Aizen was most concerned by the eyes visible beneath the mask. Their unusual pupils filled him with apprehension. The Rinnegan-like pattern in the left eye was especially striking. This person must be responsible for altering the appearance of Mundo's moon. I need to determine the extent of his abilities. A confrontation seems necessary, Aizen thought. With his signature smile, Aizen spoke slowly. To think the ruler of Mundo is a Shinigami. We are guests, wouldn't it be more courteous to remove your mask, your majesty? Yusuker Uchiha chuckled. I don't recall inviting you. You both seem to be from Soul Society, did you sneak out of the Dodai 13? Aizen's expression faltered. His original intention was to conquer Mundo. He hadn't considered concealing his identity, nor had he anticipated another Shinigami's prior occupation of Mundo. This was entirely unexpected, leaving him unprepared. Being mentioned in relation to the Dodai 13 put him at a severe disadvantage. Revealing his connection to the Dodai 13 would significantly jeopardize his plans. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Aizen abandoned verbal sparring with Yusuker Uchiha. The enemy's identity was unknown, he was at an informational disadvantage. The worst-case scenario was that the opponent was also from the Siriitii, his cover would be completely blown. Stepping closer to Yusuker Uchiha, Aizen's aura intensified, the killing intent palpable to everyone present. Jin Ichimaru, behind Aizen, shook his head helplessly. Oh dear, this is going to be troublesome.